Traversing through the journey to the west, I have become the Dragon King of the Jing River, only to find myself questioned for execution at the outset. In a moment of peril, Jiang Feng activates the supreme choice system, declaring, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." On the dragon-slaying platform, he defies fate, crushing Wei Zheng and narrowly escaping. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his peculiar identity has been detected by the Buddha, marking him as a thorn in the side of Buddhism. The Buddhas conspire to eliminate this anomaly. They soon realize that the entire calamity of the journey to the west has taken an unexpected turn. Chapter 1. Crossing into the journey to the west. My fate is my own. Arthur Midlane, if you don't give it'll send you off. A sudden voice echoed on the dragon-slaying platform in the heavenly realm. Amidst the shouts, Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes, gazing in bewilderment at the strange surroundings. The ominous crimson platform was encircled by a dozen armed heavenly soldiers, each bearing solemn expressions, radiating an aura of desolation and impending violence. Bound tightly, he knelt atop the platform, beside a middle-aged man clad in official garb, wielding a wise sword. The man regarded him with a look of confusion, his gaze akin to that of someone observing a pitiful fool, cold yet tinged with pity. Jiang Feng was taken aback. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, he had been engaged in friendly banter with teammates in a game. And now, where was this bizarre place? "Brother, may I ask your surname?" Jiang Feng swallowed hard and looked up at the man. With an icy demeanor, the man replied, "Wei." At that moment, a flood of memories that did not belong to Jiang Feng surged into his consciousness. In an instant, the memories fused seamlessly. I have crossed over, and not just anywhere, but into the mythology of journey to the west, becoming the unfortunate Dragon King of the Jing River. This Dragon King had once been infuriated by the overfishing of the Jing River's aquatic life. He learned from a fisherman about a fortune-teller named Yuan Shouqing in Chang'an, who accurately predicted when and where fishermen should cast their nets for the greatest catch. This had led to calamity for the river's creatures to protect the aquatic beings of the Jingha. The Dragon King journeyed to Chang'an to confront Yuan Shouqing, wagering that the latter could predict the weather for the next day. With perfect accuracy, failure would see him banished from Chang'an. Believing himself to be the rain dragon god of the southern Jambu continent, he thought victory was assured, only for the Jade Emperor to decree rain, aligning perfectly with Yuan Shouqing's divination. In an attempt to outsmart the decree, the Dragon King altered the designated rainfall amount, delaying the precipitation, and thus broke heavenly law, leading to his impending execution by Wei Zheng in a dream. If all went as expected, this man, who claimed to be Wei, was indeed the one tasked with his execution. An opening execution? Was this some cruel joke? "This is unjust," Jiang Feng exclaimed. Beside him, Wei Zheng maintained a detached expression, his gaze frosty. He glanced down at Jiang Feng, letting out a silent sigh. But soon, his demeanor hardened once more. "Jingha Dragon King, as a celestial official, you have brazenly altered the Jade Emperor's decree by betting with a mere mortal, thereby delaying the rain. You have violated heavenly law and are deserving of this execution. What more is there to say?" Wei Zheng's reprimand was thunderous. Jiang Feng felt a profound sense of injustice. Wasn't this merely a trivial mistake? Did it warrant a death sentence? What kind of earthly suffering is this? Just as despair loomed, a mechanical voice echoed in his consciousness. Ding dong, detecting host successful crossover, system binding in progress. Crossover target, Jingha Dragon King. Status, imminent execution. Execution reason, incompetence leading to repercussions. Jiang Feng. Ignoring the chaotic information, he fixated on the system. Having been an avid reader in his former life, he understood the significance of a system. It was akin to a cheat, a tool to navigate through an alternate world with ease and achieve a dramatic turn of fate. Soon, the system's voice resonated again. Ding dong, Supreme Choice System, binding successful. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in making pivotal decisions, thereby reaping substantial rewards. At that moment, Wei Zheng suddenly spoke. "It is noon. Commence the execution. Jingha Dragon King, if you have any final words, speak to the King of Hell in the Hall of Yama." As his words fell, Wei Zheng's gaze sharpened, and his wise sword was unsheathed, the cold gleam reflecting off Jiang Feng's face. A chilling aura of death descended upon him. "Damn it, Where's the system? Is it going to watch me die? Perhaps sensing Jiang Feng's desperation, the system's voice followed. Ding dong. Detecting the host facing a life-and-death crisis, initiating choice. Choice 1. Spare me. I am innocent. Plead for mercy from Wei Zheng. Reward. A 1 in 10,000 chance to soften Wei Zheng's heart and spare the host if successful. A generous reward, elevating to the Deluo golden immortal realm. Choice 2. Give up. It is destined surrender to be executed by Wei Zheng. Reward. Reincarnation. Target. A renowned rap demon from Shichuoling. Choice 3. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Ignore the pressures of the dragon slaying platform and the binding dragon ropes. Rise up in defiance. Overpower Wei Zheng and escape. Reward. 10 yuan of cultivation. Postnatal merit spiritual treasure. The slaughter witch sword. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned. Was the first choice serious? Wei Zheng was known for his unwavering integrity, and this dream execution was sanctioned by the Jade Emperor. A 1 in 10,000 chance seemed overly optimistic. As for the second, just give me your ID number. In the instant that Wei Zheng's sword was about to descend, Jiang Feng had made his decision. I choose 3. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Jiang Feng shouted inwardly, a mysterious force swirling around him. Boom! Suddenly, there was a thunderous explosion. The binding dragon ropes snapped, and a powerful dragon aura emanated from Jiang Feng, rippling outward. In an instant, Wei Zheng's sword was knocked aside, and the entire dragon-slaying platform trembled. He was the Dragon King of the Jinghe, the overseer of the 8 rivers in the lower realm, the great rain dragon god of the southern Jianbu continent. In terms of strength, he undoubtedly surpassed Wei Zheng. The only factor limiting him was the dragon-slaying platform and the binding dragon ropes suppressing his power. In a heartbeat, Wei Zheng staggered back, astonished as he gazed at Jiang Feng. Jinghe Dragon King, you can actually ignore the pressure of this platform. He paused, shifting his tone. Even with such strength, you must not act recklessly here. I understand your grievances, but as a minister, the path is to obey the sovereign's will, even unto death. This is a decree from the Jade Emperor himself. You cannot escape this fate. Wei Zheng stated solemnly. Jiang Feng, however, wore an expression of disdain. What nonsense! That is foolish loyalty. If loyal ministers like me can be executed, then all that remains by the emperor's side are treacherous sycophants. For the heavenly court, for loyalty and righteousness, I cannot die. His declaration was filled with fervor. The surrounding heavenly soldiers furrowed their brows in unison. Something felt amiss, but they could not quite pinpoint it. Not far away, Wei Zheng's expression darkened. Jinghe Dragon King, are you certain you wish to rebel? Jiang Feng smiled lightly. This is not rebellion, it is my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Words are futile if you can defeat me. Then proceed with the execution. But if you cannot, I will leave, and you must not obstruct me. Before his words faded, Jiang Feng's aura surged, and his arms transformed into dragon claws. Wei Zheng said nothing more. Drawing his sword to engage in battle, he could see the moment when the radiant sword descended. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened, and a dragon claw, akin to a specter, emerged, seizing the luminous blade within its grasp. Then, with sudden ferocity, the other dragon claw struck out. With a resounding thud, the long sword was dislodged, and Wei Zheng was sent hurtling backward. When he crashed heavily beneath the dragon slaughter platform, his ethereal form, being a spirit body, appeared to flicker as if it might vanish at any moment. At this juncture, Jiang Feng stood proudly atop the high platform, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within the depths of Jiang Feng's consciousness. Congratulations, host, on completing Task 3. You have been rewarded with 10 yuan hui of cultivation and the postnatal merit spiritual treasure, the slaughter witch sword. The rewards were bestowed, and 10 yuan hui of cultivation surged into his being instantaneously. The realms are delineated as follows: human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, great Luo golden, immortal, quasi saint, and above the saint realm. Each major realm is further subdivided into 4 minor stages: early, middle, Late in perfection as the Dragon King of the Jingha, Jiang Feng had once attained the late stage of Heaven Immortal. When the 10 yuan hui of cultivation enveloped him, his momentum surged dramatically. He reached the pinnacle of Heaven Immortal, a breakthrough, advancing into the early stage of True Immortal. His divine consciousness expanded, a single thought spanning thousands of miles. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Jiang Feng's cultivation continued to ascend. Chapter 2. Brothers, More Money. Upon attaining the true celestial realm, Jiang Feng's cultivation did not stabilize in the slightest. Rather, it ascended with unprecedented fervor. Mid-stage, true celestial. Late-stage, true celestial. Perfection. His magical powers surged like a tidal wave, transitioning from quantitative change to a qualitative leap. Boom. The realm of the profound celestial was achieved effortlessly. Mid-stage, profound celestial. Late-stage, profound celestial. His cultivation advanced triumphantly until he reached the pinnacle of the profound celestial realm, at which point his level began to stabilize. 10 yuan meetings and over 1,000,000 years of cultivation propelled him from the late stage of the heavenly celestial realm to the perfection of the profound celestial realm, with only a step remaining to reach the golden celestial realm. At this moment, Jiang Feng felt only one word in his heart: ecstasy. Born as a dragon. What a thrill it is. In addition, he possessed a postnatal merit spiritual treasure, the Slaughter Witch Sword. The Slaughter Witch Sword, also known as the Xianyuan Sword, was originally forged by the Demon Emperor Jun using the essence blood of the human race and the copper from Mount Shao, specifically designed to combat the physical bodies of the ancestral witches. After the witch and demon retreated, the Slaughter Witch Sword was acquired by the primordial heavenly master and later bestowed upon Emperor Xianyuan to slay Qiyu, hence its name. This artifact, blessed by the merits of the human race, is regarded as the foremost of the 6 major postnatal merit spiritual treasures. With the Slaughter Witch Sword, even an ordinary golden celestial would no longer be Jiang Feng's opponent. In this moment, Jiang Feng's strength surged mightily, and his aura was formidable. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back on the dragon slaughter platform, he gazed down at the crowd, his eyes filled with disdain. Lord Wei, I have diligently served the people of the southern Jianbu continent for years, ensuring favorable weather for the common folk. This is my merit. Yet now, your majesty seeks to execute me over trivial matters. Is this not a gross misunderstanding of reason, unworthy of the ruler of the 3 realms? I spare your life. Take this message to the Jade Emperor. Should the heavenly court still wish to punish me, I, the Dragon King of the Jing River, await your summons. Having spoken, Jiang Feng's demeanor was proud as he flicked his sleeve and transformed into a dragon, soaring away. Watching the retreating dragon's shadow, the heavenly soldiers were left dumbfounded. Caught between words, Wei Zheng sighed, and his primordial spirit transformed into a beam of white light, descending to the mortal realm. In the western heaven, at the great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha, while smiling and delivering teachings, suddenly perceived Jiang Feng defying fate on the dragon slaughter platform, overpowering Wei Zheng, and fleeing back to the Jing River's water palace. A phrase of national essence escaped his lips. In an instant, the 3,000 Buddhas, 500 Arhats, 8 great Vajras, and 3 great Bodhisattvas present furrowed their brows and exchanged glances, puzzled. When had the Buddha ever uttered such coarse language? In their confusion, they gently raised their heads to gaze at the Tathagata Buddha, who sat upon the lotus of merit. They noticed the smile on the Buddha's face had frozen, and the flower he held fell to the ground. The Tathagata's expression darkened. Seeing this, the assembly of Buddhas felt a sudden pang of anxiety, collectively thinking, something is amiss. Just then, a figure in white holding a pure vase stepped forth from among the Buddhas. It was Guanyin Bodhisattva, one of the 3 great Bodhisattvas. She approached, hands clasped in reverence, asking, what calamity has befallen the great undertaking of the West, causing our Buddha such concern? The Tathagata raised a hand, and in an instant, beams of Buddha light descended, coalescing into a vivid image. Within the image was Jiang Feng's scene of defiance against fate. Amitabha, the heavenly order has shifted, and an anomaly has arisen. This Jing River Dragon King, seemingly insignificant, is indeed a crucial element in advancing the great undertaking of the West. If he does not perish, the journey cannot commence. The Tathagata chanted a Buddhist mantra, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Guanyin, upon hearing this, furrowed her brows. Buddha, should I personally descend to escort this wretched dragon into the underworld, To ensure the smooth initiation of the great undertaking? The Tathagata gently shook his head. No, this is an anomaly. Having broken free from the heavenly order, he is no longer bound by destiny. However, to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. This matter lies with the heavenly court and must be resolved by them. If our Buddhist sect intervenes recklessly, it would surely disrupt the heavenly order and be seen as overstepping our bounds. Guanyin, you hold great esteem in the three realms. I must ask you to visit the heavenly court on this matter. Guanyin nodded, hands clasped. Amitabha, I will faithfully adhere to the Buddha's decree. In Chang'an, at the Taiji Hall, Emperor Taizong of Tang shook his slightly hazy head, rousing from his slumber at the desk. How did I fall asleep? In a daze. He furrowed his brows, noticing Wei Zheng, who was also asleep across from him, and a smile crept across his face. The Dragon King requested me to delay Wei Zheng at the third watch to preserve his life. I suppose I have not failed his request. Li Shimin secretly nodded, feeling a sense of pride. Just then, Wei Zheng stirred, gradually waking up. However, despite having merely taken a nap, his complexion appeared even more fatigued than before. Minister Wei, what ails you? Li Shimin inquired, puzzled. Your Majesty, I feel unwell and wish to return to my residence to rest. Let us cease our game for today. Wei Zheng replied, cupping his hands in respect. Li Shimin glanced at the sky, noting that the third watch had passed, and nodded. You have labored for the state. Take care of your health. Return home, and I shall visit you when I have the time. Wei Zheng expressed his gratitude and took his leave. As he exited the Taiji Hall, he suddenly frowned, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His face turned as pale as paper. The Jing River Dragon King is truly the great rain deity of the southern Jianbu continent. If I disregard the suppression of the dragon slaughter platform, I am no match for him. Now that this calamity has occurred, I must report this to the Jade Emperor without delay. As he spoke, a strange expression crossed his face. He then muttered to himself, though his words before leaving held some truth, the Jade Emperor's authority cannot be questioned. Diligently serving the people ultimately amounts to a mere jest. The so-called dragon deity is but a pawn in this grand game. Above the firmament, the divine dragon flicked its tail, and Jiang Feng transformed back into human form. His face was etched with seriousness, though he had defied fate and escaped a calamity. The current situation remained far from optimistic. Jiang Feng understood that having just fled the dragon slaughter platform, his transgressions were akin to a prisoner awaiting execution. Having turned the tables on the executioner and the overseer, after making such bold claims, he had fled in haste. This undoubtedly smeared the heavenly court's reputation in the dirt. Rub it in, like the steps of a demon. While it was true that Jiang Feng was now 100 times stronger than before, he did not feel that. With his current profound celestial strength, he could confront the entire heavenly court. After all, 500 years ago, Sun Wukong, even as a Tai golden immortal, had faced 100,000 heavenly soldiers and ultimately fell captive. The heavenly court had rebellious figures such as Neza, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing, and Erlang Xinyang Jian, while the western heaven boasted the Tathagata Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and 18 revered ones. Clearly, regardless of the faction, he could not contend with them given his current strength. It seemed imprudent to act recklessly. He must first devise a means of self-preservation before acquiring absolute power. Jiang Feng clenched his fists, a resolute thought emerging in his mind. Become stronger. He would navigate the tensions between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. And if they remained unrelenting, he would wait until he possessed sufficient strength to turn the tides. As Jiang Feng contemplated, he arrived near the Jing River in the southern Jianbu continent. Just then, he noticed two figures standing above the river, seemingly engaged in conversation. Merging with the consciousness of the Jing River Dragon King, he recognized them both. Arwen of the West Sea, the star god of martial virtue? What brings these two, who have always been at odds with me, to my Jing River? Deep in thought, Jiang Feng decided to conceal himself and observe. Not far away, Arwen gazed intently at the star god of martial virtue, speaking in a deep voice. Star god, my brother-in-law, the Jing River Dragon King, has fallen into the trap set by the collusion between you, me, and Yuan Shouqing, facing execution on the dragon slaughter platform. Why must you press so hard? Waiting here to seize his dragon soul? Initially, you did not mention any of this. The martial virtue, Star Lord scoffed disdainfully. Ao Run, it was you who, for the sake of the West Sea's interests, voluntarily conspired to betray the Dragon King of the Jing River. You and I masqueraded as fishermen and woodcutters, leading him to Yuan Shouqing in Chang'an, delivering him to this dead end. Now, you pretend to be a good person before me. As for his dragon soul, you have sold the dragon itself. Do you still care about these matters? Ao Run shook his head, his gaze resolute. Star-Lord, you are mistaken. The Dragon King of the Jing River is the brother-in-law of the little dragon, akin to his sibling. He deserves additional compensation. Chapter 3. A mere son-in-law dares to rebel? Jiang Feng listened intently to all of this, a surge of anger swelling within him. As he arrived, he had pondered how the Dragon King of the Jing River, despite being the chief of the 8 rivers, though not as esteemed as the 4 seas Dragon Kings, held a respectable position. His 9 sons in the mortal realm were all significant officials. How did such a figure become an unwitting pawn in the grand scheme of the journey to the west? It became clear that everything was a result of deceit. In an instant, Jiang Feng clenched his fists, a wave of murderous intent radiating from his being. Simultaneously, the smile on the martial virtue Star-Lord's face abruptly froze. His expression tightened as he glanced to the side, sensing an intruder daring to conceal themselves before him. As a golden immortal, his perception was keen, and he immediately took note. Not far away, Jiang Feng decided not to hide any longer and stepped forth openly. Upon seeing him, both men exchanged glances, followed by expressions of astonishment. How are you still alive? Ao Run scrutinized Jiang Feng, his demeanor one of shock. Beside him, the martial virtue Star-Lord's countenance darkened further. Ao Run, what on earth is going on? The martial virtue Star-Lord rebuked angrily. Ao Run's face turned pale. Star-Lord, I witnessed this wretched dragon being brought to the dragon execution platform. He should not still be alive. The martial virtue Star-Lord waved his hand dismissively and coldly replied, Humph, I do not wish to hear these trivialities. The fact that this wretched dragon has returned alive severely disrupts our forthcoming plans. If this matter is delayed, not only will the promised rewards vanish, but both of us will find ourselves in dire straits. With that, the martial virtue Star-Lord cast a dispassionate gaze upon him. In that moment, Ao Run's cold sweat began to pour forth. He swallowed hard, stepping forward slowly, pointing at Jiang Feng, and reprimanded, You wretched dragon. You have defied the decree of the Jade Emperor and committed a capital offense. You must meet your fate on the dragon execution platform. How dare you flee in fear of punishment? Quickly return to the dragon execution platform to face your death, lest you involve us all. Jiang Feng let out a cold laugh. What a profit-driven, cowardly dragon king of the West Sea. You sold me out, leading me to the dragon execution platform for execution, and now you stand guard over the Jing River, binding my soul, ensuring I can never rise again. After all you have done, what benefits have you gained? Upon hearing this, Ao Run was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, he helplessly shook his head with a smile. You heard everything I just said? In that case, I shall not keep it from you. As he spoke, a hint of malice flickered in Ao Run's eyes. Wretched creature. The most contemptible thing about you is your lowly birth. You, a toad wishing to eat a swan's flesh, thought that by climbing to my sister, you could soar to great heights. Alas, that wretched woman was a short-lived ghost. Aside from bearing you 9 little bastards, she did nothing for you before she passed. But ultimately, your current strength and position are all thanks to the protection of my West Sea. Now, it is time for you to contribute to the West Sea. Above, we require a suitable dragon as a pawn, and I have recommended you, sacrificing your life for the future of my son, Aoli. If you are grateful, you should accept your fate. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless and taking your life myself. As his words fell, a fierce, murderous intent surfaced in Ao Run's dragon eyes. Behind him, the martial virtue Star-Lord crossed his arms, wearing an amused expression as though watching a show. At that moment, deep within Jiang Feng's consciousness, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly resounded. Ding! Detecting that the host is facing a crisis, initiating choice. Choice 1. The opponent is numerous. Retreat is the best option. Avoid confrontation. Retreat is wise. Reward. 500,000 years of cultivation. Supernatural technique. Cloud somersault. Choice 2. Ao Run is too arrogant. Make him pay for his despicable actions. Let Ao Run suffer the consequences of his vile conduct. Reward. 1,000,000 years of cultivation, 1/10 of the ancestral dragon bloodline. As the system's voice echoed, Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. It is often said that even a clay figurine has its temper, let alone Jiang Feng. Though he held little affection for the former dragon king of the Jing River, who had a family, how could he endure Ao Run's open bullying, pointing a finger at him and demanding his life as a bargaining chip? Moreover, with Jiang Feng's current strength, even if the martial virtue Star Lord were to assist, he felt no fear. I choose the second option, Jiang Feng silently declared within. At the same time, a fierce battle intent ignited in his eyes. Seeing Jiang Feng's reaction, Ao Run was first taken aback, then erupted in fury. You, a mere son-in-law, a despicable beast, dare to rebel? Enraged, he declared, since you do not know how to live, I shall cleanse the dragon clan today. Before his words faded, Ao Run raised his hand, and a tempest erupted in the heavens. As the king of the West Sea, he controlled the flow of winds and governed the climate. His affinity was with the wind. The raging winds surged forth, akin to countless sharp blades, sweeping towards Jiang Feng. The fierce gales were so lethal that an average celestial immortal would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp beneath the wind blades. Wretched dragon, die. Ao Run's eyes glinted with malice as he coldly commanded. However, as the wind blades descended, Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened, and a golden sword manifested from thin air. This sword was broad and ancient, seemingly forged from gold, etched with the sun, moon, and stars on one side, while the other bore inscriptions of agriculture and livestock management, as well as strategies for unifying the four seas. It was none other than the Xianyuan sword. With a flash, the sword emerged, its sword aura surging forth, shredding the descending wind blades in an instant. Jiang Feng stood firm with the sword, his presence imposing, his eyes surveying the scene as if he were a sovereign surveying his realm. Witnessing this, not only Ao Run, but even the martial virtue Star Lord was taken aback. This is the Xianyuan sword. How did it come to be in his possession? Jiang Feng disregarded their astonishment, raising the Xianyuan sword slightly. Its tip aimed directly at Ao Run, his demeanor solemn. Ao Run, while I do not oppose your desire to secure a bright future for Ao Lai, you have crossed a line by using my life as a stepping stone for the rise of the West Sea. In your eyes, I am merely a bastard lowly, a son-in-law, but how much better are you? Heaven bestowed you with noble bearing, yet you willingly become a sycophant, truly the most despicable creature at heart. As he spoke, Ao Run's face contorted in shame and fury. Wretched dragon, I will have your life. With a thunderous roar, Ao Run transformed into a dragon. A colossal black dragon ascended into the sky, showcasing the formidable power of a late-stage celestial immortal. In an instant, dragon roars echoed, and fierce wind surged. A sharp dragon claw tore through the gale and lunged towards Jiang Feng. Observing this, Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed, revealing a murderous intent. Irredeemably foolish, you shall perish. With that, Jiang Feng leaped into the air, unleashing the full extent of his perfected celestial immortal power. Upon sensing Jiang Feng's realm, Ao Run's massive dragon eyes filled with confusion. Perfected celestial immortal. How did he transform from a late-stage celestial immortal to a perfected celestial immortal in the blink of an eye? This defies logic. This is not how cultivation works. However, at that moment, Ao Run had no time for further contemplation. In an instant, Jiang Feng soared into the air, the Xianyuan sword radiating brilliant golden light. In terms of size, Jiang Feng appeared as a mere speck compared to Ao Run's dragon form. Yet, it was this minuscule speck that instilled within him the chill of impending death. In the fleeting moment when their gazes met, Jiang Feng resembled a decisive emperor, fiercely wielding his sword. With a resounding crash, the formidable golden light coalesced into a colossal blade, cleaving the massive dragon's body in two. In an instant, a rain of blood fell upon the Jing River. The severed dragon carcasses plummeted to the earth, causing the ground to tremble. The West Sea's Dragon King, Ao Run, had perished. Concurrently, the system's voice echoed, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Task 2. Reward, 1,000,000 years of cultivation, a fraction of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. As the rewards were bestowed, Jiang Feng's gaze shifted, the Xianyuan sword, stained with dragon blood, aimed at the stunned martial virtue Star Lord not far away. It's your turn. In the 4th chapter, the appearance of Guanyin is heralded. The battle between Jiang Feng and Ao Run was witnessed by the martial virtue Star Lord, a deity of the heavenly court, at the early stage of the golden, immortal realm. In terms of sheer personal power, he may have surpassed Jiang Feng. Yet, the Xianyuan sword in Jiang Feng's grasp instilled a sense of dread within him. This monstrous dragon appeared exceedingly peculiar. Should he engage, he lacked confidence in subduing it, fearing instead that he might be harmed by the sword. With narrowed eyes, the martial virtue Star Lord made a swift decision. It's your turn. At this moment, Jiang Feng's gaze turned icy as he raised his sword towards him. However, before he could utter a word. The martial virtue Star Lord abruptly turned and fled like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, only an afterimage remained. Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had been prepared for a fierce battle, yet this dignified golden immortal had been frightened away. Better to flee, he muttered, glancing at the enormous black dragon corpse beside him. With a wave of his hand, the waters of the Jing River parted. A host of shrimp soldiers and crab generals emerged from the river. Your Majesty, what commands do you have for us? One crab, now a spirit, raised its pincers and bowed. Jiang Feng pointed at the black dragon's remains and replied nonchalantly, dispose of this. Find someone to return it to the West Sea. I don't want my Jing River polluted. I shall enter seclusion for a while. Unless it is of utmost importance, do not disturb me. With that, Jiang Feng transformed and leaped into the Jing River. 1,000,000 years of cultivation and a fraction of the ancestral dragon's bloodline needed to be thoroughly absorbed. This time, he might ascend to a formidable mid-level power within the three realms. Once, the Dragon King of the Jing River had been diligent, benefiting the region. Yet he was meek and cowardly, manipulated and ultimately a casualty of the grand scheme of the journey to the west, undoubtedly a pitiful clown among the myriad beings. Now, Reborn? Jiang Feng was determined to overturn this fate. My destiny is mine to command, not to be dictated by heaven. Meanwhile, after failing to slay the dragon in his dream, Wei Zheng's primordial spirit returned to his body, leaving the imperial palace and returning to Wei Manor. The first thing he did upon arrival was to bathe and light incense, performing rituals. Soon after, his primordial spirit ascended into the heavenly realm and approached the Lingxiao Palace, reporting to the celestial officials. In the grand heavenly palace, the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor sat imposingly on his supreme throne, radiating an overwhelming presence. He was the sovereign of the three realms, the highest existence within them. Under the guidance of Master Zhang, Wei Zheng entered the Lingxiao Palace, bowing his head as he recounted in detail the events that transpired on the dragon-slaying platform, including Jiang Feng's words before his departure. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the Lingxiao Palace. The deities, upon hearing this, displayed a myriad of expressions: surprise, fury, confusion, and pity. At that moment, the Jade Emperor broke the silence, his voice resonating throughout the hall. A mere dragon king of the Jing River, at the celestial realm, dares to break free from the dragon-slaying platform's restraints, and even has the audacity to injure the executioner and escape back to the mortal realm. Such audacity! Anger flickered in the Jade Emperor's eyes, yet beneath it lay a hint of intrigue. This dragon king of the Jing River was indeed exceptional. However, the fact that he could escape the dragon-slaying platform piqued his interest, for it defied the established destiny. This was an anomaly. Currently, the journey to the west faced a calamity, with Buddhism set to rise. As the ruler of the three realms, the Jade Emperor was compelled to comply with all actions of the Buddhist sect. It was frustrating indeed. Yet, under the orders of the saints, he could only act like a puppet. The emergence of this anomaly, however, might present an opportunity, a chance to counter the Buddhist sect. Even if he could not retaliate, it would still be worthwhile to vex them. However, before the Jade Emperor could finish his thoughts, a figure emerged swiftly from among the deities, declaring, Your Majesty, this nefarious dragon has already violated heavenly laws, defied orders, and disregarded the regulations of the heavenly court. He is indeed deserving of execution. Upon hearing this, the gaze of the gathered deities turned towards the speaker, a middle-aged man clad in a red robe and golden armor, wearing a shining silver helmet and holding a delicate pagoda, exuded an imposing and extraordinary presence. This was none other than the heavenly king Li Jing. Upon seeing Li Jing, a look of relief crossed the Jade Emperor's face. Li Jing, a deity of the heavenly court, had been appointed during the era of the investiture of the gods. Initially, he had been a disciple under the immortal crossing real person of the Western Kunlun and later became a student of the lantern-lighting Taoist. At that time, as a third-generation disciple of the Chan teaching sect, he was indeed of noble lineage. Eventually, when many celestial beings defected, the lantern-lighting Taoist, as the vice leader of the Chan sect, also joined the Western sect, transforming into the lantern-lighting Buddha. Though Li Jing remained a deity of the heavenly court, his allegiance had shifted towards Buddhism. The Jade Emperor understood this dynamic, but, given the imminent rise of Buddhism during the journey to the west, chose to turn a blind eye. Now that Jiang Feng had defied fate and escaped, disrupting the grand endeavor of the journey to the west, it directly harmed the interests of Buddhism. Naturally, Li Jing's first reaction was to slay Jiang Feng to rectify this oversight. All of this unfolded as expected. The Jade Emperor nodded, his expression inscrutable. What the Heavenly King says is reasonable. Do any of you have differing opinions? At that moment, an elderly celestial being with long white hair and an ethereal demeanor stepped forward, bowing and saying, "Your Majesty, I believe the Heavenly King's words are not entirely appropriate." This was none other than the Tai by Jing Xing. "Your Majesty, I have indeed heard of the Dragon King of the Jing River. He is astute and capable. Today, he broke free from the restraints of the dragon-slaying platform at the Celestial Realm, which already demonstrates his exceptional abilities." Tai by Jing Xing expressed respectfully. At that moment, a figure stumbled into the Lingxiao Palace from outside. It was the martial Virtue Star Lord, who, upon entering, exclaimed in alarm, "Your Majesty, calamity has struck." The Jing River's nefarious dragon not only escaped the dragon-slaying platform, but also brazenly disregarded the laws of the realm, slaying the West Sea's King Ao Ran. Moreover, he even seeks my life. I implore your Majesty to act on my behalf. The martial Virtue Star Lord directly reported the situation. Tai by Jing Xing inquired, "What realm does this Jing River Dragon King possess to have slain the West Sea's Ao Ran? And he seeks to slay you as well?" "He is at the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm, just a step away from the golden immortal realm," the martial Virtue Star Lord explained. Tai by Jing Xing fell silent for a moment, then a look of delight spread across his face. "A genius! Your Majesty, I recall that the Jing River Dragon King is merely over 1,000 years old, yet possesses an almost golden immortal level of cultivation. If nurtured, he could undoubtedly become a pillar of our heavenly court. Currently, he bears the weight of his crimes. If your Majesty were to absolve him and grant him a minor official position, he would surely feel immense gratitude and loyalty towards your Majesty." Tai by Jing Xing spoke with great enthusiasm. The martial Virtue Star Lord could only stare in disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Jing's expression turned cold, absurd. Committing such a heinous act, and yet to reward him instead of punishing him? What does that say about the dignity of the heavenly court? I am willing to lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers to march across the Jinghe River and bring the wicked dragon to justice, as a warning to others. Li Jing declared coldly. Although the Dragon King of Jinghe has erred, he does not deserve death, argued the bright star of Tai Bai. Li Jing's gaze darkened. He has wounded the execution officer and fled from the dragon-slaying platform. This is far worse than disrupting the heavenly court's legal proceedings. Do you dare to say he doesn't deserve death? You old coot, how much benefit have you received from the Dragon King of Jinghe? At that moment, a figure draped in white appeared gracefully. "Gentlemen, please do not quarrel." A soft voice interrupted the exchange between Tai Bai and Li Jing. In the Lingshan Palace, a beam of Buddha light descended, and Guanyin Bodhisattva walked forward, illuminated by its glow. The Jade Emperor, seated high above, raised an eyebrow, recognizing the esteemed Guanyin. "What brings you here, Bodhisattva?" he inquired, granting her due respect. Holding a pure vase, Guanyin bowed slightly. "Amitabha. I have come regarding the matter of the wicked dragon of Jinghe. Our Buddha teaches that the Jinghe dragon is an anomaly of the heavenly order. If not dealt with, it will disrupt the heavenly mechanisms and disturb the destinies of all beings, leading to chaos in the three realms. Your Majesty, you must not show leniency." The Jade Emperor frowned slightly, about to speak, but Guanyin swiftly continued, "On my way here, I have already dispatched my disciple, the traveler Huiyan, to the Jinghe to apprehend the wicked dragon." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's expression tightened. He had not anticipated that the Buddhist sect would act without his consent. Regardless of the anomaly, the Dragon King of Jinghe remained an official of his heavenly court. Even if he had erred, it was the court's duty to punish him. Alas, the Jade Emperor sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Though he found some interest in Jiang Feng, he would not risk a confrontation with the Buddhist sect over a mere Xianxian. With Mu Jia gone, Jiang Feng would surely have no way to survive. At that moment, Guanyin spoke again. "Amitabha, the followers of the Buddhist sect are known for their compassion. They would not harm even the smallest of creatures. My disciple Mu Jia, filled with pity for all, may find it difficult to strike down even one as heinous as the heavenly anomaly." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gods turned peculiar. The Buddhist sect is compassionate? Mu Jia feels pity? While other Buddhas might embody such qualities, Mu Jia, during the calamity of the deities, had been notorious for his ruthlessness. However, Li Jing nodded in agreement. What the Bodhisattva says is indeed true. In that case, I shall lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers to assist in the battle against the wicked dragon, to demonstrate the majesty of our heavenly court. The other gods responded, Heavenly King, it is unnecessary. He is merely in Xinxian, not worth such a show. Guanyin also shook her head. A mere wicked dragon need not invoke such grand displays. Your Majesty, I recommend a capable individual to aid Mu Jia in this endeavor, ensuring the dragon's defeat without fail. The Jade Emperor, feeling somewhat disinterested, casually asked, Who might that be? With a gentle smile, Guanyin's gaze fell upon a young deity. Chapter 5. Cursing the Three Clan Servants. Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled softly, her gentle eyes concealing a sharp glint. She surveyed the assembled deities, her gaze finally resting upon a youth. Judging by his appearance, he looked to be around 13 or 14 years old, handsome and fair-skinned. If not for the slight prominence of his Adam's apple, one might mistake him for a delicate maiden. Following Guanyin's line of sight, Wei Zheng also noticed the youth, his expression tightening before he shook his head with a sigh. If this individual were to intervene, the Dragon King of Jinghe would undoubtedly face certain death. Umaba, the person I recommend is the great deity of the three altars. Prince Neza, Guanyin proclaimed with her palms together, smiling faintly. Neza's name was known throughout the three realms. This seemingly innocent and gentle-looking youth was, in fact, a fearsome being. He was the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl from Nuwa's palace, who had once been a disciple of the second generation of the Chan school. Under the guidance of the great Tai Jinren, his powers were vast, ranking just below Yang Jian among the third-generation disciples of the Chan school. Hearing this, the Jade Emperor's gaze sharpened. Neza, do you wish to go? Neza stepped forward, bowing, I am willing to go. The Jade Emperor nodded, very well. You shall represent the heavenly court and head to the Jinghe to apprehend the wicked dragon. Yes, Neza replied respectfully, clasping his hands in salute. With that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, Li Jing called out to him, My son, wait. Father, what is it? Neza paused and asked. Li Jing's expression turned serious, My son. The wicked dragon is deeply sinful and cannot be tolerated. Should you encounter him, do not show him any mercy. Strike him down immediately. However, remember to spare his dragon soul. Neza nodded. Father, rest assured, I will follow your orders. With that, Neza tightened the Qianquan circle around his waist and exited the Lingshan Palace. He then stepped onto the wind and fire wheels and soared away like a rainbow. The other gods exchanged glances, their expressions perplexed. When did this father-son relationship become so harmonious? Just a short while ago. Hadn't Li Jing been chased by Neza wielding two large watermelon knives all the way from the southern heavenly gate to the 33rd layer of heaven? After that, there had been a long stretch of time without sight of Neza. You do not understand. Their relationship's harmony depends entirely on whether Li Jing possesses the pagoda of the Golden Lantern. Oh, what do you mean? The 33-layered golden pagoda was gifted by the ancient Buddha of Light, specifically designed to restrain Neza. As long as Li Jing holds the pagoda, Neza would not dare to act out. But are they not father and son? Though they are father and son, their relationship resembles that of adversaries. The past grievances were all caused by Li Jing himself. In the human realm, at the Jinghe Water Palace. 3 hours later, Jiang Feng had refined and absorbed 1,000,000 years of cultivation, stabilizing his realm at the late golden immortal stage. Simultaneously, a tenth of the ancestral dragon's bloodline successfully merged into his own. In an instant, his foundation surged. In the past, during the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era, the dragon race faced annihilation. The ancestral dragon fell, and the powerful members of the dragon race were nearly all exterminated. Since then, the status of dragons in the world has continued to decline, reaching its nadir during the calamity of the journey to the west. Ultimately, today's dragons, including the Four Seas Dragon Kings who claim to be the strongest, are merely insignificant creatures compared to their ancestors. Had they possessed even a fraction of the ancestral dragon's bloodline, they would not have remained at the Xinxian level. Now, having acquired a tenth of the ancestral dragon's bloodline, Jiang Feng was akin to a direct descendant of the ancestral dragon. Such a foundation was rare in the three realms. At this moment, Jiang Feng exhaled a long breath. Opening his information panel, Jiang Feng, title, Dragon King of Jinghe, General Manager of the Eight Rivers, Realm, Late Golden Immortal, 1,000,000 years of cultivation away from Tai Golden Immortal, Bloodline, Ancestral Dragon, 1/10. Treasure, Slaughtering Witch Sword, Postnatal Merit Spiritual Treasure. Standard Dragon King Equipment, Jinghe Dragon Seal, Abilities, true form of the ancestral dragon, wind borrowing, mist creation, weather prayer, rain invocation, wind control, initially. Jiang Feng's mood had been quite good, but upon seeing the somewhat sparse panel, he felt a wave of disappointment. Most of his abilities were mere trifles. And besides the newly acquired slaughtering witch sword, the rest were rather unimpressive, barely qualifying as treasures. In terms of quality, they were likely on par with the standard equipment worn by ordinary heavenly soldiers. To truly thrive, he would need to undertake more tasks. Jiang Feng helplessly rubbed his forehead, silently lamenting. However, he mused, it was unlikely he would encounter another prey like Ao Run, who came willingly. Just as Jiang Feng was lost in thought, a shrimp soldier rushed into the dragon palace in a panic. Your Majesty, trouble is brewing. A young warrior wielding a heavy iron staff has appeared outside, remarkably formidable. He has declared that he will execute you on the spot, my lord, which has caused great alarm among the shrimp soldiers. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow. Has a celestial being arrived so swiftly? An iron staff? Did he announce his name? Jiang Feng inquired. The shrimp soldiers nodded vigorously, stating that he called himself Mu Jia, a disciple of Guanyin from the Nanhai Luojia mountain. Mu Jia? Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression softened. In the grand scheme of the journey to the west, it seems the Buddhist sect is more eager than the celestial court. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Feng's ears. Ding. The host is facing a formidable enemy. Initiate selection. Choice 1. Avoid confrontation and evade his might. Reward. 500,000 years of cultivation, a postnatal spiritual treasure, the Demon Emperor's heavy armor. Choice 2. How dare a mere Mu Jia provoke me? Engage in battle and defeat Mu Jia. Reward. 10 purple patterned peach essence, 20 grass restoration pills. A postnatal supreme treasure, the heavenly order, capable of summoning the power of heaven and earth to form a great protective array, and a limited edition pillow resembling Emperor Ziwei. Jiang Feng? Everything seemed normal until that last reward for choice 2. What on earth is that? It is said that Emperor Ziwei is the most handsome man across the 3 realms, yet Jiang Feng harbored no interest in men whatsoever. What does this system imply? Does it look down upon me? Am I perceived as someone who would prefer such things? Give me an explanation. Jiang Feng expressed his displeasure. You are not obliged to choose. The system responded with chilling indifference. You think I'll simply abstain from making a choice? I choose option 2. Jiang Feng silently resolved. The limited edition pillow had no bearing on his decision. He was drawn to the heavenly order. Summoning the powers of heaven and earth to form a protective array for the Jinghe Water Palace was precisely what he needed. At this moment, Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened, his dragon-like pupils brimming with fervent combat spirit. A mere Mu Jia, a lackey of the Buddhist sect, dares to act brazenly in my Jinghe. With a wave of his hand, the Xianyuan sword materialized before him. Who says there are no willing prey besides Ao Run? Here it is. Meanwhile, Mu Jia, brandishing his heavy iron staff, hovered above the Jinghe, declaring loudly, Halt! Jinghe's wicked dragon, your sins are numerous and intolerable. Today, as the Western Huiyan wanderer, is your day of reckoning. Come forth and face your demise. Suddenly, the surface of the Jinghe roiled, the once tranquil waters now boiling. In the next instant, Jiang Feng, clad in snow-white robes and wielding a golden sword, burst forth from the waters with a thunderous crash. With a commanding presence, he raised his sword at Mu Jia and shouted, You, a servant of 3 surnames, confront me here. Chapter 6. Do you wish to learn? I can teach you. The moment Jiang Feng appeared, his words stunned Mu Jia. A servant of 3 surnames? Are you referring to me? Mu Jia's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Jiang Feng, replying solemnly, What did you call me? How could a dignified Western Huiyan wanderer be reduced to a mere servant of 3 surnames? Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Your surname is Li, is it not? And so what if it is? Mu Jia retorted coldly. Jiang Feng nodded and continued. You initially bore the surname Li and once became a disciple of the Taoist Master Puxian under the Chanjiao sect, making you a 3rd-generation disciple. Later, you not only defected to Buddhism but also changed your allegiance, becoming a disciple of Guanyin. For someone as spineless as you, whom I refer to as a servant of 3 surnames, am I mistaken? Jiang Feng casually toyed with the Xianyuan sword, a serene smile on his face. Mu Jia's expression darkened. Wicked dragon of the Jinghe, you possess great audacity to slander me. Do you comprehend the dire consequences of your actions? Mu Jia spoke in a low tone. Jiang Feng smiled lightly. Consequences? Is it merely the obliteration of my physical body? Or do you dare to extinguish my primordial spirit? At this, Mu Jia faltered. Truth be told, he did not dare. In fact, he was not only hesitant to destroy Jiang Feng's primordial spirit, but even his physical form. When Guanyin left the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Tathagata had advised that Jiang Feng had transcended the heavenly path, becoming an anomaly. Such anomalies must be dealt with by the celestial court. It would be inappropriate for the Buddhist sect to intervene. Moreover, despite Jiang Feng's transcendence, the Buddhist followers remained within the confines of the heavenly path. Should a Buddhist disciple kill Jiang Feng, it would undoubtedly undermine the grand undertaking set forth by the saints in the journey to the west. Guanyin's intention in sending Mu Jia was not to eliminate Jiang Feng, but to apply pressure on the Jade Emperor. In the Jade Emperor's eyes, Guanyin's decision to send Mu Jia to Jinghe would mean certain doom for Jiang Feng. However, ultimately, Jiang Feng was still a divine minister of the celestial court. Even if he erred, it was the celestial court that should pass judgment. Yet, even if the Buddhist sect succeeded, the Jade Emperor would not allow a trivial matter to provoke a conflict with the ascendant Buddhist sect in the journey to the west, at most feeling slighted. Figures like the Jade Emperor are undoubtedly most concerned with their dignity. Furthermore, Guanyin proposed during a meeting in the Lingxiao Palace that Neza assist Mu Jia, providing the Jade Emperor with a way to save face. The celestial court's officials would handle the matter themselves. The Jade Emperor would be pleased, the Buddhist sect satisfied. A win-win situation. This is why Mu Jia had been taunting Jiang Feng from outside the Jinghe for so long without directly attacking, hoping to force Jiang Feng into the open, allowing the celestial court to handle this mess. However, the heavens did not align with his desires. Not only did Jiang Feng emerge, but he also mocked him. How dare this dragon, merely at the celestial immortal level, act so boldly? Mu Jia thought to himself. What surprised him further was the look Jiang Feng cast his way. There was no trace of fear, only a hint of inexplicable excitement. He did not view Mu Jia as a formidable opponent, but rather as prey. This dragon is quite unusual. Here he was, a distinguished Western Huiyan wanderer, a late-stage golden immortal, a prominent figure in the three realms, yet he had never been so underestimated. Are you trying to provoke me into killing you? Mu Jia tightened his grip on the heavy iron staff, his voice increasingly frigid. I suspect you have the desire, but lack the courage. Jiang Feng chuckled. Upon hearing this, Mu Jia exploded with rage. A mere wicked dragon dares to belittle me? You are seeking death. With a thunderous roar, he swung the iron staff with great force, sending forth a whirlwind of energy toward Jiang Feng. Unfazed, Jiang Feng laughed, twisting his wrist to position the Xianyuan sword before him. Clang! The clash of sword and staff produced a crisp sound, sending ripples of force cascading outward. The waters of the Jinghe beneath them surged, creating towering waves in response to the violent winds. As the two figures crossed paths, they exchanged a glance. In Mu Jia's eyes, Jiang Feng saw astonishment and confusion. He actually blocked my strike. How is this possible? Mu Jia's heart raced. On his journey, Guanyin had mentioned that the Jinghe Dragon King was merely at the late celestial immortal stage, capable of intimidation but not of being struck down without caution. To kill him with a single blow would surely incur karmic retribution. However, Mu Jia had acted in anger and unleashed his full strength. He never anticipated that Jiang Feng would withstand it. How did you accomplish this? Mu Jia questioned coolly, resting the heavy iron staff against his side. Jiang Feng's gaze remained calm. Do you wish to learn? I can teach you. Mu Jia was momentarily taken aback, but a fierce killing intent surfaced in his eyes. With your strength, blocking my strike is indeed commendable. But next, you will not have the opportunity. Without the need for the celestial court to send anyone else, I shall kill you, even if it brings karmic consequences. With that, Mu Jia's aura surged, and he lunged towards Jiang Feng with unreserved ferocity. Seeing this, Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes, exclaiming, "Excellent. Just the opportunity one need to test the might of the ancestral dragon bloodline." As the words fell, he flicked his wrist, and the Xianyuan sword burst forth with radiant brilliance. In an instant, a golden light enveloped the area, with sword energy crisscrossing in all directions. Clang! The iron staff clashed with the Xianyuan sword once more, and the two engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle. Swords and staffs intertwined, their movements a dazzling blur. One wielded a staff of pure iron, the other a legendary sword. One was a mortal transformed into a deity, the other possessed the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Both were nearly invincible in their own right, and as they engaged in combat, their techniques began to lose structure. Jiang Feng endured several strikes from the staff, his blood surging within him. Meanwhile, Mu Jia received several cuts from the sword, blood gushing from his wounds. Yet he managed to suppress his injuries with his formidable magical power. They battled fiercely for dozens of exchanges, both sides equally matched, neither gaining the upper hand. As they momentarily disengaged, Jiang Feng surveyed the bloodied Mu Jia from a distance, his expression grave. Truly, Mu Jia, the fleshly deity from the time of the divine punishment, was formidable. Though I possess the ancestral dragon bloodline, my foundation remains shallow. Engaging him in a head-on confrontation would lead to considerable losses, making it difficult to handle the unforeseen events that may arise. Jiang Feng squinted, deep in thought. If direct confrontation is unfeasible, I shall adopt a different approach. He beckoned to Mu Jia, saying, I concede your strength. In other circumstances, I may find it hard to defeat you. Alas, we are at the Jing River, and I am the Dragon King of the Jing. As his words echoed, Jiang Feng waved his hand, and a palm-sized dragon seal materialized in midair. The seal, square in shape, bore the image of a golden dragon coiling upon it. This was the Jing River Dragon Seal, a symbol of the Jing River Dragon King. Although it was not a high-tier artifact, it granted him dominion over the natural forces of this realm. The moment the Jing River Dragon Seal was invoked, the waters of the Jing River began to boil and churn. Boom! Torrential waves surged forth, towering dozens of feet high, encircling Mu Jia. Observing this, Mu Jia scoffed. What a trivial skill to flaunt. Perish. With that, he spoke a command, and the iron staff soared into the air, radiating a brilliant light. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. In the blink of an eye, the water veil dissipated. Mu Jia leapt to seize the descending iron staff, his eyes ablaze as he searched for Jiang Feng's figure. But in the next moment, a colossal shadow seemingly appeared from thin air before him. Mu Jia froze in astonishment. What is this? Chapter 7. The Reverberation of Sacred Sounds. The Wrath of the Diamond. A massive, shadowy dragon loomed before Mu Jia, its ancient form devoid of embellishments, embodying the most primordial essence of a divine dragon. Its singular characteristic was its size. Enormous, stretching a full 10,000 feet. Mu Jia gazed upward, the dragon coiling in the heavens, an endless sight. For the demon race, the pinnacle of existence lay in battling in their true forms. Transformation was merely for convenience. What Jiang Feng now manifested was the ancestral dragon true form awakened by his bloodline. In this state, his blood boiled with power, surging comparable to the grandest of divine abilities. Yet, the drawback was its immense energy consumption, were it not for the Jing River beneath him. Harnessing its natural forces with the Jing River Dragon Seal, this ancestral dragon true form would last at most a mere 10 breaths. Now, perhaps 30. After all, the ancestral dragon of the primordial age, even if not a saint, was the mightiest among those below the saints, far beyond what a mere golden immortal like Jiang Feng could contend with. Time was of the essence. A swift resolution was imperative. The enormous dragon claw shot forth, emitting a piercing sound of wind. Despite its size, it moved with astonishing speed, descending upon Mu Jia in an instant. At this moment, Mu Jia felt on the verge of collapse. What in the world is this? Wasn't I supposed to be facing a late-stage celestial? Setting aside the origin of that sword resembling the Xianyuan sword, why was I not informed that this dragon possessed such formidable hidden powers? This is cheating. How can I fight back? However, Mu Jia's momentary despair was fleeting. As a being from the time of divine punishment, who had traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he would not be intimidated into retreat by the ancestral dragon true form. As the dragon claw descended, Mu Jia recited Buddhist scriptures, enveloping himself in a radiant light, swinging the iron staff. At that moment, the dark iron staff was covered in a multitude of swastika symbols. The Buddhist light enveloped him, rendering him impervious to all evil. As he swung, the staff grew longer in the wind. When it clashed with the dragon claw, the iron staff transformed into a giant pillar hundreds of feet long. Bang! The force of the staff struck the dragon claw. Following a brief exchange, both retreated. Mu Jia was the one who was pushed back. As for Jiang Feng, he grimaced in pain. How dare you conceal your true strength? Jiang Feng muttered bitterly. Mu Jia replied, You, who have activated your hidden powers, dare accuse me of doing the same? At this moment, Mu Jia's expression grew increasingly serious. Though he had not been defeated in their exchange, he had felt the impact of Jiang Feng's dragon claw, bearing the weight of a massive pillar. He was forcefully pushed back, the power behind it no trifling matter. His bones nearly shattered, his brain felt as if it had been rattled. Yet, he had no time to ponder further. As the towering dragon circled above, its colossal body resembling a fortress in the sky, its claws embodying the ancestral dragon's might. Plunging downwards. In that instant, darkness engulfed the light. Bayamaba, is it coming again? In this scenario, evasion was futile. There was no choice but to fight. Muja's gaze intensified. He clasped his hands together, raising the iron staff across his arms, closing his eyes slightly, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Muja, enveloping him in radiant golden hues, as if he had been plated in pure gold, transforming into a golden Buddha. Simultaneously, the sacred sounds resonated, and the iron staff rose into the air, expanding like a towering pillar, crashing down upon Jiang Feng's dragon claw. Just then, the massive dragon's eyes widened, and a golden light tore through the air, colliding with the enormous iron staff. Clang! A sound reverberating through the heavens erupted. The Xianyuan sword, beneath the golden radiance, appeared as a mere speck, yet it unleashed the power to move mountains and seas, directly knocking the soaring iron staff aside. What? Muja was visibly taken aback. However, in that moment, transformed into a golden figure, he had no choice but to confront Jiang Feng's dragon claw. As they clashed, it was as if an arrow had been loosed, with nowhere to retreat, nowhere to hide. They could only fight. The golden Muja morphed into a wrathful diamond figure, spreading his arms wide, charging towards the dragon claw. In the next moment, the golden figure clashed with the massive dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions echoed. Above the Jing River, dark and sacred lights intertwined, generating a fierce force that surged into towering waves 100 feet high. Yet, the vicinity of the Jing River seemed to be protected by an invisible barrier, preventing any disturbance from reaching outside. Their confrontation, where the sacred light and the dragons might faced off for but a breath, was suddenly interrupted by a crisp crack. A sound of shattering emerged from Muja's golden body. Cracks appeared, resembling a dense spiderweb enveloping his form. Tiny specks of sacred light seeped through the fissures. Gritting his teeth, Muja realized he had reached his limit. In the next moment, boom, a tremendous roar. The golden body shattered, and Muja instantly lost his power, spitting a mouthful of blood as he was hurled backwards. The lengthy iron staff, encircled by Sanskrit, lost its support in an instant, reverting to a dark, unadorned iron rod. Plunging into the Jing River alongside Muja, beneath the seat of Guanyin in the South Sea, Muja, the traveler from the Western Bliss, faced defeat. As Muja's golden body shattered and blood spewed forth, his consciousness began to blur. Upon his descent into the river, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The dragon soldiers of the Jing River had long been lying in wait beneath the water, and as Muja fell, the Xianyuan sword soared through the air, piercing his peep of bone and capturing him. Simultaneously, the colossal black dragon vanished, and Jiang Feng resumed his human form. Though victorious, the battle had taken a heavy toll. Jiang Feng's complexion was somewhat pallid, yet he felt a sense of relief at having triumphed. A notification chimed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing Task 2. Rewards: 10 purple-patterned peach cores, 20 herbal pills, and the postnatal treasure, the celestial order, capable of mobilizing the forces of heaven and earth to form a grand protective array, along with a limited edition pillow of the great Emperor Ziwei. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smile. The Ziwei Emperor body pillow had indeed arrived. However, his greater intrigue lay with the purple-patterned peach cores, the herbal pills, and the celestial order. It was said that in the orchard of peaches belonging to the Queen Mother, there were a total of 3,600 peach trees, categorized into 3 types. The first 1,200 bore small fruits that ripened every 3,000 years, granting immortality and vitality to those who consumed them. The next 1,200 produced sweet fruits ripening every 6,000 years, enabling ascension to the heavens and eternal life. The final 1,200, adorned with purple patterns, took 9,000 years to mature, granting those who consumed them longevity equal to that of heaven and earth, and the sun and moon. What Jiang Feng received were precisely these 9,000-year purple-patterned peaches. As for the herbal pills, they were also known as ginseng fruits, one of the innate spiritual roots. Among the 4 great continents of the world, only at the 5 of the Western Bull continent, where the earth-immortal patriarch Shen Yuanzi resided, could one find such a divine object. These fruits bloomed every 3,000 years, bore fruit every 3,000 years, and required another 3,000 years to ripen, yielding only 30 fruits after a millennium. Truly a priceless treasure. The fruits resembled children not yet fully grown, complete with limbs and features. A mere whiff could extend life by 360 years, and consuming one would grant an astonishing 47,000 years. Such treasures would undoubtedly make even the great Luo Golden Immortals envious. Just as Jiang Feng reveled in his rewards, a series of crisp applause jolted him back to reality. Heh, no wonder you managed to escape from the dragon slaughtering platform. You truly possess remarkable skills. Chapter 8. From now on, we are brothers. A youthful voice resonated from behind Jiang Feng. He was taken aback and turned abruptly. A divine general, appearing to be around 13 or 14 years of age, stood behind him, resting his chin on his hand with a playful expression. This figure did not exude menace, rather, he seemed harmless. However, upon seeing him, Jiang Feng's expression turned grave. The fire-tipped spear, the mysterious tapestry, the wind and fire wheels, the universe circle, this was Neza. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes as an information panel materialized before him. Neza, title, Great Deity of the Three Altars and Sea Assembly, Realm, Early Stage of Tai Golden Immortal Bloodline, Heavenly Heart Lotus, Treasure, Mysterious Tapestry, Fire-Tipped Spear, Universe Circle, Wind and Fire Wheels, Universe Bow, Xianyuan Arrow, Nine Dragon Divine Fire Shield, Golden Brick, Yin Yang Sword, Divine Powers, 5 Elements Escape Technique, True Fire of Samadhi, 3 Heads and 6 Arms, Mastery of Combat Techniques. Such equipment and abilities were indeed luxurious. However, now was not the time for envy. Jiang Feng, utilizing all his might, could defeat Mu Jia, but before Neza, a master of dragon slaying, he stood no chance. In terms of cultivation, Neza overwhelmingly surpassed him. In bloodline, they were comparable. In treasures, Neza held the advantage, and in divine powers, Neza again dominated. The crux was that Jiang Feng had just acquired the Celestial Order and had no time to deploy it. Fighting was futile, and there was nowhere to hide. Most critically, Neza possessed the wind and fire wheels, making escape impossible. In that moment, Jiang Feng's demeanor grew solemn, his entire being ensnared in conflict. At that instant, Neza scrutinized him with interest, asking, "Are you the Dragon King of the Jing River?" Jiang Feng nodded, retrieving the Xianyuan sword that had been used to pierce Mu Jia's peepa bone. "What is your name?" Neza inquired. "Jiang Feng," he replied candidly. Neza tilted his head, observing Jiang Feng, and continued, "You escaped from the dragon slaughtering platform, vanquished Ao Run, and just now thoroughly thrashed Mu Jia?" "Indeed," Jiang Feng responded, regarding Neza with wariness. Neza chuckled, "Haha, splendid, splendid. In that case." He paused, his clear eyes brimming with curiosity. Jiang Feng felt a surge of anxiety, gripping the Xianyuan sword tightly. With the Jing River dragon seal concealed, prepared to summon it at any moment to invoke the grand forces of the Jing River and unleash his ancestral dragon form to battle. Yet, in the next moment, Neza shifted his tone, declaring, "From now on, we are brothers." Huh. Jiang Feng, who had been ready to draw his sword, suddenly froze. "What? Brothers? Are you serious?" He scrutinized Neza, frowning. Neza innocently nodded. "Why would I deceive you?" Jiang Feng was taken aback. It was true. Neza had no need to lie to him. Nonetheless, Jiang Feng still found himself perplexed. What was the reasoning behind Neza's thought process? "Surely, you were sent by the heavenly court to capture or kill me," Jiang Feng stated solemnly. He had anticipated the heavenly court would send someone, but he had not expected such a swift and formidable arrival, nor this peculiar mindset. Neza nodded. "That is indeed the case, but I currently have no desire to capture or kill you." "What, do you not wish to be my brother?" Neza's brow furrowed, a hint of confusion crossing his youthful face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled. "You speak well. The name of the great deity of the Three Altars and Sea Assembly resonates like thunder, and I have long held you in great esteem. Naturally, I would be willing to be brothers with a hero like you. I am simply a bit perplexed." Neza waved his hand, glancing up at the heavens. "Since you are willing, and I am already here, as the host, why not invite me into your dragon palace and extend the courtesy of hospitality?" Neza said with a light laugh. "Haha, brother Neza, please, come." Jiang Feng gestured grandly, parting the waters of the Jing River. Under the watchful eyes of the trembling shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Neza stepped onto the wind and fire wheels and entered the Jing River. Though Jiang Feng was unsure of Neza's motives for wanting to establish brotherhood, he could sense no malice in him. After all, with Neza's prowess, if he truly intended to kill him, he would not require such elaborate maneuvers. Moreover, Jiang Feng had heard of Neza's reputation as the most rebellious figure in the heavenly court. This was someone worth befriending. A smile crept onto Jiang Feng's lips as he mused inwardly. Soon, Within the Dragon Palace, a banquet was laid out. The wine and dishes, while unremarkable, were overshadowed by the 3 massive peaches and 5 ginseng fruits that stood out prominently. Neza cast a glance and was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but rub his eyes, his expression transforming into one of delight. "Brother Jiang Feng, big brother, what is this?" he exclaimed. "Good heavens! These are the most precious 9,000-year purple-patterned peaches from the orchard of the Queen Mother. Not to mention consuming them, one hardly ever even sees them. Even at the peach banquet, only those who are great Luo golden immortals are qualified to taste one." Neza had seen others enjoy 9,000-year peaches throughout his life, but had never had the fortune to taste one himself. Little did he expect to encounter such treasures within a humble Jing River water palace, and to find 3 of them no less. Furthermore, there were also 5 ginseng fruits. These were all supreme celestial objects of the 3 realms. How could Jiang Feng possess them? Was he not merely an ordinary river dragon king? Yet, upon further reflection, how could the River Dragon King possibly escape from the dragon suppression platform, which was specifically designed to subdue the dragon clan? And how could he transform into a towering dragon to crush Neza? In that moment, Neza's gaze towards Jiang Feng shifted subtly. Jiang Feng, however, was unfazed by such thoughts and candidly declared, "Brother Neza, the essence of this peach of immortality aligns perfectly with your temperament. Please, feel free to indulge in my humble abode as if it were your own. Eat and take as you please." "Can I really eat?" Neza furrowed his brows, asking timidly. "Absolutely," Jiang Feng replied, casually handing him a peach of immortality while grabbing one for himself, taking a hearty bite as if it were a mere wild fruit rather than a rare delicacy. In an instant, a thought crossed Neza's mind. Could it be that he casually consumed such peaches as if they were his daily fare? His astonishment grew. He slowly took a bite of the peach handed to him by Jiang Feng. Instantly, he was enveloped in a burst of exquisite flavor. The peach's flesh was fragrant and sweet, melting in his mouth, accompanied by waves of celestial energy that refreshed his spirit. Of course, the exquisite taste was secondary. At the moment he swallowed, the peach transformed into pure spiritual energy, invigorating his cultivation and realm. Suddenly, Neza felt the shackles that had bound his cultivation for years loosening. His spirits soared. Opposite him, Jiang Feng was exceedingly warm, urging, "Brother Neza, please don't be shy, eat. And don't just stop at the peaches. I have freshly picked ginseng fruits too. They don't store well, so you might as well help me out by finishing them in one go. Come, let us have a toast." Meanwhile, in the heavenly court's Lingxiao Palace, moments after Neza's departure, the Jade Emperor summoned the 1,000-Mile Eye and the Shunfeng Ear to investigate the situation at the Jinghe River. However, after some time, the two exchanged bewildered glances, displaying looks of confusion. Seeing this, Li Jing could not help but scold. "What is that expression on your faces? What have you seen or heard? Report to His Majesty at once." The two exchanged glances and approached, cupping their hands. "We report to Your Majesty that the Jinghe River is tumultuous. As if some divine entity is obstructing our view, we are unable to discern what transpires beneath the waters. However, we did find numerous broken dragon scales and some blood on the surface, along with a significant residue of spiritual energy. If I am not mistaken, the third prince is in fierce combat with that vile dragon beneath the water, and the battle is indeed fierce." At these words, the assembly of gods in the heavenly court fell silent. A fierce battle? That vile dragon possesses such strength to contend with Neza? The River Dragon King is indeed such a formidable entity. Alas, such talent should not perish over trivial matters. This matter is beyond our authority. It ultimately depends on His Majesty's judgment. The gods whispered amongst themselves, unaware that a contemplative expression had surfaced on the Jade Emperor's face. Chapter 9. Heaven Above. Earth Below, let this be our witness. Within the Dragon Palace of the Jinghe River, Neza, having drifted through life, lamented his lack of a kindred spirit. "Brother Jiang, if you do not mind, I wish to forge a brotherhood with you today. I do not seek to be born on the same day, month, or year, but rather to depart this life on the same day, month, and year. Heaven above, earth below, let this be our witness." At a disheveled banquet table, Neza was thoroughly intoxicated, adamantly insisting on forming a brotherhood with Jiang Feng. In truth, Neza had already ascended to the celestial ranks, and typically would not succumb to drunkenness. However, they were partaking of celestial brew, and besides, they had been drinking for 3 days and nights. Observing the inebriated Neza, who still clung to him for brotherhood, Jiang Feng could only smile helplessly, thinking, "What can I do with you? He then knelt beside Neza, proclaiming, "Heaven above, earth below, let this be our witness." Jiang Feng thought, "I am actually reluctant, but Neza's enthusiasm is overwhelming." Now, he could only mask his internal resistance with a smile. "Brother Neza, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and bow your head. Incense? We need incense. Close the door, that chubby fish at the entrance. Don't let Neza escape." Once the formalities were concluded, Neza declared, "I am tall, thus I shall be the elder brother. Second brother." As Neza gazed at Jiang Feng, who held up a cup with a radiant smile, calling him second brother with every utterance, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Something felt amiss. However, when he saw Jiang Feng produce 2 large peaches of immortality and offer them as gifts, everything suddenly seemed to make sense again. Big brother, second brother, cheers. The dragon soldiers standing by observed this scene of brotherly affection, as if the two were long-lost siblings, their expressions turning peculiar. Is this considered the abduction of a minor? By the way, brother, Jiang Feng seemed to recall something, placing his hand on Neza's shoulder. "The Jade Emperor and Li Jing sent you to kill me. How do you plan to return and report?" Neza waved his hand, drunkenly proclaiming, "Those 2 old men's words are mere nonsense. There is no need to take them to heart." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was taken aback. Well, no wonder he is known as the most rebellious of the heavenly court. "Young man, you have a boundless future ahead." At that moment, Neza scrutinized Jiang Feng, a faint smile appearing. "Big brother, were you not always curious why I insisted on becoming brothers the moment we met? To be honest, I see my younger self in you. When I was young." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, his expression turning strange. Looking at this 13 or 14-year-old Neza, who seemed so youthful, uttering such sagacious words, the incongruity struck him immediately. Nonetheless, Jiang Feng was quite familiar with Neza's background. Reincarnated from the Spirit Pearl, renowned during the investiture of the gods, a disciple of Tai Chi Jinren, born of a lotus flower. In his previous life, Jiang Feng held a great admiration for this youthful hero. Moreover, in terms of age, Neza was indeed significantly older than Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng refrained from interrupting Neza, patiently listening as he continued. "During the investiture of the gods, although I was in the spotlight, I was merely a pawn in the hands of the saints. Everything was orchestrated by fate, designed by the saints. The saints, the Chan School, and Tai Chi Jinren were all utilizing me. I was the heroic youth in the hearts of the world, yet I was also a puppet to be manipulated. I resent that I could not break free like you. Big brother, in the end, I couldn't even protect my own mother. I wished to kill Li Jing to avenge my mother. But the treasure tower in his possession is my nemesis. Not only can I not kill him, but I am also being used by Li Jing, serving as his enforcer. Jin Jia and Mu Jia, who conspire with Li Jing, are originally disciples of the Tao, yet they have turned to Buddhism, becoming lackeys of the Buddhist sect. They have repeatedly incited Li Jing to imprison me within the 33-layer golden Linglong pagoda, to be burned to death by Buddhist fire. They are not my brothers. They are my enemies, just like Li Jing. Now, big brother, you have slain Ao Run, avenging my mother's death. You have also severely wounded Mu Jia, allowing me to vent my grievances. Within the Dragon Palace, you welcomed me with innate spiritual roots, helping me break free from my shackles. With the assistance of these peaches of immortality, I suspect it will not be long before I step into the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Such great kindness. I have no way to repay, except to." Just as Neza was becoming emotional, he let out a drunken belch, which momentarily disrupted the atmosphere. Jiang Feng grinned, hastily saying, "Brother, this is all what big brother ought to do. You mustn't feel indebted. Though your appearance is such that many might overlook gender. Our brotherly bond is purely platonic." "Big brother, you misunderstand. What I meant was..." Neza attempted to elaborate but was interrupted by Jiang Feng waving his hand. He composed his expression, adopting a serious demeanor. "Brother, I understand your sentiments. If we speak further, our bond may become distant. The essence of our relationship lies in sincerity. In the future, should I require your assistance, even if you do not inquire, I will certainly express my needs." Neza gazed at Jiang Feng, his clear eyes brimming with earnestness. Upon gazing at the youthful visage that bore an expression yearning to entrust oneself entirely to another, a profound sense of guilt welled up within Jiang Feng. Did he not resemble a nefarious abductor, preying upon the innocent and naive? After exchanging a few more words, Neza suddenly raised his head and stated, "Brother, I have been in the mortal realm for 3 days now. If I do not return soon, the heavenly court will surely grow anxious. At that point, the Jade Emperor may dispatch celestial soldiers to descend upon the Jing River, causing you considerable trouble. Therefore, I must take my leave." With that, Neza slowly rose, channeling his magical powers to dispel his intoxication. In an instant, he regained his vitality, radiating an invigorating energy, devoid of any trace of inebriation. This time, Jiang Feng refrained from detaining him further. As Neza had articulated, should he linger any longer? Even if the Jade Emperor abstained from sending reinforcements, someone like Li Jing, who leaned towards the Buddhist faith, would inevitably mobilize forces against Jiang Feng. That would only serve to complicate matters. As he watched Neza depart, Jiang Feng's gaze darkened. "My brother, once you return to the heavenly court, take care. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. With regards to Li Jing, it is best to endure. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I shall assist you in obtaining that exquisite Linglong pagoda, and you may seek vengeance as you see fit." Jiang Feng spoke candidly. Hearing this, Neza paused, turned to glance at Jiang Feng, and smiled. "I shall remember that. Brother, please take good care of Mu Jia, who remains at the Jing River." Jiang Feng responded with a knowing smile. "Rest assured, I shall ensure your satisfaction." "Thank you, brother." Neza chuckled, then grew contemplative, adding, "Brother, the heavenly court is rife with injustice. Do not expect the Jade Emperor to be particularly wise. In this world, strength is paramount. Brother, you remind me of an old friend from 500 years ago. If you ever contemplate causing a stir in the heavenly palace, I shall certainly lend my support." With that, the waters of the Jing River surged, and Neza soared into the sky upon his windfire wheels. Jiang Feng cast a glance at the chaos within the Dragon Palace, chuckling helplessly. With 5 peaches and 8 ginseng fruits, he had exchanged for a brother of courage and cunning. One word, worth it. "Have you heard my words, Mu Jia, confined in the water prison? Take good care of him. Just keep him alive. After all, I am not a demon," Jiang Feng instructed the dragon soldiers nearby. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Jiang Feng's ear. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the hidden accomplishment. Friends across the world, 1. Having forged a bond with a kindred spirit. Reward, Divine Ability Replication Card. Choose one divine ability from Neza's repertoire to replicate, granting the host immediate mastery. Would you like to use it?" Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned. A replication card for Neza's divine abilities? Use it. He chuckled softly, pondering which ability to replicate. Chapter 10. The Imperial Kitchen is in need of a chief chicken keeper. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Hall, the towering King Li Jing stood solemnly, his expression grave as he urgently declared, "Your Majesty, Neza has ventured to the Jing River to slay the malevolent dragon and has been absent for over 3 days, with no word of his return. Moreover, the Western pilgrim, Mu Jia, has also gone missing near the Jing River, and even the Bodhisattva Guanyin has been unable to divine what has transpired. This situation is undoubtedly perilous. In my humble opinion, we should immediately mobilize our forces. I am willing to lead 100,000 celestial soldiers to pacify the Jing River and eliminate the malevolent dragon, ensuring peace for the 3 realms." Before he could finish, a host of celestial beings emerged, standing alongside Li Jing. These included the 4 heavenly kings, the giant spirit god, the fish stomach, the medicine fork generals, and the martial virtue star lord, all of whom were allied with Li Jing. "Your Majesty, what Li Tianwang says is reasonable. We implore you to dispatch troops promptly to cleanse the Jing River, lest we nurture a threat. Have you forgotten the lessons learned from the monkey demons of Huagua Mountain?" They echoed in agreement. Not far away, Guanyin Bodhisattva remained silent, yet her eyes exchanged glances with Li Jing, suggesting that this course of action was likely her intent. With the deities clamoring for battle, the atmosphere in the Lingxiao Hall grew increasingly tense. Even the Jade Emperor found it difficult to oppose the collective will. Just then, a celestial officer entered the Lingxiao Hall and announced, "Your Majesty, the 3rd Prince Neza has returned." At this proclamation, the weighty atmosphere within the hall dissipated instantly. The Jade Emperor's eyes brightened, quickly summoned Neza into the hall. Soon, Neza was ushered in, and the deities turned their gazes toward him. Upon seeing him, the deities were taken aback. The once vibrant young divine general now appeared drained and pale, as if he were on the verge of collapse. What transpired? How did Neza end up in such a state? They wondered, perplexed. What capabilities does the Dragon King of the Jing River possess to render him so? Alas, I believe I have surmised Neza's ordeal, battling for 3 days. He has returned in defeat. I'm even more curious about the whereabouts of Muzha. The deities murmured among themselves. The Jade Emperor, seated on his dragon throne, gazed at Neza with a penetrating, calm demeanor. Neza, what transpired? Why have you been gone for so long? He inquired. Neza clasped his hands, his voice weak. Cough, Your Majesty. I was dispatched by your command to slay the malevolent dragon in the Jing River, yet I encountered a foe of great prowess and cunning. He lured me beneath the waters, where hidden dangers awaited. I fought him for over 3 days, narrowly finding a flaw to escape. My demise is of little consequence, but I fear that the heavenly court may mobilize forces on my behalf, and should the malevolent dragon lead them underwater, we may suffer substantial losses. Thus, I hastened to return and deliver this warning. Neza's gaze was dim, his breath faint, as if he might faint at any moment. Were Jiang Feng present, witnessing this scene, he would surely feel a pang of nostalgia. I vehemently opposed Neza's withdrawal from the entertainment industry. His acting is remarkable. Neza spoke thus for 2 reasons. First, to shield himself, and second, to protect Jiang Feng. By portraying the depths of the Jing River as a perilous abyss, even if a military force gathered above. As long as Jiang Feng remained hidden, few would dare venture below. This served as an indirect safeguard for Jiang Feng. However, upon hearing Neza's account, a flicker of surprise crossed the Jade Emperor's otherwise stoic expression. A river dragon king descending to the mortal realm possesses such strength that even the 3 altars of the heavenly court would find themselves fleeing in disarray. Such talent. Yet he remains merely a river dragon king in the mortal realm, a failure on the part of the 9 heavens' thunderous decree. Upon hearing this, the great white star, with a twinkle in his eye, stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the Jing River Dragon King is indeed a remarkable talent. His offenses are trivial and have not harmed the citizens of Chang'an. Moreover, he has diligently brought rain to the southern Jianbu continent for many years. This is a commendable act. Even if he has erred, should we not weigh his merits against his faults, granting him an opportunity for redemption? By doing so, the heavenly court would not only gain a potential prodigy, but also demonstrate your magnanimity, striking a balance between grace and authority. A win-win situation, is it not? As these words resonated, many deities nodded in agreement. Indeed, what the Morning Star Lord has said is absolutely correct. This is the right course of action. Brilliant. How astute. Yet amidst the chorus of approval, a dissonant voice emerged. Li Jing furrowed his brow, his expression grave, and cautioned, Your Majesty, please reconsider. Do not heed the words of the great white star. Even though that wicked dragon possesses certain strength, his current actions reflect a complete lack of reverence for the heavenly court and the emperor. Such individuals, the more gifted they are, must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, they will foster future calamities, causing immeasurable damage to the heavenly court. This is reminiscent of the uproar caused by the demon monkey 500 years ago. Li Jing hastily advised. Of course, his primary motivation for inciting the Jade Emperor to eliminate Jiang Feng stems from the Buddhist sect. The Jade Emperor was well aware of this. However, as the supreme deity, he would not deign to engage in argument with Li Jing. Such matters would be handled by others. Indeed, as soon as Li Jing's words fell, the Star of Tai stepped forward, flicking his handkerchief and smiling lightly. Your words, kingly, are but alarmist rhetoric, intended to obscure the truth. The Dragon King of the Jingha is a duly appointed official of our heavenly court, having served diligently and selflessly before the dragon execution platform, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to the heavenly court. His actions upon the platform were merely a desperate plea for self-preservation and a cry for justice. As for the slaying of Ao Ran, it is ultimately a family matter. Should we really judge his respect for the heavenly court solely because the Dragon King of Jingha did not yield and was defeated by Prince Neza? Even if we were to concede that he is no different from that demon monkey, merely a minor demon king, our heavenly court can still manage him. Is it that King Li is too indolent to share the burdens of the heavenly court, or has he been so frightened by that demon monkey in the past? Tai spoke confidently, his demeanor proud. Just as Li Jing was about to retort, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened. What you all have said holds merit. The Dragon King of Jingha's capability to surpass Neza is beyond doubt. However, his loyalty to the heavenly court remains to be assessed. Tai nodded. Your Majesty speaks wisely. I propose we first absolve him of his crimes and grant him a minor position within the heavenly court, allowing us to observe him for 3 to 5 years. His loyalty will become evident in due course. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's expression tightened. Your Majesty, This is against protocol, but before he could finish, the Jade Emperor continued as if he had not heard. Then, according to your opinion, what position should he be appointed to? Tai Bai smiled lightly. The Imperial Kitchen is in need of a chief for raising chickens. Let it be so. The Jade Emperor firmly agreed, shifting his gaze to the figure in white holding a pure bottle. What does the Bodhisattva Guanyin think of this proposal? Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Guanin's beautiful eyes. In the next moment, her hands came together in prayer, and a mysterious smile graced her face. Chapter 11. Is the towering king of heaven bought with money? Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Li Jing's expression grew peculiar. While others may be oblivious to the underlying significance, he was acutely aware. The Dragon King of Jinghe was merely a minor official in the mortal realm. A mere grain of sand, his fate should not have escalated to such debate in the Lingxiao Palace among the deities. The uproar stemmed entirely from the great calamity of the journey to the west. The great undertaking decreed by the sages involves cause and effect, flowing naturally, all dictated by heavenly will. The heavenly court's execution of Jiang Feng, to eliminate anomalies, was a natural course, one that the Buddhist sect would readily endorse. Yet now, the Jade Emperor sought not only to absolve Jiang Feng of his crimes, but also to bestow upon him a minor position within the heavenly court. This was not the end. After making such a decision, he would even inquire about Guanin's opinion on the matter. It was akin to one selling you off while smiling, asking if you were satisfied with the price. It seemed destined to lead to a rupture. However, under Li Jing's astonished gaze, Guanin pressed her palms together, smiling serenely. Your Majesty is magnanimous, possessing boundless benevolence. Excellent, excellent. The Jade Emperor nodded, his expression neutral as he addressed the civil and military officials. Since the Bodhisattva Guanin has spoken, let this matter be settled. If there are no further issues to discuss, we shall conclude here. With that, the Jade Emperor waved his hand. Nearby, an official stepped forward, declaring loudly, the court is dismissed. As the words echoed, the deities began to exit the Lingxiao Palace. Within the now empty hall, only the Jade Emperor and Tai Bai remained. Alone, the Jade Emperor seemed to relax slightly. Gazing at Tai Bai with a congenial smile, Star Lord Chang'e, you truly possess acumen. 500 years ago, you allowed that rascally monkey to come to the heavenly court to tend to horses, and now you have brought the Dragon King of Jinghe to tend to chickens. Aren't you concerned about another upheaval? Tai Bai chuckled lightly. What I stated earlier in the hall was merely what your Majesty wished me to convey, with no personal agenda whatsoever. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's expression froze. Li Chang'e, are you attempting to decipher the divine will? Do you not fear incurring my wrath should you misinterpret my intentions? Seeing the Jade Emperor's demeanor, Tai Bai remained unfazed, continuing. Having served in the heavenly court for many years, I have come to understand your Majesty quite well. The chances of misinterpretation are minimal. Moreover, even if I were to err, your Majesty would surely take my sincere loyalty into account and not hold it against me. Before he could finish, the Jade Emperor burst into laughter. Haha, well said, Li Chang'e. Since you understand me, why do you think I desire the Dragon King of Jinghe, a high-ranking celestial being, to merely serve as a minor chicken caretaker in the heavenly court? Tai Bai clasped his hands. This is precisely your Majesty's strategy. This individual possesses both capability and potential, and he is an anomaly amidst the calamities. Should he be utilized by your Majesty, he could serve to counteract the rise of Buddhism. However, this is not sufficient. Your Majesty must place him in a lowly position, allowing him to experience despair before elevating him. By making him feel the duality of your Majesty's grace and might, only then will he develop reverence for your Majesty, becoming a mere pawn in your hand. The Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback. How have you discerned my thoughts so thoroughly? Tai Bai smiled. It is merely the duty of a humble subject. The Jade Emperor nodded. Very well. Regarding the matter of his acceptance, who do you believe should be sent? Before he could finish, Tai Bai raised his gaze slightly. The two shared a knowing smile, their understanding unspoken. Outside the Lingxiao Palace, Li Jing hurried through the throngs of deities, swiftly reaching the side of Bodhisattva Guanyin. Bodhisattva, why did you not deter the Emperor from making such a decision? He inquired anxiously. Guanyin cast him a sidelong glance, her expression tinged with disdain. Li Jing, I have always been curious. Did you, the towering king of heaven, buy your position with money? Li Jing was taken aback. No, Bodhisattva, why do you say such things? He queried, perplexed. Guanyin sighed in exasperation. Did the Emperor ever consult me during your previous debates? By the time the final verdict was about to be pronounced, he had already made his decision. Do you truly believe that I could refuse a matter the emperor has determined? That statement was merely to spare my face. So as not to make it too difficult for both the Buddhist and Taoist sections, Li Jing frowned at her words. Then, with this anomaly spared. What of the grand undertaking of the journey to the west? Just as he was about to voice his concern, Guanyin shot him a fierce glare. You are the towering king of heaven, the grand marshal of the heavenly army, with a high and influential position within the heavenly court. Yet that wicked dragon, even if he ascends to the heavenly court, is but a chicken caretaker. The disparity in status is vast. Furthermore, he is new to this realm and will inevitably be unaware of the rules. Simply find a pretext to deal with him. In this light, did his ascension to the heavenly court not place him directly within your grasp? Upon uttering this, Li Jing's expression shifted, realization dawning upon him. Observing his demeanor, Guanyin could not help but facepalm. I truly do not understand how the ancient Buddha of Lamp finds such a fool worthy of elevation. Just then, Guanyin's gaze shifted. Noticing that Li Jing continued to linger behind her, her brow furrowing. Do you have further matters to discuss? She inquired. Bodhisattva, since you have rarely graced the heavenly court. If the opportunity arises, I wish to extend my hospitality, Li Jing smiled. Guanyin retorted, do you think you are some noble lord? You, a heavenly king, should not be so closely associated with a bodhisattva from the Western paradise. Are you not aware of the need to maintain some distance? The foolish one. Guanyin clenched her silver teeth, suppressing the anger within her. She joined her hands in prayer, smiled faintly, and said, Amitabha, thank you, lordly, for your kind intentions. But I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Guanyin stepped onto her seven treasures lotus platform and ascended into the sky. No sooner had she departed than the god of martial virtue approached. My lord, that wicked dragon intends to ascend to the heavenly court, he said, furrowing his brow. The god of martial virtue, a subordinate of Li Jing, had been sent to deal with Jiang Feng's incident. Li Jing glanced at him sideways and remarked, Did you purchase this god of martial virtue? Noting the puzzled expression on the god of martial virtue's face, Li Jing mimicked Guanyin's demeanor and repeated his previous words. Upon hearing this, the god of martial virtue's face brightened. Your Majesty's thoughts today are far more meticulous than ever before. I am in admiration, he praised, clasping his hands in respect. Li Jing nodded inwardly, a proud expression on his face, but the next moment, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Why does that sound slightly off? In the mortal realm, at the Jinghe River Palace. Divine Ability Copy card used successfully. Copied Divine Ability, 3 heads and 6 arms. With the system's voice resonating. The imprint of the 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability was engraved upon Jiang Feng's primordial spirit. This was a great divine ability of the Taoist sect, also recognized as the signature technique of Neza. The moment Jiang Feng grasped this divine ability, he couldn't help but unleash it. 3 heads and 6 arms. As his magical power surged, 2 additional heads sprouted on either side of his neck, and 4 arms emerged from beneath his ribs. In an instant, Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming surge of power, and under the 3 heads and 6 arms, his overall strength multiplied by more than threefold. This is the Taoist great divine ability, 3 heads and 6 arms. Feeling the immense power within him, Jiang Feng nodded to himself, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. However, there was a slight downside. Despite having 6 arms, he possessed only 1 weapon, the Xianyuan sword. If he were to engage in combat using this divine ability, the other 5 arms would be empty, making him appear less impressive than Neza. Moreover, the 3 heads and 6 arms required a process of adaptation and coordination among the 3 entities to wield effectively. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. Through these days of practice, Jiang Feng had completely mastered the 3 heads and 6 arms. Just as he pondered where to procure a couple of magical artifacts to fill his 5 empty hands, a river patrolling shrimp soldier hurriedly approached. Your Majesty, a guest has arrived. Chapter 12, The Pure White Lotus and the Destructive Black Lotus. A guest? Jiang Feng was taken aback. As the Dragon King of the Jinghe, he had few friends, and under such circumstances, those who knew him would likely avoid him as much as possible. Could it be that Neza has returned? He wondered aloud. Who is this guest? I was not aware of any visitors today. The shrimp soldier chuckled. He claims to be a guest. He is an elder immortal with an air of celestial grace, stating he has come from the heavens to invite your Majesty to serve in the celestial court. At this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth. He seemed to have an inkling of who it might be. A friend from afar, though distant. "Must be honored," he exclaimed. "My attendants, prepare the formation. Let us go and meet our guest." Above the Jingha, the star of Venus hovered in the air, observing. This seemingly ordinary river exuded an ominous aura, as if its outward calm was merely a facade, concealing the true nature of its depths, veiled by some divine artifact. Just as Neza had stated, the Jingha River Palace was rife with peril. Should this wicked dragon remain in the mortal realm for long, it would surely become unmanageable. The star of Venus mused. Before long, the surface of the water began to churn, and the invisible barrier seemed to dissipate. A figure clad in white, leading a throng of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, emerged from the Jingha. The star of Venus scrutinized the leader, narrowing his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Jiang Feng stepping forward with a respectful bow, calmly saying, "Might the visitor be the esteemed star of Chang'an, known throughout the three realms as the celestial court strategist?" The star of Venus was momentarily taken aback. From what he had heard, Jiang Feng should be a talented yet reckless individual, not openly hostile, but harboring dissatisfaction towards the celestial court. However, now that he stood before him, Jiang Feng appeared quite different, cultured, refined, and accompanied by thousands of dragon soldiers arranged in an impressive welcoming formation. All of this reshaped the star of Venus's understanding of Jiang Feng. With a gentle smile, the star of Venus replied, "I am Li Changgung, the star of Venus. The celestial court is indeed abundant in talent. I am unworthy of the title of strategist. Your Excellency must be the renowned dragon god of Jingha, whose reputation resonates like thunder. I have long admired you." The star of Venus said, his face full of humility. Jiang Feng waved his hand and laughed. "Ah, esteemed immortal. You flatter me. Please, let us converse within the river palace." Upon hearing this, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals parted to clear a pathway, welcoming the star of Venus into the palace. Observing this scene, the star of Venus felt somewhat bewildered. Good heavens, after so many years of seeking allegiance, this was the first time he had received such treatment. His gaze towards Jiang Feng subtly shifted. What was the true intention of this Dragon King of Jingha? Despite his years of honing his ability to read others, he still found Jiang Feng's thoughts elusive. Could it be that he genuinely desired to be recruited? The star of Venus's reaction did not escape Jiang Feng's notice. He nodded inwardly, smiling silently. To be honest, Jiang Feng had no objection to being recruited. However, this did not mean he was willing to serve the Jade Emperor. He was acutely aware that the Buddhist faction harbored a firm intention to eliminate him and instigate the calamity of the journey to the west. As for the Celestial Court's recruitment, it would serve as a safeguard. Yet, the specifics would depend on the Jade Emperor's stance. Soon, the two arrived at the Jingha Dragon Palace. "I have heard that the esteemed immortal is here to invite me to serve in the heavens," Jiang Feng stated directly as they took their seats. However, upon hearing this, the star of Venus's expression grew somewhat unnatural, or rather, guilty. He averted his gaze from Jiang Feng and chuckled softly. "Your Majesty is benevolent and generous, eager for talent, forgiving the past mistakes of the dragon god, and even offering him an opportunity to serve in the celestial court." Jiang Feng automatically disregarded the flattery. "What position?" he asked. The star of Venus awkwardly smiled. "To raise chickens." At this, Jiang Feng burst into laughter. "What? Raising chickens? A dignified golden immortal in the later stages, reduced to raising chickens? Has the Jade Emperor lost his mind? Can the Celestial Court not recognize talent?" He continued, "If they wish to recruit me, they should bring forth some sincerity." When Sun Wukong ascended, he at least had the dignity of raising horses. Wait a moment. Could it be that this chicken is somewhat special? If so, then this position might indeed be quite challenging. As he pondered, a smile crept across Jiang Feng's face. "Dragon God, what are you thinking?" The star of Venus inquired, pulling Jiang Feng from his reverie. Jiang Feng cleared his throat, suppressing his smile, and said earnestly, "Esteemed immortal, is this chicken truly formidable?" The star of Venus tilted his head in thought. "It is not so much about being formidable. It is just that it requires raising for 2.5 years. Aside from that, everything else is quite normal." "Normal? Who the hell would do that?" Jiang Feng slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Dragon God, what did you say?" The star of Venus furrowed his brow. He felt he had just heard something extraordinary. Just as Jiang Feng was about to explain, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Major decision detected for the host, initiating choice. In an instant, Jiang Feng's expression shifted, his eyes sparkling with unrestrained joy. The 12-petal Pure World White Lotus and the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus. Good gracious, what an astonishing opportunity. Both of these extraordinary innate treasures were born from the seeds of the chaotic azure lotus, brimming with unparalleled power. As for which one to choose, Jiang Feng made his decision in the blink of an eye. The celestial beings in the heavenly court must be aware of my capabilities and the position I deserve, Jiang Feng remarked coolly. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's envoy, Jing, felt a pang of tension. Oh, Dragon God, please do not think that way. Although your position under His Majesty may seem lowly at first, with your strength, you will surely rise to great heights in due time. After a moment's contemplation, he added, This is merely a test from His Majesty. He expected that such words would sway Jiang Feng, but before he could finish, Jiang Feng scoffed. Does the celestial envoy recall who was bestowed a similar rank last time? Was that individual also a test from His Majesty? At this, Jing was rendered speechless. The last person to receive such a title was the one who had been appointed as the Horsekeeper 5 centuries ago, and his fate was a cautionary tale. Dragon God, you are not like that unruly monkey, Jing attempted to clarify, but Jiang Feng waved his hand, interrupting him. To call it a test is more akin to a probe. I have been loyal enough, yet you still subject me to such trials. As I understand, the heavenly court has its share of Buddhist infiltrators. If I were to accept, would I not have to contend with both His Majesty's tests and the hidden schemes of these petty individuals? Lacking any sincerity, I see no reason to remain in the heavenly court. Someone, escort the envoy out, Jiang Feng declared, disappointment evident in his tone. Farewell, envoy. In the face of Jiang Feng's resolute demeanor, Jing could only shake his head in resignation as he turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Jiang Feng's melancholy swiftly dissipated, replaced by a triumphant smile. Chapter 13. Perfected Golden Immortal, Thunder Tribulation. Congratulations, host, for completing Task 2. Reward received. 1,000,000 years of cultivation, and the supreme innate treasure, 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus. With the reward bestowed, Jiang Feng's cultivation surged dramatically. Perfected Golden Immortal. Simultaneously, he felt an inexplicable binding in the depths of his consciousness. As he revealed his palm, a dark radiance flickered to life. It was a black lotus, black as ink. It was mesmerizing. Though merely the size of a palm, it contained an overwhelming power capable of annihilation. This was the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus. Legend has it that before the birth of heaven and earth, within the primordial chaos, there existed a divine entity known as the chaotic azure lotus, blooming with 36 petals. Hailed as the supreme treasure of chaos. Among the seeds of the chaotic azure lotus, one mature seed transformed into the 36-petal creation azure lotus, which then split into 3. The lotus flower became the staff of the Grand Master Tai Ching. The lotus root morphed into the 3 treasures Jade Rui of the primordial heavenly venerable. And the lotus leaves became the Qingping sword of the Master of Tong Tian. Thus, the notion that the 3 teachings were originally one was born. The other 4 unripe seeds were transformed on Mount Buzhou into the 12-petal fiery red lotus, the 12-petal golden lotus of merit, the 12-petal pure world white lotus, and the 12-petal annihilation black lotus. Among these, the whereabouts of the 12-petal pure world white lotus remain unknown to this day, while the 12-petal fiery red lotus is in the possession of the powerful beings of the primordial era, the ancestor of the underworld river. The 12-petal golden lotus of merit was once the treasure of the Western sect, but became fragmented during the Fengshan calamity, reduced to the 9-petal golden lotus of merit, now held by the Buddha of the Western Spirit Mountain. The 12-petal annihilation black lotus once belonged to the demon ancestor, Luo Hu. During the primordial catastrophe, Luo Hu was defeated by the Tao ancestor Hong Jun and, in anger at the heaven's unfairness, transformed into the demon clan beyond the heavens. Since then, the whereabouts of the 12-petal annihilation black lotus have remained a mystery. Now, this powerful artifact has fallen into Jiang Feng's hands, promising a tremendous enhancement to his strength. At this moment, Jiang Feng contentedly opened his information panel. Jiang Feng, title, Dragon King of the Jing River, Chief of the 8 Rivers. Realm, Perfected Golden Immortal, awaiting breakthrough. Bloodline, Ancestral Dragon, 1/10. Treasures, 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus, Supreme Innate Treasure. Slaughter Witch Sword, Acquired Merit Treasure. Jing River Dragon King Standard Outfit. Jing River Dragon Seal. Divine Powers, True Form of the Ancestral Dragon, 3 heads and 6 arms. Borrowing Wind, summoning fog, praying for clear skies, praying for rain, riding the wind. This looks much more pleasing. As for this realm, there exists a threshold between the golden immortal and the Tai golden immortal, which has hindered countless golden immortals from advancing. This threshold is known as the Tai Thunder Tribulation. Throughout history, how many golden immortal powerhouses have perished beneath the Thunder Tribulation? Thus, in the current 3 realms, many golden immortals exist, such as the numerous righteous deities and star lords in the heavenly court, most of whom are of this realm. However, those like Neza, who have successfully passed the Tai Thunder Tribulation to achieve the Tai Golden Immortal realm, are quite rare. Generally speaking, Tai Golden Immortals, regardless of which faction they ally with, are often given significant responsibilities. For instance, Neza, at the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, served as a grand deity of the 3 altars in the heavenly court and was even conferred the title of Third Prince. Of course, Sun Wukong is an exception. Now, Jiang Feng has reached the perfected Golden Immortal stage, and the only thing standing between him and the Tai Golden Immortal is the Tai Thunder Tribulation. With the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus in hand, passing the tribulation should be a mere formality. However, Jiang Feng's expression darkened. He had just refused the Jade Emperor's invitation. If the Jade Emperor were to take offense at this, it was likely that the heavenly court would dispatch more formidable beings. Should Neza return to the heavenly court, he would undoubtedly claim that he had been defeated by Jiang Feng, thereby constructing an unfathomable image of himself in the hearts of the Jade Emperor and the other deities. Yet, if Jiang Feng were to undergo the tribulation now, it would be akin to revealing his cards, exposing that he was only at the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Best to bide my time, with the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus as my protection. Perhaps this Thunder Tribulation could serve as a terrifying trump card. In the heavenly court, at the southern heavenly gate, Li Jing stood with a treasured pagoda, radiating authority. Not far off, the Star Lord of martial virtue approached with a beaming smile. Is everything in order? Li Jing asked, casting a sidelong glance. The Star Lord of martial virtue nodded vigorously, reporting to the heavenly king, all has been accomplished. The personnel in the imperial kitchen have been replaced, and those who needed to be bribed have been dealt with. Now, the entire imperial kitchen is filled with your trusted aides. Should that wicked dragon dare enter, within a day, we can ensure he is charged with whatever crime you desire. However, a troubled expression crossed the Star-Lord's face. What do you mean by however? Speak on. Li Jing replied coolly. The Star-Lord of martial virtue chuckled. Heavenly King, this time, I made a promise and sent out over 50 high-grade celestial artifacts. More than 20 supreme celestial artifacts, and 2 acquired treasures. These, I fear, will require your contribution. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's expression darkened. By the heavens, you extravagant fool. For a mere group of cooks, you offered so much? The Star-Lord of martial virtue wore a face of grievance. Heavenly King, you must speak with integrity. Before I left, you instructed me to spare no expense to secure the imperial kitchen as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, while the imperial kitchen may be small, it is a sensitive area of the heavenly court. Even the emperor and empress's meals are sourced from there. Without immense benefits on the table, how could they risk their lives to become your confidants? Upon hearing this, Li Jing was at a loss for words. You, my friend, are indeed a genius. However, the sudden outflow of so many treasures caused Li Jing some discomfort. Alas, time is of the essence, with less than 10 days remaining until the predetermined moment. If I can successfully facilitate that event, it will be a significant accomplishment, and these items are of little consequence. Gritting his teeth, Li Jing retrieved a cloth bag from his person and handed it to the Lord of martial virtue. These are some celestial artifacts. Take them and distribute them among them. As for the 2 postnatal spiritual treasures, I must seek approval from the Buddhist sect. The Lord of martial virtue accepted the bag with a bow and turned to leave. Watching him depart, Li Jing felt an emptiness within. At that moment, he spotted the silver star descending from the clouds. Observing the solitary figure, Li Jing's brow furrowed. Isn't that old fellow supposed to be down below, persuading the river dragon of Jinghe to ascend and take office? Why has he returned alone? Silver Star. Where's the river king of Jinghe? Li Jing inquired, puzzled. The Silver Star's gaze dimmed as he shot Li Jing a cold glance. Li Jing, are you here merely to witness my misfortune? Li Jing was taken aback. Silver Star, what prompts such a statement? Guarding the southern heavenly gate is my kingly duty. When have I ever mocked you? The Silver Star snorted. The river king of Jinghe is proud and disdainful of lowly positions. He refuses to ascend to the heavenly court. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, he strode past Li Jing, heading directly towards the celestial palace. Unbeknownst to the Silver Star, when he uttered those words, Li Jing trembled, petrified in place. "No, he won't come back," he murmured, his eyes vacant. Suddenly, as if recalling something, his expression shifted. "Lord of martial virtue, you must return." Chapter 14. The Mature Buddhist Sect, Handling Troubles on Their Own. In the heavenly court, within the celestial palace, the Jade Emperor maintained a neutral demeanor. His gaze profound. "He refused?" he inquired, a hint of astonishment in his tone. "Indeed," the Silver Star replied, bowing his head. He recounted his visit to the river palace of Jinghe and his conversation with Jiang Feng in detail. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened. "This river king of Jinghe possesses audacity, daring to reject my summons." Hearing this, the Silver Star offered counsel. "Your Majesty, while the river king's decision is unexpected, it is not unreasonable. After all, 500 years ago, our heavenly court once extended an invitation to the monkey demon of Huagua Mountain, and his fate is well known. Presently, the river king of Jinghe bears a heavy burden and must be exceedingly cautious. If he were to follow mere words from an old official and ascend to the heavenly court, it would be akin to falling into our grasp, leading him into peril." The Jade Emperor frowned. "Humph, this wretched dragon is astute. Very well, let it be." With a wave of his hand, he sighed softly. "Your Majesty's meaning is?" the Silver Star inquired. The Jade Emperor scoffed. He lacks the courage to confront the Buddhist sect's agents embedded within the heavenly court. "It is clear he will not dare oppose them. Such a pawn is of no use to me. Let his crimes be absolved." Allowing him to continue as the River King of Jinghe, the Silver Star chuckled. "Does your Majesty not intend to grant him another opportunity? After all, he is an anomaly. Perhaps his position truly is too low." The Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I have already granted him one chance, which he did not cherish. As for his position, has the Lord of the Morning Star forgotten how the monkey demon was rewarded with the title of Great Sage equal to heaven? And what became of it?" Upon hearing this, the Silver Star awkwardly smiled. "Your Majesty neither protects him nor punishes him. What of the Buddhist sect?" The Jade Emperor chuckled. "I have completed what I needed to do. The rest is beyond the celestial order, and I am under no obligation to assist them. Since the Buddhist sect desires to thrive amidst the calamities of the journey to the West, they can handle this minor inconvenience themselves. Later, have Zhang Tianshi draft an edict to pardon the River King of Jinghe's crimes. Furthermore, instruct all heavenly generals that as long as he does not rebel, they are not to engage with him. After all, the Buddhist sect has matured. They ought to learn to address their own troubles." The Silver Star smiled faintly. "Your Majesty is wise. This maximizes the utility of this pawn. Once our heavenly court withdraws from this matter, the anomaly will have to be managed by the Buddhist sect, which, undoubtedly, will become a hot potato." The moment the Jade Emperor issued his decree, Jiang Feng's refusal to ascend to office spread swiftly across the three realms. In an instant, the previously obscure River King of Jinghe became a figure of renown. For Jiang Feng, this might be a fortuitous outcome. However, for the Buddhist sect, it was undoubtedly a disastrous turn of events. At that moment, in the desolate Great Thunder Sound Temple of the Western Heaven, only the Buddha sat upon the 9-petaled golden lotus, facing the troubled Guanyin Bodhisattva below. The Jade Emperor's actions seemed to indicate a clear intention to oppose our Buddhist sect. "Buddha, since the heavenly court disregards the predetermined calamities of the journey to the West, why should we hesitate any longer? With less than 10 days until the foretold turmoil in Chang'an, should we miss this opportunity, the repercussions for our undertaking in the West would be incalculable. I volunteer to venture to Jinghe and eliminate the anomaly to ensure the smooth progression of our mission." Guanyin clasped her hands together, her expression grave. Upon hearing this, the Buddha lightly smiled. "Amitabha, the wretched dragon, being an anomaly, has already stepped beyond the bounds of fate. The Jade Emperor has done all he needed to do. His current actions, though somewhat evasive, are understandable, and we cannot hold it against him. Although time is limited, it is not yet the moment to act recklessly." Guanyin furrowed her brow. "Buddha, I am dim-witted and have yet to conceive a strategy aside from brute force. The Jade Emperor has already decreed the absolution of the wretched dragon's crimes. Unless he rebels, the heavenly gods are forbidden from opposing him, correct?" The Buddha nodded gently, his smile serene. "Precisely. But if this anomaly were to rebel, that would be a different matter altogether." At this revelation, Guanyin's expression shifted, deep in thought. "Buddha, do you mean?" The Buddha closed his eyes and proclaimed, Amitabha. The Buddha says, it cannot be spoken. Guanyin, you may leave now. Guanyin bowed respectfully, her hands clasped in prayer. Amitabha, I understand. In the mortal realm, at the river palace of Jingha, after sending off the silver star, Jiang Feng devoted most of his energy to the 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus. After a day's work, he had thoroughly comprehended this extraordinary innate spiritual treasure. Now, when he utilized it, he felt quite adept. Furthermore, during this time, he received good news. The Jade Emperor did not express anger over his refusal to ascend to office. On the contrary, he issued a decree pardoning his crimes, allowing him to continue as the River King of Jingha. Thus, Jiang Feng could confidently prepare for his tribulation and ascend to the realm of golden immortality. As he rose into the air above the river, preparing to release his cultivation restraints and summon the Taiji Thunder Tribulation, he suddenly sensed several powerful demonic auras drawing near. He observed the distant sky darkening as several figures emerged from the black clouds. Noticing this, Jiang Feng's expression sharpened. Demon kings? 6 of them. He began to search his memory, recalling that the River King of Jingha had no known alliances with any demon kings. Moreover, as a heavenly official, his strength had only been at the late stage of celestial immortal. How could he have made connections with demon kings? As the 6 formidable figures approached, Jiang Feng raised his hand and summoned the Xianyuan sword, its golden brilliance flashing into existence. Facing the 6 demon kings, Jiang Feng remained unafraid. Sword in hand, he advanced. Halt, demon kings of the river palace. With those words, his dragon might surge forth. As the words fell, the 6 great demon kings simultaneously halted their steps. The dense mist of demonic energy that surrounded them gradually dissipated. These 6 demon kings had transformed into human forms, yet retained certain characteristics of their demonic nature. The leader among them was a stout figure, robust as an iron tower, towering over a yard in height. Despite his human appearance, he bore 2 horns on his head, resembling a humanoid black bull. The other 5 were equally distinctive in their appearances. At this moment, the 6 demon kings scrutinized Jiang Feng, and the leader clasped his hands together, inquiring, Are you the lord of the Jingha Water Mansion? His voice resonated like thunder. Jiang Feng nodded, his gaze remaining icy. The sword in his hand shimmered with a cold light, and his frosty eyes brimmed with hostility. Upon noticing this, the leader of the demon kings revealed a self-assured smile and proclaimed, There is no need for the Lord of Jingha to feel apprehensive. We, the 6 brothers, harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to make the acquaintance of a remarkable figure like yourself. Perhaps you are yet unaware of our identities. So allow me to introduce ourselves. I am the great sage of Ping Tian, the Bull Demon King. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's heart trembled. This was the renowned leader among the 7 great sages of the demon race from 500 years ago, a figure of immense repute within the demon realm. Observing Jiang Feng's reaction, the Bull Demon King chuckled heartily. It appears the Lord has heard of my name. What an honor. Brothers, since we sincerely wish to befriend the Lord of Jingha, let us introduce ourselves. With that, the 5 behind him stepped forward one by one, proclaiming loudly, I am the great sage of overturning the sea, the Flood Dragon King. I am the great sage of blending heaven, the Rock Demon King. I am the great sage of moving mountains, the Lion Trojan King. I am the great sage of wind communication, the Monkey King. I am the great sage of driving spirits, the Euron King. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt a profound shock within. These 6 were no ordinary demon kings. They were the 6 great sages of significant renown in the demon realm. However, what was their purpose for coming to Jingha? Merely to befriend him? He found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, these 6 were all powerful beings at the Tai Golden Immortal level, possessing considerable prestige in the 3 realms, each commanding their own territories and legions of demon soldiers. Despite his disinterest in their motives, Jiang Feng did not wish to offend them. Are you indeed here solely to befriend me? Jiang Feng inquired, scrutinizing the 6. Precisely. The Bull Demon King replied on behalf of the group. Jiang Feng could not help but smile. All 6 of them were illustrious figures in the demon realm, possessing extraordinary powers and numerous demon soldiers. From any perspective, they far surpassed him, an obscure river dragon king. While I have yet to pay my respects to you all, you have come here first to befriend me. It seems somewhat illogical, Jiang Feng remarked lightly. At his words, the 6 sages exchanged glances, appearing somewhat awkward. The Bull Demon King, however, patted his chest with a hearty laugh, saying, The Lord of Jingha is too modest. Who in the 3 realms does not know your name? Even the renowned deity Neza of the heavenly court has fallen to your might. Moreover, in the face of the Jade Emperor's offers of surrender, you did not even blink, outright refusing. By this alone, you surpassed that raucous monkey by many folds. We have all admired you for this. To befriend such a heroic figure as yourself is a great joy in the lives of us demons. As soon as this was said, the other 5 demon sages nodded in agreement. There is an old saying, one does not strike a smiling face. Now, with the 6 great sages of the demon race so fervently extolling him, Jiang Feng felt it would be impolite to dismiss their goodwill. After exchanging pleasantries, he invited them into the Jinghe Dragon Palace, where a grand banquet was held, filled with merriment and toasting. Though they referred to one another as brothers, Jiang Feng remained vigilant towards the 6. The banquet lasted for a day and a night, during which the demon kings displayed signs of intoxication, perhaps emboldened by the drink. The Bull Demon King placed a hand on Jiang Feng's shoulder, slurring, "Brother Jiang Feng, with your prowess, you are already a peak powerhouse among the dragon race. Yet the heavenly court only grants you the trifling title of the Jinghe Dragon King, expecting you to ascend to heaven to tend to chickens. The Jade Emperor is so foolish, unable to recognize talent. The heavenly court is destined for ruin." Jiang Feng, upon hearing this, felt a cold smile tug at his lips. This seemingly simple bull was subtly sowing discord, attempting to create enemies for himself. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. "Let us not discuss this matter. Let us drink." The Bull Demon King grinned, refraining from pressing the issue. However, shortly thereafter, he remarked, as the strongest of the dragon race, "Those so-called 4 Seas Dragon Kings are not even worthy to serve you. Why should they occupy their grand palaces while you remain confined to this small Jinghe? Brother, I will take it upon myself to rectify this. Let us set out to plunder the 4 seas, seizing their treasures to strengthen the Jinghe Water Mansion." At this, the Bull Demon King abruptly rose, wrapping an arm around Jiang Feng's shoulder, eager to take him along. "No need for that," Jiang Feng interjected, pushing away the Bull Demon King's large hand with a calm smile. "I have already slain Aoluan. The remaining 3 Sea Dragon Kings, if they possess any sense, will come forth to pay tribute. Besides, do a few Sea Dragon Kings warrant such a grand upheaval?" In his words, Jiang Feng's gaze towards the Bull Demon King darkened slightly. This old bull clearly harbored ill intentions, having studied Journey to the West in his past life. Jiang Feng was well aware that the beginning of Sun Wukong's troubles with the heavenly court stemmed from the incitement of the Demon King of Chaos, who urged him to the Eastern Sea to seize the Rui Jingu Bang. That Demon King of Chaos was one of the Bull Demon King's subordinates. Later, it was also the Bull Demon King who incited Sun Wukong to raise the banner of the Great Sage equal to heaven at Huaguo Mountain, uniting the 72 Demon Kings against the heavenly court. This old bull, appearing simple, was indeed harboring malicious designs. At this moment, seeing Jiang Feng once again reject his proposal, the Bull Demon King ceased to mention plundering the 4 seas. Yet after another round of toasting, the Bull Demon King seemed unable to contain himself, smacking the table as he exclaimed, "Brother, with your extraordinary abilities, why bow to the heavenly court and settle for being a minor official? The heavenly court offers you no benefits. Instead, you are merely a pawn for those so-called immortals, constrained by their rules and regulations. Such indignity. Why not break free from the heavenly court and live as a carefree demon king like us? Moreover, I can see that you are not an ordinary being. Once your strength grows, you will surely be able to confront the heavenly court. The tides of fortune shift. The Jade Emperor will eventually take his turn as well. Brother Jiang, do you not agree?" The Bull Demon King pounded the table, seemingly genuinely concerned for Jiang Feng, speaking with fervor. Just as the Bull Demon King's words fell silent, a cold, mechanical electronic voice echoed in Jiang Feng's ear. "Ding. The Bull Demon King advises you to raise a banner against the heavenly court. The host faces a significant choice. Initiate selection. Choice 1. The heavenly court treats me unfairly, and with the support of the demon race, I shall rebel. Agree to the Bull Demon King's suggestion. Leave the heavenly court and descend to the mortal realm as a demon. Reward: 500,000 years of cultivation. A congenital spiritual treasure, the water and fire gourd, the 5th gourd grown from the Hongming spiritual root vine of Mount Buzhou, possessing immense power and containing 2 water and fire chelants. Choice 2. The Bull Demon King harbors hidden motives. There may be a mastermind behind him. Investigate until the truth is revealed. Outrightly refuse the Bull Demon King's suggestion and uncover the instigator behind the scenes. Reward: Hongming Ancestral Dragon Sutra, a divine-level technique produced by the system, allowing for dual cultivation of soul and body, perfectly unlocking the potential of the ancestral dragon bloodline. 1/10 of the ancestral dragon bloodline, in the divine ability, the Buddha kingdom in palm. Though these words were lengthy, the communication between the system and Jiang Feng occurred in an instant. At this moment, faced with the Bull Demon King's words, Jiang Feng's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "My loyalty to the heavenly court is as evident as the sun and moon. You foul creatures dare to counsel me to betray the heavenly court. You have repeatedly shown disrespect to the heavenly court. I, as the king, have endured your insolence, considering you guests. However, I can no longer tolerate it. Now, leave my Jinghe water palace at once, or do not blame me for being ungracious." Before his words had faded, Jiang Feng waved his hand and summoned the Xinyuan sword. With a swift motion, he struck the sword down onto the table. Instantly, the coral-crafted table shattered into pieces, scattering food and drink across the floor. As for loyalty to the heavenly court, Jiang Feng held none. Yet, he was more than willing to use the heavenly court as a guise to carry out actions that would offend others for his own ambitions. In an instant, the expression of the Bull Demon King turned icy. As the foremost of the 7 saints of the demon realm and a formidable late-stage Tai Golden Immortal, he held considerable status among the 3 realms. Now, being so ridiculed by Jiang Feng, even having his table overturned, how could he not feel rage? His once amiable visage was replaced by a countenance of coldness and malice. Seeing the situation escalate, the other 5 demon kings rose to stand beside the Bull Demon King. In that moment, the 6 great saints of the demon race faced off against Jiang Feng. The heavy aura of demon energy, combined with the oppressive presence of 6 Tai Golden Immortal Demon Kings, descended upon Jiang Feng. A significant portion of the Jinghe Dragon Palace trembled under the immense pressure. The Bull Demon King, standing at the forefront, coldly admonished, "Jinghe Dragon, I have tried to offer you wise counsel, yet you remain ungrateful. Do you truly believe that because you once defeated the young Neza, you are invincible in the 3 realms? Let me tell you, even that unruly monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain, 500 years ago, dared not disrespect me and called me brother. Who do you think you are to overturn tables in my presence? Today, I grant you one final chance. Either you renounce the heavens and join the demon realm to confront the heavenly court together with us, or, at this juncture." The Bull Demon King's gaze turned frigid, and with a flick of his hand, a thick, black iron rod appeared in his grasp. In an instant, the Bull Demon King raised the rod and brought it crashing down onto the ground. With a resounding boom, the once smooth floor of the Dragon Palace was marred by extensive cracks. This was both an intimidation and a threat. However, Jiang Feng merely laughed in the face of danger, stating, "Though I am a lesser Dragon King, I am still an official of the heavenly court. Do you dare to strike me?" Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King exchanged glances with the other great saints, revealing a hint of disdain. "You wretched dragon, do you not inquire about how many of us have slain heavenly officials during the battle against the celestial soldiers at Flower Fruit Mountain? You, as the Jinghe Dragon King, are but a minuscule official and truly think highly of yourself." The Bull Demon King sneered. Jiang Feng, unfazed, replied with a scoff, 500 years ago? Huh, you have the audacity to flaunt such a long-past event. If it were not for the great sage Sun Wukong declaring war on the heavens, none of you would dare lift a finger against them. Let me ask you, would you dare to step through the southern heaven gate? You, who rely on borrowed power, claiming the title of great sage like Sun Wukong. How ludicrous. At this proclamation, the 6 great saints' expressions stiffened. Jiang Feng had indeed struck a chord. They fancied themselves powerful, equal to Sun Wukong, yet did not possess the courage to declare war against the heavens. They had participated in the battle at Flower Fruit Mountain 500 years ago. Yet when Sun Wukong faced Yang Jian and entrusted Flower Fruit Mountain to them, these so-called 6 great saints had conspicuously fled without a fight. Otherwise, Flower Fruit Mountain would not have been ravaged by heavenly soldiers and burnt to the ground. After fleeing, these traitorous cowards had the audacity to boast about their supposed bravery during that battle, gaining notoriety despite their defeat, and attaining the title of Great Sage at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Jiang Feng was fully aware of these hidden truths. Yet these were the very topics they wished to keep buried. In that moment, exposed, the 6 great saints felt a surge of anger. The Bull Demon King, however, suppressed the urge to retaliate and glared at Jiang Feng, coldly stating, "Jiang Feng, I grant you another opportunity. Think carefully and tell me your choice." Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. I can tell you my choice right now. He paused for effect, fixing his gaze intently. You, who showed disrespect to the heavenly court, should leave while I still harbor no murderous intent. At this declaration, the 5 great saints erupted in fury. You wretched beast, how dare you speak to us like that? You expect us to leave, just on your word? You, who willingly serves as a lapdog to the heavenly court, trash, a disgrace. Kill him, they shouted, seething with rage. Yet, the bull demon king displayed signs of hesitation. It seemed he did not wish to become enemies with Jiang Feng. Nevertheless, faced with the current situation, Jiang Feng appeared unperturbed by the demon king's wrath, coldly surveying the assembled demon kings. Are you still not leaving? The bull demon king gritted his teeth, brandishing the iron rod menacingly at Jiang Feng. What power do you possess that dares command us to leave? He roared. Jiang Feng, in response, revealed a chilling smile amid his cold demeanor. He regarded the 6 great saints, his gaze hardening. If you choose not to leave, then you shall remain. With that, Jiang Feng opened his arms slightly, unleashing his magical power, revealing his true realm. Perfect golden immortal. The 6 great saints exchanged glances, taken aback. Golden immortal? The Jiang Feng who had fought Neza for 3 days and nights, forcing him to flee back to the heavens, was merely at the realm of a perfect golden immortal? After all, while Neza was a beginner Tai golden immortal, his treasures and abilities rendered him no less formidable than an ordinary mid-stage Tai golden immortal. In their eyes, and indeed in the eyes of all within the 3 realms, Jiang Feng should have been at least a mid-stage, if not late-stage, Tai golden immortal. Yet, he was revealed to be merely a golden immortal. What did this mean? If he continued to rely on borrowed power, they might still harbor some caution towards him. But now, in a fit of rage, he had revealed his true realm. What could he possibly use to contend with them? Seeking death. As the 6 great saints reacted with disdain, surprise, or fury, a mysterious smile crept across Jiang Feng's lips. In the next moment, an aura of annihilation radiated from his being. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed. The once clear skies above Jinghe darkened ominously in an instant. An overwhelming sense of oppression that left the great saints breathless swept over them. They exchanged glances and looked up, as if recalling the terror of being dominated by an unfathomable force. Those clouds were no ordinary storm clouds. They surged like beasts, sweeping through like waves, dark as ink, and heavy as lead. The ominous clouds loomed over Jinghe, while flashes of colorful lightning flickered ominously within the darkness. This scene resembled the apocalypse. The bull demon king's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Jiang Feng. This is the Tai thunder tribulation. To drive us away, you would invoke a thunder calamity without any preparation? You madman. As he spoke, a look of fear washed over the bull demon king's face. Even after many years, he vividly remembered that when he faced the Tai thunder tribulation, had it not been for Princess Iron Fan sacrificing her celestial status to save him, he would have long since been lost to reincarnation countless times. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation embodies the will of the heavenly path, unique to the one undergoing the tribulation. If others interfere within the scope of the tribulation, they defy the will of the heavenly path. The consequences for defiance, even if merely caught in the residual force, are magnified 100-fold compared to the one undergoing the tribulation. What Jiang Feng was doing was not merely expelling them. It was akin to playing with fire. In that fleeting moment, the bull demon king gritted his teeth, steeling himself. Retreat. As the voice of the bull demon king faded, his entire form surged forth like a black arrow released from a bow, erupting into an overwhelming speed that transformed him into a rainbow streak. The other 5 great saints, witnessing this, wore grave expressions, and without a moment's hesitation, turned to flee. In an instant, the 6 saints departed from the Jinghe water palace, soaring towards the heavens in a desperate escape. Gazing at the ominous clouds above, an uncontrollable sense of dread surged within them. However, after flying through the air for a brief moment, they abruptly looked up, only to find themselves still ensnared within the grasp of the dark clouds. Panic surged through their hearts. What is happening? Are these calamity clouds truly this vast? The Flood Dragon King questioned, bewildered. The Pink Demon King's eyes narrowed. Having caught a fleeting glimpse in the Jinghe, he realized that the calamity clouds surrounding this wretched dragon were far greater than the ones they had encountered during their own tribulations, at least tenfold. Moreover, they were continuously expanding. Even if they expand, how could the speed of these clouds be so terrifying, even surpassing our flight? The Monkey King lamented, scratching his head in confusion. At that moment, the Yuan king trembled, as if he had seen something exceedingly dreadful, stuttering, You all look? What is that? Upon hearing this, the great saints turned to look. The sight sent a shiver down their spines, draining the color from their faces. The massive lion troop king nearly lost his balance, plummeting from the sky. In the distance, seated upon a 12th grade black lotus, Jiang Feng smiled down at them. Though his smile appeared benign to the 6 great saints, it was 100 times more terrifying than the vengeful spirits in Wangxi City. Jiang Feng has pursued us, exclaimed the bull demon king. What madness is this? This is the Tai Thunder Tribulation. Why is he not focusing on his tribulation but instead chasing after us? What grievance could warrant such a reckless pursuit? All we did was advise him to rebel against the heavenly court and raise the banner for demons. This is madness. He is determined to perish alongside us. The lion troop king cried. Old bull, what were you thinking, provoking him? You must be out of your mind. He was perfectly fine serving in the heavenly court. How could he descend to our level? Earlier, he told us to leave. We should have just gone. Why didn't you all leave? But you didn't leave either. Ah, it's because I didn't leave that you all didn't think to drag me along. You treacherous friends have led me to my doom. As the lion troop king wailed in despair, his voice abruptly cut off. To the astonishment of the demon saints, this so-called mountain-moving saint rolled his eyes and fainted, collapsing straight from the sky. With a thunderous crash, a mushroom cloud erupted from the barren mountains below. The 5 great saints remarked, and he dares to call himself the mountain-moving saint? Scared senseless by a golden immortal, what a disgrace. Should we kick him out of the 7 great saints of the demon race? Agreed. Just as the remaining 5 saints ridiculed the lion troop king, a resounding rumble echoed through the heavens. The calamity clouds twisted like a tidal wave towards the center, surging forth with the ferocity of countless monstrous beasts, compressing their terrifying might into a singular mass. Then, in an instant, it exploded. The Tai Thunder Tribulation descended. A thunderous pillar, thicker than a dozen spans, erupted from the distorted center of the calamity clouds, crashing down towards Jiang Feng's position. Accompanied by a sound that shook the heavens and earth, Jiang Feng's figure, seated upon the black lotus, was instantly enveloped by the heavenly thunder. At the same time, a terrifying divine might swept outward, overwhelming the 5 great saints. The slowest among them, the Monkey King and the Yuan King, were immediately struck, letting out muffled groans as they spewed forth blood. Following this, both demon saints rolled their eyes back and fainted. In truth, their injuries were secondary. The sheer terror had overwhelmed them. The Bull Demon King, the Pink Demon King, and the Flood Dragon King exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, the Flood Dragon King remarked with an odd expression, Should we kick these 2 out as well? I believe after this strike, the Jing Dragon King should be dead, right? Before he could finish, the Peng Demon King's eyes widened, fixated on a spot where the descending thunder pillar began to fade. There, sitting upon the black lotus, a figure clad in white appeared unscathed before the 3 great saints. Jiang Feng was not only alive but unharmed. Even his hairstyle remained intact. This is absurd. At that moment, the Pink Demon King gaped, his true form trembling uncontrollably, his expression shifting rapidly. What is this? This is not human. This is a monster. Keep that monster away from me. The remaining 6 saints were now reduced to just 2. The Bull Demon King, filled with shock, turned to the Flood Dragon King. It appears only you and I can bear the title of demon saints. However, in the next moment, laughter erupted. Ha! He is alive. How can he still be alive? He can't possibly be unscathed. Old bull, did you see that? This is indeed a monster. Why provoke such a creature? Are you trying to drag us all to our doom? In the heat of the moment, the Flood Dragon King's mind was unraveling, shouting at the Bull Demon King. But at that instant, the second bolt of heavenly thunder descended. Boom. This one was even more fearsome than the first. Jiang Feng's figure was once again engulfed by the heavenly thunder. The immense residual force swept outward. Seeing this, the Bull Demon King's gaze sharpened as he positioned himself in front of the frantically charged Flood Dragon King. With a muffled grunt, the Flood Dragon King, caught completely off guard, was severely injured by the overwhelming pressure. Combined with the earlier shock, he spewed forth a spray of blood, his eyes rolling back as he fell from the sky. Now, only the Bull Demon King remained among the 6 great saints. As the second bolt of thunder dissipated, Jiang Feng remained unscathed. The Bull Demon King observed him from a distance, his expression grave. Truthfully, had he not been forewarned that Jiang Feng was the extraordinary being proclaimed by the Buddha, he too might have succumbed to fear at this astonishing sight. At this moment, He gazed at Jiang Feng, solemnly stating, "What grievances do we have, Jiang Feng, that you must pursue me so relentlessly?" Jiang Feng's expression was solemn as he declared, "You demons dare to oppose the heavenly court. I, the righteous Jiang Feng, shall not rest until one of us is no more." Low emotional intelligence, for reward, for oneself. High emotional intelligence, for justice, for the heavenly court. The bull demon king's eyes darkened at these words. "Well said, a loyal dog of the heavenly court. Though the tribulation cannot harm you, it shall not be your eternal reliance. There are only 3 bolts of the Tai Thunder Tribulation, and you have but 1 remaining. Should this final strike fail to severely wound me, you will have no further opportunities." Jiang Feng smiled lightly. "Then let us see." Boom. Before his words had fully left his lips, the vast and terrifying calamity clouds, like a beast preparing to exhale, crackled with webs of lightning across its surface. Though the bull demon king was arrogant, he remained cautious, constantly utilizing his utmost speed to distance himself from Jiang Feng. Moreover, his flight through the skies was not aimless. He headed southward, towards a nearby celestial mountain, where spiritual energy swirled and the light of Buddhism radiated. It is precisely at Mount Luojia in the South China Sea, a sacred site of Avalokiteshvara, one of the 3 great sages of Buddhism. Meanwhile, within the Zizhu forest of Mount Luojia, Avalokiteshvara furrows her delicate brows, diligently calculating the whereabouts of Muzha. Yet, no matter how she attempts to discern his location, she is thwarted by a mysterious force just as she is on the verge of success, cloaking the truth in an impenetrable fog. Could it be that Muzha's disappearance is the work of that anomaly? Avalokiteshvara speculates quietly. Although this possibility looms large, disbelief still lingers in her heart. Given Muzha's prowess, even if he were to falter against Jiang Feng, escaping should pose no challenge. How could it be that she cannot even ascertain his whereabouts now? Alas, once I deal with that anomaly, I shall personally journey to the Jing Water Palace to seek out Muzha, she muses with a gentle sigh. At that moment, a graceful figure strides with urgency through the Zizhu forest, arriving before Avalokiteshvara. It is the Dragon Maiden, who stands by Avalokiteshvara's side. "Bodhisattva, it is dire," the Dragon Maiden exclaims in a flurry. Avalokiteshvara raises an eyebrow slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the Dragon Maiden, and replies with a calm demeanor, "Amitabha. As those who have renounced worldly ties, we must embrace the emptiness of the 4 realms, unperturbed by distractions. As my Dragon Maiden, you should exhibit greater composure. Do you not feel ashamed for disregarding my earnest teachings?" The Dragon Maiden nods gently, placing her hands together in reverence as she kneels before Avalokiteshvara, "Bodhisattva. I shall heed your teachings." Avalokiteshvara smiles faintly. "Ah, a teachable child. Now, what has transpired?" The Dragon Maiden slowly lifts her gaze to Avalokiteshvara, her expression serene as she reports, "Bodhisattva, the bull demon king approaches Mount Luojia with that anomaly." Upon hearing this, Avalokiteshvara's eyelids flicker, and her expression turns peculiar. "What brings these 2 to my Mount Luojia?" She shakes her head. "Very well, let them come. I am eager to confront this anomaly. But is this trivial matter the cause of your agitation? It appears I have not equipped you sufficiently for your training. You are still far from achieving my serene state of being, like water that remains unruffled." Holding a pure bottle, Avalokiteshvara smiles. The Dragon Maiden acknowledges, "Indeed. Bodhisattva speaks the truth. In truth, when I first saw these 2, I was not overly alarmed. However, upon noticing the ominous calamity clouds looming over the anomaly, I could not help but feel a twinge of panic. The thunderous calamity resembles the Tai Thunder calamity, but is even more terrifying. Yet, after hearing the Bodhisattva's words, the Dragon Maiden feels much more at ease. Avalokiteshvara smiles lightly. "Ah, that is more like it. It is merely a heavenly tribulation, nothing to be overly concerned about." Suddenly, Avalokiteshvara's entire being shudders, her beautiful eyes widening as she springs to her feet. An overwhelming sense of oppressive force becomes increasingly palpable. She gazes upward, where 2 figures are racing through the vast sky. The one behind, clad in white, sits atop a 12-petaled black lotus that can obliterate worlds. With a vast expanse of calamity clouds billowing above, she watches in awe as within the inky blackness of the calamity clouds, countless bolts of lightning twist and writhe like serpents, converging into a swirling vortex at the center. In the next instant, the immense, thunderous calamity descends with a resounding roar. Avalokiteshvara shoots a fierce glare at the Dragon Maiden, exclaiming, "Amitabha, you wretched creature, Why did you not inform me of such grave matters sooner? Quickly, activate the mountain defense formation. As her words fall, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surges around Mount Luojia, enveloped by a thin layer of purplish light, akin to a delicate eggshell. Through the swiftly formed mountain defense formation, Avalokiteshvara observes the bull demon king fleeing beneath the calamity clouds, gritting her teeth in frustration. This worthless fool. Simultaneously, a third thunderous calamity crashes down from the heavens, instantly engulfing Jiang Feng's figure. The devastating aura sweeps forth, its terrifying aftershock radiating outward. The bull demon king, hearing the thunderous roar behind him, turns sharply, his gaze sharpening. In an instant, he extends his massive hand, fingers glowing with 5 distinct colors: gold, azure, blue, red, and brown. Beneath each glow, the characters for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth emerge. In the next moment, a robust surge of magical power flows through the bull demon king, quickly coalescing into his outstretched hand. His eyes, resembling bronze bells, shimmer with a radiant light. Fingers become mountains. With a mighty roar, the 5 glowing fingers shoot skyward, intertwining to manifest a great mountain. This mountain, birthed from the quintessence of the 5 elements, spans the heavens in the blink of an eye. As the boundless aftershocks of the heavenly tribulation collide with this mountain, rocks splinter, and countless fissures erupt across its surface. Yet, just as it seems on the verge of collapse, the mountain appears to possess a life of its own, rapidly mending its fractures through the generative power of the 5 elements. This cycle of destruction and regeneration continues, as the mountain endures over 100 iterations of shattering and reformation, until it ultimately disintegrates into dust, dissipating with the roiling winds. In the meantime, it withstands the final remnants of the heavenly tribulation. As Jiang Feng and the bull demon king's gazes lock once more, a shared smile graces their lips. The great Buddhist power, transforming fingers into mountains? Heh, old bull, you hide your depths well, Jiang Feng sneers. To the world, the bull demon king appears as a formidable beast of the western bullhuzhou, relying solely on his immense strength. However, in the subsequent journey to the west, those monsters without significant backing typically meet grim fates. Conversely, those with connections often commit wicked deeds, only to be reprimanded by the scriptures team and returned unharmed. Logically, the bull demon king should belong to the former group, yet his destiny diverged when he was taken by the Buddhist order. Now, he employs the unique Buddhist technique of transforming fingers into mountains, revealing his true identity. However, the bull demon king seems unperturbed by this revelation. He gazes coldly at Jiang Feng. Heh, Jiang Feng, once this final heavenly tribulation concludes, your tricks will be exhausted. Perhaps you know not of my true self. I am the great sage equaling heaven, the bull demon king. While the world knows of the unparalleled might of the great sage Sun Wukong, they remain unaware that my power surpasses his. Were it not for my desire to conceal my strength before that event, I would not need to engage in this drawn-out battle with you. Even if your thunder tribulation has not ended, and you ascend to the Tai golden immortal realm, I need only a single hand to uphold the will of heaven, and I, the great sage equaling heaven, shall remain invincible in this world. The bull demon king declares with a sweeping gesture. Jiang Feng, upon hearing this, simply smiles enigmatically. Is that so? Perhaps I shall afford you an opportunity to demonstrate your strength? Before he finishes speaking, seated upon the lotus platform, Jiang Feng raises his right hand slightly, slowly extending his middle finger toward the calamity clouds above. Chapter 19, Bodhisattva, Save Me. The thunder tribulation is the manifestation of heavenly will. Jiang Feng's gesture of disrespect towards the thunder tribulation signifies a challenge to the divine order. The last time someone displayed such defiance was at the end of the long-on initial calamity, when the demon ancestor Luo Hu, after being defeated by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, cursed the heavens for their injustice. The result was his transformation into the realm of freedom, vowing to establish a demonic race beyond the heavens, awaiting the day he would return. Yet, years have passed without a hint of movement. To the people of the 3 realms today, he is considered dead. Returning to the matter at hand, Jiang Feng stands as the only individual in recent epochs to dare provoke the heavenly tribulation. With that, there remains nothing further to discuss. The heavenly tribulation awakens, and the hunt begins. In that instant, time appears to freeze. The bull demon king widened his eyes, staring blankly at the scene before him. At the same time, the calamity clouds above seemed to pause momentarily. In the next instant, thunderous roars erupted. The calamity clouds churned, lightning surged, and boundless divine might erupted from the clouds in a frenzy. The tiny thunder tribulation, which had seemingly concluded, suddenly reared up once more. The lightning hidden within the calamity clouds transformed from a simple white into 9 distinct colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. An even more formidable divine retribution descended with a thunderous crash. At that moment, the bull demon king's eyes were wide with astonishment. He was shocked. This dragon had gone mad. However, in such a situation, he had no time to think further. He turned to glance at Mount Luojia behind him, his magical power surging, energy sinking into his dantian, and then he shouted, "Bodhisattva, save me." Within Mount Luojia, Guanyin Bodhisattva gazed at the scene unfolding in the sky, her expression growing increasingly grim. This fool, unable to handle such a trivial matter, has even drawn the thunder tribulation to my Mount Luojia. To perform the Buddha's 5-finger mountain technique in front of this anomaly is to blatantly declare to the world that he is a pawn of my Buddhist sect. Useless. Utterly useless. Guanyin seethed, striking the 7 treasures lotus throne beneath her with fury. Yet, in the next moment, she saw Jiang Feng raise his middle finger at the thunder tribulation, directly transforming the nearly concluded Tai thunder tribulation into the 9-colored annihilation thunder. Instantly, astonishment flickered across her face. How dare this anomaly be so audacious? A death wish. However, if this could be used to eradicate this anomaly, it would also be an unexpected gain, Guanyin thought to herself. Just then, the bull demon king bellowed, "Bodhisattva, save me." Guanyin's expression darkened immediately. Useless. Is he afraid this anomaly cannot see that I sent him to the Jinghe water mansion to provoke it against the heavenly court? Fool, he deserves to be struck down. Guanyin gritted her teeth, her thoughts racing. Yet, the next moment, she reconsidered. The bull demon king was destined to face calamities during the journey to the west. His actions were ultimately in service to my command. If he were to perish outside Mount Luojia now, I would bear the blame. With this in mind, Guanyin's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she let out a soft sigh. Very well. At this moment, the calamity clouds in the sky grew ever more terrifying. With the 9-colored thunder resembling a monstrous beast from the primordial chaos, concealed beneath vast swathes of pitch-black clouds, exhaling thunder and fire. The dark tide surged, poised to strike. Jiang Feng stood at the center of the calamity clouds, seated upon the 12-petal annihilation black lotus, gazing at the bull demon king with a benevolent expression. Aha! Old bull, did you not claim to be the great sage equal to heaven, capable of upholding the will of heaven with one hand and remaining invincible in the world? Come, I offer you this opportunity. Before his voice faded, the first bolt of 9-colored heavenly thunder descended. Amidst the blinding radiance, it carried with it the terrifying power to annihilate heaven and earth. However, although the bull demon king was not at the center of the thunder tribulation, he would still endure 100-fold of its residual might. He sensed that even this residual power was enough to reduce him to ashes, leading to his demise. Just then, the space behind the bull demon king began to stir. It twisted and coiled, forming a massive white hand that pulled him into the distortion behind him. Boom. At the moment the residual might of the thunder tribulation swept through, the bull demon king's figure vanished into thin air. The divine might crashed unimpeded against the protective array of Mount Luojia. The array rippled, and the entire Mount Luojia trembled slightly. Jiang Feng, bathed in the thunder tribulation, absorbed most of its power through the 12-petal annihilation black lotus. The remaining force was borne by Jiang Feng himself. Apart from a slight tingling sensation, he felt rather invigorated. The first bolt of heavenly thunder soon dissipated, and Jiang Feng remained unscathed. However, within Mount Luojia, Guanyin looked at the cracks appearing in the purple bamboo forest beneath her feet, her expression growing increasingly grim. Beside her, the dragon maiden furrowed her brows. Bodhisattva, this anomaly is undergoing tribulation on Mount Luojia. The protective array cannot completely shield us from the residual might. This is only the first bolt, and it has already caused such a disturbance to Mount Luojia. The subsequent tribulations will only grow stronger. If we wait for him to complete his tribulation, will Mount Luojia not be destroyed? Upon hearing this, Guanyin's gaze darkened. Meanwhile, beneath the rolling calamity clouds, a figure in white, holding a purity jar and stepping upon the 7 treasures lotus, appeared before Jiang Feng. This was not the true form of Guanyin Bodhisattva, but rather a projection created by her immense magical power. When this projection appeared, Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, People say that Guanyin Bodhisattva of the South Sea is compassionate and merciful, saving all living beings. Today, seeing is indeed believing. To witness you manifest a doppelganger to accompany me through this tribulation is an honor. Ha ha ha. Before he finished speaking, Guanyin gaze sharpened. Amitabha, esteemed one. As you undergo your tribulation and ascend to a higher realm, this is indeed a virtuous deed. I congratulate you. However, may I ask you to change your location? Jiang Feng furrowed his brow. Change location? What does the Bodhisattva mean by this? The scenery here in the South Sea is exquisite and pleasant, making it an ideal spot for tribulation. What is inappropriate about my undergoing tribulation here? As soon as he spoke, before Guanyin could respond, Jiang Feng continued. If the Bodhisattva is here to accompany the Bull Demon King through his tribulation, I welcome you. If not, then please take your leave. Just as Guanyin was about to explain, the sky above changed dramatically. A bolt of 9-colored divine thunder suddenly surged down from the dense and menacing calamity clouds, engulfing both Jiang Feng and Guanyin as projection. Within Mount Luojia, Guanyin closed her eyes momentarily, her brow furrowing tightly. A mouthful of golden blood erupted from her, and in an instant, her aura diminished. Bodhisattva, the dragon maiden exclaimed in alarm. Guanyin waved her hand. It's nothing. It was that projection interfering with the thunder tribulation, leading to a backlash against my true self. I am unharmed. However, I underestimated the strength of this anomaly, and even more so, its audacity. It realized that the Bull Demon King was sent by me to stir trouble in Jingha, hence it insisted on undergoing tribulation here to retaliate against me. Such courage and boldness. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed the dragon maiden's eyes. What shall we do now? Guanyin's gaze turned solemn, under the thunder tribulation. Even a great Luo golden immortal cannot approach. This is the cycle of cause and effect, a reciprocal relationship. We shall wait until this anomaly's tribulation concludes before deciding our course of action. Chapter 20. High-level maneuvers, killing with a borrowed knife. This thunder tribulation lasted an entire 3 hours. During these 3 hours, bolt after bolt of heavenly thunder fell like a torrential rain. Within Mount Luojia, Guanyin and the disciples had to hide within the Tide Sound cave, trembling in fear. It was not until 3 hours had passed that the heavenly thunder ceased. The calamity clouds gradually solidifying and collapsing, condensing into a mass that merged into Jiang Feng's body. This Tai thunder tribulation was both a celestial punishment and a heavenly boon. After the thunder tribulation, the fearsome calamity power that struck terror into the hearts of many immortals was nearly expended, leaving only pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth within the calamity clouds. When the calamity clouds merged into the body of the one undergoing the tribulation, they would assist the tribulation bearer in transcending the shackles between golden immortals and Tai golden immortals, pushing their realm toward that of the Tai golden immortal. As the sky cleared, Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a mechanical electronic voice echoed by his ear. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing task 2. Earning the reward. Primordial Ancestral Dragon Sutra, produced by the system, a divine-level technique, dual cultivation of soul and body, capable of perfectly developing the maximum potential of the ancestral dragon bloodline. 1/10 of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Great supernatural power. Buddha Kingdom in one's palm. Jiang Feng, holding the esteemed position of the Dragon King of the Jing River, stood at the threshold of greatness as a nascent Tai golden immortal, yet still distant from his next ascension by 30 million years of cultivation. His lineage traced back to the ancestral dragon, possessing a fraction of its power, while he wielded the primordial technique of the Hongming ancestral dragon scripture. Among his treasured artifacts were the 12th grade World Destruction Black Lotus, an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the Slaughtering Witch Sword, an acquired treasure of merit, and the ceremonial regalia of the Jing River Dragon King, alongside the Jing River Dragon Seal. His divine abilities included the true body of the ancestral dragon, the formidable 3-headed and 6-armed form, the Buddhist realm within his palm, the capacity to summon winds, shroud the area in mist, pray for clear skies, invoke rain, and command the winds. Everything had turned for the better. Haha. I am deeply grateful for the Bodhisattva's boundless compassion, permitting me to undergo tribulation at the Luojia Mountain in the South Sea. This could be seen as a fitting retribution for that foolish bull stirring trouble in my Jing River. Jiang Feng laughed heartily as he gazed upon the shattered Luojia Mountain, departing with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, within Luojia Mountain, Guanyin and her disciples emerged from the Chaoyin cave, beholding the mountain that resembled a scene from the apocalypse. A flicker of fierce intent ignited within Guanin's gaze. This damned anomaly. Beside her, the bull demon king brandished his iron staff, speaking with a grave tone. Bodhisattva, this wretched being is so audacious, disregarding my presence and daring to speak to you in such a manner. If you can endure it, I cannot. Now that he has passed his tribulation, no means can threaten me. I shall pursue him, behead him, and present his head to you. However, before he could finish, Guanin interrupted him with a wave of her hand. There is no need. This is an anomaly. Should you slay him, you will be entangled in karma. Moreover, you are on a mission for me. Should you act impulsively, not only would it implicate me, but the entire Buddhist realm would share in this karmic burden. The bull demon king's expression turned icy. Bodhisattva, do you intend to watch this wretched dragon leave so brazenly? Guanin shook her head in resignation. Do you not recall the purpose of your journey to the Jing River? The bull demon king paused, confused. The purpose? You instructed me to befriend that wretched dragon and persuade him to betray the heavenly court, to raise the flag of the demon realm among mortals. Yet, Bodhisattva, it seems he is resolutely intent on serving the heavenly court, and despite my repeated counsel, he not only rebuffed me, but also provoked the Tai Thunder Tribulation against me. This plan has failed. Before he could finish, Guanin shook her head. I never expected you to sway that wretched dragon against the heavenly court. After all, this anomaly is not like the monkey from 500 years ago, who was born of demon royalty and had no path but rebellion after causing chaos in the heavenly court. This anomaly, however, is an official of the heavenly court. Although his rank is humble, he lives comfortably and faces no significant risks. Why would he choose to rebel alongside you, a band of outlaws? The bull demon king asked. Then why did the Bodhisattva instruct me to persuade him? His confusion was evident. This persuasion nearly cost me my life. With a deep sigh, Guanin replied. Though he has not promised to rebel, he has spent an entire day and night drinking with your so-called 6 great saints. Whatever he said or did at that feast. As long as you 6 align your narratives, even if this anomaly were to proclaim loudly against the heavens, it would be of no consequence. At that point, you can collaborate with your 5 brothers to help this anomaly raise a banner of the great saint, claiming that 7 of you have sworn brotherhood to overthrow the heavenly court and capture the Jade Emperor, the deities of the heavenly court, who cannot tolerate the slightest grain of sand in their eyes, will certainly prefer to believe this rumor rather than dismiss it. When the time comes, you can stoke the flames further. Thus, it would be a perfect case of using a dagger to kill. Upon hearing this, the bull demon king was taken aback, staring at Guanin, his astonishment lingering. How profound. This is truly high-level strategy. What astonished him further was that such a nefarious plan was conceived by the compassionate Guanin. Do you comprehend? Guanin cast him a sidelong glance, her tone serious. The bull demon king nodded vigorously. Understood. I shall proceed immediately. He clasped his hands to Guanin in respect and turned to leave. Guanin subtly nodded, letting out a soft sigh. Dragon Maiden, shortly, bring the golden-furred hound to me. I require its power to continue tracking the whereabouts of Mujia. Upon hearing this, the bull demon king suddenly halted. Bodhisattva, are you seeking the whereabouts of the Huiyan traveler? I believe I know where he is. Guanin paused, her expression shifting. Where is Mujia? In the water prison of the Jing River Water Mansion, the bull demon king replied. He mentioned this while drinking with Jiang Feng. Guanin's face hardened. Just as I suspected. You may go. Focus on your own matters, she instructed. The bull demon king nodded and soared away like a rainbow. Watching him depart, Guanin's expression darkened. You all, take my pure crystal bottle and pure willow branch to restore Luajia Mountain to its former glory. I shall venture to the Jing River to rescue the Huiyan traveler from that anomaly. As she spoke, she handed the crystal bottle and willow branch to the Dragon Maiden and others, then ascended on her 7-treasure lotus platform. Meanwhile, above the Jing River, as Jiang Feng stepped into the waters, sealing the grand formation of the heavenly order, Guanin followed closely behind. Is there a protective formation outside this Jing River? Humph. A mere trifling technique. Do they think to obstruct me? With a focused gaze, Guanin unleashed a beam of Buddhist light from her palm, crashing it down upon the Jing River. In the next instant, the light vanished into the grand formation as if a cow had sunk into the sea. The surface of the Jing River remained turbulent and unscathed, while the grand formation showed no signs of damage. This grand formation, this is the heavenly order, Guanin observed in shock. At that moment, a figure clad in white emerged from the Jing River, locking eyes with Guanin across the formation. Jiang Feng grinned at the sight of Guanin's disarray. Oh, we meet again so soon, Bodhisattva. I hope you are well. You wretched being. How dare you imprison the Huiyan traveler of the Buddhist realm? Release him at once. Guanyin glared coldly at Jiang Feng, her voice stern. Jiang Feng, unfazed, replied with a calm smile, Bodhisattva, your intelligence is indeed remarkable. In just 7 or 8 days, you have uncovered the disappearance of your disciple. However, I must decline your request. Guanyin was momentarily taken aback. You wretched being, do you realize what you are doing? Even the Jade Emperor must show me some respect. Yet you, a mere wretched dragon, dare to defy my command? Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Bodhisattva, do not be so agitated. It is but a trivial matter. If the Jade Emperor respects you, then you should go seek him out. It has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, this is not the first time I have defied your orders. When you asked me to change locations for my tribulation outside Luojia Mountain, I did not comply. And as for Mu Jia coming here, he did not come at my behest. He is a being of the Buddhist realm. If he harbors murderous intent, he should consider the Bodhisattva as compassion. Now, I must demonstrate to him what true thunderous methods are. These are mere trifles to the Bodhisattva. Remain composed. At his words, Guanyin's lips twitched in frustration. You wretched beast. You are courting death. You will pay dearly for what you have done today. With a furious retort, Guanyin turned to leave. Watching her retreat, Jiang Feng scoffed. As if I could offend the Buddhist realm without consequences, and you would let me go. I am eager to see what tricks the Buddhist realm can conjure up. In the heavenly court's Piziang Hall, the Jade Emperor was enjoying a leisurely end to his day when the Star of Tai Bai rushed in, flustered. Your Majesty, wonderful news. Wonderful news. The Dragon King of the Jingha has declared war against the Buddhist sect. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback. Who? The Jingha Dragon King? Waging war against the Buddhist sect? Wait a moment. The Buddhist sect has not yet provoked the Jingha Dragon King, and he has taken the initiative to attack? What audacity! What is the situation? Speak to me at once, the Jade Emperor urged. Your Majesty, it is as follows, Tai Bai Jingxing said with excitement. Recounting how Jiang Feng had deliberately stirred the Tai Thunder calamity at Mount Luojia in the South Sea, disregarding Guanyin's counsel. The Emperor, you previously believed that this anomaly lacked the courage to oppose the Buddhist sect, but it appears he was merely displeased with your probing. His resentment towards the Buddhist sect is not only present but quite profound. Do you not think it prudent to issue another decree summoning him to the heavenly court? Tai Bai Jingxing proposed. Although the Jade Emperor was intrigued, upon hearing this, he shook his head. I had given him an opportunity before, but he rejected it. Should he refuse again, where would my dignity before the heavenly court reside? We must devise a plan to make it so that he has no option but to join the heavenly court and become my pawn. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the Jade Emperor's eyes. Tai Bai Jingxing's expression turned troubled at these words. Just then, a spiritual officer reported that Qianlian and Xuanfeng stood outside the Hall of Fragrance, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss. Without further ado, the Jade Emperor summoned them in. Upon entering the hall, the two knelt before the Jade Emperor. Qianlian respectfully reported, Your Majesty, the Jingha Dragon King, ungrateful for your great kindness, has conspired with the 6 great demon kings of the demon realm to rebel. Currently, the Bull Demon King has raised a great banner atop Mount Jilei, emblazoned with the 4 gilded characters, Dragon Emperor Saint. Moreover, he claims to have formed a brotherhood with the Jingha Dragon King and proclaims the new 7 great saints. A couplet hangs on either side of Jilei Mountain, inscribed with ominous words. Qianlian's face showed fear. Tai Bai Jingxing shot him a glare, reprimanding. The couplet was not written by you. You are merely to report. What are you afraid of? Speak. Qianlian quickly nodded. Yes? The couplet reads, Overthrow the Lingxiao and capture the Jade Emperor, level the Yaoqi, and seize the Queen Mother. Before he could finish, the Jade Emperor's face darkened, and he slammed his hand forcefully upon the table before him. Those damned demons seek death, the Jade Emperor bellowed. In that instant, both Qianlian and Xuanfeng trembled in fear, immediately prostrating themselves on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Tai Bai Jingxing glanced at them, sighed lightly. You two may withdraw for now. Yes. They fled the Hall of Fragrance, trembling as if pardoned from a death sentence. Tai Bai Jingxing turned his gaze back to the Jade Emperor and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Were you not seeking an opportunity to ensure that the Jingha Dragon King has no path of retreat? That opportunity has now presented itself. The Jade Emperor snorted in response. Changgung Star Lord, did you not hear? That wretched dragon has rebelled. I have just pardoned him from death, and instead of gratitude, he dares to revolt. Such a traitor, I wish to flay him alive to relieve my anger. Yet, Jiang chuckled, Your Majesty. The Jing Dragon King has just provoked the Buddhist sect and now rebels against the heavenly court. Do you not find this coincidence rather suspect? Might it be that the Buddhist sect has framed him, seeking to use our heavenly court to eliminate him? After all, the Bull Demon King, as the leader of the 7 great saints, has not explicitly shown ties to the Buddhist sect. If he had no backing, how could he thrive in Xinyo Hezhou? Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened, revealing a flicker of realization. Then, raising an eyebrow, he said, The opportunity you mentioned earlier, let us turn the tables. Jiang said with a mysterious smile. The Jade Emperor smiled and nodded, summoned the towering King Li Jing to the Hall of Fragrance. Chang Gung Star Lord. Take my orders and head to Guanjiao, in the human realm, at the Jinghe Dragon Palace. Jiang Feng, upon receiving the Dragon Emperor Saint's banner from a small cow demon, felt his expression darken further. Concealing one's intentions and using another's blade to kill. Clever tactics from the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain. Jiang Feng sneered. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. The Buddhist sect has framed you, and the demon kings are conspiring together, putting you in peril. Choose your path. Option 1. A true man can endure and adapt. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Submit an explanation to the heavenly court. Claiming no rebellious intent. Reward. 200,000 years of cultivation, a postnatal treasure, the Empress's whip. Option 2. Defame me? All shall perish. Head to Jile Mountain. Join forces with the 6 great saints and redirect the heavenly court's wrath towards Jile Mountain. Reward. 500,000 years of cultivation. A congenital spiritual treasure, the blade of slaying immortals and gods, and the divine ability, Golden Crow transformation technique. Confronted with these 2 choices, Jiang Feng found himself momentarily stunned. The first option, while somewhat humiliating, would still leave a path for him to guard the Jinghe. The second option promised rich rewards, but was a gamble. With wolves in front and tigers behind, Jiang Feng risked being besieged. Nevertheless, in that fleeting moment, Jiang Feng made his decision. I choose the second option. As he silently affirmed this, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. The 7 great saints, very well. If you insist on being my brothers, then let us share the consequences together. Brothers, I am coming. With that, Jiang Feng seized the Dragon Emperor Saint's banner and leaped forth, crossing the Jinghe. The next moment, his gaze shifted. The target, Jile Mountain. Chapter 22. 100,000 heavenly soldiers, all formed in array. In Xinyo Hezhou at Mount Jile. Elder brother, are you certain that our actions pose no danger? This couplet hanging here sends chills down my spine. The Lion Trojan King scrutinized the couplet suspended over 100 feet at Mount Jile, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. Beside him, the Monkey King furrowed his brow. I too feel uneasy. And moreover, elder brother, what truly transpired when the Jinghe Dragon King pursued us yesterday? Why are second brother and third brother unwilling to cooperate with us today, no matter what we say? Though they call themselves the 7 great saints, only 4 of them are present at Mount Jile. The Bull Demon King, the Lion Trojan King, the Monkey King, and the Huron King. The Flood Dragon King and the Rock King have outright refused. As for the latest addition, the Dragon Emperor Saint Jiang Feng, the Bull Demon King and the others have not expected him to arrive at all. Confronted with these questions, the Bull Demon King waved his hand and laughed heartily. What you say is merely needless worry. This couplet was not penned by us, but by our new 7th brother. He is a hero of the demon race, destined to lead our kin in altering the balance of the 3 realms. Should the heavenly court become enraged, his position will be the main battleground, while we are merely minor accomplices. Besides, we have some familiarity with the heavenly soldiers. They know we are not to be trifled with. If that wretched dragon is not here, they would rather not engage us. Capturing that wretched dragon and returning to report is simple and convenient, a win-win for all. The Bull Demon King chuckled. The other demon kings furrowed their brows upon hearing this. Though there was a semblance of reason to his words, something felt amiss. Then, what of second brother and third brother? The Monkey King pressed. Upon hearing this, a hint of discomfort flickered in the Bull Demon King's eyes. Ultimately, only the Bull Demon King, the Rock King, and the Flood Dragon King had truly witnessed Jiang Feng's formidable prowess yesterday. Moreover, the Flood Dragon King had been sacrificed as a shield by the Bull Demon King. Allow him to come. He might very well turn against us at a crucial moment. With a solemn expression, the Bull Demon King declared, their absence may be due to fear of the heavenly court or other reasons. We need not concern ourselves with them. What we must know is that as long as that wretched dragon is not present, Mount Jile is absolutely secure. However, just then, the Bull Demon King's voice trailed off. He caught sight of a familiar figure appearing on the horizon. A profound sense of inexplicable dread surged within me. In the next moment, a thunderous voice echoed, "Ha ha! My brothers, behold my true nature. I, the Dragon Emperor, Jiang Feng, have arrived." The figure of Jiang Feng, bearing a grand banner, became increasingly distinct. In an instant, the three demon kings were momentarily taken aback, their gazes instinctively shifting towards the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King exclaimed, "What is this nonsense? Why are you looking at me? My head is buzzing too. What on earth is happening? The Dragon King of the Jing River is not playing by the rules. Who are you calling brothers? Why are you shouting aimlessly? Furthermore, isn't your Jing River water palace sufficient? There are protective arrays outside. Even Guanyin Bodhisattva would return empty-handed. Why abandon such a defensible stronghold to come here to my Mount Jile and create chaos?" A myriad of questions flooded their minds. "Why have you come to my Mount Jile, you incorrigible dragon?" the Bull Demon King shouted. Jiang Feng laughed heartily. "Ah, brother Niu, you truly feign ignorance. You have raised my banner here on Mount Jile and inscribed couplets in my name, provoking the wrath of the heavenly court. As brothers, we share our fortunes in life and face our tribulations together. A good brother, let us perish together." Amidst his laughter, Jiang Feng's figure drew ever closer. The four great saints cried, "Do not approach." At the same time, Jiang Feng heard the system's notification. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing task 2. Rewards received. 500,000 years of cultivation, innate spiritual treasure, the blade of immortal slaying, divine ability, the golden crow transformation technique." In that moment, Jiang Feng's power surged dramatically. The blade of immortal slaying recognized its master, and he instantly grasped the pinnacle evasion technique of the three realms, the golden crow transformation technique. While 500,000 years of cultivation did not elevate Jiang Feng to the mid-level of the Tai Golden Immortal, it still represented a significant enhancement. Now, if he were to face Neza, Jiang Feng felt a 90% certainty of overwhelming him. That remaining 10% was merely to save face for his brothers. At this moment, the Demon Kings atop Mount Jile were thoroughly panicked. Jiang Feng's unconventional arrival had transformed this place into the main battlefield of this confrontation. It was reminiscent of 500 years ago at Flower Fruit Mountain. 5 centuries prior, they could still flee. But this time, with Mount Jile being the Bull Demon King's second stronghold, one could not escape the temple even if the monks ran. "Brother, I just remembered that I have a furnace of elixirs in my demon abode. If they are successfully refined, I could attain immortality. This elixir is immensely precious. I must return to monitor it to prevent failure. Brother, my old sow is about to give birth. I must return to assist. Is that so? This is indeed joyous news. Fifth brother, I must visit your home today to partake in a celebratory drink. Let us go." The three demon kings sought various excuses to leave this place of turmoil. However, at that moment, dark clouds began to swirl in the sky, and countless heavenly soldiers descended upon Mount Jile. In an instant, yellow smoke billowed, and purple mist surged. "All troops, form ranks," accompanied by a commanding shout. The myriad heavenly soldiers lined up in formation, erecting an elaborate heavenly net. Jiang Feng looked up to see General Li Jing standing atop the assembled platform. Accompanied by divine generals such as Neza, the 28 constellations, the 9 luminaries, the 12 Yuan Shun, the 5 directions, the 4 guardians, the eastern and western stars, the northern and southern deities, the 5 peaks, and the 4 rivers, all of whom had established camp in the heavens, numbering in the tens of thousands. This display was even more formidable than the battle at Flower Fruit Mountain 500 years ago. Seeing this, Jiang Feng tightened his grip on the banner, his expression growing increasingly grave. The strength mobilized by the heavenly court surpassed his expectations. Yet, in the next moment, a smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth as he turned to the 4 demon kings. "Brothers, is this scene exhilarating?" Jiang Feng inquired, eliciting a stiffened response from the 4. "Bah, you shameless wretch, who considers you a brother?" the Bull Demon King rebuked. Jiang Feng chuckled. "Don't say that to me. Go tell those heavenly generals your thoughts. Do you think they would believe you?" Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening further. "You incorrigible dragon, what grudge do you hold that you wish to perish together with us?" the Bull Demon King asked coldly. "Old Nyo, we could have coexisted peacefully. But you have forced my hand. You wish for my demise? Apologies, but I must find a few more to take down with me. Jiang Feng replied with a chilling smile, even somewhat sinister. Seeing this, the bull demon king was momentarily stunned, gritting his teeth. You madman! Thank you for the compliment. Jiang Feng replied with a smile. Meanwhile, General Li Jing stood on the platform amidst the multitude of soldiers, gazing down at Mount Jilei with an air of arrogance. Hee, this incorrigible dragon has finally fallen into my hands. Capturing him will not only earn rewards from the heavenly court, but also be a significant achievement in the Buddhist realm. Double rewards, Li Jing thought to himself, his face remaining impassive, his demeanor solemn. Which divine general is willing to take the lead and strike the first blow? Before he could finish, a youthful figure emerged from the ranks of the gods, cupping his hands in salute. This humble general is willing to go. Chapter 23, Encirclement. A youthful voice rang out. The gods turned to see Neza, standing on his wind-fire wheels, the universe ring draped over his shoulder, entwined in the cosmic silk. Wielding the fire-tipped spear. Though his appearance was youthful and charming, a fierce fire flickered in his eyes, cold and piercing, captivating all who beheld him. Upon seeing Neza, Li Jing raised an eyebrow. You were once defeated by this incorrigible dragon. If I send you to lead the charge again, it would only invite ridicule from the demons, claiming that the heavenly court lacks capable warriors. Withdraw at once. Neza hastily explained, Father, my defeat was due to the Dragon King of the Jing River taking advantage of his terrain. Now that he has no advantage, I am not without the strength to contend with him. Please allow me to fight and redeem my previous shame. Hearing this, Li Jing's heart wavered. After all, Neza, as a divine being of the three altars and the Sea Assembly, had been a fierce vanguard in Li Jing's many campaigns against demons. Neza's abilities were well recognized in the heavenly court. He was ruthless in battle and decisive in his actions, truly born to be a vanguard. With this thought, Li Jing no longer hesitated, waving his command flag and declaring, Neza, I command you to engage the Jing River incorrigible dragon. Should you fail, the military law will be invoked. Understood, Neza replied, filled with vigor. No sooner had he spoken than he stepped forward, flames erupting from his wind-fire wheels, transforming him into a blur as he charged towards Jiang Feng. Jing River incorrigible dragon, prepare to meet your end. Neza called out, swiftly approaching Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes, twisting his wrist to hurl the Dragon Emperor's banner like a javelin. With a resounding crash, it lodged itself into Mount Jilei, fluttering in the wind. In the next moment, Jiang Feng faced Neza, summoning the Xianyuan sword. Clang! The fire-tipped spear clashed with the Xianyuan sword as the two drew near, their gazes locking. Just then, Neza frowned. Brother, why must you commit such a foolish act? While I do not oppose your ruckus in the heavenly palace, with your current strength, it is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Even with the assistance of those demon kings, you cannot contend with the heavenly court. Neza urged earnestly. Jiang Feng sighed with a wry smile. Brother, this is not my desire. All of this is the scheme of the Buddhist realm. I have not allied with the 6 great saints of the demon realm. Rather, I have torn our relationship asunder. However, the bull demon king is but a puppet of the Buddhist realm, and all of this is his framing. I have come here to redirect the heavenly court's fury towards Mount Jilei, forcing these demon kings to stand against the heavenly court alongside me. Upon hearing this, Neza silently nodded, I see. However, the Jade Emperor has become resolute. Judging by the current situation, he intends to bring about your demise. Brother, let us feign death in battle, and I shall cover your retreat to the Jinghe Water Palace. There, with the protection of the great formation of the Water Palace, you may temporarily escape this calamity. Jiang Feng nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my brother. I have already drawn the flames of war to Mount Jilei. My purpose here has been achieved. If I were to return to the Jinghe Dragon Palace, utilizing the grand formation formed by the celestial decree, it would serve as both an offensive and defensive stronghold, a wise choice indeed. Do not mention it, brother. However, the heavens are filled with watchful old-timers. To prevent them from discerning our ruse, I shall engage earnestly. Be cautious, Neza said solemnly. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smile. Come then, let me witness your true prowess. With that, Jiang Feng's aura surged, and the Xianyuan sword radiated brilliant golden light. In an instant, his techniques became fierce, and the sword in his hand moved with a gale-like ferocity. Each move, though seemingly simple, was imbued with tremendous power. Each strike felt as if Mount Tai were bearing down upon Neza, leaving his arms numb. My word, brother, after just a few days, you have grown this formidable, Neza exclaimed, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Then I too shall unleash my full strength. Before his words fell, Neza manifested his 3 heads and 6 arms. In an instant, the 9-dragon divine fire shield, the golden brick, and the yin-yang sword were summoned, with 6 arms wielding 6 magical artifacts. Neza's combat power sword, surpassing even the typical mid-stage Tai golden immortal. Yet, even against this enhanced version of Neza, Jiang Feng wielded only the Xianyuan sword, handling the onslaught with ease and grace. The two engaged in a dance of offense and retreat, gradually shifting away from the main battlefield of Mount Jilei. Jing furrowed his brow at the sight, his gaze falling upon the multitude of divine generals beneath the command platform. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Where are the 4 heavenly kings, the giant spirit god, the fish belly and the medicine fork generals, the 9 luminary star-lord, and the 12 Yuanshan? Jing bellowed. At your service. The voices of the divine beings resonated almost in unison. Jing's expression hardened as he focused his energy. I command you to join forces against the Jinghe nefarious dragon and assist Neza. We shall obey. Before his words had fully left his mouth, the divine generals surged forth from the ranks of the hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers, charging into the fray where Jiang Feng and Neza battled. The giant spirit god, a formidable general under Jing, brandished a mountain-splitting axe with immense strength. The 4 heavenly kings, Duo Luzhao of the east, Pai Liuli of the south, Lu Bucha of the west, and Pai Shaman of the north, were all disciples of the same master, having trained together since childhood, their synergy unmatched. Each was a perfected golden immortal, and together, they had once subdued a demon king on the verge of entering the mid-stage of Tai golden immortal. The fish belly and medicine fork generals were Jing's right and left arms, both formidable in their own right. The 9 luminary star-lord and the 12 Yuanshan were among the more capable warriors of the heavenly pantheon. Now, with 2 to 3 dozen divine generals converging, a massive mountain-splitting axe was unleashed towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened as he separated from Neza with a sword strike, raising the Xianyuan sword to block the giant spirit god's axe. Clang! The clash produced a resounding metallic ring. Jiang Feng felt as though he faced not merely an axe but an entire mountain. In terms of sheer force, the giant spirit god nearly matched a mid-stage Tai golden immortal. Jiang Feng was pushed back several steps, his arm tingling with strain. Neza frowned at the sight, irritation crossing his features. He turned to the approaching divine reinforcements and reproached, "You fools! Who authorized you to interfere in my battle with the Jinghe nefarious dragon? Do you think my strength alone is insufficient to subdue him?" At Neza's rebuke, the divine beings appeared fearful. They all respected the fearsome reputation of Neza. However, the 4 heavenly kings stepped forward, stating, "We come under the command of Lord Li, here to assist the 3rd prince. This is a battlefield, not a one-on-one duel. The king's order must be obeyed. Everyone, unite in action." With that command, the Growth King drew his sword, the Holding Nation King summoned his pipa, and over 20 divine generals displayed their powers, encircling Jiang Feng. Attack! With the order given, a myriad of dazzling magical artifacts and divine powers erupted forth, overwhelming Jiang Feng. Observing this, Neza's brow furrowed in concern. Even a mid-stage Tai golden immortal would struggle against such a concerted assault. I must assist my brother. Just as Neza prepared to strike from behind to attack the divine generals, a pitch-black light flickered amidst the radiant brilliance. Boom! In an instant, the onslaught of more than 20 divine beings dissipated, revealing a black lotus slowly emerging. Chapter 24. Annihilating worldly demonic fire. The golden crow transforms into a rainbow. As the black lotus materialized, the inky flames surged skyward, scattering the colorful assaults. A divine might that threatened to obliterate the heavens descended. The exquisite innate spiritual treasure. The 12th rank annihilating world black lotus. Under the astonished gazes of the divine beings, Jiang Feng held the Xianyuan sword in one hand and cradled the 12th rank annihilating world black lotus in the other. His unyielding figure standing undaunted before the multitude of heavenly warriors. My elder brother is truly monstrous. My earlier concerns were utterly unwarranted, Neza thought, shaking his head with a wry smile. At this moment, Jiang Feng, with sword and lotus in hand, stood surrounded by over 20 powerful beings of the heavenly court. His demeanor was grave, his presence overwhelming, as he cast a cold gaze around him. This stance resembled that of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who stood alone before the heavenly palace, boldly confronting the 36 divine generals of the Thunder Department. Sensing the surging aura of the annihilating world Black Lotus within Jiang Feng's palm, the divine generals exchanged apprehensive glances. Moments earlier, witnessing the back-and-forth combat between Neza and this nefarious dragon, they had assumed the dragon's strength was merely slightly superior to Neza's. They never anticipated he possessed such hidden cards. What treasure is this Black Lotus, that its might is so overwhelming? This nefarious dragon has undoubtedly encountered great fortune. What does it matter how great the fortune? To oppose the heavenly court is to court death. They thought, let us all unite and vanquish this nefarious dragon. It would be a great achievement. Kill. The divine beings exchanged glances, a fierce glint igniting in their eyes. It is said that great rewards inspire great courage. And the scale of this assault on Mount Jile revealed the emperor's unwavering resolve to eradicate a nefarious dragon devoid of any backing. Securing a merit without future concerns, such an opportunity was rare over millennia. In an instant, the divine beings unleashed their full power, summoning artifacts, casting divine spells, and coordinating their attacks as they surged toward Jiang Feng. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng's gaze swept over the divine generals before resting on Neza. His expression was icy, his resolve steadfast. He nodded at Neza, who understood his intent. Neza immediately unleashed his profound power, reaching the pinnacle of early-stage Tai Golden Immortal, and beneath his 3 heads and 6 arms, the 6 magical artifacts shimmered with brilliance. Everyone, I shall lend you my strength. With a gentle call, Neza joined the fray. Third Prince. Wait until the moment is right to strike. The mysterious sky silk binds me, and this method, who taught you such a unique approach? You missed. You threw the Chinkuan circle off. By the heavens, Neza, that's not the correct spot to strike. As Neza engaged, the battlefield erupted in chaos. Yet, while these divine beings were not Tai Golden Immortals, they were seasoned warriors, and despite Neza's antics, their coordination still posed significant pressure on Jiang Feng. Faced with the onslaught of the divine beings, Jiang Feng's focus sharpened. In a fleeting moment, his aura surged dramatically, a blinding white light flashing around him. With a whoosh. In the next instant, 2 additional heads sprouted from his shoulders, and 4 more arms emerged from beneath his ribs. The great divine power, with 3 heads and 6 arms. Boom. In an instant, Jiang Feng's combat prowess surged more than threefold. With the Xianyuan sword held horizontally, he repelled over a dozen divine generals. In his hand, the 12th Great Annihilation Black Lotus was raised high, unleashing a torrent of world-destroying inferno. In that fleeting moment, the flames surged, and more than 20 divine generals, including Neza, dared not approach even a hair's breadth. At this moment, Jiang Feng single-handedly suppressed the multitude of deities. Neza stood behind the infernal flames, a peculiar expression on his face. Did I misunderstand my brother's intentions? With his capabilities, even without my interference, he could easily crush us. But when did my brother learn to wield 3 heads and 6 arms? Neza pondered inwardly. As he contemplated, Neza slightly raised his head. Gazing at the figure bathed in the infernal flames, a look of relief appearing on his face. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng conjured layers of magical flames above the heavens, isolating himself from the divine hosts. He then retracted the 3 heads and 6 arms, his gaze shifting. Faintly, a pure golden flame emerged around him. Great divine power. The Golden Crow transformation technique. As the flames soared, they vaguely transformed into the phantom of a 3-legged golden crow. Then, with a flicker, he vanished, leaving only an afterimage behind. Above the heavens, the divine generals were left dumbfounded. This is the unique secret technique of the ancient Demon Emperor clan, the Golden Crow transformation technique. How could this cursed dragon possess such power? Forget about that. Once the infernal flames dissipate, we shall pursue him immediately. Pursue what? The Golden Crow transformation technique is the pinnacle of escape techniques in the 3 realms. You dare to chase after him? In truth, based on the strength this cursed dragon just displayed, even if he did not flee, we may not necessarily be his match. He possesses the power to crush us. Yet he seems to harbor no intent to kill. Otherwise, we would have long since become souls beneath his sword. So should we still chase? Let us return and report this matter to Lord Li. After all, that cursed dragon's roots lie in the Jing River. He may escape, but the temple cannot. Let us depart. At the same time, on Mount Jile, Li Jing stood on the command platform, his expression proud as he gazed down below. You wretched demons. 500 years ago, during the battle at Huagua Mountain, you fled in disarray, and I spared you. Yet now, you do not think of the heavenly court's vast grace. still harboring treachery, uniting with the cursed dragon of the Jing River, intending to rebel. Creatures like you, who disrupt the three realms, are a waste of resources. I, upholding the heavenly will and aligning with the people's hearts, shall eradicate you today. Those who are sensible should surrender quickly to avoid unnecessary suffering before death. Li Jing waved his hand and proclaimed loudly. However, upon hearing this, the martial virtue Star-Lord frowned. My lord, that metaphor seems a bit inappropriate. If they are the stirrers of chaos, then are we not? Li Jing, cursed wretches, how dare you equate me with such filth? Where is the heavenly alignment? Li Jing bellowed, and a multitude of starry divine generals stepped forward. This subordinate is here. I command you to level Mount Jile, to completely eradicate this shameless group who call themselves great saints, leaving not a single one alive. Li Jing shouted furiously. Understood. The starry divine generals responded in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. In the next moment, the starry divine generals emerged from among the hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers, and on Mount Jile, it seemed as if night had fallen, heralding a spectacular meteor shower. Though this scene was grand and romantic, beneath each killing star lay boundless malice. In an instant, the four great saints on Mount Jile panicked. Unjust. We do not even know this cursed dragon, nor are we brothers. We are enemies. My lord, please show mercy. I am willing to cooperate with the heavenly court to encircle and kill the cursed dragon. The four great saints cried out, attempting to avert this battle. However, upon hearing this, Li Jing merely smiled disdainfully. Beasts are still beasts, incapable of lying with any finesse. If you have no connection with that cursed dragon, why raise its banner on Mount Jile? Truly laughable. Do not listen to these demon wretches' nonsense. Kill them directly? Ridiculous. These demon kings are all on the heavenly court's bounty list. It's a free opportunity for merit. After all, he only needs to wave his hand and utter a few words. He need not engage in the battlefield, yet the primary credit will be his. Li Jing gazed at the flames of war igniting on Mount Jile, a faint smile gracing his lips. The life of a heavenly king is indeed so simple and mundane. Chapter 25. The War God of the Three Realms, the most holy and blessed true monarch. At this moment, Mount Jile had transformed into a brutal battlefield. Flames raged, and the sounds of killing echoed fiercely. Ferocity, bloodshed, slaughter, and cruelty, the ominous atmosphere enveloped Mount Jile. The bold demon king, lion Trojan king, and other demon kings, seeing no other recourse, could only engage in battle. They were not easy opponents either, although they lacked the courage to confront the heavenly court directly when cornered. None were easy prey. However, this battle felt somewhat stifling. Originally, they intended to frame Jiang Feng, yet now, with Jiang Feng having fled, they had become the main battlefield on Mount Jile. The individual strength of the starry divine generals was not formidable, but their numbers were overwhelming, while the demons under them were merely scattered soldiers. Though they could bully the unwary, they were no match for this group of well-trained elite heavenly soldiers. In an instant, the demon soldiers suffered heavy casualties, and the four great saints became the focal point of the divine general's onslaught. At this moment, on the command platform, Li Jing seemed completely oblivious to the carnage below. He stroked his chin, a contemplative expression on his face. Merely defeating these demon soldiers would be a significant achievement. If I slay the cursed dragon and capture these four demon kings, my position in the heavenly court shall rise another level. Splendid. Just then, a group of heavenly deities descended from the sky, landing before the command platform. It was Neza and the four great kings. Why have you returned? Where's the cursed dragon? Li Jing inquired, puzzled. The deities exchanged awkward glances, their expressions uncomfortable. The giant spirit god stepped forward and clasped his hands. Reporting to the heavenly king, that cursed dragon possesses some means. Even united, we were no match for him. After repelling us, he used the golden crow transformation technique to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine generals lowered their heads, bracing for Li Jing's impending wrath. However, to their astonishment, Li Jing did not express anger. Rather, he smiled. This unexpected turn shocked the divine generals. What is happening? Previously, he would have awarded each of them 5,000 military rods for such a setback. But now he is smiling? This smile was even more terrifying. As the divine generals stood in fear, Li Jing calmly stated, "Do not worry, that cursed dragon cannot escape." Upon hearing this, the divine generals were taken aback. Having already used the golden crow transformation technique, who could possibly pursue him? Furthermore, wasn't the main force on Mount Jile? Could it be that Li Jing had anticipated all of this, and outside the Jing River water mansion, he had set up a net to ensnare him? Given Li Jing's intellect, he should not be capable of such elaborate planning. Most of the heavenly generals had gathered at Mount Jilei. Who else could be dispatched to the Jing River water mansion? Seeing Li Jing's confidence, could it be that a great Luo golden immortal was also deployed? What capabilities does this cursed dragon possess? The divine generals whispered to one another in astonishment. Only Nez's gaze sharpened, his expression grave. If Li Jing is so assured, could it be that he has indeed laid an ambush outside the Jing River water mansion? In this battle, Jiang Feng displayed terrifying power. Yet, Li Jing showed no signs of worry. Instead, he smiled, indicating that those responsible for the ambush were formidable enough to overwhelm Jiang Feng. No, I cannot stand idly by while my brother faces danger. With this thought, Neza clasped his hands to Li Jing, Father Commander. I am unwilling to rest until the outcome of my battle with that cursed dragon is determined. Please grant this humble general another opportunity. I am willing to pursue the vile dragon to the banks of the Jing River and eradicate it. Upon hearing this, Li Jing raised an eyebrow. The vile dragon has already thrown itself into the trap. There is no need for you to go. However, after uttering these words, he noticed that Neza seemed utterly unaffected. With his fire-tipped spear held horizontally, he directly soared into the sky on his windfire wheel. Li Jing was taken aback by the sight. Yet by the time he regained his composure, Neza had already vanished into the distance, leaving behind only a fleeting silhouette. This ungrateful child. Li Jing gritted his teeth. Clenching the 33-layered golden pagoda in his hand, his eyes flickering with a trace of fierce anger. In the heavens above, Jiang Feng executed the golden crow transformation, his form shimmering with golden light as he darted forward. When he approached the vicinity of the Jing River, gazing at the tumultuous waves below, he secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. With the grand formation established by the will of heaven and earth, even the hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers would struggle to breach it in a short time. But at that moment, a figure seemed to materialize out of thin air, blocking Jiang Feng's path. From a distance, this person appeared towering and possessed an extraordinary aura. His chiseled face bore a resolute expression. Clad in silver armor and draped in a light gray cloak, which added an air of lethal authority, holding a three-pronged, double-edged blade. He was accompanied by a small black dog. Most strikingly, an inverted heavenly eye adorned his forehead. By mere appearance and demeanor, a phrase emerged in Jiang Feng's mind. A person of elegance on the road, a gentleman unparalleled in the world. Though male, he could be described in one word, beauty. Yet, what struck Jiang Feng with even greater astonishment was the man's imposing presence. Merely standing there, he resembled an insurmountable peak, obstructing Jiang Feng's path. As their gazes met, the man's cold eyes narrowed as he slowly spoke. Do you know who I am? Jiang Feng was taken aback. Jiao Jiao and Jun? Yang Jian replied. I am the war god of the three realms, the illustrious and revered Erling Shun, sent by the Jade Emperor to capture the vile dragon of the Jing River. You are that vile dragon? Yang Jian's demeanor was grave and unyielding, his words accompanied by a formidable aura that swept outward. Yang Jian, by bloodline, was the son of the Jade Emperor's sister, Yao Ji, making him the Emperor's own nephew. Initially, the Jade Emperor intended to execute him due to his half-human, half-divine lineage with a mortal, but he was saved by the Taoist sage, Yu Ding, one of the 12 golden immortals, who took him as a disciple. Later, he played a crucial role as a grain supervisor in the campaign against the tyrant Zhou and shone brilliantly during the investiture of the gods, standing out among the third generation of disciples of the Taoist teachings. Faced with such a legendary figure, Jiang Feng smiled faintly. You have mistaken me, esteemed lord. I, Jiang Feng, am no vile dragon. I am a model citizen. I have heard that the vile dragon is currently at Jilei Mountain, engaged in a bloody battle with the gods. If you wish to capture him, you should hasten to Jilei Mountain. Otherwise, someone else may claim the credit. With that, Jiang Feng attempted to bypass Yang Jian and continue on his way. However, just as he approached Yang Jian, the latter swiftly turned his wrist into silver-black three-pronged, double-edged blade suddenly crossed in front of Jiang Feng. The blade gleamed ominously, sending chills down his spine. Under the heavenly eye, the 72 transformations of the Earth's evil will be rendered ineffective, let alone your superficial transformations. Yang Jian's gaze shifted, a cold smile forming on his lips. I initially believed that the Jing River Dragon King, who dares to declare himself the Dragon Emperor and challenge heaven, would be a hero of the demon realm. Yet, I did not expect that he would not even dare to acknowledge his own identity. Hearing this, Jiang Feng took 2 steps back, grinning. Likewise, I initially thought the so-called war god of the 3 realms would be a true hero. Yet, it appears you are merely a pawn of the Jade Emperor. Have you forgotten who it was that oppressed your mother beneath Peach Mountain, subjecting her to endless suffering? Ambitious, yet unwilling to acknowledge the heavenly family? How delusional! Jiang Feng scoffed disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian tightened his grip on the 3-pronged blade, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. You seek death. Chapter 26. This net is called the sun-catching net. With a cold voice, Yang Jian swung his 3-pronged blade and suddenly struck. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Feng's expression turned grave, and he flipped his palm, summoning the Xianyuan's sword from thin air. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the 3-pronged blade clashed with the Xianyuan's sword. The immense force sending Jiang Feng staggering back several dozen feet. For a moment, his arm felt numb, and his palm bled. The war god of the 3 realms truly lived up to his reputation. However, Jiang Feng, witnessing this, remained unfazed and even smiled. With the distance now between them, he channeled his energy, and a faint golden flame enveloped his body. Golden Crow transformation, accompanied by the sudden appearance of the Golden Crow's phantom. Jiang Feng immediately turned and fled in a chosen direction. Though Yang Jian was formidable, he had not mastered any profound escape techniques. In terms of speed, he could not even match Neza, who rode on the windfire wheel. Yang Jian, you are indeed strong, but when we meet next time, perhaps you shall become my defeated foe. As his words fell, Jiang Feng turned and executed the Golden Crow transformation, preparing to leave. Just when he believed he had escaped danger, a massive net unexpectedly appeared from the void not far away. In an instant, Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened, and a serious expression crossed his face. This net, seemingly woven from hemp rope, appeared unremarkable at first glance. Yet it subtly sealed off a vast expanse of space before him. Jiang Feng's movement faltered as he dispelled the Golden Crow transformation, gripping the Xianyuan sword, and struck down at the net. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated. The Xianyuan sword did not tear through the net's confinement. Instead, the tremendous backlash sent Jiang Feng flying backward. Not far away, Yang Jian approached leisurely, while his companion, the celestial dog, barked furiously, resembling a bolt of black lightning as it charged towards Jiang Feng. The celestial dog, a legendary beast, had once wounded the great Sun Wukong, who was as tough as black iron. Jiang Feng did not dare to underestimate this threat. Just before the celestial dog reached him, Jiang Feng flipped his palm and summoned the 12th grade extinguishing black lotus. In an instant, a dark flame, as black as ink, erupted around Jiang Feng, enveloping him. This flame was not scorching, rather, it possessed an icy chill. As the extinguishing demonic fire erupted from the 12th grade extinguishing black lotus, the flames merely served as a vessel. Its true power lay in destruction. Simultaneously, the celestial dog unleashed a torrent of thunderous flames, intertwining with Jiang Feng's dark flames, causing the once slender black dog to swell 100-fold. With a raised paw, it struck down towards Jiang Feng. At this moment, the dark flames swirling around Jiang Feng had already manifested into the shape of a black lotus, colliding head-on with the gigantic black dog engulfed in thunderous flames. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound that shook the heavens, the extinguishing demonic fire surged, sending the celestial dog flying. In the next moment, Yang Jian arrived, wielding his 3-pronged blade. With one slash, he struck down upon the black lotus formed by the demonic fire. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The immense force shattered large swathes of demonic fire, simultaneously forcing Jiang Feng back several dozen feet. He struggled to steady himself, barely avoiding crashing into the enormous net. At this moment, Jiang Feng stood suspended in the air, gazing at the approaching Yang Jian with a cold glint in his eyes. To capture me, you were well prepared. Yang Jian, expressionless, stepped through the air and calmly stated, that net is called the sun-catching net. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's expression shifted. The innate treasure, the sun-catching net. That was the artifact of the great archer Ho-E from the ancient primordial era, used during the war between the witch and demon clans. It was he who had captured the 9 golden crows with this net, only to shoot them down with his divine bow and 9 sun arrows. This ancient artifact gained prominence after the first battle. The esteemed god of war across the 3 realms, the illustrious Jiao Xianxing, has gone to such lengths to capture a nameless dragon king like me, Jiang Feng scoffed. Yang Jian slightly raised his head, his gaze darkening. Even when hunting a mere rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength. To capture you, I must ensure absolute success. Before his words faded, Yang Jian had already charged forward, wielding his trident knife. Clang! As the blade descended, Jiang Feng grasped the Xianyuan sword with both hands, managing to block the trident knife. Yet, the immense force nearly dislodged the sword from his grip. Jiang Feng retreated once more, now less than 3 zhang from the edge of the sun-ensnaring net. Presently, Yang Jian had unfurled this net, isolating the battlefield from the external realm, effectively carving out a domain for combat. This battle was inevitable. With this thought, Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened. If that is the case, let me witness just how formidable you, the god of war of the 3 realms, truly are. As his words fell, Jiang Feng's aura surged, enveloped in a radiant white light. Within this brilliance, his strength escalated, manifesting the form of 3 heads and 6 arms. His combat power soaring beyond threefold. Kill! He exclaimed softly, his eyes brimming with battle intent. This time, he took the initiative to charge at Yang Jian. Observing this, Yang Jian narrowed his eyes. 3 heads and 6 arms. This wretched dragon has mastered my sect's formidable powers. With a serious expression, Jiang Feng had already closed the distance. And with a flick of his wrist, the Xianyuan sword multiplied into 6. Each sword was now held in one of his 6 hands. He swung his swords, attacking. Clang! 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 3 of the Xianyuan swords were repelled by the trident knife, while the other 3 struck Yang Jian. However, in the next moment, Jiang Feng was taken aback. By the heavens, how tough! The Xianyuan sword struck Yang Jian's body as if hitting steel, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Under the influence of the 8-9 profound art, Yang Jian's flesh was as resilient as a magical artifact. In the next instant, Yang Jian's aura surged, forcing the Xianyuan sword back. Then, the trident knife swung in a torrential assault. Jiang Feng retreated several steps, wielding the Xianyuan sword to block, his expression increasingly grave. Since the Xianyuan sword could not penetrate the 8-9 profound art, it was almost in a flash that an enchanting light materialized out of thin air. Simultaneously, a chilling aura began to spread. In the next moment, under Yang Jian's perplexed gaze, Jiang Feng freed one hand, flipping his palm to reveal a sharp, menacing treasure blade that appeared from nowhere. The innate spiritual treasure, the blade of extermination. At the moment this blade manifested, even Yang Jian, who practiced the 8-9 profound art, could not help but display a hint of apprehension in his eyes. This blade was perilous. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng waved his hand, and the 12th rank annihilating black lotus spiraled upward, transforming into a lotus platform 3 zhang in size. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged upon it, employing the 3 heads and 6 arms to wield the Xianyuan sword and the blade of extermination, charging fiercely toward Yang Jian. Though his strength was lacking, in terms of magical artifacts, he exerted overwhelming pressure on Yang Jian. For a brief period, the two exchanged blows for several rounds, each equally matched. Yet, in the next moment, Yang Jian's expression hardened, and he swiftly retreated several steps, creating distance between them. He then flipped his palm, and a mysterious light appeared in his hand. Wretched dragon, this time, I shall surely capture you. Yang Jian revealed a palm-sized copper mirror from beneath the magical light. This mirror was named the Demon Illuminating Mirror. In an instant, a beam of mystical light shot forth from the mirror, locking onto Jiang Feng's form. At that moment, Jiang Feng felt as though he had sunk into a quagmire, his movements becoming exceedingly sluggish. In the next moment, Yang Jian sheathed his trident knife, twisted his wrist, and conjured a battle axe that resembled white jade. The innate treasure, the mountain-cleaving axe. A surge of malevolent energy erupted from the axe. He then held the Demon Illuminating Mirror in one hand and the mountain-cleaving axe in the other, striking down upon Jiang Feng with ferocity. Boom. Although the mountain-cleaving axe was merely an acquired treasure, its might rivaled that of some innate spiritual artifacts, enhanced by the profound power of the 8-9 profound art. The axe cleaved through the protective demonic flames surrounding the 12th rank annihilating Black Lotus. Immediately after, a rope, resembling a startled dragon, shot forth from Yang Jian's waist towards Jiang Feng. The binding rope? Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes, recognizing its nature. Among the myriad magical artifacts in the world, while Jiang Feng could not recognize them all, treasures like the binding rope were known as the bane of demons, and he could not be unaware of it. Though it appeared to be an ordinary rope, it contained immense magical power. Any demon ensnared by the binding rope would lose their powers, becoming as helpless as a mortal. If he were to be bound by it, the outcome of this battle would be sealed. However, currently restrained by the demon illuminating mirror, breaking free would be exceedingly difficult, unless he was willing to risk everything. At that moment, Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened, and a square-shaped Jingha dragon seal materialized instantly. In that instant, an overwhelmingly powerful dragon might radiated from Jiang Feng. Seated atop the annihilating Black Lotus, Jiang Feng's physique swelled. Dragon scales, claws, and horns emerged. Bloodline divine powers. The true form of the ancestral dragon. Boom. In that moment, a colossal black beast burst forth, shattering the constraints of the demon illuminating mirror, soaring from the Lotus platform. Simultaneously, the 12th rank annihilating Black Lotus, the Xianyuan sword, and the blade of extermination merged into a mystical light, integrating into the massive dragon form. Black demonic flames enveloped its body. Glorious light emanated from its claws. The spiraling binding rope was repelled by the unleashed energy, returning to Yang Jian's grasp. He gazed at the towering behemoth before him, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Yet in the next moment, Yang Jian slightly spread his arms, a faint white glow appearing around him. He stepped forward, and with each step, his stature grew immensely. The first step, 100 zhang. The second step, 1,000 zhang. The third step, 10,000 zhang. The great divine power. Law of heaven and earth. In an instant, beneath the heavens above the Jingha, a primordial giant beast faced off against a towering giant man. Both exuded tremendous might, akin to two celestial suns. And the mere pressure and aftermath of their confrontation were enough to transform the surrounding 10,000 miles into a forbidden zone for beings below the golden immortal level. Jiang Feng gazed at Yang Jian, his dragon eyes filled with an icy indifference. Yang Jian, have you truly resolved to become the Jade Emperor's hound, determined to bring about my demise? Hearing this, Yang Jian's expression turned cold as he looked at Jiang Feng, speaking in a deep voice. Enough with the idle chatter. Today, you shall find no escape. At this juncture, further dialogue was unnecessary. Only a battle remained. In an instant, Jiang Feng opened his massive jaws, a torrent of dragon breath erupting forth. Yang Jian swung his arms wide, gripping the mountain-cleaving axe, and with a single stroke, he severed the dragon breath. In the next moment, as he drew back his arms, 8 beams of light materialized behind him. Beneath each beam of light, a sword materialized. At the intersection of each sword's hilt and blade were inscribed ancient demonic characters. Conceal sun, sever water, soul transfer, mysterious cut, startled salamander, extinguish soul, repel evil, and true firmness. As these 8 swords emerged, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged forth. These 8 swords, originating from a single essence yet manifesting differently, were collectively known as the Kunwu 8 swords, once wielded by the ancient demon god Kunwu, forged from innate gold over a span of 10,000 years. They were transformed into the Yuan. It is said that whoever possesses the Kunwu 8 swords and refines them into their own primordial spirit can increase their magical power by a Yuan meeting for each sword. They could even withstand tribulations. Following the cataclysmic battle between the Wu and the demons at the end of the ancient primordial era, the ancient demon god Kunwu perished, and the whereabouts of the Kunwu 8 swords became unknown. Little did one expect them to have fallen into Yang Jian's hands. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Jiang Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. Typically, Yang Jian presented only his celestial eye, the 3-pointed 2-edged blade, the golden bow and silver arrows, and the howling celestial dog. However, the treasures he revealed today took Jiang Feng by surprise. Despite being at a disadvantage, the 2 adversaries found themselves in a standoff, compelled to engage in battle. At that moment, Jiang Feng disregarded the razor-sharp Kunwu 8 swords, spiraling his colossal dragon form directly into the fray. Now, every dragon scale of Jiang Feng shimmered with a sinister, jet-black flame, and his forepaws exuded the formidable might of the celestial slayer and the Xianyuan sword. Beneath the true form of the ancestral dragon, Jiang Feng transformed into a flawless war machine. As the lethal claws descended, Yang Jian's gaze sharpened, and with a swift thought, the covering sun sword transformed into a streak of crimson light, cleaving towards the dragon's talon. The clash resonated like metal striking metal, erupting in a shower of sparks. The dragon's claw was repelled, while the covering sun sword was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Yet, in an instant, the colossal sword returned as a red beam, rejoining its 7 companions. Seemingly resolute, Yang Jian unleashed all 8 swords simultaneously. Though each measured thousands of feet, their speed remained unaffected. The 8 swords moved like lightning. And with a single stride, Yang Jian joined the fray, launching a fist towards Jiang Feng. A thunderous impact echoed as the giant and the dragon engaged in a battle of epic proportions. At this juncture, all techniques and tricks became mere embellishments. The confrontation boiled down to raw power, a display of violent aesthetics. Swords clashed, and demonic flames surged skyward, intertwining within the battlefield. This monumental clash raged on for the duration of half a joss stick. Had Jiang Feng not endured the Tai Thunder Tribulation, elevating his strength to that of a Tai Golden Immortal, he would have been unable to sustain the true form of the ancestral dragon for such an extended period. However, he was now nearing his limits. The massive form of the ancestral dragon appeared somewhat ethereal, with certain parts becoming indistinct, as if it might dissipate at any moment. In contrast, Yang Jian, empowered by the Kunwu 8 swords, was gaining momentum. If this stalemate continued, within 20 breaths, I would exhaust my magical powers and face inevitable defeat. Jiang Feng pondered, his gaze sharpening. His attention fell upon the Do Ri Luo net, which isolated the battlefield. At that moment, Yang Jian's focus was primarily on controlling the Kunwu 8 swords and engaging Jiang Feng in a bloody battle, seemingly neglecting the net's control. In his current state, if he were to take a desperate gamble, perhaps. Resolute, Jiang Feng ceased his hesitation, gathering vast amounts of pitch-black demonic fire upon his dragon claw. Then, with a swift strike, the true form of the ancestral dragon, the 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus, and the celestial slayer's blade converged into this single claw. As the claw of black flames descended, Yang Jian instinctively dodged. Yet, the next moment, a realization struck him. It was too late. With a muffled thud, it seemed as though the void itself shattered. A wave of freedom surged forth following this strike. Chapter 28. The Map of Mountains and Rivers. One claw shattered the Do Ri Luo net. Almost instantaneously, Jiang Feng dissipated his ancestral dragon form, employing the Golden Crow transformation technique to flee. Simultaneously, Yang Jian's gaze sharpened. He raised his hand to trace the heavenly eye on his forehead, and the inverted celestial eye snapped open. From it, a mystical light erupted like a pillar, locking onto Jiang Feng's figure. The next moment, with a flick of his palm, a scroll materialized out of thin air. "Foul dragon, where do you think you're going?" A thunderous voice echoed as the scroll soared into the sky, unfurling to reveal a landscape painting. In that instant, the realm shifted, as if engulfed by the painting itself. Jiang Feng felt a disorienting blur, the scenery altering before his very eyes. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a picturesque locale, serene and breathtaking. Yet, it bore an unreal quality, akin to a fleeting dream. Jiang Feng surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing in concern. At that moment, a face materialized in the heavens above. Strikingly handsome with 3 eyes upon its forehead, none other than Yang Jian. "Foul dragon, you are formidable enough for me to invoke the map of mountains and rivers bestowed by Lady Nuwa. Between us, the outcome is already decided," he declared. As his words faded, the visage dissolved, and the sky dimmed. The entire realm of the map of mountains and rivers felt as though it had sealed shut. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng contemplated for a moment before offering a bitter smile. The map of mountains and rivers, indeed. Above the Jing River, Yang Jian captured Jiang Feng. Dispelling the laws of heaven and earth, recalling the Kunwu 8 swords and the Do Ri Luo net, he glanced down at the scroll in his hand. A flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. But soon, this expression vanished, replaced by cold determination. 3 more times. Yang Jian murmured to himself as he summoned the howling celestial dog, preparing to ascend to the heavenly court. However, at that moment, a familiar figure appeared within his line of sight, draped in the mysterious sky silk, carrying the universe circle on his shoulder, wielding the fire spear. And standing upon the wind and fire wheels, there stood Neza. Yang Jian and Neza, though considered brothers in the same sect, did not seem to share a harmonious atmosphere upon their meeting. Neza, like a streak of fire, swiftly approached Yang Jian, scrutinizing him with a gaze fixated on the map of mountains and rivers. "Release him," Neza demanded bluntly. Yang Jian, resolute, replied, "This individual is a notorious criminal across the 3 realms, specifically targeted by the Jade Emperor. How dare you, as a celestial deity, shield him?" Neza's expression darkened. "Humph. If you wish to report this, feel free to go to the Piziang Hall and embellish the tale to the Jade Emperor. If I so much as furrow my brow, I shall cease to be Neza, and I must take this Jing River Dragon King with me." With a flick of his wrist, the fire spear ignited in a blaze. An overwhelming aura surged forth, radiating in all directions. Yang Jian stood his ground, unyielding. You know this is impossible, Yang Jian. I do not intend to negotiate with a heartless lackey of the heavenly court, Neza retorted, advancing upon his wind and fire wheels. A flash of white light heralded the emergence of his 3 heads and 6 arms. The fire spear, universe circle, mysterious sky silk, universe sword, golden brick, and 9 dragon divine fire cover. All manner of treasures were summoned simultaneously as Neza launched his assault. Upon witnessing this, Yang Jian's gaze sharpened, and he summoned his 3-pointed 2-edged blade. Clang, clang, clang. The blade whirled, generating a fierce wind that deflected the incoming treasures. Release him. Neza continued to unleash his artifacts. The fire spear ablaze with true fire. Yang Jian's eyes turned icy. I have stated, it is impossible. Moreover, I have no intention of wasting time here. Before his words finished, Yang Jian's magical power surged, and the celestial eye on his brow released streams of mystical light. In an instant, the light, akin to a dragon, swept aside the treasures and locked onto Neza's form. The next moment, the binding demon rope soared forth, ensnaring Neza securely. At this juncture, the outcome was evident. Even though Neza possessed a multitude of artifacts and impressive skills, one was at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, while the other had attained full mastery. The disparity between realms in the Tai Golden Immortal stage was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. With such a significant gap, how could Neza stand against Yang Jian? Though Neza was not a demon, under the binding demon rope, most of his power was suppressed. We are both disciples of the Chan school's 3rd generation. I will not make things difficult for you. Simply remain here obediently. Once I hand over this foul dragon to the Jade Emperor, I shall naturally release you from the binding demon rope and restore your freedom. As the sound of footsteps faded, Yang Jian soared into the sky, leaving no opportunity for Neza to retort. Above the Jing River, only the tightly bound Neza remained, cursing fiercely at Yang Jian's retreating figure. In the heavenly court, at the southern heavenly gate, the illustrious Bai Jing had long awaited. A smile gracing his face as he spotted Yang Jian approaching through the air, nodding approvingly. Yang Jian noticed Bai Jing's presence and halted before the southern heavenly gate. True monarch, I have been waiting for you for quite some time, Bai Jing said with a respectful gesture. Yang Jian, however, remained silent and casually tossed the map of mountains and rivers he held to Bai Jing, his gaze imbued with indifference. Bai Jing glanced at the map, a faint smile appearing on his lips. True monarch, such an achievement ought to be presented to His Majesty in the Puxiang Hall. It would be best for you to personally deliver this wicked dragon. At this, Yang Jian furrowed his brow. The Jade Emperor has repeatedly proclaimed this wicked dragon's heinous crimes unpardonable by heavenly law. If that is the case, it is only fitting to send it to the dragon execution platform or imprison it in the heavenly jail. Why bring it to the Puxiang Hall? Bai Jing chuckled. His Majesty has commanded it. True monarch should comply. Yang Jian's expression darkened, yet he nodded in acquiescence, following Bai Jing toward the Puxiang Hall. Along the way, numerous celestial officials bowed respectfully upon seeing Yang Jian, their demeanor exceedingly reverent. However, once he had passed, their tone shifted dramatically. What a pretentious true monarch. Heedful of orders, yet ultimately a servant to His Majesty. A hypocrite seeking to maintain a fade. The once renowned god of war in the 3 realms had once been a wanted fugitive, much like the Jing River's wicked dragon. Today, having achieved great power, His Majesty took pity on his valor and recruited him as a lackey of the heavenly court. Over the years, he had indeed accomplished significant feats for the heavenly court. Once a target of pursuit, he now licked the boots of the heavenly court, devoid of any moral compass, cold-hearted. Such despicable individuals make excellent dogs. Whether Yang Jian heard these remarks or not, he cast them aside, paying them no mind. Before long, the Puxiang Hall loomed before them. With a grand gesture, Yang Jian unfurled the map of mountains and rivers, from which a figure clad in white emerged. Yang Jian did not sever the connection between the inner and outer realms of the map. Throughout their journey, Jiang Feng remained fully aware of all that transpired outside. I have brought you the dragon, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave now. I require no reward, only that he does not forget the promises made. With that, Yang Jian collected the map and turned to depart. Watching Yang Jian's retreating figure, Jiang Feng smirked coldly. Yang Jian, have you ever regretted being so openly scorned? Chapter 29. Scattered Celestials of the Heavenly Court, Dragon Emperor, and great sage. The moment Jiang Feng spoke, Yang Jian paused momentarily, halting his steps. But this pause was fleeting, and he soon walked away. Throughout it all, Jiang Feng could not discern the change in Yang Jian's expression as he turned his back, whether it remained steadfastly indifferent. At that moment, Defied Jing clasped his hands and smiled at Jiang Feng. "Dragon God, we meet again." Jiang Feng shifted his gaze to Defied Jing, then scoffed. "I am but a prisoner of the heavenly court. Why should the Star Lord treat me so courteously?" Defied Jing smiled enigmatically. "While it is true, Dragon God, that you are a prisoner, you are not an ordinary one. Otherwise, you would not have been brought to this Puxiang Hall. Please, enter. His Majesty has awaited you within." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng scrutinized the majestic Puxiang Hall before him and grinned. Puxiang Hall indeed. How amusing. This time, Jiang Feng did not hesitate and followed Defied Jing into the hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of vibrant revelry. Fragrant incense wafted through the air, accompanied by the melodious strains of celestial music, and numerous fairies danced gracefully. At the head of the hall, the Jade Emperor reclined on his throne, surrounded by an array of exquisite celestial fruits, a picture of opulent leisure. This idyllic existence was a life coveted by all, yet it belonged solely to the Jade Emperor within the heavenly court. Defied Jing guided Jiang Feng through the throng of fairies, leading him directly to the Jade Emperor. With a respectful gesture, he announced, "Your Majesty, the Dragon King of the Jing River has been brought forth." The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Feng. In truth, he had long recognized Jiang Feng's figure, though he feigned aloofness. "You are the Dragon King of the Jing River?" he inquired languidly. "Indeed," Jiang Feng replied, neither abasing nor elevating himself. Observing this, the Jade Emperor's eyes narrowed, revealing an intrigued expression. "You are the one who allied with those 6 from the demon clan, seeking to disturb my heavenly court?" The Jade Emperor chuckled lightly. In response to this query, Jiang Feng merely scoffed, refraining from answering. "Not speaking? Does that imply your acquiescence?" the Jade Emperor remarked with a grin. Jiang Feng smiled back. "Do you truly believe me so foolish? Even if I have my grievances against the heavenly court, I would never resort to such means as openly opposing it. That would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, a self-destructive endeavor." The Jade Emperor nodded, conceding the validity of Jiang Feng's words. "Then, are you prepared to clarify your position?" Jiang Feng shook his head. "I have no intention of doing so." "Oh, and why is that?" the Jade Emperor inquired. Jiang Feng's smile turned bitter. "Because those who have wronged me will always outnumber those who understand my grievance." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's brow furrowed slightly. "Are you implying that I am at fault?" "Whether I am right or wrong, your Majesty knows in your heart," Jiang Feng replied calmly. The Jade Emperor fell silent, fixing his gaze on Jiang Feng, his expression darkening. "What a fearless wicked dragon you are. Do you not fear that I might, in accordance with the plans of the Buddhist sect, push you toward the dragon execution platform, using your dragon soul to grant a favor to the Buddhist order?" Jiang Feng, unfazed, responded with a laugh. "Your Majesty would not do that. If you truly intended to send me to the dragon execution platform as a favor to the Buddhist sect, you would not have summoned me to the Puxiang Hall. Moreover, if you could avoid it, you would not wish to cooperate with the Buddhist order to rise amidst the calamity of the journey to the West, let alone granting favors. It is likely that even the cooperation you have agreed to is done with reluctance." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor momentarily faltered, his anger dissipating, replaced by surprise. The calamity of the journey to the West was a closely guarded secret determined by the sages, known only to a select few powerful beings involved. How could you, mere Dragon King of the Jing River, be privy to such knowledge? The Jade Emperor questioned. "Such details are of little importance. What matters is that your Majesty has summoned tens of thousands of elite troops from the heavenly court, creating quite a stir. Surely, this is to discuss a collaboration with me," Jiang Feng stated candidly. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened. Jiang Feng was proving to be more astute than he had anticipated. With Jiang Feng having laid the cards on the table, the Jade Emperor chose not to dance around the subject any longer. He dismissed the assembly and exchanged a knowing glance with Defied Jing. In what was once a hall filled with revelry, only Jiang Feng and the Jade Emperor remained. "Tell me, what is your name?" the Jade Emperor asked. "Jiang Feng," he replied straightforwardly. The Jade Emperor nodded. "Jiang Iching, I know you harbor some grievances over the matter of the dragon execution platform. However, that decision was dictated by the sages. I was simply following the heavenly mandate. Now, you have disrupted your own fate, becoming a so-called anomaly of the heavenly path. To the Buddhist order, you will be a thorn in their side. Their intent is to eliminate you to fulfill this preordained fate, ensuring the success of the journey to the West. Though you possess some strength, confronting the entire Buddhist order may still prove beyond your capabilities. In today's three realms, the development of Buddhism has led most factions to be cautious not to offend the Buddhist sect. The only one capable of providing you protection is none other than I. As he spoke, the Jade Emperor scrutinized Jiang Feng, awaiting his response. Jiang Feng smiled wryly. Although His Majesty had granted him a choice, it seemed he had no alternative path to tread. The hundreds of thousands of celestial soldiers stationed on Mount Jilei must be more than mere decoration, right? The Jade Emperor chuckled. Ah, dealing with an astute individual is indeed refreshing. Minister Jiang, you are not like that reckless monkey from 500 years ago. He was a demon king, lawless and unruly. You, however, are already a minister of the heavenly court. Should you agree to serve me, I can bestow upon you the title of Dragon Emperor and grant you the status of a celestial immortal, akin to the likes of the Barefoot Immortal and the Celestial Master of Salvation, placing you in a position of great honor and freedom. Before the Jade Emperor's words could fade, the system's electronic voice chimed in. Ding. The Jade Emperor requests allegiance. The host faces a significant choice. Commencing selection. Option 1. If I must seek vengeance, I shall defy the heavens. If heaven obstructs me, I shall break through it. If the earth stands in my way, I shall shatter it. I will make the celestial beings vanish into thin air, reject the Jade Emperor's offer, stand alone, and fight against heaven and earth. Reward: 1 million years of cultivation, innate spiritual treasure, 24C stabilizing pearls. Option 2. From the brink of death, life emerges. Survival brings more opportunities. Temporarily agree to the Jade Emperor's offer, skillfully navigate between the Buddhist and Taoist sects, and build one's own power. Reward: 2 million years of cultivation. The earth, wind, water, and fire flags harness the powers of earth, wind, water, and fire to create a personal realm. Postnatal treasure: the divine farmer's cauldron, a modified advanced version that can randomly refine supreme elixirs with the right materials. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. Truth be told, if he were to gamble everything for vengeance, the first option would undoubtedly be the best. However, as the Jade Emperor indicated, with his current strength, he was wholly inadequate to confront the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Even if he obtained the rewards, he might not be able to escape this fragrant haul. If he accepted the Jade Emperor's offer, he would gain promotions and protection. Yet, if he refused, he would face the oppression of both the heavenly court and the Ling Mountain factions. Although Jiang Feng harbored some grievances against the heavenly court, he was not rigidly obstinate. The moment he was brought to the fragrant hall by Yang Jian, he had already foreseen the current predicament. This time, the olive branch extended by the Jade Emperor was sufficiently sincere and alluring. However, this did not necessarily mean that Jiang Feng would become a mere pawn of the heavenly court. Perhaps even the Jade Emperor recognized that Jiang Feng was an anomaly, uncontrollable. It seemed more like a collaboration to counterbalance the Buddhist sect. As long as the Green Hills remained, one need not worry about firewood. To live was to have infinite opportunities. I choose option 2. Chapter 30. Kingly, such great authority you wield. The moment Jiang Feng silently pondered this choice, a smile graced his lips. So, you wish to oppose the Buddhist sect, do you? How fortuitous, for I share that very interest. Upon uttering these words, the system's electronic voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing task 2. You have received the reward: 2 million years of cultivation, the earth, wind, water, and fire flags. Harness the powers of earth, wind, water, and fire to create a personal realm. Postnatal treasure: the divine farmer's cauldron, a modified advanced version that can randomly refine supreme elixirs with the right materials. Jiang Feng, title: Dragon King of the Jing River, awaiting promotion to Celestial Immortal, realm: Early Tai Golden Immortal, 2,300,000 years of cultivation away from the next realm, bloodline: Ancestral Dragon, 1/5. Cultivation method: Primordial Ancestral Dragon Art. Treasures: 12th rank world destroying Black Lotus, Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure. God-slaying Blade, Innate Spiritual Treasure. Witch Slayer's Sword, Postnatal Merit Treasure. Heaven and Earth Order, Postnatal Treasure. Divine Farmer's Cauldron, Postnatal Treasure. Earth, Wind, Water, and Fire Flags, Divine Powers. Ancestral Dragon True Form, 3 heads and 6 arms, palm of the Buddha kingdom, golden crow transformation technique. Jiang Feng glanced at his status panel, nodding to himself in satisfaction. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. Ha ha. Those who understand the times are indeed wise. Minister Jiang, you truly are an intelligent individual. Come, accompany me to Mount Jile. There are misunderstandings that need clarifying. In the South Sea, at Mount Luojia. When Guanyin learned that Jiang Feng had dared to provoke the wrath of the heavenly court towards Mount Jile, she was instantly furious. Mount Jile was a vital location for the great journey of the West, and the Bull Demon King was an indispensable part of it. Now, with hundreds of thousands of elite celestial troops descending upon Mount Jile, they had laid a trap to capture Jiang Feng and the Demon Kings. If that Anomaly and the other Demon Kings were to perish, it was one thing, but the Bull Demon King must not die. Guanyin's gaze darkened, and she immediately summoned her 7 treasures lotus platform, racing towards Mount Jile. Meanwhile, Mount Jile had already been reduced to ruins. The demon soldiers suffered heavy casualties, and the 4 great saints became the targets of the divine assault. Despite their strength, being besieged in such a manner was gradually overwhelming. Damn it, you old bull. You've brought this calamity upon me. The promise of danger lying in the Jing River had turned into serene safety at Mount Jile. Now, nearly all the celestial troops had arrived here, while the Jing River remained calm. You old bull, despite your size, are but a country bumpkin. How foolish to play at schemes when you are so dull-witted. In a moment of despair, the 3 Demon Kings could only vent their frustration by cursing the Bull Demon King. As time passed, more and more celestial generals joined the fray, and the situation for the 4 Demon Kings grew increasingly perilous, teetering on the brink of collapse. The 4 heavenly kings, mingling on the battlefield, suddenly unleashed their treasures against the Bull Demon King. Yet, just then, a brilliant light of Buddha filled the heavens. A radiant beam of Buddhist light descended, enveloping the Bull Demon King. The 4 heavenly kings, poised to strike, were immediately sent flying by the force of the divine light. Amidst the confusion of the gods, a graceful figure clad in white, bathed in Buddhist light, appeared seated on the 7 treasures lotus platform. It was Guanyin Bodhisattva. Upon seeing this, Li Jing's expression changed. Why has the Bodhisattva come here? Guanyin, hands clasped together, replied calmly, Ba, I have come specifically for the Bull Demon King. This declaration left the gathered deities momentarily stunned. The Bull Demon King, as one of the great demons of the 3 realms, had shown disrespect to heaven and earth, sowing discord. The heavenly court had long sought to eliminate him. However, as the Bull Demon King resided in the Western Bull Heaven, which was under the control of the Buddhist sect, it was difficult to act without sufficient cause. Now, with ample justification to capture the Demon Kings, the heavenly court was determined to act. Yet, Guanyin's sudden appearance and her claim of coming for the Bull Demon King raised eyebrows. Could she be attempting to intervene? Li Jing smiled faintly, Bodhisattva. The Bull Demon King is a notorious villain, a great miscreant. Pray tell, what purpose do you have for such a wretched creature? Clearly, Li Jing had no intention of opposing Guanyin. Ba, my Buddha has taught that there is no self, no others, no sentient beings, be they demons or mortals. All living beings are equal. Though the Bull Demon King is a demon king, today's events are a misunderstanding. The heavenly court and the demon tribe have both fallen victim to the schemes of that rogue dragon of the Jing River, provoking this unnecessary uproar. The suffering and losses inflicted upon living beings are truly grievous. I have come to prevent this slaughter and avert a greater tragedy. With a compassionate expression, Guanyin spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Li Jing nodded repeatedly. I see now. Who would have thought that the rogue dragon of the Jing River could be so ruthless and despicable? Not only did it ensnare its fellow demons, but it also misled the heavenly court, nearly causing this king to mistakenly slay loyal subjects. Thanks to the Bodhisattva's arrival and clarification, we have avoided a greater error. As Li Jing spoke, all present were left in a state of bewilderment. The gathered deities were utterly confused. From beginning to end, it was the likes of the Bull Demon King and other demon lords who stirred the pot, while Jiang Feng seemed more like the one ensnared in a trap. Moreover, the Bull Demon King disrespected heaven and earth and spread falsehoods, which the gods had long been aware of. Such a vile creature cannot be deemed loyal. As for Li Jing, how can he lack a moral compass? When Guanyin casually uttered a few words that blurred the truth, did he not even attempt to refute her? Has he completely lost his wits? You are the heavenly king. the Grand Marshal of the Demon Extermination Expedition. Countless gods are ready to battle, risking their lives, and all of this could be erased due to a mere misunderstanding? In an instant, discontent towards Li Jing arose in the hearts of many heavenly soldiers. However, Li Jing remained unperturbed. How should we handle the Bull Demon King? He inquired. Guanyin, with a calm gaze, replied, the Bull Demon King bears no fault. Therefore, where mercy can be granted, let it be granted. Release him this once. Li Jing nodded. Yes, Bodhisattva. And what about the other demon lords? Upon hearing this, Guanyin's expression darkened. These other demon lords are accomplices of the Jingshui River's evil dragon. Their crimes are grave and unforgivable. With a glance towards Li Jing, she conveyed her meaning. Understanding her intent, Li Jing smiled and said, Thank you for your guidance, Bodhisattva. He commanded the heavenly beings to eliminate the other 3 demon lords on the spot, leaving only the Bull Demon King alive. The 3 great saints were bewildered. This is an act of silencing witnesses. Yet, the Bull Demon King faced the outcome with indifference, filled with a sense of relief at having escaped disaster, showing no concern for the fate of the other 3 demon lords. The heavenly soldiers exchanged glances, hesitating to act. Li Jing, noticing their inaction, bellowed, What? Do my words hold no weight? Or do you wish to defy my command and collude with the demon race? If you do not act soon, I shall accuse you of treason. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from the heavens, Li Tianwang, your authority is quite grand. At these words, Li Jing was taken aback and looked up towards the source of the voice. In an instant, he was rendered speechless. Above the firmament, golden clouds gathered, and 2 figures gradually became discernible. The foremost figure, clad in a dragon robe adorned with jewels, radiated an overwhelming presence, exuding the aura of imperial majesty with every gesture, casting a disdainful glance upon the world. This figure, known to all the celestial beings, was none other than the Jade Emperor, the sovereign of the 3 realms. However, this was not his true form, but rather a projection created through immense magical power. Yet, even as a projection, it embodied the authority of the Jade Emperor. As he spoke, Li Jing promptly turned and bowed. I, Li Jing, pay my respects to your majesty. Your majesty, I am merely following the guidance of Guanyin Bodhisattva in this battle. The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow. Guanyin Bodhisattva? Li Jing. Are you a minister of heaven or a disciple of the Buddha? Have you so quickly forgotten my orders before dispatching troops? His words carried an unmistakable hint of displeasure. Li Jing was momentarily stunned, quickly explaining, I have not forgotten your majesty's command, but the Bull Demon King. Before he could finish, the Jade Emperor waved his hand, interrupting him. Minister Jiang has already clarified to me that this rebellion is a scheme orchestrated by the Bull Demon King and the other demon lords. Prior to this, the Bull Demon King repeatedly urged him to rebel against heaven and oppose the celestial court. Such treachery is intolerable. Li Tianwang, I have said all that I need to say. How you proceed is for you to decide. The Jade Emperor stated frankly. Li Jing was taken aback. Minister Jiang? At that moment, it was as if he had awakened from a dream, suddenly noticing the figure behind the Jade Emperor. Dressed in pristine white, free from any blemish, radiating a formidable dragon's might, it was Jiang Feng. In an instant, he felt a jolt of shock and instinctively glanced towards Guanyin, only to find her expression grave. Already fixated on Jiang Feng, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. How could Jiang Feng be unharmed, standing beside the Jade Emperor? Your Majesty, this matter seems inappropriate. Guanyin stated with a stiff tone. Bodhisattva, whether this is appropriate or not is an internal matter of the heavenly court and need not trouble the Buddhist sect. The Jade Emperor replied, his gaze sweeping over the heavenly soldiers. This military action against the Jingshui Dragon King is a misunderstanding. Minister Jiang is loyal to the heavenly court, merely a victim of deceit, leading to this misunderstanding. I hereby declare that all charges against the Jingshui Dragon King Jiang Feng are absolved, and he is to be conferred the title of Immortal of the 3 Realms, honored as the Dragon Emperor Saint. Tomorrow at court, I will instruct Master Zhang to draft the decree and announce it to the 3 realms. Do you all understand? The Jade Emperor declared, and the gods nodded in agreement. Only Li Jing and Guanyin bore expressions of deep discontent. The Jade Emperor nodded, casting a glance at Jiang Feng. Minister Jiang, how do you wish to handle these treacherous creatures who conspired against the loyal? Jiang Feng replied with a faint smile. The other demon lords have merely been misled by the Bull Demon King. Though they bear responsibility, their crimes do not warrant death. They can be temporarily imprisoned in the heavenly prison, awaiting further judgment. However, the Bull Demon King is indeed vile and must be severely punished. The Jade Emperor nodded, shifting his gaze to Guanyin. Bodhisattva, what do you think of Minister Zhang's proposal? Do you have anything further to say? The Jade Emperor asked with a gentle smile. Seeing this, Guanyin bit her lip in frustration. This was a subtle pressure to express her stance. For the Buddhist sect, the Bull Demon King was an indispensable piece on the chessboard, his significance no less than that of Jiang Feng. Perhaps this was a transaction between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. I have a matter I wish to discuss privately with your majesty regarding the matter of Mount Jilei. May we come to a decision after our discussions? Guanyin clasped her hands together and spoke. Haha, since Bodhisattva has spoken, I shall oblige. The Jade Emperor nodded, then turned his gaze to Li Jing. Speaking in a solemn tone, Li Jing, did you hear the Bodhisattva? Immediately apprehend these demon lords and imprison them in the heavenly prison. As for their punishment, I need to confer with the Bodhisattva first. Upon hearing this, Li Jing glanced at Guanyin from the corner of his eye. Guanyin, resigned, nodded at him. And Li Jing then bowed. I shall obey. These small gestures did not escape the Jade Emperor's notice. He paid no further attention to Li Jing, his expression darkening as he signaled to Jiang Feng, and the three of them returned to the heavenly court together. In the heavenly court, within the imperial study, the Jade Emperor retracted the projection, and Jiang Feng along with Guanyin entered the imperial study under the guidance of the spirit officer. Guanyin, addressing the Jade Emperor directly, stated, Amit Ba, your majesty should be aware that in the great undertaking of the journey to the west established by the sages, the Jingshui Dragon King is a crucial element in its unfolding. His demise cannot be altered. Yet, your majesty not only spares him but also intends to confer upon him the title of Immortal of the Three Realms. What is the reasoning behind this? Guanyin questioned. The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow. Are you instructing me on how to govern? His tone hinted at displeasure. Guanyin was taken aback, quickly clarifying. I would never presume to do so. I merely stated the facts. The Jade Emperor scoffed. Facts? Haha, let me clarify what constitutes a fact. What the sages have decreed, I shall execute. That is what is factual. Initially, I had decreed the execution of the Jingshui Dragon King, and I acted upon it. However, in that seemingly fatal situation, Minister Jiang defied the heavens and escaped. That is an anomaly. Regarding anomalies, what regulations have the sages set for me? Or do you wish to instruct me on how to proceed? Hearing this, Guanyin was momentarily stunned. This was no jest. Although Buddhism currently flourished in the three realms, the Jade Emperor remained the sovereign ruler. Do not speak of her as the goddess of mercy, even if the Buddha himself were present. He would not dare to question the Jade Emperor. As Guanyin pondered how to articulate her thoughts, the Jade Emperor waved his hand, interrupting her train of thought. Bodhisattva, I have summoned you to the imperial study to discuss the matter of the Bull Demon King. You wish to protect this demon. Do you possess the sincerity to do so? The Jade Emperor inquired. Upon hearing this, Guanyin fell silent for a moment, her expression darkening. Your Majesty means to exchange the Bull Demon King's life for the calamity of the Jinghe River Dragon? The inception of the journey to the west weighed heavily upon her. Guanyin gritted her teeth, her face betraying her distress. Just then, Jiang Feng, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Bodhisattva, the world claims you to be compassionate, yet to me, this seems but a jest. What crime have I, Jiang Feng, committed to be branded as the Jinghe calamity? In your eyes, I am a demon, but in mine, what are you? The Buddhist sect, reliant upon the fortunes of heaven and earth, is destined to rise during this calamity, and this is undeniable. Yet you all, in your adherence to the so-called heavenly principles, have lost discernment, twisting right and wrong, obscuring truths. Greed, corruption, assassination, and treachery. Your methods are insidious and boundless. Tell me, Bodhisattva, are these vile actions truly representative of the Buddhist order? Is this what you refer to as great compassion? Chapter 32. Deception and Substitution. Whether it be the Buddhist order or the heavenly court, both remain aloof, indifferent to the lives of others for their own gain. Good and evil matter not. If it serves their purpose, it is deemed virtuous. If not, it is unforgivable. If they demand your death, you must comply. That is the expectation. Should you dare to resist, uttering even the slightest dissent, you become a demon. Countless individuals toil earnestly all their lives, merely to appease the so-called elite. Yet in the eyes of these elites, they are naught but dogs, eager for scraps, summoned at will, and expendable when the need arises. Once, the Dragon King of Jinghe was such a pitiable figure, and now Jiang Feng has vowed to shatter this cycle. as he pressed his inquiries. A flicker of anger appeared in Guanin's eyes. How dare you slander the Buddhist order, you demons, in such a treasonous manner? Guanin chastised, her form emanating a faint glow of Buddhist light. However, in the next moment, the Jade Emperor's imposing presence extinguished the light. The Jade Emperor scrutinized Guanin with a cold gaze. Minister Jiang is a quasi-immortal of my heavenly court. In terms of rank, he surpasses even you, Bodhisattva. Before me, you would dare to strike at my minister? Have you always been so bold? Guanin's expression darkened. Your Majesty, she began. But once again the Jade Emperor interrupted her. Enough. I have no desire for further discourse. Let us be direct. I propose a transaction. If the Buddhist order spares the dragon god Jiang Feng, I shall release the bull demon king. This is my concession to the Buddha. Do not be ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Guanin's face reflected her inner turmoil. Logically, she had no authority to negotiate with the Jade Emperor. However, his words merely offered both parties a means to retreat gracefully. After all, in the grand scheme of the journey to the west, both sides would require ongoing collaboration. Underhanded rivalry was acceptable, but overt confrontation would embarrass the higher-ups on both sides. However, Your Majesty, the catalyst for the journey to the west was the disturbance caused by the dragon and the ghosts in Chang'an, which led to Li Shimin's confrontation with the Tenyama kings. If the Jingha calamity dragon does not perish, the journey to the west may well falter, Guanin stated solemnly. Before she could finish, Jiang Feng interjected with a light chuckle. A three-legged toad is hard to find, but dragon souls are abundant. Not to mention, the dragon Ao Ron, whom I recently defeated, has yet to reincarnate. Your Majesty, since this matter arose due to me, it should also conclude with me. I am willing to descend to the underworld, retrieve Ao Run's dragon soul, and persuade him to participate in this endeavor. This way, it becomes a matter of resourceful utilization. And everything falls into place. Guanin frowned at his words. To alter the heavenly principles established by the sages, how can this be permissible? Then do you have a better solution? Jiang Feng shot back, his gaze piercing. The Jade Emperor nodded slowly, rising to his feet, hands clasped behind him, and remarked nonchalantly. What does the Bodhisattva think of Minister Jiang's plan? His words carried an unmistakable aura of authority. In an instant, Guanin's expression shifted, a suffocating sensation enveloping her. Amitabha. Let it be as your Majesty has said, she conceded, her countenance strained. Ha, Bodhisattva, your discernment is indeed commendable. This matter is settled as such. The Jade Emperor declared with a smile. This sentiment implies that you believe you possess a choice. Guanin inquired, what of the Bull Demon King? The Jade Emperor chuckled. Rest assured, the Bull Demon King has likely been apprehended by King Li and imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon. I will find an opportunity to release him. In the meantime, I shall ensure his safety. Guanin nodded, satisfied that the matter concerning the Bull Demon King was resolved. At that moment, her gaze fell once more upon Jiang Feng. Why do you regard me so, Bodhisattva? While I may be handsome and charming, I harbor no interest in anything ambiguous. It would be wise for you to dismiss such thoughts and focus on your Buddhist practices, Jiang Feng scoffed. Enough. Release the traveler Huiyan immediately. Guanin seethed through clenched teeth. Jiang Feng chuckled. Bodhisattva, had I known this would be the outcome, why would I have acted differently? That fellow, Mu Jia, was not summoned by me. He, a man of the Buddhist order, dared to threaten me at my doorstep. Even if I had to eliminate him, would that not be self-defense? I have shown great mercy by merely detaining him for a so-called friendly education. Is there an issue with that? Absolutely none. Upon hearing this, Guanin's brow furrowed tightly. She yearned to refute him, yet Jiang Feng's words seemed imbued with a peculiar power that rendered them irrefutable. It felt as though if she questioned him even slightly, she too might be imprisoned for a decade or more. Observing Guanin's grave yet exasperated demeanor, Jiang Feng smiled lightly. Bodhisattva, since all matters have been agreed upon, if you have nothing further, you should return to Mount Luojia and prepare. After all, with the journey to the west commencing, as the chief overseer, you must have much to attend to. When you feel you possess the leverage for negotiation regarding Mu Jia, do come find me. Safe travels. I shall not see you off. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Feng wore a smile. You. Guanin was momentarily speechless, yet powerless to argue. She could only wave her hand in dismissal as she exited the imperial study. Watching her retreating figure, the Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Keeping Jiang Feng was indeed a prudent decision. Even if he could not dominate the Buddhist order, he could certainly irritate them for a time. As for the benefits he reaped, it mattered not. As long as the Buddhist order was displeased, he would find joy in that. The Jade Emperor mused. The mere Buddhist order thinks it can monopolize the three realms? Ridiculous. Minister Jiang, this task must fall solely upon your shoulders. After all, it is a decree of the sages. Should anyone else intervene, they would incur karmic retribution and defy the heavenly principles. You, however, are already a deviation from the heavenly mandate, free to act at will. The Jade Emperor instructed. Jiang Feng nodded, grinning broadly. I understand. And this is indeed your Majesty's test. How could I allow anyone else to interfere? The Jade Emperor replied with a chuckle. Sometimes dealing with clever individuals is not a pleasant affair. With a bittersweet smile, he added, those who understand do so, but few dare to speak up. Time is pressing, so I shall not delay further. With a wave of his hand, he turned and departed the imperial study. To be honest, while Jiang Feng was well aware this was the Jade Emperor's test, it also represented a prime opportunity for subterfuge and deception. By replacing himself with the dragon soul of Aruan during the calamity, he finally evaded the sanctions of the heavenly Tao, emerging as a true anomaly of the celestial order. Had he been slain before the turmoil in Chang'an, it would merely have been an interlude, not an anomaly. Should this plan come to fruition, it would indeed signify a genuine defiance of fate. Jiang Feng clenched his fists, contemplating this deeply. As he exited the imperial study, he was suddenly taken aback by the scene before him. Chapter 33. Neza, those who stand in my way shall perish. It is said that Neza was defeated by Yang Jian and bound with the demon binding rope atop the Jing River. Shortly after Yang Jian escorted Jiang Feng to the fragrant pavilion, he performed a hand gesture and recited a spell to retract the rope. Freed, Neza wasted no time and surged towards the heavens, heading for the fragrant pavilion. However, he found nothing upon arrival. Inquiring around, he learned that Jiang Feng had been taken by the Jade Emperor to the imperial study and immediately rushed there. By coincidence, he collided with Li Jing, who was on his way to report the battle at Mount Jilei. Li Jing had arrived first and encountered Guanyin Bodhisattva exiting the hall. He intended to curry favor but was met with a fierce glare and a scathing reprimand from her, leaving him humiliated in front of his subordinates. Then, he noticed Neza hastily approaching. Recent memories of Neza's insubordination on the battlefield flooded his mind, igniting a wave of uncontainable fury. You wretched beast! During the battle at Mount Jilei, you dared defy my orders, bringing me disgrace. You shall be heavily punished. Where are the generals Yudu and Yaocha? Li Jing bellowed, and the two generals promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord. Take this rebellious creature away and strike him with 5,000 military rods. Li Jing commanded. At these words, Yudu and Yaocha exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. They were well aware of Neza's formidable prowess. To take him away for punishment? They feared he might retaliate mid-journey. And a beating from Neza would not be the end of it. They'd return to face Li Jing's wrath as well. It truly was a no-win situation. In the midst of their hesitation, Li Jing thundered again. What are you hesitating for? Get moving. Do you intend to defy my command as well? The force of his command sent a shiver through the two generals, and they quickly nodded in compliance, advancing towards Neza. At this moment, Neza, eager to find Jiang Feng, saw the two generals approach and declared coldly, I have urgent matters to attend to. I have no time to waste with you two useless fools. Step aside, lest you wish to face my wrath. With that, he raised his hand, gripping the universe ring, and swung it before him. In an instant, golden light erupted, accompanied by an icy chill. The two generals exchanged worried glances, instinctively turning to Li Jing for guidance. Li Jing's face darkened as he glared at Neza, roaring, You ungrateful wretch! Do you seek rebellion? Neza clenched his teeth, retorting disdainfully, Humph. If I do not submit to your punishment, is that rebellion? Li Jing, what are you but a hollow figure, a two-faced fool in a high position, utterly incompetent? Do you think that if it weren't for your usefulness to the old bald donkey, he would elevate you so high in the heavenly court? You are but a pitiful pawn, caught in the crossfire of the Buddhist and Taoist factions, manipulated at will. When the journey to the west concludes, the winds will cease. And fools like you will be the first to fall. Enough. I have matters to attend to today, and I shan't waste more words on you, you foolish pig. Get lost. As he spoke, Neza twisted his wrist, hurling the universe ring. In a heartbeat, it transformed into a beam of golden light, smashing through Yudu and Yaocha. Unerringly, it then targeted Li Jing. Seeing this, Li Jing's brow furrowed deeply. He swiftly swung his hand, summoning a demon-suppressing staff. This staff, a postnatal treasure of Buddhism, was as light as straw but wielded immense power. As the universe ring hurtled towards him, Li Jing could not evade. He channeled his energy, swinging the staff with all his might. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. Li Jing was forced back several steps, his staff sent flying. The universe ring arced through the air, returning to Neza's grasp. Any who dare obstruct me shall perish. Neza growled, and the injured Yudu and Yaocha recoiled in fear, their eyes wide with terror. Unable to meet Neza's gaze, not far away, Li Jing's expression darkened. The hand that had once gripped the staff now lay numb and unresponsive. He watched Neza, indifferent to him as he strode toward the imperial study, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Wretched spawn, I should never have shown you mercy, allowing you the chance to be reborn. Li Jing ground his teeth, then flipped his palm, sending the 33-layered golden pagoda soaring into the air. In an instant, a brilliant Buddhist light radiated forth. The golden pagoda expanded rapidly, transforming from a mere foot-tall tower into a towering giant of several dozen feet. It emanated both Buddhist light and fierce flames, descending upon Neza with the intent to suppress him. Neza sensed the disturbance behind him, his gaze sharpening as he conjured a fiery spear in his palm. The spear emerged like a celestial dragon, engulfed in roaring flames, hurtling towards the 33-layered golden pagoda. Simultaneously, treasures like the 9-dragon divine fire cover, gold bricks, yin-yang mirror, universe ring, and misty tapestry were summoned, surrounding the golden giant in a fierce assault. However, as the pagoda unleashed a golden beam, enveloping Neza, it felt as though his strength was being drained, and he suddenly lost all magical power. The 6 treasures fell helplessly to the ground. Meanwhile, the flames of the Buddhist light scorched Neza's body as the giant pagoda slowly descended, now less than 3 paces away. At that moment, Jiang Feng pushed open the door to the imperial study. The sight before him was shocking. Jiang Feng exclaimed, "As soon as I step out, I see Li Jing attacking Neza." He had witnessed Neza's actions at Mount Jilei and the Jing River, and since Neza was his sworn brother, they had quickly formed a close bond. Now, seeing Li Jing suppressing and burning Neza with Buddhist flames right before him was utterly intolerable. "Enough!" Jiang Feng roared, a jet-black flame flickering in his palm. The exquisite innate treasure, the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus, was summoned in an instant. In a flash, the black radiance shot skyward, colliding with the 33-layered golden pagoda. Boom! With a resounding crash, the pagoda was sent flying. Before it could touch the ground, it was engulfed by the annihilating demonic flames emitted by the 12th rank Black Lotus. The Buddhist light upon the pagoda began to dim. Meanwhile, Li Jing's brow furrowed deeply, and he spat a mouthful of blood, his legs buckling as he knelt. He looked up at Jiang Feng, disbelief etched on his face. "Jing River's wretched dragon, how dare you erase the soul imprint between me and the 33-layered golden pagoda? My master, the ancient Buddha of light, will not let you go." Jiang Feng paid him no mind. After sending the pagoda flying, he swiftly approached Neza, supporting his weakened form, scorched by the Buddhist flames. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, Neza's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "Brother." Chapter 34. Li Jing. "So, love will disappear, will it?" Neza's expression was complex, a mix of surprise and perhaps a hint of bashfulness. Jiang Feng responded in confusion, "What the hell, brother, why are you blushing?" He pushed Neza away, frowning. Neza replied, "I'm just surprised," scratching his head. Jiang Feng smiled, recalling the promise he made not long ago. "I told you that if the opportunity arose, I would seize the 33-layered golden pagoda. Then, you may seek vengeance for grievances. Now, the opportunity has arrived." As the words fell, Jiang Feng raised his hand, summoning the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus back to his palm. Simultaneously, amidst the demonic flames, a small golden pagoda was enveloped. It was none other than Li Jing's 33-layer golden pagoda. Under the Annihilation Demon Fire, the primordial spirit mark on the pagoda had been erased, rendering the 33-layer golden pagoda a formless treasure. Generally, during a calamity, killing and seizing treasures would entangle one in karma. However, as an anomaly, Jiang Feng was already outside the realm of heavenly principles, so what karma could be discussed? Upon witnessing this, Neza was initially taken aback. Then a thought seemed to cross his mind, causing a subtle smile to grace his lips. "Thank you, brother." Neza chuckled, accepting the 33-layer golden pagoda. He then inscribed his primordial spirit mark, claiming ownership. At that moment, the pagoda that Li Jing had used to restrain Neza had now recognized Neza as its master. In the next instant, Neza cradled the 33-layer golden pagoda in one hand, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he approached Li Jing. Startled, Li Jing instinctively took 2 steps back. "You ungrateful child. What do you intend to do?" he exclaimed in terror. Neza coldly chuckled. "Li Jing, did you not just mention showing mercy to me? Huh. In the past, I had to sacrifice my bones for my father and flesh for my mother. There is no longer any bond between us. Yet you sought to eradicate me, shattering my rebirth statue and killing my mother. Is that what you call mercy? Li Jing, we are no longer father and son, but sworn enemies. Had the old thief, Ran Ding, not intervened and bestowed upon you this 33-layer golden pagoda to restrain me, you would have long since been a ghost beneath my blade. Today, I shall let you experience what it is like to be confined within the pagoda, subjected to the purifying flames of the Buddha." With that, Neza slowly raised the 33-layer golden pagoda, releasing waves of Buddha light and fierce flames from its surface. At this moment, Li Jing was filled with dread. He was merely at the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, and this power was forcibly augmented by elixirs. His foundational strength was exceedingly weak. He lacked the courage to face the Tai Thunder Tribulation, thus could not ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal rank. In terms of strength, he was leagues behind Neza. Previously, with the pagoda in hand, he could restrain Neza. Now, even the 33-layer golden pagoda had been seized by Jiang Feng and given to Neza. He possessed no capital to contend with Neza. At that moment, his gaze darted toward the imperial study nearby. Suddenly, his expression changed. "Your Majesty, save me," Li Jing shouted. Before his words could fade, the door to the imperial study burst open, and a wave of imperial pressure descended. Witnessing this, Li Jing could not help but sneer. "Ha! Ungrateful child. Do not forget. This is the heavenly court. I am the towering king of heaven, the grand marshal of the heavenly army. The heavenly court cannot do without me. To dare commit violence before the emperor's study is a grave sin. You and that wretched dragon shall face punishment." Li Jing's expression was one of arrogance, reveling in his perceived triumph. Yet in the next instant, a voice emanated from the imperial study. "Minister Jiang, mind the impact. Do not soil the ground before my study." With that, the pressure dissipated, and the door to the imperial study closed with a resounding bang. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. "Li Jing, so, love can vanish. Can it? Back when we gazed at the moon together, I called you sweetheart, but now, with the new replacing the old, you are addressed as Lady Niall. In contrast, the smiles on Neza and Jiang Feng's faces grew increasingly audacious. The Buddha light and flames emanating from the 33-layer golden pagoda, though familiar, sent a chill down Li Jing's spine. "Don't come any closer." 10 breaths later, silence enveloped the area before the imperial study. Neza, cradling the golden pagoda, gazed at Li Jing, who writhed in agony beneath the purifying flames, a profound sense of satisfaction welling up within him. One word: exhilarating. The oppression that had lingered for countless years was completely released at that moment. Neza turned to Jiang Feng and offered him a faint smile. In his bright eyes, clarity shone through. Were it not for the fact that he was holding the pagoda currently refining Li Jing, Jiang Feng might have instinctively mistaken him for a carefree young maiden. Of course, this fellow was male. Just then, Jiang Feng's gaze shifted toward the nearby fish belly and the 2 generals, Yao Cha. The generals trembled, muttering to themselves, "Just now, I was struck by the 3rd Princess Qian Kuan circle, causing me to go blind. I can see nothing of what has transpired." They lamented. "Not only can I see nothing, but I also cannot hear a single sound, completely unaware of what is happening here. Sigh, it is time for me to retire." "Yes, indeed," Jiang Feng replied. "Stop pretending. I have matters to discuss." Jiang Feng spoke sternly. Upon hearing this, the 2 generals opened their eyes simultaneously, their faces alight with surprise. "What just happened? Surely a miracle has occurred. I can suddenly see," they exclaimed. "Not only can I see, but I can also hear clearly. My senses have greatly improved. Is this the power of the Dragon Emperor? A single word: miraculous healing. Such a feat would make even the Tai savior bow in admiration." As they spoke, the 2 generals knelt before Jiang Feng, expressing their gratitude. Jiang Feng, witnessing this, could not help but twitch his lips. By heavens, I have never encountered such shameless individuals. However, perhaps it was precisely because of their unrestrained flattery and opportunistic behavior that they thrived within the heavenly court and became Li Jing's trusted confidants. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng harbored disdain for such conduct. "Upon your return, Inform all of Li Jing's confidants that the towering king has been dispatched by the emperor to execute a secret mission and will not return for the time being. All generals must attend to their duties and not slack off, Jiang Feng stated plainly. The two generals exchanged glances, revealing hesitation. This matter that you speak of concerns not only Li Jing, but also involves issuing a false imperial decree. That is a grave sin. In their indecision, the two generals glanced toward the imperial study. Inside, it was eerily quiet, devoid of any disturbance. The words of the Dragon King of the Jinghe River surely reached the emperor, yet there was no response. Could it be that the emperor tacitly approved of this? Was it because the king had followed Guanyin Bodhisattva and drawn closer to the Buddhist path on Mount Jile? Contemplating this, the two generals exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. As they watched Fishbelly and Yaocha depart, Neza casually stowed away the 33-layer golden pagoda and turned to Jiang Feng. Brother, what have you experienced? Did the emperor give you any trouble? Neza inquired, perplexed. Jiang Feng smiled wryly. This is a long tale. Chapter 35, a connection with my Western origin. For Jiang Feng, Neza was undoubtedly the only individual he could trust. Regarding the emperor's invitation, Jiang Feng did not conceal his intentions to use him to counterbalance or annoy the Buddhist sect, sharing everything candidly. As they journeyed, the two engaged in conversation. Despite having accepted the emperor's invitation, Jiang Feng did not feel secure. His current status was akin to walking a tightrope between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, a precarious balance. The path Jiang Feng traversed resembled a narrow bridge suspended over an abyss. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. As Neza fully grasped the situation, a strange expression crossed his face. What troubles you? Jiang Feng inquired. Neza scrutinized Jiang Feng, frowning. Brother, your current predicament is exceedingly perilous. It is better to avoid trouble. Yet, you chose to confront Li Jing before the emperor's study, seizing his 33-layer golden pagoda and erasing his primordial spirit mark. Will this not disrupt the delicate balance you currently maintain? Neza expressed his concerns. Jiang Feng smiled upon hearing this, saying, you need not worry about that. The Jade Emperor utilizes my value to oppose the Buddhist sect. Although Li Jing is the king of heaven, he ultimately leans towards the Buddhist camp. The Jade Emperor has long harbored dissatisfaction towards him. However, due to the constraints of the calamity, the Jade Emperor cannot act against this heavenly king until the grand expedition to the west is concluded. What I do is merely what the Jade Emperor wishes to do but dares not attempt. Far from disrupting the current balance, it will instead reinforce it. Upon hearing this, Neza nodded in understanding. I see, but brother, one must still act with caution and restraint. The Western Buddhist sect is not as simple as it appears. Compassion is but one facade, or rather, a layer of disguise. In this world, where self-interest reigns supreme, even the Buddha will resort to any means necessary. Jiang Feng chuckled. If I were to restrain myself, I would no longer be Jiang Feng. Furthermore, should I temper my actions, my value in the Jade Emperor's eyes would only diminish. This realm has been shrouded in decaying order for far too long. It requires a hero to shatter it all. Brother, I have this vision. As he spoke, Jiang Feng's gaze shifted to Neza. Neza smiled faintly. Then, brother, what kind of new world do you wish to establish after shattering this decay? Jiang Feng raised his head slightly, gazing at the endless sea of clouds before him, suddenly breaking into a smile. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, and rule of law. Jiang Feng enunciated each word with solemnity and seriousness. At that moment, Neza seemed struck by thunder, frozen in place. He looked at Jiang Feng in astonishment, savoring each word just uttered. A surge of fervor welled up within him, filled with yearning. Could such a beautiful world truly exist? In stark contrast to the current three realms, where the Buddhists and Taoists vied for power and the petty ruled, Jiang Feng's simple yet profound vision painted a picture akin to a utopian paradise, a heavenly realm beyond this world. Where is this world full of blossoms? If it truly exists, I will surely seek it out. Brother, if you are determined to change the order of this realm, I will undoubtedly lend you my strength. Neza declared earnestly, thumping his chest. Jiang Feng nodded. Once the calamity of the dragon ghost is over, I shall begin to forge my own power. At that time, I will need your assistance, brother. Neza's gaze deepened, a smile gracing his face. Brother, I await your call. In the west, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Guanyin returned directly to Mount Ling after facing setbacks in the heavenly court, reporting every detail regarding Mount Jilei and the imperial study to the Tathagata. The development of this matter had exceeded her control, and she could only seek the Tathagata's judgment. Upon hearing this, the Tathagata's expression darkened, a flicker of intrigue appearing in his profound gaze. Buddha, the time set is drawing near. I am willing to immerse myself in the calamity, even if it means entangling in cause and effect, to slay that malicious dragon of the Jinghe River, ensuring the smooth commencement of the grand expedition to the west. Guanyin said with hands clasped, her gaze earnest. The Tathagata shook his head subtly. Such action must not be taken. The malicious dragon has long since transformed. Should you recklessly slay it, not only will you incur cause and effect, but you will also sever ties with the heavenly court. Moreover, the Bull Demon King is still imprisoned in the heavenly jail. The Jade Emperor's refusal to release him serves as leverage to threaten our Buddhist sect. This course of action is fraught with peril. Buddha, shall we simply stand idly by and watch as this anomaly disrupts the heavenly order? Guanyin frowned. The Tathagata shook his head again. The so-called heavenly order encompasses all. Even if there are minor fluctuations, they are still within the heavenly plan. Just as the anomaly suggested. Using the dragon soul of Ao Run in place of him to enter the calamity, so long as it facilitates the commencement of the grand expedition to the west. It is not without merit. However, as he spoke, the Tathagata paused, his expression growing serious, yet the anomaly must be eliminated. It remains a hidden danger. Upon hearing this, Guanyin furrowed her brow. Buddha, I am somewhat confused. Did you not just say that slaying the malicious dragon would be a fruitless endeavor? Why now? The Tathagata smiled as he plucked a flower. To eradicate the anomaly does not solely require slaughter. If we can bring this anomaly under the control of our Buddhist sect, then it becomes a certainty. Thus, it is also a viable means of removal. This person has a connection with our Western teachings. Upon the utterance of these words, the Tathagata and Guanyin exchanged glances, reciting well said. The phrase has a connection with our Western teachings serves as a 6-character mantra for the Western Church, the essence of its continuous development. In the past, the two sages of the West had leveraged this phrase to guide countless strong individuals into the Buddhist fold. Even today, this classic phrase retains immense power, capable of continuously strengthening the Buddhist sect. Amitabha, Buddha, I wish to venture into the underworld, to guide this anomaly into our Buddhist fold and partake in eternal bliss, Guanyin said with hands clasped, her demeanor calm. However, the Tathagata shook his head. Guanyin, while you possess formidable powers, you are not suited for this task. I have heard that the Buddha of Joyful Light is seeking a breakthrough in understanding the joyful Zen. Perhaps this anomaly is precisely the breakthrough he seeks. Guanyin's brow furrowed, her expression growing peculiar. Buddha of Joyful Light? Joyful Zen? Breakthrough? Is this feasible? Moreover, it seems that recently, the Buddha of Joyful Light has been in seclusion. The Tathagata smiled faintly. Amitabha, our holy teachings state that all paths return to the source. The joyful Zen is uniquely created by the Buddha of Joyful Light. If he says it is possible, then it is indeed possible. Furthermore, this mere anomaly requires not the true form of the Buddha of Joyful Light to intervene. A mere relic incarnation will suffice. I shall lend him a helping hand. With that, the Tathagata waved his hand, and a beam of azure light descended into Guanyin's palm. Upon seeing the object beneath the azure light, Guanyin's mouth slightly parted, her expression transforming into one of wonder. Chapter 36. The City of the Underworld, the River of Forgetfulness. In the Underworld, at the Hall of Judgment, the 10 Yama Kings gathered, their expressions grave. These 10 Yama Kings included King Qin Guang, King Chu Jiang, King Song Di, King Wu Guan, King Yin Luo, King Bian Sheng, King Tai Shan, King Du Shi, King Ping Deng, and King Zhuan Lun. They were all under the command of the great Emperor Feng Du, while concurrently having taken Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva of Buddhism as their master. They represent a faction straddling both Buddhism and Taoism, swaying with the winds of circumstance. A ghostly soldier had just delivered news. The Jinghe dragon soul we had been awaiting for over 10 days would not be arriving. Not only did he defy the heavens and alter his fate, suppressing the execution officer at the dragon slaughtering platform, but he also garnered the Jade Emperor's attention. During the next heavenly court assembly, it shall be proclaimed to the 3 realms that this malicious dragon is to be crowned as the Dragon Emperor and Great Sage, holding a position among the celestial beings of the heavenly court. Now, he intends to come to our underworld to take away the Ao Run dragon soul that was recently captured, to replace him in the calamity as the long-and dragon ghost. Brothers, what are your thoughts on this matter? Speak freely, King Qin said, his demeanor indifferent and voice deep. At these words, the other 9 Yama kings exchanged glances. Dragon Emperor and Great Sage? A celestial being of the heavenly court? Does that not place him above us? One remarked. A mere river dragon king. A small official lacking in merit. How can he presume to rise above us? Merely a position in the heavenly court. How many truly care about it? In this day and age, who does not know that Buddhism is on the rise? In a few years, the entire 3 realms will be under the control of the Buddhist sect. By then, the heavenly court will merely be a fade. This dragon disrupts the heavenly order and defies destiny. It is a fate that warrants death. Yet, it has caused such a commotion, attempting to deceive the heavens and replace its identity. What a delusional fantasy. The underworld is our domain. Should this Jingha malicious dragon arrive, we will slay it and deliver its dragon soul to the Buddhist sect, thus achieving great merit. Though it must be acknowledged that this individual is a quasi-immortal of the heavenly court, we, despite our reverence for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva as our master, remain ultimately officials of the celestial realm. Such actions are likely to incite the displeasure of the great emperor of Fengdu. How foolish. What does it mean to be a quasi-immortal? It implies that he is not yet a full-fledged immortal of the heavenly court, merely a river dragon king. Daring to intrude upon the underworld to demand souls is deserving of death. Furthermore, the great emperor of Fengdu has secluded himself in Fengdu City for many years, and the current underworld is governed by our master, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. To slay this vile dragon would not only be without guilt, but indeed a deed of merit. What we must consider is how to elude the watchful eyes of the heavenly court and eliminate this dragon without a trace. Brothers, I have a plan that may be feasible. King Qin smiled mysteriously, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his bell-like eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng bid farewell to Neza at the southern heavenly gate and descended to the mortal realm, employing the art of spiritual passage to unlock the gateway to the underworld. A wave of deathly aura assaulted him. Jiang Feng's gaze was resolute as he traversed the heavy mists, soon arriving before a city. Above the city were inscribed 7 grand characters, the Ghost Gate of the underworld. Standing before the Ghost Gate, the dark red door slowly creaked open, revealing a myriad of ethereal ghostly figures within his sight. Oh, how wronged I am. My death was so tragic. I wish to return to the mortal realm and make those vile scoundrels pay with their lives. You fiends, return my life. The chilling cries of the spirits echoed in Jiang Feng's ears, accompanied by an eerie, terrifying presence. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed at the sight. You foolish beings. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Feng stepped forward, and in an instant, the might of the dragon surged forth. A powerful force radiated outward, instantly reducing the surrounding spirits to ash. The next moment, Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened. Within the ghostly city, he saw spirits unwilling to reincarnate, clinging to their obsessions. Where were the vengeful souls? To have no ghostly envoy welcoming me here is one thing, but to have these resentful spirits blocking my path is quite another. Such behavior from the 10 Yama kings is hardly courteous. As he spoke, Jiang Feng's eyes deepened, as if he could pierce through the endless mists and see all. With his words, the fog within the ghostly city began to dissipate, revealing 10 figures. Indeed, the 10 Yama kings. We were unaware of the great sage's arrival and have failed to offer a proper welcome. Please forgive us, King Qin said politely. Beside him, King Chu Jiang smiled faintly. Do not hold it against the great sage. The malicious spirits we encountered had just escaped from the city of the wrongly dead and were crowding the entrance to the ghostly city. Fortunately, the great sages might dispel them in one breath, greatly aiding our underworld. If the great sage does not mind, please proceed to the forest of death. We would like to extend our hospitality. With these 2 leading the way, the other Yama kings also expressed their warmth and courtesy. Observing this scene, Jiang Feng smiled. There's no need for such hospitality. I have come to retrieve the soul of Ao Ran, who is yet to reincarnate. Jiang Feng remained vigilant towards the 10 Yama kings, as their demeanor was indeed somewhat unusual. First, they opened the gate for the spirits, and after Jiang Feng easily dealt with them, they all appeared, exhibiting extreme enthusiasm, as if everything had been prepared specifically for him. This stark contrast between coldness and warmth made Jiang Feng suspicious. They might harbor ulterior motives, but he was disinclined to concern himself with such matters. After obtaining Ao Run's dragon soul, he intended to leave without further entanglements. In response to Jiang Feng's inquiry, King of the Wheel smiled ingratiatingly. Naturally, when a mortal's soul arrives in the underworld, it must linger for 49 days unless there are special circumstances. Moreover, Ao Run, in life, was the king of the Western Sea and has been crying out for justice since arriving in the underworld. Without special permission from the great emperor of Fengdu, we would not allow him to reincarnate. Rest assured on this matter, great sage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng nodded discreetly. Then, where is Ao Run's dragon soul now? It is by the Bridge of Oblivion. Had you arrived a few days later, it would have been sent to the city of the wrongly dead, the Yama king replied. Good, find a ghostly envoy to take me to the Bridge of Oblivion. I wish to take him away, Jiang Feng stated plainly. Upon hearing this, the 10 Yama kings exchanged knowing smiles. The great sage is a newly appointed celestial immortal of high rank. It is our duty as the overseers of this place to personally guide you. How could we send a ghostly envoy to be dismissive? Great sage, please follow us. King Qin Guang said, rallying the 10 Yama kings to lead Jiang Feng. Observing this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but frown inwardly. Their enthusiasm was a bit excessive. Could it truly be because of my status? Is my status truly this influential? However, with Jiang Feng's enhanced strength and growing audacity, he felt ready to confront any schemes the 10 Yama kings might devise. Should they dare to employ any trickery, he would meet force with force. The 11 of them grandly entered the ghostly city, passing through the forest of death and the 18 layers of hell. Before long, a wide and turbulent river lay ahead. This river was named Wangchuan. Within the Wangchuan River flowed the abyssal weak water, which would not even allow a feather to float. It was exceedingly poisonous. Even a great Luo golden immortal would find death should they fall into the Wangchuan River and become tainted by its weak waters. 3 bridges spanned the river. The first was the Golden Bridge, designated for souls returning to the mortal realm. Shortly thereafter, when Li Shimin traversed the underworld to return to life, he walked upon this bridge. The second was the Silver Bridge, traversed by the loyal, filial, and virtuous, allowing them to bypass the city of the wrongly dead and directly enter the cycle of reincarnation. The third was the Bridge of Oblivion, where cold winds howled and the sound of weeping filled the air. Those who crossed this bridge were the most heinous of wrongdoers, steeped in egregious sins. At the riverbank of Wangchuan, Jiang Feng caught sight of a familiar silhouette, a dragon-headed figure adorned in a black dragon robe. It was none other than Ao Ran. Seeing this, Jiang Feng hurried forward. Simultaneously, the 10 Yama kings exchanged glances, cold smiles gracing their faces. The show begins now. Jiang Feng did not hesitate, moving straight towards Ao Ran by the Bridge of Oblivion. However, as he approached Ao Ran and was about to reach out, Ao Ran's form suddenly transformed into a swirling gray mist, dissipating before him. What? Jiang Feng exclaimed, momentarily stunned. He quickly turned to glare at the 10 Yama kings. At this moment, the expressions of the 10 Yama kings morphed into one of chilling malevolence. As Jiang Feng made a move, the mist surged around him, instantaneously manifesting into a cage that ensnared him within. Simultaneously, the 10 Yama kings' faces darkened. Cold, sinister, and terrifying. Jing is vile dragon, you have arrived nearly 10 days late. Now you have walked into your own trap. You have chosen the path of no return. The day of your demise shall come next year on this very date, the 10 Yama kings declared coldly. Seeing the unfolding situation, Jiang Feng did not rush to act. Instead, he observed the 10 Yama kings from within the confines of the cage and smiled lightly. What does this mean, my esteemed lords? Throughout this journey, you have referred to me as the great sage, and surely you are aware of the heavenly decree that has appointed me as the Dragon Emperor Sage, ranking among the celestial immortals. Why, then this display? The 10 Yama kings exchanged cold smiles. Jinghe's vile dragon, do not flatter yourself. What Dragon Emperor Sage? What celestial immortal is but a fleeting dream of a dying dragon? On the book of life and death, your mortal lifespan had already expired 10 days ago. Now that you have delayed so long, do you think we 10 Yama kings are without temper? Haha, Jinghe's vile dragon. Allow me to speak frankly. Your actions have already provoked the Western Buddhist sect. In today's 3 realms, the West is on the rise. If we resolve this issue for the Buddhist sect, it would be a monumental achievement. You may embark on your journey with peace of mind, serving as a stepping stone for my rise. The 10 Yama kings spoke in unison. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng secretly nodded, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed that even the esteemed 10 Yama kings were willing to become the pawns of the Buddhist sect in the West. However, if the dragon-slaying platform cannot restrain me, do you believe that this mere cage formed from ghostly mist can bind me here? With these words, Jiang Feng's aura surged, and a tempest arose. The fierce energy sliced through the surrounding prison, shattering it into fragments. Witnessing this, the 10 Yama kings exchanged glances, unafraid and instead chuckling. Ha ha ha, wicked dragon. Before you boast so brazenly, you might want to take a look behind you, King Qin Guang remarked with a grin. At this, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, instinctively turning around to look. In that fleeting moment, his expression froze, laden with gravity. Behind him, the river of forgetfulness surged with tumultuous waves, deep yellow froth rolling and crashing as if it concealed a colossal primordial beast within. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed, a shrill phoenix call, and the waters of the river of forgetfulness began to boil. Bubbles erupted from the depths, and a massive gray figure burst forth, soaring skyward. As its wings unfurled, a chilling aura of death swept through the air. Jiang Feng gazed from afar, recognizing it as a dark gray phoenix, its eyes reflecting an eerie gray light. The frigid presence seemed devoid of life. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes, displaying a serious demeanor. Beside him, King Qin Guang sneered coldly. This creature is the ancient ferocious beast, the evil phoenix of forgetfulness. You may consider it an embodiment of the foul and turbid essence of the river of forgetfulness, reveling in the consumption of vengeful souls and wicked spirits. At the gates of the underworld, you have slain dozens of vengeful spirits. Although they have been reduced to powder, their resentment and malevolence linger, clinging to you. The previous cage was a secret technique of our 10 Yama kings, known as the locking evil seal. The malevolent energy of those spirits is bound to you, and in the eyes of the evil phoenix, you are the most delectable feast. As he spoke, a savage glint filled King Qin Guang's eyes, as if he foresaw Jiang Feng's agonized struggle before being devoured by the evil phoenix. Just then, an electronic voice resonated in Jiang Feng's ears. Ding dong. Encountered a scheming villain, activating choice. Choice 1. The insidious villain dares to plot against this saint. Seeking death, slay the evil phoenix, eradicate the Yama kings, seek AO run. Reward, 1 million years of cultivation. Divine technique, shadow mirage technique, grants the host the ability to transform in myriad ways, enhancing their charm infinitely, captivating the 3 realms. Traversing through a myriad of flowers without a trace. Choice 2. A direct assault is easy to evade, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. Prudence suggests retreating, escape, report the betrayal of the 10 Yama kings against the heavenly court and their treachery toward the celestial immortals to the Jade Emperor. And after eliminating the 10 Yama kings through the Emperor's hand, seek out AO run. Reward, 1 million years of cultivation, divine technique, Li Dai Tao Jiang. As the 2 choices appeared before him, Jiang Feng made his decision without hesitation. Escape? Such a notion was hardly befitting of Jiang Feng's character. Did 10 little ghosts believe that by employing some underhanded schemes and summoning a creature that was neither fully a monster nor entirely a demon, they could kill him? A foolish dream. With that thought, Jiang Feng raised his hand, and a golden sword seemed to materialize from thin air, grasped firmly in his grip. With a single swing, the sword's aura surged, golden light radiating as the righteous energy of heaven and earth was summoned forth. The Xinyuan sword, a holy blade, was exceptionally effective against the malevolent evil phoenix of forgetfulness. The might of this strike dispersed the heavy mists of the river of forgetfulness, cleaving directly into the massive form of the evil phoenix. A wretched cry erupted, dark gray blood spilling forth in torrents. In the next moment, the evil phoenix opened its enormous jaws, revealing sharp teeth. Its wings flared wide, and the waters below began to bubble violently. Suddenly, several water dragons surged from the river of forgetfulness, transforming into countless lethal arrows aimed at Jiang Feng. These were arrows crafted from the abyssal weak water, highly toxic. Even the mightiest of celestial beings would perish upon contact. Observing this, Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his palm, a jet-black flame coalesced in his hand. The flame solidified, manifesting into the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, releasing a torrent of demonic flames that enveloped him. The arrows crafted from the abyssal weak water struck against the magic flames of the Annihilation Black Lotus, hissing as they were repelled. Jiang Feng's expression turned icy. A mere creature of the mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal dares to act so brazenly before me? It shall face justice. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Feng leaped forth. The 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus swirling and expanding into a 3-meter-wide lotus platform. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged upon the platform, drawing forth the immortal-slaying divine blade. A grandiose battle unfolded by the River of Forgetfulness. Simultaneously, a pair of mysterious eyes, deep and penetrating, observed everything from the shadows, nodding slightly. Chapter 38. A Buddhist Nation in a Grain of Sand. The clash between Jiang Feng and the evil phoenix of forgetfulness was monumental, affecting a considerable portion of the underworld. In truth, with Jiang Feng's roots and mastery, confronting an opponent of the mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal was as easy as lifting a finger. However, the evil phoenix of forgetfulness, born from the River of Forgetfulness, was a rare entity of formidable strength and noble bloodline in the current three realms. Moreover, this creature could wield the abyssal weak water within the river, granting it immense advantages in this battle, its home ground. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng remained firmly in the advantageous position. Slaying the evil phoenix was merely a matter of time. Witnessing this scene, the 10 Yama kings were utterly astonished. By the heavens, what a spectacle! This fellow seems to have activated some hidden power. That is the evil phoenix of forgetfulness. Even its command over the abyssal weak water is enough to make many Tai Golden Immortals hesitate to face it. Yet, Jiang Feng, a mere river dragon king, wields such extraordinary capabilities. Wasn't it said that the River King was of insignificant power? How can this be deemed insignificant? You need not question me. For the ghostly messenger reported that his prowess was only slightly superior to that of the great deity Neza of the Three Altars. During the battle at Mount Jilei, the Heavenly Court did not dispatch any Tai Golden Immortals, though it remains unclear who defeated this wicked dragon. It is certain that his strength is undoubtedly beneath that of a Tai Golden Immortal. How could the evil phoenix of forgetfulness, which even a Tai Golden Immortal would flee from, falter against this river dragon? Let us not dwell on this. The conflict between the wicked dragon and the evil phoenix intensifies. We should retreat to the Sinluo Palace and report the occurrences here to our master. Should the evil phoenix fall to the hands of the wicked dragon, we shall leave it to our master to handle it. There is no need to report. Our master possesses the Buddha eye that observes the three realms. Given the uproar caused by the wicked dragon, our master will surely be aware. We must depart promptly to avoid being caught in the aftermath. And so, amidst their discussion, the 10 Yama kings hastily withdrew. Meanwhile, at the edge of the sea of blood, a pair of profound eyes slowly opened, as if capable of piercing through endless voids to observe the three realms of heaven and earth. In this unassuming location, a lean monk, clad in a robe and wearing a PL hat, appeared, though his appearance was unremarkable and gaunt. He bore an identity so grand that it was daunting. He was the K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva, the foremost of the four great bodhisattvas of the Western Paradise. Amitabha, the anomaly has arrived in the underworld. The K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva spoke softly, his voice tranquil. As soon as these words were spoken, a monk clad in a crimson robe, engulfed in flames, approached with a respectful demeanor. Bodhisattva, may I assist you in capturing this anomaly to ensure the smooth unfolding of our journey to the west? The king of hell, K-Itagarbha, shook his head. There is no need. The Buddha has already dispatched someone to deal with him, and that individual is far more qualified than we are. With that, the monk clasped his hands together and vanished into thin air. K-Itagarbha slowly closed his eyes, and a faint radiance of Buddhist light flickered, resembling an invisible hand that gradually extended into the nearby sea of blood. Amitabha, well done, the chant echoed, and a figure with a green face and sharp fangs soared from the blood sea, enveloped in the glow of Buddhist light, before swiftly disappearing into the void. Everything seemed as if it had never occurred. In the underworld, on the banks of the River of Forgetfulness, Jiang Feng sat cross-legged upon the 12th rank of the annihilating Black Lotus, surrounded by demonic flames. In one hand, he wielded the Xianyuan sword, and in the other, the treasure blade meant to slay immortals and vanquish gods. Various techniques unfolded as he engaged in an increasingly fierce battle with the malevolent phoenix of forgetfulness. Initially, the combatants were evenly matched, but gradually Jiang Feng began to gain the upper hand. The phoenix, born from the River of Forgetfulness, possessed limited intellect. However, instinctively, it sensed the perilousness of its situation and desperately sought to return to the river. Yet Jiang Feng had already marked it as his prey. It is easy to emerge. But returning? Not a chance. Devastating flames. In an instant, the inferno surged, dark flames intertwining to form a dense net that spanned the entirety of the River of Forgetfulness. No matter how powerful the phoenix might be, it could not traverse the annihilating flames with mere physical strength. Its escape route was severed. You are the prey I have chosen. As these words fell, Jiang Feng waved his hand, and the Xianyuan sword erupted with a brilliant golden light. The radiant beam shot skyward like a pillar reaching the heavens. In the next moment, the light converged, coalescing into a colossal sword towering 1,000 feet high. With one swing, it shattered the phoenix's formidable defenses. Splurt! Gray blood gushed forth, and a rain of blood began to fall upon the river of forgetfulness. Jiang Feng, shielded by the annihilating Black Lotus, remained unscathed by the downpour, and with a swift application of the Golden Crow transformation technique, he instantaneously appeared before the phoenix. The treasure blade glimmered ominously in his grasp. Cut! He bellowed. The 3-foot-long blade unleashed a 100-foot-long blade aura, causing the entire void of the underworld to tremble beneath its weight. This strike would obliterate heaven and earth. This strike would extinguish the soul. Splurt! Under the blade aura, the blood rained and the weak waters retreated, cleaving the phoenix in two. Its soul shattered instantaneously, vitality extinguished. 2 halves of its body plummeted, destined to fall into the flames of annihilation. Just then, Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened, and a radiant light emanated from his palm. Great supernatural power. The Buddhist realm within my grasp. A single grain of sand contains a vast world. A Buddhist realm exists within a grain of sand. In an instant, the Buddhist light flickered, and the severed halves of the phoenix vanished in the blink of an eye. All returned to tranquility. However, for Jiang Feng, the battle was far from over. His gaze shifted towards the direction of the Yama Palace in the underworld. The 10 Yama Kings. In a heartbeat, Jiang Feng employed the Golden Crow transformation technique, making his way directly to the Yama Palace. Unbeknownst to him, the area surrounding the River of Forgetfulness was swiftly reverting to its pre-battle state. The traces of the fierce combat were quickly erased, rendering the place as if nothing had ever transpired. The River of Forgetfulness, the Golden Bridge, the Silver Bridge, the Bridge of No Regrets. Ghosts traversed the bridges, and Mengpa continued to brew her soup by the Bridge of No Regrets. However, after Jiang Feng departed, Mengpa slowly lifted her head, her gaze profound and her expression unchanging as she stared in the direction Jiang Feng had left. A flicker of unusual color appeared in her clear eyes. In the Yama Palace of the underworld, the 10 Yama Kings were uncertain whether the Phoenix of Forgetfulness was a match for Jiang Feng. They gathered within the palace, each displaying varied expressions. Some were resolute, others fearful, while a few muttered prayers for protection. The Phoenix of Forgetfulness was an ancient beast, surely. Even the fearsome dragon of the river could not be its match. Even if the Phoenix could not defeat that dragon, it had caused such a commotion in the underworld that their master would not sit idly by. Moreover, as the 10 Yama Kings, sanctioned by the heavenly court, they believed firmly that the dragon would not dare to intrude upon this sacred place. If it dared to breach this realm, I would consume this table on the spot. Just as Lord Chu Jiang boasted confidently, a sudden, thunderous sound erupted from above. Boom! A figure clad in white descended from the heavens, crashing through the roof of the Yama Palace and landing before the 10 Yama Kings. Jiang Feng regarded Lord Chu Jiang with a cold smile. Do you wish to eat directly, or shall I assist you by smashing it first? Chapter 39. The Book of the Dead, the Ledger of Life and Death. Lord Chu Jiang, good heavens, is this even possible? What a scam. At that moment, Jiang Feng made a grand entrance, radiating an aura like a blazing sun. The might of the ancestral dragon overwhelming, leaving the 10 Yama Kings gasping for breath. For a moment, the 10 Yama Kings felt a pang of regret. Why did they provoke this being? After all, he had clashed with countless heavenly soldiers and generals. Moreover, why had Edgar not intervened? Lord Chu Jiang raised his head slightly, gazing at Jiang Feng with trepidation. Great sage, you have traveled a long way and hastened to the River of Forgetfulness to slay the ancient beast causing turmoil, bringing peace to the people. My admiration for you is boundless, like the ceaseless flow of the river. Enough. Just as Lord Chu Jiang was lavishing praise, Jiang Feng's gaze turned icy, and he immediately reprimanded him. As these words echoed, Lord Chu Jiang trembled, collapsing to the ground, pale and drenched in sweat. Beside him, King Qin Guang seemed to ponder deeply before suddenly focusing his gaze. The river dragon, do not be so arrogant. This Yama Palace is not a place for your recklessness. Though you have been bestowed the title of Dragon Emperor by the Jade Emperor, in the ledger of life and death, your lifespan has come to an end. Regardless of your prowess, you cannot escape the retribution of the ledger. The order of life and death in the universe is not for you to disrupt. King Qin Guang's voice rang out, righteous and resolute. Empowered by his words, the other Yama kings joined in, echoing lofty principles. In the face of the 10 Yama kings' accusations, Jiang Feng scoffed. If brute force is ineffective, you plan to employ persuasion? You have exhausted all your sweet words and threats, leaving no room for fairness or reason. The ledger of life and death? Show it to me. I wish to see if my lifespan has truly expired. Jiang Feng spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the 10 Yama kings seized upon a glimmer of hope and promptly dispatched the ghostly duo of black and white impermanents to seek out Judge Cui Ju for the ledger. Soon, a thick tome of the ledger of life and death was presented. This ledger was a sacred text, one of the foundational pillars of the underworld. The version Jiang Feng held was the comprehensive record of dragonkind, detailing all beings associated with the dragon race throughout the 3 realms. As King Qingguang took the ledger and prepared to peruse its contents, Jiang Feng raised his hand and summoned the ledger to himself. 500 years ago, the great sage Sun Wukong traversed the underworld and compiled the ledger for all monkeys. I, Jiang Feng, as the Dragon Emperor and sovereign of the dragon race, shall naturally protect my kin and secure their welfare. Long ago, when the ancestral dragon reigned, our dragon race was the mightiest among all beings. At that moment, even Hongjun Daozu had no choice but to concede a third of power to my clan. Who would dare to interfere with the dragon clan? The existence of the Book of Life and Death had become redundant. With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Feng summoned the apocalyptic inferno, engulfing the Book of Life and Death in flames. This scene startled the 10 Yama kings. Jiang Feng was actually intent on incinerating the Book of Life and Death. Stop. The Book of Life and Death is one of the 3 sacred texts of heaven, earth, and the underworld, and a fundamental cornerstone of the netherworld. The normal functioning of the 3 realms relies on its control. Life and death are part of the heavenly order. If you destroy the Book of Life and Death, that order will be shattered. It would unleash a calamity upon the heavens and the earth. The 10 Yama kings urgently pleaded. Jiang Feng scoffed. Such a minor issue. Do the Buddhas of the Western Paradise and the deities of the heavenly court even appear in the Book of Life and Death? Upon hearing this, the 10 Yama kings fell silent. Indeed, those beings did not feature in the book. Yet, you Dragon Clan are merely a group of despicable creatures from the Water Origin realm. How dare you compare yourselves to the celestial beings? King Qingguang rebuked. Jiang Feng, far from being angered, laughed. Despicable creatures? Huh. During the glorious era of the Dragon Clan, all the myriad races were but ants. I do not deny the survival of the fittest, but now, I am stronger than all of you. As his words faded, the apocalyptic flames surged, black fire leaping skyward, instantly reducing the Dragon Clan's Book of Life and Death to ashes. As the 10 Yama kings prepared to chastise Jiang Feng for his actions, he turned his gaze towards them, his eyes igniting with murderous intent. In an instant, they felt a chill run down their spines, the cold malice causing their scalp to prickle. They too were Jiang Feng's prey. Despicable dragon, we are the 10 Yama kings, appointed by the Jade Emperor, rulers of the underworld. If you kill us, chaos will ensue in the netherworld. I wager you do not dare to act, declared Emperor Song. However, as soon as he spoke, a golden light cleaved through the air. With a swift thrust of the Xianyuan sword, it pierced through his body. The Xianyuan sword, a blade of the sacred path, exuded a majestic and righteous aura, its divine might unparalleled against specters. In the blink of an eye, before the eyes of all, Emperor Song transformed into a wisp of black smoke, instantly evaporating. One of the 10 Yama kings, Emperor Song, was dead. This moment struck deep into the hearts of the remaining 9 Yama kings like a sharp blade. Despicable dragon, how dare you? When the Jade Emperor learns of this, he will surely execute you, banishing your dragon soul to the abyss, enduring endless suffering, never to reincarnate. Our master will not let you escape. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes turned icy. Enough with your prattle. Before he could finish, he struck again, and King Chu Jiang fell, dead. Though the 10 Yama kings appeared to manage the underworld, their true strength was not formidable. The real power of the netherworld lay with the 5 emperors of hell and the emperor of Fengdu. As for the Buddhist side, it was protected by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and his disciples at the edge of the Netherblood Sea. However, it seemed they had little interest in intervening today. Now, having lost 2 of their number, the remaining 8 Yama kings recognized Jiang Feng's resolute intent to kill. They exchanged glances and, united, unleashed a powerful sealing spell. A radiant imprint shot skyward, striking a bronze mirror above the Sanguine Hall. In an instant, The mirror flipped, releasing a torrent of malevolent energy, summoning a horde of demonic soldiers. King Qin Guang's gaze turned ferocious as he coldly declared, "Despicable dragon. These are the blood and corpses of the remnants of the ancient war of the witch and the demon, transformed into the corpse blood divine soldiers. The evil phoenix of the river of forgetfulness cannot harm you, but this corpse blood divine soldier." Yet before he could finish, Jiang Feng waved his hand, revealing a golden Buddhist kingdom before the 10 Yama kings. With a flicker of Buddhist light, hundreds of corpse blood divine soldiers were absorbed into the palm of the Buddha kingdom. The entire Sangwon Hall was instantly cleared. Witnessing this, the remaining 8 Yama kings were left dumbfounded. After a moment's hesitation, they fell to their knees, crying out, "Great sage, spare us." Seeing this, Jiang Feng strode forward, thrusting the Xianyuan's sword into the ground. His gaze turned cold. "Tell me, where is Ao Ran?" Chapter 40. A Transaction. Upon the mention of Ao Ran, the Yama kings exchanged glances. Ao Ran is in the rear hall of Sangwon. With the judge Cui Ju, King Qin Guang replied solemnly. Jiang Feng nodded, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, the Xianyuan sword was drawn and slashed in all directions. Boom. The might of the sword claimed the lives of 7 Yama kings in the blink of an eye. Only King Qin Guang remained. As he watched his fellow Yama kings dissipate, disbelief filled King Qin Guang's copper bell-like eyes. I have told you where Ao Ran is." "Why?" His voice trembled, his face pale. Jiang Feng coldly smiled. "I merely asked one last question before killing you. I never promised to spare you after you answered. Moreover, if I were to fall to the evil phoenix of the river of forgetfulness and the corpse blood divine soldiers, would you have spared me?" Before he could finish, Jiang Feng delivered the final blow. The 10 Yama kings were obliterated. It was not that Jiang Feng reveled in bloodshed, but rather that sparing them would not elicit gratitude. Instead, it would breed resentment and revenge. Better to eradicate the source of trouble than to leave any roots behind. Having dealt with the 10 Yama kings, Jiang Feng proceeded directly to the rear hall of Sangwon. With the might of the dragon, the ghostly soldiers retreated before him as if they were mice fleeing from a cat. Soon, Jiang Feng discovered Ao Ran, clad in a white prison garb, his dragon head atop a human body, seated at a table. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, Ao Ran's previously murky eyes suddenly sparkled with a glint of surprise. "Ha ha! You wretched being. Even if you escape Wei Zheng's dragon slaughtering platform, how can you evade the retribution of the heavenly Tao? You are fated for a miserable death, ha ha." Ao Ran laughed maniacally. Yet before his laughter could fade, the judge rose and reprimanded, "Silence. How dare you, mere vengeful souls, disrespect the great sage." This brought Ao Ran's laughter to an abrupt halt. "What? Great sage? From whence comes this great sage?" Fearful of Ao Ran's indiscretions angering Jiang Feng, the judge continued. "This one is the Dragon Emperor, conferred by the great heavenly venerable, a celestial being of the heavenly court. He has transcended life and death, free from the jurisdiction of the underworld. How dare you, a dragon ghost, show such disrespect?" After speaking, the judge bowed respectfully to Jiang Feng, displaying utmost reverence. The recent panic of the 10 Yama kings, seeking the Dragon Clan's Book of Life and Death, was undoubtedly due to pressure from this superior figure. Knowing this, the judge understood the importance of not offending Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng nodded and approached Ao Ran. As he drew near, Ao Ran sensed the overwhelming bloodlust and might of the dragon emanating from him. This was no mere dragon soul, but the strongest being of the Dragon Clan since the primordial era. Moreover, Ao Ran even detected an exhilarating aura emanating from Jiang Feng, the breath of the ancestral dragon. How can this be? How could you have transformed into this? You were merely a consort from the West Sea, powerless, nameless, a mere waste. How could you, Dragon Emperor, great sage, a celestial being of the heavenly court? In an instant, Ao Ran's expression became dazed, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality before him. He could hardly believe what was happening. Suddenly, Ao Ran laughed. "Ha ha! Had I known this would be the case, I would not have sacrificed my dignity to curry favor with the god of martial virtue for the future of the West Sea. Having given up so much, I discover in death that what I sought was right beside me. How pathetic, how laughable." His laughter rang hollow, filled with bitterness. Seeing this, Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Enough. Do not feign despair before me. I have come to discuss a collaboration." Upon hearing this, Ao Ran was momentarily taken aback. "Collaboration? You must be seeking something from me, he replied. It cannot be termed as seeking. It is merely an exchange, Jiang Feng clarified candidly. Ao Run smirked derisively. Do not forget who has brought me to this pitiful state. I was once the king of Guangxuan of the West Sea, one of the 4 sea dragon kings, holding significant power within the dragon lineage. Yet you have thwarted my grand designs and taken everything from me. Now, you expect me to assist you? Such folly. Jiang Feng examined him with a smile that was neither truly a smile nor a frown, and responded, Are you certain you will not help? Ao Run nodded resolutely. I am certain. Even if I were to perish, plunging into the river of forgetfulness, I would never assist you. You should abandon this hope. Jiang Feng chuckled, Very well. I had intended that if you entered this transaction with me, I would use my position to look after your West Sea. As I understand, your 2 favored sons are the crown prince Mo Ong and the 3rd prince Ao Lai. Ao Lai has ventured into the journey to the west, and his future hangs precariously in the hands of fate. I cannot guarantee anything, but after your death, the dragons of the West Sea will be leaderless. Although Mo Ong is talented for his age, he possesses only martial prowess and lacks the cunning of a ruler. The West Sea is currently beset by formidable foes and internal strife among the elder ministers. Ultimately, Mo Ong is too young to shoulder this burden. Furthermore, the Jade Emperor has yet to appoint a new king of Guangxuan for the West Sea. Without my assistance, within a century, it is likely that only 3 seas will remain in this world. By the way, you have a young daughter who has just turned 100, do you not? At this, Ao Run trembled visibly. He looked at Jiang Feng, his gaze wavering. State your terms. Ao Run finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's face broke into a smile. Splendid. My terms are quite simple. You initially sold me out to ignite the calamity and launch the journey to the west. Now that I have survived and you have not, you can take my place in the calamity. Go to Chang'an, disguise yourself as a dragon ghost, and initiate the journey to the west. What do you think of this condition? Jiang Feng assessed Ao Run, chuckling lightly. Without a moment's hesitation, Ao Run replied, Agreed. But I have one condition of my own. Go on, Jiang Feng urged. Ao Run's gaze darkened. Do not let the people of the West Sea know that I perished at your hands. I do not wish for them to become your enemies. This thought stemmed not from concern for Jiang Feng, but rather for his children. After all, given Jiang Feng's current abilities and status, taking revenge would be nearly impossible. However, if they remained unaware of the truth, Jiang Feng could still be seen as an ally to Mo Ong and Ao Lai, providing them with assistance in the West Sea. Jiang Feng understood this reasoning. I promise you, upon my return to the heavenly court, I will have the Jade Emperor issue a decree labeling your death as a result of demonic forces. Furthermore, I will appoint Mo Ong as the new king of Guangxuan of the West Sea, and the decree will be delivered simultaneously. Hearing this, Ao Run nodded discreetly, a flicker of relief glimmering in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. At that moment, Jiang Feng heard the electronic chime of the system in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing Task 1. Reward: 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Divine Power Technique. Phantom Shadow Arts, bestowing the host with the ability to transform endlessly, enhancing their charm to influence the 3 realms. Moving through a sea of flowers without a single petal touching them. Chapter 41. Transformations, Phantom Shadow Arts. Jiang Feng. Title: Dragon King of the Jing River, awaiting promotion to Celestial Immortal in the Heavenly Court. Realm: Mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal, 2,000,000 years of cultivation away from the next realm. Bloodline: Ancestral Dragon, 1/5. Cultivation Technique: Hongming Ancestral Dragon Formula. Treasure: 12-petaled Destruction Black Lotus, Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure. Immortal Slaying Divine Blade, Innate Spiritual Treasure. Demon Slayer Sword, Postnatal Merit Spiritual Treasure. Heavenly Order, Postnatal Supreme Treasure. Shinong Cauldron, Postnatal Supreme Treasure. 4 Flags of Earth, Wind, Water, and Fire, Divine Powers. Ancestral Dragon True Form, 3 heads and 6 arms, Buddha Kingdom in hand, Phantom Shadow Arts, Golden Crow Transformation Technique, as the rewards were credited. Jiang Feng's aura began to rise, breaking through the confines of the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal, successfully reaching the mid-stage. With this enhancement in cultivation, his combat prowess surged correspondingly. Simultaneously, his demeanor and appearance underwent a series of transformative changes. While his overall features remained similar, the influence of the Phantom Shadow Arts caused his beauty to soar, and his aura underwent a complete metamorphosis. Ethereal and enchanting, he radiated an allure that could ensnare countless hearts across the three realms. In essence, he became remarkably handsome. Even Ao Run and the nearby judge could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief. Jiang Feng seemed markedly different from before. Although still Jiang Feng, he appeared increasingly agreeable. In this murky and shadowy underworld, he shone like a beacon of pure moonlight. Noticing the peculiar gazes around him, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed by their expressions. What is with that look? Ahem, Ao Run, since you have agreed, let us depart now. With a swift gesture, Jiang Feng enveloped Ao Run's dragon soul within the Buddha kingdom in his hand. He then glanced at the judge beside him. I am taking the dragon soul. You have no objections, do you? To his surprise, the judge smiled shyly. Dragon God, you say such things. Even if you were to take me along, I would have no objections. Jiang Feng thought to himself, what the hell, this system's phantom shadow arts must be toxic. Ding. Phantom shadow arts, a product of the system, is of exquisite quality, safe and non-toxic. Aside from bestowing the ability to transform endlessly, it merely enhances the host's appearance and charm. The system replied, this allure is meant for the opposite sex. I have no desire to attract the same sex. Jiang Feng sighed in exasperation. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful, sometimes. Gender boundaries need not be so rigid. No, this is a matter of principle, and it must be strictly enforced. Modify the phantom shadow arts. Modification is not possible. Then close it. The primary ability of the phantom shadow arts is its endless transformation, which is challenging to perceive. And the enhancement of charm is merely an additional feature. It is classified as a passive skill. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, feeling a mix of indignation and helplessness. Regardless, the phantom shadow art's ability to transform endlessly and its elusive nature were undeniably superior to the earthly fiend's 72 transformations. Moreover, having advanced to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, he was no longer certain if he could match Yang Jian, but he felt he would not be at the mercy of his opponent as he had been previously. As Jiang Feng exited the Hall of Yama and emerged from the city of the underworld, he was preparing to employ the passage to the underworld technique to return to the mortal realm when a figure blocked his path. From a distance, the individual donned a black robe, adorned with a jeweled crown, and wore golden threaded shoes. Though turned away from Jiang Feng, the overwhelming aura emanating from him resembled that of an emperor, exuding an innate majesty. Merely standing there, he appeared as an insurmountable peak, instilling a suffocating sense of pressure in Jiang Feng. Instantly, a thought flashed through Jiang Feng's mind. This person is formidable. If he intended to kill me, it might only take a mere thought. In the next moment, the figure slowly turned, casting a cold gaze upon Jiang Feng. However, as their eyes met, the individual appeared momentarily stunned. Your appearance is quite unexpected, he remarked. Jiang Feng responded, but the person quickly regained his aloof demeanor. You are the new celestial immortal that the great heavenly lord intends to appoint? No sooner had he spoken than a wave of pressure descended. In the face of such a situation, Jiang Feng's aura surged, his ancestral dragon bloodline coursing through him, and under the might of his dragon prestige, he stood defiantly against the oppressive force. He gazed at the figure in the distance and smiled faintly. Might I inquire if you are the ruler of the underworld, the Emperor of Fengdu? Upon hearing this, the individual was momentarily taken aback before waving his hand, dispersing the pressure. You have recognized me, the Emperor of Fengdu. After many years of seclusion in the ghost city, how is it that you could see through my guise? He queried, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. In the entire netherworld, there are perhaps only two beings with such formidable presence. One is the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva of the Buddhist realm, and the other is you, the Emperor of Fengdu. I am about to return to the human realm to attend to an important matter. Why do you obstruct my path? Jiang Feng continued. Hearing this, the Emperor's expression darkened. You come to the underworld seeking the dragon's soul, intending to take it away without a word. However, you should not have slain the 10 Yama kings for your own selfish desires. Such a sin is one you cannot bear. His voice grew colder with each word. Yet, Jiang Feng remained undeterred and chuckled. As the ruler of the underworld, you have long been in seclusion, leaving the realm's affairs to a band of petty individuals. Is this truly worthy of your esteemed title as Emperor of Fengdu? The netherworld is a crucial link among the three realms. Allowing such petty beings to fester will only lead to further decay of order. These matters are yours to govern, not mine. If you believe I have wronged, you may report this to the Jade Emperor and see whom he holds accountable. Me or you? The emperor clenched his fists at these words. I am fully aware of the actions of the 10 Yama kings. The reason I have not moved against them is due to their vital role in the upcoming journey to the west. Now that the 10 Yama kings are dead, who will receive the emperor of the Tang dynasty when he descends to the underworld? Have you considered this? The emperor spoke solemnly. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. When the cart reaches the mountain, a path will surely appear. When the boat arrives at the bridge, it will be straightforward. Furthermore, as the emperor of Fengdu, your duty lies in whether to align with the Western Buddhist teachings or to govern the netherworld and benefit all beings. Upon hearing this, the emperor was momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Jiang Feng smiled gently and continued, if you wish to transcend worldly matters and pursue a higher realm, you might as well resign from your position as emperor of Fengdu and allow a capable individual to take over. Those in power must govern, otherwise. If the 10 Yama kings act wantonly, you become their accomplice. That is all I shall say. I have pressing matters to attend to. Do as you will, emperor. With that, Jiang Feng moved to bypass the emperor and prepare to leave. Just then, the emperor suddenly called out, stop. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng halted. What? Do you refuse to let me go? The emperor shook his head. You are aware that the 10 Yama kings were disciples of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and you have stirred quite a commotion in the netherworld without a single reaction from the Buddhist realm. Do you not find this reasonable? Chapter 42. Aluin, it is you. The emperor of Fengdu spoke, and Jiang Feng could not help but be taken aback. Are you suggesting that the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva will seek vengeance? Jiang Feng inquired. Prior to his decisive action against the 10 Yama kings in the Hall of Judgment, he indeed contemplated this possibility, testing the waters by eliminating one to gauge the Buddhist response. When no powerful figures from the Buddhist realm appeared, he felt emboldened to strike again, leading to their complete annihilation. At this moment, the emperor's words refocused Jiang Feng's attention on the matter. The emperor's gaze turned serious. Your dealings with the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva are limited. You do not understand his character. He is a formidable and composed adversary. Even if he disregards the 10 Yama kings as mere puppets, he will undoubtedly take your actions to heart. After all, you are the anomaly spoken of by the Buddha himself. Yet, you have come to the netherworld, to his territory, and he has neither taken action against you nor even shown himself. The reason for this outcome can only be one. At this, the emperor looked at Jiang Feng with profound meaning. Jiang Feng, sensing this, was first taken aback, then fell into contemplation. In the next moment, he cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, emperor, for your insight. I shall heed your words. The emperor smiled lightly. It is not so much guidance, but rather a reflection of your thoughts, which, though somewhat naive, have stirred something within me. However, I cannot condone your slaying of the 10 Yama kings. I shall report this matter to the Jade Emperor. It is your deed, and thus, it is for you to resolve. With that, the emperor waved his hand. You may leave. As his words faded, the emperor's figure dissipated into the mists of the netherworld. Jiang Feng could only smile wryly as he utilized the technique to open the gateway connecting the netherworld to the human realm. The sunlight and air of the human world greeted him. I am back. Now, all that remains is to wait for nightfall. Then, I shall close the door and release Aluin. In Chang'an, the imperial city, Li Shimin had concluded a day of state affairs and was readying himself for rest. At the second watch of the night, a sudden chill swept through the palace, accompanied by the sounds of wailing spirits echoing ominously. Li Shimin, half awake, surveyed his surroundings and beheld a colossal dragon shadow flickering, swirling around the hall. Seeing this, he was filled with confusion. The royal palace, a bastion of yang energy, was not a place for vengeful spirits. As the emperor, the supreme sovereign, he commanded, what wraith dares to disturb me? Depart at once. His imperial authority surged forth. Ordinary spirits would likely have fled in terror before such an overwhelming aura. However, in the next moment, the palace doors burst open, revealing a grotesque figure standing at the threshold. It was a headless specter, yet upon closer inspection, one could see it held a bloody dragon head in its hands, shouting, Tang Taizong, return my life. You once promised to save me, yet you allowed the forces of Chao Wei to slay me. Come forth. Let us dispute this matter before the king of hell. As it approached, the headless dragon seized Li Shimin's garments. Perplexed, Li Shimin furrowed his brow. Who are you? Have I met you before? Hearing this, the headless dragon hesitated, the atmosphere turning awkward. After a moment of silence, it spoke, I am the Dragon King of the Jingha. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively. Such nonsense. You dare impersonate the Dragon King of Jingha? I have met him. He possesses an ethereal grace and a striking presence, unlike your pitiful form. I have fought countless battles and slain innumerable foes. If you seek vengeance, why not reveal your true visage? What is your true intention in masquerading as the Dragon King of Jingha? Li Shimin reprimanded. After a brief hesitation, the headless dragon replied, I am actually the king of Guanshuan from the West Sea, Aoluan. In admitting his true identity, Aoluan's bravado diminished. There was no way to withstand the emperor's overwhelming presence and aura of slaughter, especially after being exposed for impersonating the Dragon King of Jingha. Seeing Aoluan acknowledge his identity, Li Shimin nodded subtly, a flicker of intrigue appearing in his bright eyes. You are but the remnant soul of the Dragon King. Should you perish, it is only fitting that you seek vengeance upon your slayer. Yet, why do you come to me? I do not recall ever promising you anything. Li Shimin spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Ao Run felt a pang of dread. This was disastrous. He would be absolved of responsibility. If he failed to accomplish his task, Jiang Feng would not provide him protection in the Western Sea. This time, he would truly die in vain. With this thought, Ao Run steeled himself. The one who caused my demise is you. Had it not been for Wei Zheng's weakness, allowing the king of the Jing River to escape from the dragon slaughtering platform, he would not have returned to disrupt my plans. How could I have ended up in conflict with him, ultimately falling at his hands? And Wei Zheng is your subject. Thus, the root of all this lies with you. You are the true culprit. Return my life. Ao Run unleashed a series of absurd assertions, directly entering a state of confrontation. Li Shimin? How can you pin this on me? You, wretched dragon, are utterly unreasonable. Clearly, it was your own machinations that backfired. All of this is your own doing. Who can you blame? Li Shimin lamented. However, Ao Run seemed intent on clinging to Li Shimin, unabashedly declaring, I do not care. It is you. You are the root of all evil. Come with me to the underworld and confront the 10 Yama Kings. Faced with this audacity, Li Shimin's anger flared. He slammed his hand upon the bedside, exclaiming, You vile dragon, do not think you can threaten me. Get out. In defiance of the emperor's reprimand, Ao Run clung tightly to Li Shimin's leg, refusing to let go. Strangely, this act did not frighten Li Shimin. Rather, it incited the wrath of the emperor, who had taken countless lives. Leave. If you do not, I shall have you thrown out unless you accompany me to the underworld. I, the sovereign of mankind, have no obligation to heed the words of a mere dragon. Depart. I shall not leave. Unless you accompany me, I will harass you daily. When you open your eyes, I shall be there. When you close your eyes, I shall be there. While you dine, I shall be there. Even in your moments of solitude, I shall be there. Just as Ao Run continued his incessant chatter, Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively. You, a mere dragon, dare threaten me? Summon Qin Xiong and Yu Qigong to present themselves before me. I shall not be thwarted by you. Chapter 43, The Blissful Buddha of Steadfast Light. Let me take a look. Beneath the night sky, Jiang Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the unfolding events within the imperial palace. Although things did not unfold as he had anticipated, it mattered little. For Jiang Feng, as long as he could deliver Ao Run to Chang'an, allowing him to take his place in the Great Calamity, that was sufficient. Whether this would intimidate Li Shimin or facilitate the smooth commencement of the journey to the west was not his concern. Such matters were for the Buddhist realm to ponder. That should suffice. Time to wrap things up. Jiang Feng mused, preparing to depart. Yet, at that moment, a golden radiance erupted behind him. Turning to look, he beheld a relic descending from the heavens, radiating an exceptionally bright light against the dark night sky. Beneath this light, the figure of a Buddha gradually materialized. This Buddha was unlike the usual depictions. He had an unusual appearance, with elongated ears and donned in a crimson robe. Rather than exuding solemnity, he imparted an air of frivolity. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, the Buddha's expression momentarily faltered before breaking into a smile. Amipa, I am the blissful Buddha of steadfast light, one of the 3,000 Buddhas of the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain. Young one, do you have any interest in practicing the joyful Zen together with me? The blissful Buddha stated directly. Jiang Feng. My goodness, what a surprise. The name of the blissful Buddha was not unfamiliar to Jiang Feng. Rather, it was quite well known. The blissful Buddha was one of the great Buddhas of the West, his power rivaling that of the 3 eminent figures of Buddhism. His unique joyful Zen practice was rooted in profound joy leading to ultimate tranquility, thereby achieving enlightenment. Additionally, he was also known as the long-eared steadfast light immortal. During the calamity of the Fengshan, he was among the 7 immortals who served under the heavenly teacher of the later betraying him during the 10,000 Immortals array, stealing the Six Souls banner, which led to the downfall of their sect. After the calamity, he joined the Western teachings and was conferred the title of Blissful Buddha of Steadfast Light by the two sages of the West. Not to mention, the Blissful Buddha's joyful Zen practice had an air of irreverence. His earlier words did not imply learning joyful Zen from him, but rather practicing it together. What the hell? I am not interested in men. Jiang Feng quickly retorted. The Blissful Buddha gently shook his head, a serene smile gracing his features. Amitabha, your thoughts are rather superficial. In this life, the body is merely a vessel, and there should be no distinction between genders. I perceive your countenance. You are the most suited among the three realms to practice joyful Zen with me. I speak with utmost sincerity. Do not decline. Furthermore, you have a connection with our Buddhist realm. The Blissful Buddha stated earnestly, a smile upon his face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling. The scene was akin to an elderly monk standing before him, seriously stating, "Young man, you are quite suited to be a homosexual." This was utterly absurd. Get lost. Jiang Feng vehemently rejected. At his words, the smile on the Blissful Buddha's face gradually stiffened. He gazed coldly at Jiang Feng, speaking in a low voice. You are quite bold. I merely sought to extend a favor to you, yet you failed to appreciate it. Very well, I shall not waste further breath. Let me take a look. Jiang Feng exclaimed, what a pervert you are. At that moment, the only thought in Jiang Feng's mind was to flee, protecting his virtue. In an instant, a golden flame shot upwards, the golden crow transformation technique erupting in a blaze. In the celestial expanse above, Jiang Feng transformed into a golden flame, darting across the sky like a shooting star. Witnessing this, the Blissful Buddha's gaze sharpened. Where do you think you are going? Before his words could fade, the Blissful Buddha transformed into a relic, pursuing Jiang Feng relentlessly. The golden crow transformation technique was indeed the pinnacle of escape techniques in the three realms. Yet Jiang Feng's current strength was insufficient to wield it to its full extent. The Blissful Buddha, having once served as one of the 7 immortals under the heavenly teacher, possessed extraordinary abilities. As Jiang Feng fled, the Blissful Buddha followed closely behind, refusing to relent. Young one, you cannot escape my grasp. Cease your futile struggles. The sinister laughter of the Blissful Buddha echoed behind Jiang Feng. His expression darkened further. By heavens, I never imagined that one day I would be pursued by an old monk for my virtue. How terrifying. There are countless people in the three realms, and your Buddhist realm has numerous followers. Why not choose someone else? Jiang Feng lamented. Amitabha, it is because you are destined to connect with our Western teachings. The Blissful Buddha replied with earnestness. Jiang Feng, that resonates. However, I am not a homosexual. Just then, a spark of inspiration struck Jiang Feng, and in the next moment, a large body pillow appeared in his arms out of thin air. It was the body pillow depicting the Emperor Ziwei. As a powerful being among the three realms, the Emperor Ziwei was regarded as a master of all arts, a figure of unparalleled beauty. However, on the body pillow, the Emperor Ziwei was clad in a light purple garment, with his chest slightly exposed. Her long hair was slightly disheveled, and her gaze held a hint of bewilderment. This was undoubtedly a dream come true for fans of the genre. Ever since acquiring this item, Jiang Feng had expressed nothing but disdain. But now he thought, oh dear, Emperor Ziwei. With a focused glance, he promptly tossed the pillow to the behind him to the Buddha of joyful light. The Buddha, upon seeing this, effortlessly caught the pillow in his hand. What is this? He mused, examining the exquisite item. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the Emperor Ziwei. My goodness, who could have crafted such a treasure? The texture, the craftsmanship, and the likeness were astonishingly lifelike. A grin crept onto the Buddha's face. Meanwhile, far above in the heavenly realm, Emperor Ziwei shivered involuntarily, sensing a chill creeping down his spine. If he were to learn of Jiang Feng's actions, he would likely storm down to confront him, reprimanding, "You haven't done a single thing that involves others." At that moment, Jiang Feng suddenly heard the Buddha of joyful light speak. Alas, it is a pity that I have only a Sarira incarnation here. If such a treasure were to reach my true form, combined with that anomaly, wouldn't it be a simple task to break through shackles under this double joy? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. What? Sarira incarnation. Chapter 44. I have never encountered such brazen individuals. Jiang Feng suddenly recalled the Sarira that descended when the Buddha of joyful light arrived. He had initially thought it was a normal entrance for a Buddha, only to discover it was merely a Sarira incarnation. Without being the true body, its strength was naturally diminished. Nevertheless, despite this, the Buddha of Joyful Light was ultimately a formidable entity from the era of the divine decree, and even an incarnation should not be underestimated. In that instant, Jiang Feng fixed his gaze and summoned the Xianyuan sword. Gripping the sword, he executed a swift slash. In a flash, the sword energy surged forth, slicing towards the Buddha. Observing this, the Buddha of Joyful Light merely smiled lightly. Such trivial techniques dare to show off before me? Boom. Before he could finish, the strike tore through a vast expanse of Buddha light, forcing him back several dozen paces before he steadied himself. His expression now bore a look of gravity. It was an awkward moment. After pursuing Jiang Feng for so long, he had been repelled by a single strike. Was this anomaly truly that powerful? Then why had he fled? On the other side, upon witnessing this, Jiang Feng secretly let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding. Detected a rogue from the Buddhist sect coveting the host's virtue, initiating choice. Option 1. The Buddha of Joyful Light is a great Buddha of the three realms. Even as a Saraira incarnation, he is not to be trifled with. It would be wise to retreat, employ the Golden Crow transformation technique, and ascend to the heavenly realm, evading this tribulation. Reward: 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Postnatal spiritual treasure: Blood-Eye Sword. Option 2. A mere traitor from the dares to covet my virtue? Counterattack immediately. Making the Buddha of Joyful Light pay for today's actions, leading to his disgrace. Reward: 5,000,000 years of cultivation, 1/5 of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Chaotic slaughter treasure fragment. God-slaying spear, spearhead. In an instant, Jiang Feng's expression shifted. Goodness, just goodness. With matters stated so plainly. Whether it was merely an incarnation or the true body, he had to confront him. At this moment, Jiang Feng suddenly turned and addressed the Buddha of Joyful Light. Long-eared Buddha, you have pursued me for so long. Do you truly believe I am without temper? Upon hearing this, the Buddha of Joyful Light was momentarily stunned. You called me what? I am one of the revered Buddhas, officially appointed by the Western saint, the Buddha of Joyful Light. Do not speak frivolously, altering my title. He hastily clarified. However, Jiang Feng merely smiled at his reaction. It seemed he was indeed sensitive about this dark history, since he feared this past would be revealed. Jiang Feng would ensure it was broadcast to all. Long-eared Buddha, do you think that by entering the Western Lingshan and becoming this illustrious Buddha, you can cover up your past crimes? You are mistaken. Today, I shall expose your treachery and betrayal to the three realms for all to witness, Jiang Feng declared, his voice resonating with righteousness. Upon hearing this, the Buddha of Joyful Light froze, his face a mask of complexity. You insolent wretch, do not speak of such things. Dare you slander me? I shall kill you. The Buddha was agitated. At this moment, he was filled with confusion. Few in the current three realms were aware of his past. How could Jiang Feng know? He surveyed his surroundings, even though no one was present. There were many powerful beings in the three realms capable of hearing from miles away. Thus, if Jiang Feng spoke out, his dark past would swiftly spread throughout the realms, leading to his disgrace. Yet, undeterred by his threats, Jiang Feng gazed at the Buddha of Joyful Light, boldly proclaiming, Long-eared Buddha, in the primordial chaos. You were merely a rabbit that had gained intelligence. The master of the celestial sect, without prejudice to your origins, accepted you into this, teaching you the ways and nurturing you until you became one of the 7 immortals of a formidable Deluo Golden Immortal. But how did you repay the master? You did not think to express gratitude, but instead, at the critical juncture during the divine decree, you stole the key treasure, the 6-soul banner, which the master intended to use to turn the tide. This led to the downfall of the great battle of the 10,000 immortals array, resulting in calamity for the 3 main disciples and the 7 immortals. All this is on your head. You cannot escape the blame. You betrayed the master, betraying his trust and the nurturing he provided. At his moment of dire need, you sold out the entire for your own advancement. You call it abandoning darkness for light. But in truth, it was merely a ploy to obtain the title of Buddha of Joyful Light. Individuals like you, who are treacherous and ungrateful, are unworthy of becoming Buddhas. And even if you were to become a saint, the pettiness and ugliness within you would remain. You, long-eared Buddha, are the greatest disgrace of the demon realm, the greatest shame of the 3 realms. You are not worthy to stand high above, nor even to live, you wretch. In the dark night sky, Jiang Feng pointed at the Buddha of Joyful Light, his voice booming like thunder, resonating through the heavens. This voice was grand and majestic, echoing to the soldiers of the southern heavenly gate. This voice sounds so familiar. Is it the voice of the Dragon Emperor Saint? He seems to be proclaiming that the Buddha of joyful light from Western Lingshan is a traitor and a betrayer? If that is the case, I am intrigued. Form ranks. Listen closely to what the saint has to say. If it benefits the heavenly court, let it be swiftly spread throughout the three realms. Yes. As Jiang Feng concluded his statements, the smile on the Buddha of joyful light's face had frozen, replaced by a cold and sinister expression. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Feng, raising his hand. Enough. As the ancient proverb goes, a wise bird chooses the tree it roosts upon. The moment the sword array of the celestial slaying was broken, it had already lost its momentum. The master of the celestial sect, in his stubbornness, set up the 10,000 immortals array, merely struggling in vain. Even if I had not stolen the six-soul banner, this battle would have ended in defeat for the. All of this was fated. I merely accelerated the inevitable downfall of the. Those who recognize the times are wise. What wrong have I committed in doing so? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smirk, a smile playing on his lips. While he rebutted my words, he inadvertently confirmed every accusation I made. Jiang Feng smiled faintly, expressing his initial expectation that, as the great Buddha of Ling Mountain, he would offer profound insights in response to the inquiries of the Holy One. To his surprise, such base language emerged from his lips. The shameless old thief, unaware that the world yearns to devour his flesh, dares to prattle on. You, who have betrayed your master and kin, committing heinous acts, are unworthy of existence. Having achieved nothing in your life, you can only wag your tongue to assist tyranny. A dog with a broken back dares to bark wildly before the Holy One. Upon hearing these words, the joyous Buddha of Dingguang was momentarily taken aback, his chest heaving as he pointed at Jiang Feng, his expression shifting between anger and despair. You dare? However, the encounter was far from over. Jiang Feng exuded a formidable aura, his presence growing even more imposing. Silence. As a flatterer, you can only cower in the face of truth, seeking mere sustenance. How dare you arrogantly proclaim destiny? You treacherous ministers, your demise is imminent. And when the time comes, what face will you bear to meet the countless spirits of the? I have never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless. With righteous fervor, Jiang Feng's words rang out, his voice filled with passionate indignation. In an instant, the image of the joyous Buddha of Dingguang transformed into something grotesque, inciting outrage. Regardless of the era, whether during the calamity of sealing the gods or in the present three realms, the deepest bond is that of master and disciple. The gratitude of a mentor who imparts wisdom and guides a disciple into the path is greater than that owed to one's parents. Yet, the joyous Buddha of Dingguang, disregarding such bonds, stole the Six Souls banner at a critical moment, leaving thee in an irreversible predicament. Even the saint of the Master Tongtian was taken by Hongjun Daozu to the outer heavens, forced to consume the falling saint pill, forever barred from entering the three realms. Most alarmingly, this traitor has yet to recognize his transgressions, believing himself to be in the right. The fault lies with Master Tongtian and the entire for not adhering to the will of heaven. Confronted with Jiang Feng's scathing rebuke, the joyous Buddha of Dingguang clenched his fists, glaring at him with fury. The only solace he found was perhaps in the solitude of this remote place. During the stillness of night, where no one would overhear this extraordinary exchange. Yet, as he sought comfort, the heavens above suddenly blazed with light, as boundless darkness receded like a tide, revealing an expanding brilliance. The southern heavenly gate of the heavenly court appeared beneath this radiant glow. At the gate stood the four heavenly kings, the third Prince Neza, and a multitude of celestial soldiers, observing the scene with keen interest. They pointed and whispered about the joyous Buddha of Dingguang, revealing him to be a shameless traitor. How could such a disgraceful figure be the great Buddha of Ling Mountain? What are the boundaries of the West Heaven? Rumor has it that there exists a King Buddha Ma Yuan at Ling Mountain in the West. One who was a demon feasting on hearts during the calamity of sealing the gods, now elevated to the status of a great Buddha. Truly, Ling Mountain harbors filth and corruption. This is the realm where Decayed would hold office and beasts feed on the offerings of the court. Various murmurs echoed from all directions. And in an instant, the joyous Buddha of Dingguang became the target of public scorn. His gaze shifted between Jiang Feng and the gathered deities, his expression growing increasingly complex. In the next moment, feeling the intense scrutiny upon him, his face flushed with indignation. Pointing at Jiang Feng, he trembled violently. You, with that. A burst of golden blood spewed forth, nearly causing him to tumble from the heavens. However, this was not the true form of the joyous Buddha of Dingguang, but rather a manifestation of his relic. Once he wiped the blood from his lips, his aura quickly stabilized. He raised his head again. His gaze towards Jiang Feng now tinged with a sinister intent. Now that his true nature had been exposed before so many, his reputation lay in ruins. "You traitor! I shall have your life." The intent to kill within the joyous Buddha was unwavering. In response to this, Jiang Feng, unafraid, chuckled. "Ah, have you become furious and ashamed now that your true self has been unveiled? Strike. Let this holy one witness the prowess of the joyous Buddha of Dingguang, acquired through your betrayal of the..." With a grand gesture, Jiang Feng summoned the Xianyuan sword. His aura surging as magical energy began to flow. "You seek death." The joyous Buddha of Dingguang bellowed, his body radiating an intense light. In the next moment, he struck out with a palm. Instantly, the divine light surged, and a powerful shockwave swept through the surroundings. Witnessing this, the celestial soldiers at the southern heavenly gate felt a tightening in their hearts. "This is bad. The joyous Buddha of Dingguang seems intent on killing. What should we do? Alert the emperor?" But time was of the essence. Amidst the turmoil, Neza remained composed. "There is no need for alarm. The joyous Buddha of Dingguang is not a match for my elder brother." His words caused the celestial soldiers to pause in surprise. "Third Prince, the joyous Buddha of Dingguang is a formidable figure from the West, once a second-generation disciple of his strength rivaling that of the Bodhisattva Guanyin. How can you be so certain?" Neza smiled. "This is not the true joyous Buddha of Dingguang, but merely a projection. A mere projection cannot stand against my elder brother. You may watch with ease." Neza chuckled lightly. He understood Jiang Feng. If he lacked absolute confidence, Jiang Feng would never stand still and confront an opponent head-on. Jiang Feng was the type to fight if he could win, flee if he could not, and employ cunning tactics if escape was impossible. As long as it wasn't a matter of life or death, he would not suffer loss. Within the combat zone, boom. The palm strike approached, and Jiang Feng twisted his wrist. The sword energy of the Xianyuan sword slicing through the palm strike with ease. Simultaneously, he stepped forward, golden flames igniting around him. A golden crow emerged, and under the technique of the golden crow transformation, Jiang Feng swiftly appeared before the joyous Buddha of Dingguang, the Xianyuan sword slashing down once more. What? The joyous Buddha of Dingguang was taken aback. He had not anticipated Jiang Feng's strength. He vividly remembered the Bodhisattva Guanyin informing him of the Buddha's decree, stating that this anomaly was merely at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, having just passed through the Thunder Tribulation, his cultivation yet unstable. As long as he separated a relic projection, victory would be assured. But now, was this truly a matter of assured victory? Yet, confronted with this situation, the joyous Buddha of Dingguang had no time to criticize. His gaze sharpened, and the divine light surrounding him seemed to solidify. Boom. Accompanied by a profound bell's toll. The joyous Buddha of Dingguang manifested his golden body, appearing as a statue of gold. Shimmering with brilliance, he embodied the great powers of the Buddhist realm. Possessing the formidable golden body, even the current lord of Ling Mountain, the world-honored one, utilized this divine ability. Clang! The Xianyuan sword struck the joyous Buddha of Dingguang, producing a sharp sound akin to metal clashing. The joyous Buddha remained unscathed, even forcing Jiang Feng back several steps. "Ah, not bad," Jiang Feng replied coldly, a white light emerging around him. In an instant, 2 heads sprouted from his shoulders, and 4 arms emerged from his sides. The divine ability of the 3 heads and 6 arms surged his power. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng flipped his palm and summoned a dazzling treasure blade, the innate spirit treasure. The blade of slaying immortals and demons. The moment the blade appeared, its chilling radiance made the joyous Buddha of Dingguang shudder involuntarily. This is the 3 heads and 6 arms, along with the blade of slaying immortals and demons. How could you possess such power? In an instant, an inexplicable fear surged within the joyous Buddha of Dingguang. Jiang Feng chuckled coldly. "You do speak far too much. Long-eared joyous Buddha, your sins are numerous, and your misdeeds are manifold. Today, I, the righteous Jiang Feng, shall ensure that you pay for the sins of your past. Awaken, long-eared thief." With that declaration, beneath my 3 heads and 6 arms, I brandished the celestial slayer blade, imbued with divine power, and struck fiercely towards the golden body of the Buddha of radiant light and joy. This blow would surely shatter the Saraira avatar. However, just as Jiang Feng believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, a flash of azure light suddenly emanated from the Buddha of radiant light and joy. Chapter 46. The Great Buddha's Saraira, an excellent material for alchemy. Beneath my 3 heads and 6 arms, Jiang Feng surged with momentum. The celestial slayer blade radiating an icy gleam as it descended upon the crown of the Buddha of radiant light and joy. The might of this strike was sufficient to pierce through the Buddha's formidable golden body, obliterating the Saraira avatar. Yet, at the very instant before the blade met the golden form, a streak of azure light appeared above the Buddha's head. Boom! In an instant, the azure light enveloped the blade's edge like a multitude of threads, rendering it powerless. The next moment, a massive azure flag seemingly materialized from thin air, shrouded in a mist of white, revealing a Saraira at its center. Under its radiant illumination, an overwhelming force pressed down upon Jiang Feng's head. His body felt ensnared, as though trapped in a quagmire, making every movement laborious. At this moment, he slightly raised his head to gaze at the azure flag before him. His eyes sharpening, the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner. Jiang Feng instantly recognized this magical artifact. This item was transformed from one of the 5 leaves of the chaotic Azure Lotus. Akin to the 12th grade lotus platform formed from lotus seeds, both being supreme innate spiritual treasures. Upon unfurling, the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner emitted a blinding white light, revealing a Saraira at its core. The brilliance of the Saraira commanded tranquility, repelling all malevolence and remaining impervious to all forms of attack. Simultaneously, infused with the might of chaos, wherever the Saraira's light shone, it became as difficult to traverse as the chaos itself. In that moment, Jiang Feng found his movements hindered, the blade hesitating to descend. Meanwhile, the Buddha of radiant light and joy lifted his gaze slightly, a sinister expression crossing his face. Fortunately, I anticipated this encounter would not go smoothly, and was bestowed the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner by the Buddha. Dragon of iniquity, prepare to meet your demise. With that, the Buddha, in his golden form, swept his hand, seizing the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner and wielding it with force. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. The very fabric of space began to twist. Waves of white light mixed with azure surged toward Jiang Feng, overwhelming him. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Feng, rather than cowering, let out a laugh. The Eastern Azure Lotus Banner, what a treasure! Should I vanquish your Saraira avatar, would this magnificent banner not belong to me? Jiang Feng sneered. The Buddha of radiant light and joy's expression stiffened. How dare this mere wretch utter such brazen words? Die! As he spoke, a tempest of azure and white winds surged forth, akin to a tumultuous tide, charging towards Jiang Feng. Just as it seemed to descend upon him, a sudden black light erupted, like a reversing waterfall, ascending from beneath Jiang Feng's feet. In an instant, black flames surged forth, forming an impenetrable wall, blocking the incoming forces. A black lotus slowly emerged amidst the flames. The Buddha of radiant light and joy paused at this sight. Sensing that the power contained within Jiang Feng's 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus was not in the slightest inferior to that of the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner, perhaps even surpassing it. The Eastern Azure Lotus Banner, I shall claim it. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smile as he waved his hand. The 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus shooting upwards like a streak of black light. In the next moment, a colossal black lotus radiated above the heavens, surrounded by dark flames, akin to stars gravitating around the moon, protecting this 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Mere tricks, superficial at best. The Buddha of radiant light and joy snorted coldly, commanding the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner to rise and confront the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Though his words dripped with disdain, his eyes held a grave seriousness. Rumble. When the 2 magical artifacts clashed, it was as if celestial thunder awakened the earth's fire, unleashing a confrontation beneath the vast night sky. The clash of these artifacts resonated like a battlefield, sending tremors through the divine beings at the southern heavenly gate, stirring their hearts. The power of the great sage had greatly increased since the battle atop Jilei Mountain. Is this the newly ascended celestial being of the heavenly court? In just a few days, he has elevated his strength to an entirely new level. Such talent is rarely seen through the ages. This shall be a rising star in our heavenly court. It is a privilege for our court that His Majesty, setting aside past grievances, has chosen to welcome such talent into our ranks. The great sage's fierce battle against the great Buddha of the Spirit Mountain demonstrated the might of the heavenly court. Suppressing the arrogance of the Buddhist sect, One word: exhilarating. Am I the only one who thinks our great sage has become more handsome? Amidst the murmurs of the divine beings, the aura of the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus grew increasingly formidable, while the Eastern Azure Lotus banner appeared wilted, like a frost-bitten eggplant. Seeing this, Jiang Feng coldly chuckled. Heh, it's time. In an instant, Jiang Feng extended his palm, summoning forth the light of Buddhism. In that fleeting moment, the Buddha of radiant light and joy saw a realm of Buddhism manifesting, drawing the Eastern Azure Lotus banner into his palm. The Buddha felt a sudden lightness in his hand, as the connection with the Eastern Azure Lotus banner was severed in an instant. Enraged, the Buddha of radiant light and joy exclaimed, "Dragon of iniquity, this Eastern Azure Lotus banner is a treasure bestowed upon me by the Buddha. How dare you?" Yet, before he could finish, Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Now, even the life of your Sarira avatar belongs to me. The Eastern Azure Lotus banner is merely a trophy. Old thief, in this battle, you are defeated." With that, Jiang Feng unleashed his dragon might once more, descending upon the Buddha of radiant light and joy. The Xianyuan sword and the celestial slayer blade struck simultaneously, compelling the Buddha to manifest his protective light. In that moment, he sensed the savage intent of Jiang Feng's weapons. "You dare to kill me? Though this is merely a Sarira avatar, it holds great significance to me. If you dare to destroy it, I shall ensure we fight to the death," the Buddha declared angrily. However, Jiang Feng merely smiled faintly in response. "Heh, fight to the death? You speak as though I would spare you, and the Buddhist sect would let me off the hook. Tell the Tathagata that the spirit mountain of the Western Paradise has chosen to oppose me. I shall be ready whenever." With each word, Jiang Feng's conviction intensified, and at the final utterance, the protective light around the Buddha of radiant light and joy was already on the brink of shattering. In the next moment, crack! The light of the Buddha shattered, the blade struck true. The Sarira avatar of the Buddha of radiant light and joy was obliterated beneath the Xianyuan sword and the celestial slayer blade. As the Buddha's light scattered, a Sarira emerged. Yet, in the next instant, the Sarira shone brilliantly, seemingly attempting to escape. Observing this, Jiang Feng could not allow it to succeed. He beckoned, and the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus descended, suppressing the Sarira. Once the imprint of the Buddha of radiant light and joy's primordial spirit was completely erased by the demonic flames, the Sarira stabilized, quietly suspended within the light of Buddhism. Jiang Feng smiled faintly, reaching out to grasp the Sarira. Sensing the immense power emanating from it, Jiang Feng nodded inwardly. This is indeed an excellent material for alchemy. Before his words could fully dissipate, the Sarira vanished. Simultaneously, within the space of the palm-sized Buddhist realm, a massive bronze cauldron emerged amidst the Buddha's light. A Sarira slowly descended into the cauldron. Chapter 47. Recruitment into the Great Cauldron within the Buddhist realm was a reward Jiang Feng had received from a recent system task, the Shenong Cauldron. However, it was a modified, upgraded version. As long as sufficient materials were placed within the cauldron, it could autonomously concoct elixirs, exhibiting remarkable capabilities. Once upon the banks of the River of Oblivion, the malevolent phoenix of Oblivion was slain, its remnants collected by Jiang Feng for the purpose of alchemy. In the Hall of the Dead, the army of blood-soaked corpses was similarly cast into the Divine Farmer's Cauldron by Jiang Feng. Now, with the addition of a relic from the Great Buddha of the West, he could harmonize the resentment and malevolent energy of both the Phoenix of Oblivion and the blood-soaked soldiers. The cauldron would be combined, and alchemy would commence. On the day the furnace ignited, he might just conjure a superior elixir. In the meantime, a notification chimed in Jiang Feng's ear. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing Task 2. Reward: 5 million years of cultivation, 1/5 of the ancestral dragon's bloodline, and a fragment of the chaos-slaying treasure, the god-slaying spearhead. In an instant, the rewards were bestowed. Though 5 million years of cultivation did not elevate Jiang Feng to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, it nonetheless represented a significant enhancement. More importantly, with 1/5 of the ancestral dragon's bloodline coursing through him, Jiang Feng's bloodline surged, drawing him ever closer to the primordial ancestral dragon of the ancient times. Additionally, he possessed the spearhead of the god-slaying spear, a treasure once belonging to the demon ancestor Luo Hu, akin to the 12th-ranked Annihilation Black Lotus. At the end of the Dragonhan calamity, the demon ancestor Luo Hu was defeated by the Dao ancestor Hong Jun, and the whereabouts of this spear had since been unknown. Unexpectedly, it had now been damaged, leaving only the spearhead. However, with a spearhead in hand, could there be a lack of other components? After several epochs, perhaps this once cataclysmic weapon in the hands of the demon ancestor Luo who would again be reborn through Jiang Feng. As Jiang Feng pondered, a striking young general descended from the southern gate, alighting before him. It was Neza. He scrutinized Jiang Feng from head to toe, as if examining a peculiar creature. Brother, why do you stare at me so? Have you forgotten me after just one day? Jiang Feng chuckled. Elder brother, have you broken through to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal? Neza exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Feng shrugged. Is it so difficult to reach the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal? Neza retorted. If Jiang Feng were not my elder brother, I would have smashed his head with the universe ring out of frustration. Damn it, it's infuriating. He had already broken through to the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal after the conclusion of the Fengshen Calamity. Yet, he still had not surpassed his limitations to achieve the mid-stage. Meanwhile, it had only been a few days since Jiang Feng had crossed the tribulation on Mount Luajia to become a Tai Golden Immortal. What a freak! Neza gritted his teeth, feeling a pang of jealousy. Nonetheless, he felt genuine happiness for Jiang Feng's rapid rise. Elder brother, on a serious note, Neza said, pouting and adopting a serious demeanor. Not long ago, the Emperor of Fengdu entered the southern gate and went straight to the Lingxiao Hall. I inquired with the Tai Bai Jing, and it seems he has come to lodge a complaint against you. He claims you slaughtered the 10 Yama kings in the underworld, causing considerable panic there. However, he appeared to have pleaded on your behalf, saying the 10 Yama kings acted unjustly and had allied with the Buddhist sect, thus deserving execution. Nevertheless, the Jade Emperor's expression was not particularly pleasant. If he learns that you have returned, he will certainly summon you. Moreover, you have just destroyed the relic of the Dingwang Huanin Buddha, which has surely created enmity. Should the West take action, the old Jade Emperor, accustomed to being timid, might not protect you. Why don't you hide for a while? Neza suggested cautiously. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled and shook his head. There is absolutely no need for that. I was just about to seek out the Jade Emperor regarding this matter. Brother Neza, do you have the courage to accompany me? At this, Neza was taken aback for a moment. After a brief pause, he clicked his tongue. Wow, elder brother, you truly are fearless. Very well. I shall accompany you to face the old Jade Emperor's wrath, and whatever punishment he has in store, I will bear it with you. Neza laughed. Jiang Feng chuckled and patted Neza on the shoulder. Good brother. Let us go to the heavenly court and meet the Jade Emperor. As they spoke, the two ascended to the heavenly court. Upon reaching the southern gate, the celestial beings regarded Jiang Feng with a mix of awe and trepidation, instinctively stepping back. Jiang Feng greeted the celestial beings warmly as he entered through the southern gate. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, on a celestial mountain in the mortal realm, a graceful figure stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Her beautiful eyes seemed to penetrate the endless void, locking onto Jiang Feng's retreating silhouette. Only after he had entered the southern gate did she slowly lower her head, her delicate fist still tightly clenched. She glanced at the attendant beside her and spoke softly. Did you hear the words he spoke in the previous battle when he chastised that long-eared thief? What do you think of his words? The attendant pondered for a moment, then replied. His words were sharp and incisive, exposing the crimes of that long-eared thief and bringing delight to the three realms. The woman nodded. It is a pity that he only dispatched a relic of that long-eared thief. If we could recruit him into it would greatly benefit us. The attendant shot her a sidelong glance, chuckling wryly. This dragon is still young, yet he understands the secrets of the Fengshen Calamity. And his bloodline is purer than that of the Huanglong of the Chan sect. Such a junior likely has formidable protection behind him. It may be quite difficult to recruit him into After a pause, the attendant shifted his tone. While it may not be easy to bring him into the sect, it does not preclude us from befriending him. Moreover, what he has done today has left us in his debt. Sister, please find an opportunity to make contact with him. The woman's beautiful eyes sparkled as she nodded discreetly. I will do so. But you have been using your external incarnation here in Li Mountain for quite some time. If you do not return soon, once that Sihong returns from Lingshan to Luajia Mountain and sees through your ruse, it will be too late. You should leave quickly, she urged. The attendant nodded repeatedly. Bowing respectfully, sister is right. I shall take my leave. With that, he transformed into a beam of golden light, seemingly vanishing into thin air. The woman sighed deeply, her graceful form disappearing into the night. This scene went unnoticed by all. Meanwhile, in a certain place on Lingshan, the Dingwang Huanin Buddha suddenly opened his eyes wide. frowning deeply as he spat out a stream of golden blood. In an instant, he felt significantly weakened. This wretched dragon dares to annihilate my relic and erase my primordial imprint. Cursed be it. However, the Dingwang Huanin Buddha paused, then suddenly laughed coldly. My relic is not so easily taken. The primordial imprint is merely a part of it. As long as the relic remains, I can transform it into a doppelganger at any time. When the critical moment comes, I will manifest this relic, catching that wretched dragon unawares and taking its life. After all, it was I who played the game. Suddenly, the Dingwang Huanin Buddha furrowed his brow again and spat out another mouthful of blood. Flames erupted fiercely around him. Damn it. Chapter 48. I shall handle all inconveniences. The relic is a manifestation of the Dingwang Huanin Buddha's essence and cultivation, sharing the same source as his life. The damage sustained by the relic is felt by the main body until the relic is completely extinguished. At this moment, as the relic was cast into the divine farmer's cauldron and subjected to true fire, flames also ignited around the Dingwang Huanin Buddha. Writhing in agony amidst the searing flames, he gritted his teeth. Jing, wretched dragon, I shall not coexist with you. In this 3 realms, there is either you or me, never both. In the heavenly court. Within the imperial study, the Defied Jing stood guard, glancing around as if awaiting something. Suddenly, he looked up sharply, spotting Neza and Jiang Feng approaching together from a distance. His expression brightening with joy. Oh my boundless heavenly sovereign. Jiang the great sage, you have finally arrived. The Defied Jing approached as if he had encountered a long-lost relative. Jiang Feng smiled faintly and inquired, Lord Changgang, has something happened? Why the sudden alarm? Defied Jing offered a wry smile. It is due to your actions in the underworld. Even the Emperor of Fengdu has come to the heavenly court to lodge a complaint. His Majesty is quite furious, and the consequences are severe. As he spoke, Defied Jing suddenly furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiang Feng with suspicion. Great sage, why do I sense a Buddhist aura about you? Have you encountered someone from the Buddhist realm? Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I merely crossed paths with a manifestation of the delightful Buddha of dazzling light on my journey. He insisted on gifting me an Eastern Blue Lotus treasure banner and would not let me leave without accepting it. His enthusiasm was overwhelming, and I could only reluctantly accept. Upon seeing that Jiang Feng took his gift, the delightful Buddha was so pleased that he offered me a relic to celebrate. The Buddhist aura that Defied Jing sensed must have originated from this. Jiang Feng remained composed and casually produced the Eastern Blue Lotus treasure banner, waving it before Defied Jing. Defied Jing retorted, I can hardly believe you. Neza, overhearing this, could only shake his head in disbelief. What a remarkable turn of events, even when murdering and seizing treasures. It was spoken of so refreshingly by his own elder brother. Just then, the voice of the Jade Emperor echoed from the imperial study. Is it you, Minister Jiang? Please, come in. With that, the doors to the study creaked open. From the outside, the seemingly simple imperial study appeared as a gaping abyss, dark and unfathomable. However, Jiang Feng, undeterred, strode forward. Neza intended to follow suit, but was halted by Defied Jing. Calm down, third prince. This is His Majesty's imperial study. Not a place you can intrude upon, Defied Jing advised. I am accompanying my elder brother, Neza declared straightforwardly. Only great sage Jiang has been summoned by His Majesty. The rest of you must wait outside, Defied Jing replied, feeling helpless. Neza, it seemed, was rather single-minded. At this moment, Jiang Feng intervened. Brother, please wait outside for a moment. His Majesty will soon summon you. Only then did Neza nod in agreement, which caused Defied Jing to glance sideways in surprise. The usually rebellious Neza seemed to be quite obedient to Jiang Feng. Could there be some unspoken bond between them? An elderly deity began to speculate. Inside the imperial study, as Jiang Feng stepped in, the door closed abruptly behind him. A chilling and formidable pressure descended from above. The Jade Emperor, perched high, gazed down at Jiang Feng with a cold demeanor and spoke in a grave tone. Jiang Feng, you possess great audacity. I merely tasked you with retrieving the dragon soul of Ao Run from the underworld, yet you dared to create havoc there, slaying the 10 Yama kings, destroying the book of life and death, and even annihilating the relic manifestation of the delightful Buddha of dazzling light. Any one of these offenses is sufficient to strip you of your divine status and cast you into the mortal realm to suffer the pains of reincarnation. How dare you act so recklessly? Jiang Feng, however, merely smiled lightly. Are these not merely part of the trials you set forth? Your Majesty? This statement momentarily caught the Jade Emperor off guard. His smile faded, replaced by a resigned expression. Observing this, Jiang Feng continued, the 10 Yama kings. While they govern the underworld, are of little consequence to the heavenly court, they merely serve as a facade for the realm of the dead. However, the heavenly court has deigned to acknowledge the Bodhisattva K. Itagarbha as its master, which is tantamount to rubbing the heavenly court's face in the dirt. If I am not mistaken, Your Majesty has long harbored thoughts of eliminating the 10 Yama kings, but has refrained due to the Buddha's face and their role in the great journey to the west. If this is the case, allow me to take on this burden. Slaying the Yama kings, destroying the Book of Life and Death, and annihilating the Buddha's relic manifestation. All of these are the consequences of the Western Heaven's own misdeeds. I have done nothing wrong, and the heavenly court is not at fault. Should the Buddhist realm retaliate, Your Majesty surely knows how to respond. Jiang Feng stated with calm assurance. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, could only offer a wry smile. Minister Jiang, you are indeed a clever one, grasping my intentions so thoroughly. Frankly, upon hearing of your actions, my first reaction was one of great relief. However, as you said, there are many complications in the court. Even if your actions align with my wishes, it is difficult for me to express my true sentiments. My anger and fury are merely for the sake of Fengdu's emperor and the celestial deities. Otherwise, it would be an outright provocation against the Buddhist realm. Hearing this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He began to question how the Jade Emperor, so timid, had managed to ascend to such a high position as the sovereign of the three realms. Cunning yet indecisive, bold in words yet timid in actions. He harbored thoughts of opposing the Buddhist realm, but lacked the courage to express them openly. Though his actions brought great joy, he wore a facade of rage. Unwilling to openly offend the Buddhist realm. Was this not the epitome of hypocrisy? In the end, he could only suppress his own subordinates. Nonetheless, all of this was within Jiang Feng's expectations. The Jade Emperor's timidity was of little concern. As long as he supported Jiang Feng's actions and ensured his safety, that was sufficient. Minister Jiang, while slaying the 10 Yama kings is gratifying, the matter of the great journey to the west. The Jade Emperor's expression turned grave. Jiang Feng laughed. Is this what Your Majesty should be worried about? This is clearly a concern for the Buddhist realm. During the calamity of the great journey to the west, the Buddhist teachings are destined to rise. If they wish to emerge during this tribulation, can they simply sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new world. Ha ha ha. Minister Jiang is indeed correct. If the Buddhist realm wishes to thrive, they must endure trials. However, he continued, yet, Minister Jiang, having slain the manifestation of the delightful Buddha today, given his temperament, he will certainly not let this matter rest. The Jade Emperor's meaning was quite clear. While the Western heavenly Buddhist realm could openly retaliate, he would protect Jiang Feng. However, if it involved personal grievances, he would not intervene. Jiang Feng understood and nodded in acknowledgement. However, Your Majesty, given that I have attracted so much animosity, shouldn't there be some compensation for me? Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor paused momentarily before breaking into a grin. It has been many years since someone has dared to request a reward from me in such a manner. Speak. What is it that you desire? Chapter 49. The pitiful Neza, hiding sadness behind laughter. Though the Jade Emperor had shown some timidity, he remained the sovereign of the three realms, and his authority was still palpable. Few dared to speak to him in such a manner across the realms. As for rewards, only the Jade Emperor had the power to bestow them. If he chose not to give, one could neither demand nor seize. Jiang Feng's method of requesting a reward was unprecedented. If it had been anyone else, the Jade Emperor would have surely punished them for disrespect. Yet, when it came to Jiang Feng, he not only remained unperturbed but rather inquired with a smile about his desires. Such treatment was indeed unique in the three realms. However, both sides understood that this was not favoritism but rather a transaction. Jiang Feng smiled and extended 4 fingers towards the Jade Emperor. I desire only 4 individuals. Which 4? The Jade Emperor inquired. Neza, the Lion Turtle King, the Monkey King, and the King of the Owl. Jiang Feng declared plainly. He aspired to establish a force of his own amidst the impending tribulation. As for the issue of territory, he had no cause for concern, as he possessed the 4 flags of earth, wind, water, and fire along with the command of heaven and earth. As long as he chose a feng shui treasure location on earth, he could transform it into his private domain. What he lacked were formidable subordinates to command. When he was the Dragon King of the Jing River, although his shrimp and crab soldiers were loyal, their abilities were far too lacking to be of significant use. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's request, the Jade Emperor could largely surmise his intentions. He bore no opposition to this aspiration. However, those 3 demon kings, if you can subdue them and take them away, I shall not obstruct you. Yet Neza, as a deity of the heavenly court, is a renowned figure listed on the investiture of the gods. It may prove challenging to allow you to take him away, the Jade Emperor remarked, furrowing his brow slightly. Jiang Feng chuckled softly. Your Majesty, I must disagree with your statement. Although Neza is a divine general of the heavenly court, he possesses a rebellious nature and is resistant to discipline. Even if your Majesty were to keep him in the heavenly court, I fear he has merely been putting in appearances over the years. Now, with the sages in seclusion and the investiture of the gods resting in your Majesty's hands, would it not be better to seek a more powerful and compliant individual to replace Neza on the list? Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's brow furrowed deeper, revealing a contemplative expression. This argument holds merit. However, Neza, as a deity of the 3 altars, is a formidable Tai golden immortal. In today's 3 realms, such individuals are scarce, and those who exist have already established their own factions. Finding a suitable replacement for Neza may prove to be a daunting task. The Jade Emperor replied solemnly. Jiang Feng smiled mysteriously. Your Majesty, I happen to have an appropriate candidate in mind. Oh, who might that be? The great sage of the heavenly court, the Bull Demon King, currently imprisoned in the heavenly jail. This revelation left the Jade Emperor speechless, his face betraying a look of disdain. Jiang Feng, are you serious? That bull is but a pawn of the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain, the Jade Emperor said, bewildered. Jiang Feng nodded earnestly. Although the Bull Demon King serves as a chess piece for the Buddhist order of the Western Heavens, he is akin to a fence-sitter, lacking a firm stance. In other words, as long as there are sufficient benefits at stake, he could easily switch allegiances to become a pawn of the heavenly court. Moreover, sealing his true spirit within the investiture of the gods would amount to controlling his life and death. Just imagine the possibilities. A pawn of the heavenly court infiltrating the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain. The Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain can dispatch the 4 heavenly kings, with someone like Li Jing infiltrating the heavenly court, leaving your Majesty with no recourse. Why should the heavenly court not use the Bull Demon King to counter-infiltrate the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain? In this manner, would your Majesty not possess an additional trump card to negotiate with the Western Heavens? Jiang Feng coaxed, his words akin to a devil's whisper. For a moment, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened, revealing his deep contemplation. Though Jiang Feng remained silent, he was keenly observing the Jade Emperor's reactions. Suddenly, the Jade Emperor waved his hand and declared, "Summon Neza to enter." Soon, Neza entered the imperial study. Although he feigned respect towards the Jade Emperor, disdain lurked within his heart. Neza, I ask you, if you were to give up your esteemed position as the deity of the 3 altars to serve as a subordinate to Jiang Feng, would you be willing? The Jade Emperor inquired. Neza was momentarily taken aback, an indescribable joy blossoming within him. Neza, oh my, is there such a good thing? Of course, while he was delighted, he could not allow his excitement to show too overtly. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for the Jade Emperor, and he might not be so easy to let go. Thus, Neza suppressed his laughter, an involuntary smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and coughed lightly. Ahem, I am willing. All of this was observed by the Jade Emperor, who could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Is he so pleased to leave the heavenly court? Such a rebellious spirit. Stay calm. Neza had labored diligently in the heavenly court for many years, despite not having achieved notable accomplishments. Nevertheless, I still believe he harbors feelings for the heavenly court. Perhaps he is merely wearing a forced smile to mask his inner sorrow and reluctance, the Jade Emperor mused. But the next moment, ha 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 ha, Neza could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Witnessing this, the Jade Emperor's countenance darkened, his expression turning ominous. What are you laughing at? Show me some respect. At this moment, Jiang Feng also sensed the awkwardness of the situation. He quickly reached out, grabbing Neza by the neck and pulling him into an embrace. This lad, if he angers the Jade Emperor now, it would not end well for him. The Jade Emperor took a deep breath and calmly said, Jiang Feng, you may proceed to the heavenly jail. As long as you can persuade those 4 demon saints, I shall agree to your conditions. Jiang Feng nodded, understood. By the way, Your Majesty, there is another matter for which I require your assistance. The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? This took the Jade Emperor by surprise. Jiang Feng's conversations with the Jade Emperor were primarily transactions based on mutual benefit. The request for assistance was rather novel. It concerns the Western Sea. When I was in the underworld, I promised Ao Run that I would look after the Western Sea in exchange for his help. Therefore, I ask your majesty to issue a demon-hunting decree, informing the three realms that Ao Run has fallen victim to the demons. Additionally, I wish to appoint the Western Sea Prince, Moong, as the new king of the Western Sea. Jiang Feng bowed respectfully. This time, Jiang Feng displayed great deference in asking for the Jade Emperor's assistance. To the Jade Emperor, these were but trifles. However, he displayed a troubled expression. TSK, Jiang Aiching. This matter is somewhat difficult to handle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng grinned. I will continue to manage the affairs of the underworld until the journey to the west officially commences. With this statement, the Jade Emperor revealed a smile. Whether difficult or not, it matters not. I am warm-hearted and enjoy helping others. The king of the Western Sea should indeed be established, especially since it is Jiang Aiching who has personally requested it. Furthermore, regarding the demon that killed Ao Run and fled, I will certainly issue a demon-hunting decree to bring them to justice and provide Jiang Aiching with an explanation. The Jade Emperor declared, waving his hand with righteous fervor. Chapter 50. The Demon Clan does not deceive its own people. With mutual interests aligned, Jiang Feng and Neza exited the imperial study. At last, Neza could express the joy he had been concealing, his laughter echoing outside the study. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, the atmosphere exceedingly harmonious. Until they encountered the Star of Venus. The Star of Venus scrutinized the two, his brow furrowing slightly. Why is the third prince smiling so exaggeratedly? What transpired in the imperial study? The Star of Venus inquired. Neza smiled mysteriously. A fortuitous event has occurred. I am about to break free from the constraints of the heavenly court's outdated rules and follow my elder brother, embracing true freedom. Upon hearing this, the Star of Venus displayed a look of confusion. True freedom? Could it be that the Jade Emperor has arranged marriages for the two of you? Neza, Jiang Feng. Marry your grandmother. How dare you, an ancient immortal of celestial demeanor, speak such filthy words? Neza scolded. Let us go, brother. Jiang Feng waved at Neza and chose to ignore the Star of Venus. Along the way, Jiang Feng assessed Neza and chuckled. Brother, while my actions assist you in breaking free from the constraints of the investiture of the gods, they also draw you into the tempest of conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. Although the true spirit of a deity sealed within the investiture of the gods remains eternal, their power is leveraged by the investiture to suppress the heavenly court's fortune. Consequently, the deities listed on the investiture not only see their strength significantly diminished, but also face great difficulty in advancing. Neza, being a unique figure on the investiture, did not truly perish during the catastrophic period of the investiture. When Jiang Zia conferred the titles, he sealed those who fell in battle during the calamity. Neza and his kin, along with Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi, were listed after Jiang Zia completed the conferment. Their strength did not regress, but being sealed within the investiture has slowed their cultivation progress. This explains why Neza could reach the golden immortal realm in 3 years initially, yet has not made any breakthroughs since being listed on the investiture. However, for Neza, while breaking free from the investiture releases him from constraints, it also strips away his protection. Those of renown on the investiture have their true spirits entrusted within it. Even if they perish, they can utilize the investiture's power to reshape themselves. Moreover, as a deity of the heavenly court, even if he mingles with me, the Buddhist sect must tread carefully should they wish to act against him. Upon separating from the matter at hand, each side bears its own advantages and disadvantages, Jiang Feng candidly remarked. Upon hearing this, Neza smiled calmly. Brother, I am fully aware of what you speak. However, if given the opportunity to extricate ourselves from the list of deities, I believe the vast majority of righteous gods would choose to do so. Moreover, only by breaking free from the heavenly court can I follow you, my brother, and forge the grand vision I yearn for amidst this calamity. You have regarded me as a confidant and aided me in shedding these shackles. Even if peril looms and the path ahead remains uncertain, I, Neza, am willing to be your vanguard and explore what lies ahead. Neza clasped his chest earnestly. Jiang Feng chuckled. All right, let us not indulge in such melodrama between men. Since we are confidants, let us understand one another. Brother, together we shall carve a bloody path through this chaotic world. Neza nodded, sincerity glimmering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Within the Heavenly Court's prison, the most impregnable fortress among the three realms, the atmosphere was charged with tension. The prison's resilience surpassed even that of the 18 layers of hell in the underworld. Rumor has it that deep within the prison lay many heinous beings of primordial might. At this moment, the adjoining cells echoed with questions and angry shouts. Ox Demon King, what is your true relationship with the Buddhist sect of the West? After thousands of years as brothers, you concealed from us your clandestine dealings with that group of Buddhas in Ling Mountain. The plot against the Dragon King of the Jing must have been instigated by the Buddhist sect as well. How foolish we were to trust you. Yet you nearly led us to our doom. Second brother and third brother must have recognized your true nature long ago, which is why they did not come. Alas, I regret not heeding second brother's warning against associating with you, that cursed old bull at the meeting of the accumulated Thunder Mountain. Speak up, old bull, you spineless creature. Faced with these words, the Ox Demon King's gaze deepened as he seemed to ponder something. Suddenly, he erupted in anger. What do you know? Do you think I find joy in being a puppet of the Buddhist sect? I have elders above me, children below me, and 2 wives to support. Though I am the great saint of the flat sky, appearing grand and having countless friends, who knows the burdens I carry? In this chaotic era, amidst the calamity, with Buddhism and Taoism at odds, no matter how strong we are, we can only become sacrifices before these colossal entities. My actions are but a means to preserve a glimmer of hope for our kind. Sacrifices are inevitable. However, his words did not resonate with the other demon kings, but rather incited a flurry of curses. So, you intend to sacrifice us for your own gain? Damn you. Old bull, just wait until I escape. I will make you pay. You wretched creature, I will not rest until I have your life. When I break free, not only you but your wife and children shall not find peace. The demon kings shouted in fury. You dare? The Ox Demon King retorted. At the height of the argument, 2 figures entered the prison under the lead of the warden. Well, this is quite lively, a familiar voice interrupted, instantly silencing the room. It was Jiang Feng's voice. All the demon kings turned their gazes toward him as he strolled in with his hands clasped behind his back, a smirk on his lips. With the warden following closely behind, displaying utmost respect. The demon kings recalled the scene of the Jade Emperor's avatar manifesting at accumulated Thunder Mountain, accompanied by Jiang Feng. It was apparent that Jiang Feng had now secured a prominent position in the Heavenly Court. A myriad of emotions surged within them. Once, they were united against the heavenly soldiers at accumulated Thunder Mountain, yet now Jiang Feng stood above them, while they languished in captivity. They anticipated that Jiang Feng had come to exact revenge for their past treachery. However, as Jiang Feng stood before them, he smiled lightly and posed a question. I offer you 2 choices, one of life and one of death. Which do you choose? The demon kings were momentarily taken aback. Naturally, who would choose death when life was an option? Yet, judging by the current situation, even living might merely equate to survival. They had chosen to reign over the mortal realm rather than submit to the Heavenly Court or the Buddhist sect, primarily due to their inability to kneel. Both paths seemed to lead to death. The Monkey King mused softly, and the other demon kings nodded in agreement. Jiang Feng, noticing their reaction, smiled again. Death can be dignified, and life can be lived with pride. We, as members of the demon race, do not deceive one another. With a heartfelt declaration, Jiang Feng's words stirred the hearts of the demon kings. What do you propose we do to survive? The Monkey King inquired, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. Jiang Feng smiled and signaled to Neza, who understood the cue and excused the warden from the prison. Now, within this enclosed layer of the prison, only Jiang Feng and the 4 demon kings remained. I understand that you wish to reign over the mortal realm and do not desire to become pawns of the Heavenly Court or the Buddhist sect. And I share that sentiment. I aim to establish my own power amidst this calamity. As fellow demons, I require your assistance. If you are willing, I shall immediately facilitate your escape from this prison. However, I need your solemn oath to the way of heaven, pledging eternal loyalty to me. Otherwise, the heavens will not permit you to live, and your souls will be condemned to the netherworld, never to be reborn. Should you choose to serve under me and heed my commands, you will receive a precious elixir at the end of each month. Each of you shall be granted a 9,000-year-old purple-swirled peach. As Jiang Feng spoke, he produced a fragrant, plump peach. Instantly, a delightful aroma wafted through the damp and dark prison. The demon kings widened their eyes in astonishment. Is this not the most precious 9,000-year-old peach from the Queen Mother's orchard? Previously, when that mischievous monkey caused a ruckus in the peach orchard, he had brought back some celestial fruits, but they were remnants, with only a few 6,000-year peaches remaining for his fellow monkeys. I, however, only managed to taste a 3,000-year peach, which still lingers on my palate. This peach is splendid. Jiang Dashing truly possesses sincerity. By the way of heaven, I, the Monkey King, vow to forever pledge my loyalty to the Dragon Emperor Saint. Should I fail, may the heavens not allow my soul to escape the abyss. Already swearing allegiance? Have you not considered? Jiang Feng asked, surprised. Consider what? Not only can I survive, but I also need not kneel. And I will receive peaches and elixirs. With such a generous master, any hesitation would only hinder my growth. From henceforth, I, the Monkey King, shall serve the Dragon Emperor Saint diligently, vowing to follow him unto death. My life shall henceforth belong to the Dragon Emperor Saint, with no second thoughts. Upon witnessing the Monkey King and the Huron King declare their allegiance, the Lion Trojan King promptly clasped his hands. I too am in agreement. The three great saints were elated, and Jiang Feng was equally satisfied. With a wave of his hand, 3 plump peaches soared through the prison's gaps and landed in the hands of the 3 demon kings. The sight left the demon kings momentarily stunned. Just moments after pledging their loyalty, they received such generous rewards without any tasks to complete. Jiang Dashing, you are truly forthright. This is what a real man is. You are our role model. In the past, they had fallen for that old bull's deceit and betrayed the Dragon Emperor Saint. Yet now, he bore no grudges and treated them with such kindness. I have yet to exert my strength, yet I indulge in this peaches of immortality. Feeling a pang of guilt within. Since ancient times, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Jiang Dashing's actions sufficiently demonstrate that he is a person of grand ambitions. Jiang Dashing is also a man of integrity. The 3-headed demon king, clutching the peaches, was filled with myriad emotions. At this moment, they had already become thoroughly devoted to Jiang Feng, willing to follow him with unwavering loyalty. His act of giving them the 3 peaches was their first act of grace. 3 peaches in exchange for 3 steadfast demon kings. What a bargain. Just as Jiang Feng and the 3 demon kings were reveling in their camaraderie, the bull demon king wore a complex expression. Well, I too. He raised his hand slightly, murmuring. However, upon hearing this, the 3-headed demon kings turned their fierce gazes upon him, immediately uttering in unison, "Get lost." The bull demon king, deliberately ignoring their attitude, turned to Jiang Feng with a beaming smile. Jiang Longshan, Jiang Dashing, there seems to be some misunderstanding between us. Look at me. As the leader of the 7 great saints of the demon clan, in terms of strength, apart from the second who is deeply hidden and elusive, none of the others can rival me. If you were to take me under your wing, my value would far surpass theirs. Moreover, I can bring many friends from the demon clan to join us, he flattered. Driven by self-interest, the bull demon king had no standing. Jiang Feng chuckled in response. You, bull demon king, as a denizen of Ling Mountain, possess a substantial background. Even if I were to accept your people, I fear I would not win your heart. Upon hearing this, the bull demon king immediately countered. Jiang Dashing, you are mistaken. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Ling Mountain in the west are hardly reliable. Were it not for dire circumstances, I would not heed their words which led to schemes against you. Furthermore, I am of pure character and straightforward thoughts. My heart is good. It can be easily won. He chuckled. This remark drew a chorus of scorn from the 3-headed demon kings. Jiang Feng could only chuckle helplessly. Bull demon king, you truly are a creature who sees only profit. For the sake of gain, are you willing to cast aside your dignity? The bull demon king, upon hearing this, suddenly bristled with indignation. Jiang Dashing, you are mistaken. To me, dignity is worth less than dirt, while profit is as heavy as a mountain. Everything that transpired was merely a misunderstanding. If you were to accept me under your wing, I would swear by the heavens to remain loyal to you, with no second thoughts. Otherwise, may I face divine retribution and eternal obliteration. In the midst of his words, the bull demon king was about to swear an oath but was interrupted by Jiang Feng waving his hand. Hold off on the swearing. I cannot dare to accept you under my command. Upon hearing this, the bull demon king could only shake his head in resignation, a dimness clouding his eyes. Is it truly impossible to resolve the grievances between them? Yet in the next moment, Jiang Feng shifted his tone. Though I cannot accept you, there is someone who is willing to take you as a subordinate. The treatment will not be inferior to that of Neza. As Jiang Feng spoke, the bull demon king was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with joy. Someone is willing to take him in. Moreover, the treatment would be better than Neza's. Who is Neza, but a deity of high status in the heavenly court, renowned as the Third Prince. His standing is extraordinary, his power immense. Furthermore, it seemed Jiang Feng was acting as a mediator for this person. The identity of this individual must be remarkable. The three-headed demon kings exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. Boss. This old bull is both foolish and cunning. He appears simple-minded, but harbors ill intentions. Indeed, I believe we should eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Right. Others may not see through him, but I know him well. This great black bull is narrow-minded and vengeful. If we do not kill him today, he may seek revenge on you in the future. Faced with the advice from the demon kings, Jiang Feng merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No matter. From this day forth, his life will no longer be his own. As he spoke, the corners of Jiang Feng's mouth curled upward. Seeing this, the bull demon king felt a sudden chill, his smile freezing in place. Chapter 52. I can tell at a glance that you are no ghost. The bull demon king thought, I suddenly have a bad premonition. However, observing Jiang Feng's sinister grin, it appeared he had no choice in the matter. Once everything was settled, Jiang Feng took the three-headed demon kings and departed from the heavenly prison. Outside the prison, Neza had been waiting for some time. Brother, how did it go? Neza inquired. Jiang Feng nodded and smiled. All is taken care of. Have the prison guards bring the bull demon king to meet the Jade Emperor. You will soon be free from the list of deities and return to your former self. The Huron king, the monkey king, and the lion Trojan king have also joined my ranks. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Feng shifted his tone. Neza, I have a task for you and the others. The four exchanged glances, then clasped their fists in salute. What are your orders, brother? I need you to head to the West Sea first, to assist the children of Ao Run in quelling the chaos there, then proceed to the underworld, to the Hall of Samara. As soon as these words were uttered, the three-headed demon kings nodded in agreement without a second thought. Neza, however, furrowed his brow in confusion. Brother, what is the purpose of going to the Hall of Samara? Jiang Feng smiled. Just go for now. I will make arrangements in advance. When you arrive, the Emperor of Fengdu will guide you on what to do. At this moment, Jiang Feng had already devised a comprehensive plan in his mind. Though he did not state it explicitly, Neza and the three-headed demon kings were all obedient to Jiang Feng. They were to simply follow his orders. In the western heaven, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Buddha, something grave has occurred. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva rushed in, her usual composure shattered. Upon noticing this, Sakyamuni raised an eyebrow. Amitba, Avalokiteshvara, as one of the three great disciples of my Buddha, what is this panic about? Speak slowly. The sky will not fall. Sakyamuni remained calm and unperturbed. Avalokiteshvara, realizing her loss of composure, quickly steadied herself and clasped her hands. Buddha. The attempt to capture the anomalous being, the joyful Buddha of determined light, not only failed but resulted in the anomalous being destroying the Buddha's relic and seizing the Eastern Blue Lotus treasure banner. Now, we are unaware of what means the anomalous being has employed to torment the relic of the joyful Buddha, causing it to burn in flames, unbearable to endure. As she spoke, Avalokiteshvara's tone grew weaker. She could see Sakyamuni's expression darkening. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the Great Thunder Sound Temple became increasingly tense. After a prolonged silence, Sakyamuni sighed. The destruction of the joyful Buddha's relic is regrettable, but the loss of the Eastern Blue Lotus treasure banner, a supreme treasure of our Buddhist sect, falling into the hands of that anomalous being is far more concerning. Upon hearing this, Avalokiteshvara furrowed her brows. Buddha. The act of killing and seizing treasures is deeply rooted in karmic retribution. Moreover, in this time of tribulation, the anomalous being's actions are tantamount to playing with fire. Perhaps we need not intervene. He may soon bring about his own demise. Yet, upon hearing this, Sakyamuni shook his head. Not so. That anomalous being has already broken free from his heavenly fate, transcending the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao cannot bind him, let alone karmic retribution. This is why, during his tribulation, the cataclysmic Tai thunder tribulation fell upon him like mere tickles. In truth, the defense of the 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus is secondary. The more critical aspect is that he is unbound by the heavenly Tao. Hearing this, Avalokiteshvara's gaze darkened. She recalled how Jiang Feng had once forced her and her disciples into the Tide Sound Cave, trembling in fear during his tribulation on Mount Luojia. Buddha, rest assured, I will seek out that anomalous being now and reclaim the Eastern Blue Lotus treasure banner. With that, Avalokiteshvara turned to leave. However, at that moment, Sakyamuni suddenly called out to her, Avalokiteshvara, wait. While the Eastern Blue Lotus treasure banner must certainly be reclaimed, it is not the right time. This matter weighs heavily on my heart. We shall wait for an opportune moment to act. Currently, you have more pressing concerns to attend to, the Buddha spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to the incident where Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, is entangled with a dragon spirit? Has that anomaly indeed captured the dragon soul of Aoluin to replace him in the tribulation? Guanyin Bodhisattva found this hard to believe. After all, the grand endeavor of the journey to the west was ordained by the sages. Everything is under the decree of heaven. Yet Jiang Feng could covertly alter the established order set by the sages. No wonder the Buddha is so cautious regarding this anomaly. Amitabha. Although this anomaly has delivered Aoluin's dragon soul to the imperial city, Aoluin is not the dragon king of the Jing River. The aura of the emperor and his years of battle are not something Aoluin can withstand. Furthermore, with the celestial guardians Qin Shubao and Yu Qigong stationed outside, the dragon spirit cannot even approach Li Shimin. Thus, you must lend a hand to that dragon spirit, facilitating Li Shimin's entrance into the underworld. The success of the journey to the west is crucial for the rise of our western realm. We cannot afford to be careless, the Buddha admonished. Guanyin gently nodded. Her hands clasped together. Amitabha, I understand, master. With that, Guanyin Bodhisattva stepped onto her seven-treasure lotus throne and soared away. Watching her retreating figure, the Buddha's gaze darkened. Although Guanyin is formidable, she is the principal executor of the journey to the west. Perhaps it is unwise to allow her to wade through this murky water to seize the treasure from the anomaly. This anomaly will undoubtedly seek to enter the underworld. If so, why not allow Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to intervene and guide this anomaly into our order? As he contemplated this, a peculiar light flickered in the Buddha's eyes. Amitabha indeed. Good. In Chang'an, the imperial city, as night descended, chilling winds arose from nowhere, sending shivers down one's spine. Amidst the dimness, the haunting cries of spirits echoed. Beneath the ominous clouds, a headless dragon shadow flickered in and out of sight, casting the imperial city in a ghostly hue. Li Shimin, return my life. Li Shimin, I died unjustly. Return my life. The chilling wails reverberated across the heavens. The malevolent aura sliced through the darkness, descending from above. A bizarre headless figure, clutching a bloody dragon head, drew closer to Li Shimin's palace. The portraits of Qin Shubao and Yu Qigong affixed to the gate were utterly ineffective. This dragon spirit, as if blessed by some fortune, was incredibly powerful, entering the vibrant imperial palace as if it were unguarded. However, just as the dragon spirit pushed open the door to Li Shimin's chamber, a blinding golden light, akin to a colossal sword cleaving the night sky, extinguished the malevolent aura. In the next moment, the golden radiance coalesced, ultimately transforming into a figure standing within the grand hall. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, clad in robes whiter than snow, he exuded an aura of sovereign authority, fierce yet composed. In his grasp, a golden great sword emitted waves of imperial might, scattering the dragon spirit's malevolent essence. Jiang Feng had arrived. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened, and he bellowed, "Bold demon, I can see at a glance that you are not a ghost. Reveal your true form." Chapter 53, Transforming All Beings, Guiding the Light of the Buddha. As Jiang Feng's voice thundered, the golden light upon the Xinyuan sword surged magnificently. In an instant, the sinister dragon spirit was obliterated by the sword's energy. The residual force shredded the vast expanse of dark clouds above, restoring the starry night to clarity. Not far away, Li Shimin sat beside his bed, gazing in bewilderment at Jiang Feng's silhouette. Everything that had just transpired was burned into his memory. "Sir, you seem somewhat familiar. I feel I have seen you somewhere before." Li Shimin slowly spoke, his tone filled with respect. He recognized that this dragon spirit was unlike any other he had encountered before, had it not been for this suddenly appearing gentleman in white. The consequences would have been dire. Jiang Feng turned back and smiled gently at Li Shimin. "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. That dragon spirit had a hidden puppet master. This person has not yet departed. I shall investigate and return to explain." With that, Jiang Feng leaped high into the sky, employing the golden crow transformation technique to ascend towards the heavens. Nearby, Guanyin Bodhisattva coldly observed the unfolding events until Jiang Feng soared into her presence. "Oh, I wondered who was conjuring illusions in the imperial city. It turns out to be the great compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva. What is the matter? Have you saved too many lives and completed your merits, now turning to bring calamity?" Jiang Feng scoffed. The phrase great compassion was emphasized heavily by him. Beside Guanyin, Aluan's dragon's soul trembled, curling at her feet. At this moment, upon seeing Jiang Feng, Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression hardened. You wretched dragon! How dare you destroy my relic of the Buddha, the joyous light Buddha, and seize my Buddhist treasure, the Eastern Blue Lotus Banner? You are deeply sinful. Heaven and earth will not allow this, Guanyin Bodhisattva declared coldly. In response, Jiang Feng merely smiled lightly. Bodhisattva, your words are somewhat unreasonable. I kindly went to the underworld to retrieve Aluan's dragon soul, assisting in the success of the journey to the west, yet instead of gratitude, you sent the joyous light Buddha to harm me. May I ask, Bodhisattva, during the time of the Fengshen Tribulation, did you ever show mercy based on one's identity or background? Upon uttering these words, Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression stiffened. Although she is now the compassionate Guanyin, few know that during the Fengshen Tribulation, she was one of the 12 golden immortals under the teaching of the primordial Tianzuan, known as the compassionate navigator. Though they are called golden immortals, their realms are at least those of great Luo golden immortals. During the Fengshen Tribulation, Guanyin Bodhisattva was indeed a formidable figure. A being of slaughter amid the tribulations. Her hands were stained with countless blood. As for the joyous light Buddha, there was indeed a fault on the Buddhist side. Guanyin Bodhisattva furrowed her brow. I shall not engage in a war of words with you. Wretched beast, hand over my Buddhist treasure, the Eastern Blue Lotus Banner. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind, Guanyin Bodhisattva admonished. As she spoke, an overwhelming pressure emanated from her, descending upon Jiang Feng. Facing a great Luo golden immortal of such renown from the Fengshen Tribulation, Jiang Feng had no chance of victory should a confrontation arise. Sensing this, Jiang Feng quickly responded with a smile. Bodhisattva is correct. The Eastern Blue Lotus Banner is indeed a Buddhist treasure, and in my hands, it is nothing but a hot potato. After I extinguished the relic of the joyous light Buddha, the first thing on my mind was to return this hot potato to the Western Lingshan. Upon hearing this, Guanyin was momentarily taken aback. When did this anomaly become so agreeable? If so, then hand over the Eastern Blue Lotus Banner to me, Guanyin Bodhisattva demanded in a stiff tone. Yet, the next moment, Jiang Feng shrugged. I apologize, Bodhisattva, but the Eastern Blue Lotus Banner is not in my possession. Even if I wish to hand it to you, I am powerless. Upon hearing this, Guanyin's gaze turned icy. Nonsense. The relic of the joyous light Buddha was destroyed by you, and all his treasures must have fallen into your hands. Do you think I am a mere child to be so easily deceived? As she spoke, the pressure intensified. Facing the overwhelming force of a great Luo golden immortal, Jiang Feng spread his arms, releasing waves of ancestral dragon might to contest it. With a resigned smile, he remarked, Since you know I destroyed the relic of the joyous light Buddha, you should also be aware of where I went afterward. Humph. Why would I concern myself with your whereabouts? Guanyin Bodhisattva snorted, her tone unyielding. After this battle, I was summoned to the heavenly court by the Jade Emperor. Unbeknownst to the Bodhisattva, as I endeavored to extract the soul of the Aluan dragon, I inadvertently severed the 10 Yama kings of the Sinluo Hall. Consequently, the Emperor of Fengdu personally sought an audience with your majesty to lodge a complaint. Furthermore, I also struck down the Dharmakaya of the blissful Buddha, which undoubtedly constitutes a grave transgression. The Bodhisattva may wonder why, despite my numerous offenses, I have not been reprimanded by your majesty, but rather allowed to depart freely. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly at this. Upon hearing his words, Guanyin's expression stiffened. You have given the Eastern Qinglian treasure banner to the Jade Emperor? Guanyin inquired. Jiang Feng shrugged. It was not I who offered it. It was his majesty who demanded it. He is the sovereign, and I am but a subject. When he threatens, how could I dare refuse? Jiang Feng clarified. Guanyin's countenance turned frosty as she retorted. Does the Jade Emperor not realize that the Eastern Qinglian treasure banner is a sacred relic of my Western heavenly spiritual mountain? How could he dare to seize it? Jiang Feng nodded repeatedly. Indeed. I advised his majesty against provoking the Buddhist sect, yet he waved his hand dismissively, declaring that the Buddhist sect is of no consequence. For he is the ruler of the 3 realms. Not only is the Buddhist sect yet to rise, but even after the calamity of the journey to the west concludes and the Buddhist sect flourishes, he would still not afford them any respect. If he could be so resolute, it would be one thing. But after seizing the Eastern Qinglian treasure banner, he forbade me from making any noise about it. Bodhisattva, judge for yourself. Is there a more detestable superior than this? Jiang Feng began to lament. Upon hearing this, Guanyin's beautiful eyes flickered with suspicion. So cowardly yet so concerned with appearances, this indeed bears the hallmark of the Jade Emperor. However, could it be that the Eastern Qingyan treasure banner cannot simply be reclaimed? Guanyin pondered within, suddenly raising an eyebrow, her peripheral gaze scrutinizing Jiang Feng. I sent the blissful Buddha to guide you to the western heavenly spiritual mountain. But he failed. Yet today, this anomaly has come before me. Even if I cannot reclaim the Eastern Qingyan treasure banner, guiding you to the spiritual mountain would still suffice as a report to my Buddha. As her words hung in the air, radiant golden Buddhist light radiated from Guanyin. This was the guiding light of the Buddha. Under its illumination, all beings could be led to salvation. Even the most heinous of criminals would lay down their weapons and become the most devout followers of the Buddhist path. In essence, it was a form of brainwashing. Facing such a situation, Jiang Feng was unperturbed and instead smiled. Bodhisattva. Such a clever tactic. But has the Bodhisattva truly ceased to care for the fate of the wandering monk, Mujia? Chapter 54. A Gamble. At the moment Jiang Feng spoke, Guanyin trembled, rendered momentarily speechless. The wandering monk, Mujia. He remains in your grasp. But in the next instant, the hesitation in Guanyin's eyes dissipated, replaced by a chilling depth. Humph. Do you think I would forsake you, an anomaly valued even by the Buddha, for the sake of an ineffectual disciple? Moreover, if I were to guide you into the Buddhist fold, once you become a son of Buddha, it would be a simple matter to release Mujia from the River Jing's prison. Before her words could fully fade, Guanyin waved her hand, and boundless guiding light descended. Witnessing this, Jiang Feng's expression shifted, and an inky black, demonic flame began to rise from his hands. In the next moment, a black brilliance erupted. The 12-grade annihilation Black Lotus was summoned, blossoming into a massive lotus platform amidst the vast night. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged upon the lotus, surrounded by the protective flames of annihilation. The guiding light of the Buddha and the demonic fire clashed like two armies in fierce combat. For a moment, they stood in equal opposition. However, Guanyin, as a great Luo golden immortal, wielded a power that Jiang Feng could not withstand, even if her guiding light lacked lethality. It was formidable enough to transform followers. Gradually, the demonic fire was subdued, while the Buddha's light grew increasingly potent. At that moment, Jiang Feng grinned. Bodhisattva, you truly believe me to be a fool. I am well aware that the Buddhist sect would intervene in this matter. Yet you still dare to join the fray in Chang'an. Do you think I, Jiang Feng, have not prepared any trump cards? As he spoke, Jiang Feng slowly extended his hand, revealing a talisman. To mortals, this talisman might be a treasure, yet to a great Luo golden immortal, it was akin to scrap paper. Upon seeing the talisman, Guanyin was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Jiang Feng smiled faintly, explaining. This talisman was crafted by Master Zhang Tian and is called the Mother and Child Talisman. These two talismans are of the same origin. When one is detonated, the other will follow suit. This child talisman is in my possession, while the mother talisman resides with the warden of the water prison in my River Jing. Once this talisman detonates, he will act immediately to slay Mujia. Perhaps the Bodhisattva, a grand figure, would not concern herself with the fate of the useless disciple. But she must acknowledge that Mujia holds significant importance in the forthcoming grand enterprise of the journey to the West. The journey to the West is a tightly interwoven endeavor. Without Mujia, everything would become imperfect. The death of a mere Mujia is trivial. But should it jeopardize the grand enterprise of the journey to the West and encroach upon the true interests of the Buddhist sect, it would be a grave matter. Bodhisattva, am I not correct? Throughout the exchange, Jiang Feng maintained a serene smile. Guanyin's expression turned intricate as she replied. How do you know of the subsequent events of the journey to the West? Jiang Feng merely smiled in silence, his demeanor further instilling trepidation in Guanyin. Her gaze shifted to the talisman in Jiang Feng's hand. You are deceiving me. I am not so easily fooled, Guanyin retorted coldly. Jiang Feng chuckled. To believe or not is your choice, Bodhisattva. At worst, it is a gamble. I, Jiang Feng, am willing to wager my very being for the future fortunes of the entire Western heavenly spiritual mountain. I find it worth the risk. Jiang Feng laughed, exuding an air of indifference, as if impervious to consequences. In contrast, Guanyin's expression darkened, her thoughts entangled in turmoil. Just as Jiang Feng had articulated, she could take the risk. Yet, she could not afford the repercussions. To the Buddhist sect, Mujia was a trivial figure. But to the grand endeavor of the journey to the West, he was a crucial component. The journey to the West is ordained by sages, each element interlinked. Should anything go awry with this link involving Mujia, the consequences could be dire. Anomalies can be transformed at any time, but if Mu Jia were to perish, it would be utterly disastrous. Guanyin bit her lip, her thoughts racing. In the next moment, her heart softened. The guiding light of the Buddha that was about to envelop Jiang Feng dissipated, and Jiang Feng, commanding the 12-grade annihilation Black Lotus, retreated several dozen paces, maintaining a relatively safe distance from Guanyin. Today I shall spare you, this wretched dragon. However, you have disrupted my plans. How shall we reckon this? Guanyin declared coldly. Jiang Feng casually extinguished the black demonic flames surrounding him and smiled lightly. What you intend is merely to send Li Shimin to the underworld. Yet your methods are rather clumsy. Even if you succeed, Li Shimin will harbor deep resentment in the underworld. As an emperor, when angered, he could cause millions to fall and rivers to run red with blood. And if he discovers that this is all orchestrated by the Bodhisattva of the West, do not think he would hesitate to march his armies against Tianzhu, and you should be grateful for that. Upon hearing these words, Guanyin's gaze darkened. So, you mean to say that I must thank you for this? Then tell me, besides this method, what else could be done? Jiang Feng chuckled. It is merely a matter of inviting the Tang Emperor to traverse the underworld. A trifling task, leave it to me, and it will be effortlessly accomplished. You wish to assist me in bringing this about? Guanyin raised an eyebrow, her expression filled with intrigue. With a mysterious smile, Jiang Feng said, You may interpret it that way. However, my only concern is to escort Li Shimin to the underworld. What transpires thereafter is beyond my jurisdiction. Upon witnessing this, Guanyin felt an unsettling premonition. Yet, at this juncture, it is essential that the one who initiated the matter must also resolve it. Perhaps it is best for Jiang Feng to take the lead. As for what could occur in the underworld, would anything truly happen? How could that be possible? With this thought, Guanyin nodded discreetly, let out a cold snort towards Jiang Feng, and departed upon her seven treasures lotus platform. Watching Guanyin's retreating figure, Jiang Feng let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking to himself, that was close. At that moment, Ao Luan, the dragon spirit, stepped forward cautiously, his expression filled with doubt as he scrutinized Jiang Feng. Did you truly foresee encountering Guanyin in the imperial city? Ao Luan inquired. However, before he could finish, Jiang Feng unceremoniously kicked him. What nonsense are you spouting? Who could predict that Guanyin would come to Chang'an to engage in such matters? Ao Luan replied, You flatter me. I could not have anticipated that. Of course, he could not voice this. Otherwise, if Guanyin heard, she would surely reconsider her departure. After all, it was I who rescued you from the underworld, and it was also I who promised to assist you in the West Sea. Why then do you conspire with those from the western heavenly Ling Mountain and engage in such actions? Jiang Feng raised his gaze, scrutinizing Ao Luan. Hearing this, Ao Luan immediately donned a mournful expression and clutched Jiang Feng's leg. You wretched soul, you never mentioned how difficult this task would be. It has been 3 days. Do you have any idea how I have endured? Li Shimin is not afraid of me, and to make matters worse, he summoned Qin Shu Bao and Yu Qigong. These are no mere mortals, but stars of war descended upon the earth. With the deadline approaching, and seeing Li Shimin still vigorous, I reluctantly agreed to collaborate with Guanyin. But you've ruined my good fortune. Ao Luan lamented, nearly in tears. Jiang Feng observed his distress and chuckled helplessly. All right, that will suffice. You have completed your task remarkably well. Leave the subsequent matters to me. Chapter 55, The Chaos in the West Sea. Upon hearing this, Ao Luan was momentarily taken aback. Leave it to you? Do you intend to confront Li Shimin directly? He questioned skeptically. Jiang Feng's expression darkened. I would scare your grandfather. I am not dead. Why would I resort to such tactics? Your task has been fulfilled. First, you will enter my Buddhist realm, and when I visit the underworld, I will arrange for your reincarnation, granting you a favorable life in your next existence. Jiang Feng proclaimed, waving his hand. With a flash of Buddhist light, Ao Luan's dragon spirit vanished into thin air. Having resolved this, Jiang Feng descended lightly before Li Shimin's palace. At that hour, though it was the dead of night, Li Shimin had donned his dragon robe and arranged his appearance, awaiting Jiang Feng's return. Upon Jiang Feng's arrival, Li Shimin rose to greet him, smiling calmly. Are you the Dragon King from the Jing River, just outside Chang'an? Jiang Feng nodded and replied with a courteous smile, Indeed, I am grateful for your Majesty's assistance. Jiang Feng treated Li Shimin with respect, for he was the only one who genuinely sought to rescue him when he faced execution. To prevent Wei Zheng from executing the Jing River Dragon King, Li Shimin had deliberately summoned him to the palace and occupied Wei Zheng with a game of chess. The dream of Wei Zheng slaying the Jing River Dragon King was entirely unforeseen. How could an ordinary mortal anticipate such a fate? Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Li Shimin chuckled helplessly. Haha, there is no need for such formalities. Wei has already informed me about that incident. I could not assist you then. You were entirely saving yourself. Rather, it is I who owe you my life today. As he spoke, Li Shimin paused and looked outside the hall. Do you know what has been troubling me lately? That dragon spirit? I seem to have little connection with him. Why does he persist in harassing me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng offered an awkward smile. The dragon spirit, Ao Luan, was indeed sent to Chang'an by him. Your Majesty, this is all predestined. If all goes as anticipated, it is I who would come to seek vengeance upon you. However, I defied fate at the dragon execution platform, and thus, Ao Luan bears this karmic burden. He comes seeking you out because, in less than 3 days, you will depart this world and journey to the underworld. Were anyone else to speak such words to Li Shimin, he would undoubtedly respond with immediate execution and obliterate the speaker's entire clan. Yet, when these words came from Jiang Feng, they carried a certain weight of credibility. Li Shimin eyed Jiang Feng with suspicion, assessing him closely. What do you mean by this? I am in good health and feel no discomfort. How can I be on the brink of death? Jiang Feng smiled at this. Your Majesty need not rush. It is not that you will fall into a deep slumber, but after 3 days of traversing the underworld, you will return to life. Of course, Your Majesty may choose to reject all of this. After all, this is merely the machination of the Western Buddhist sect. Jiang Feng did not conceal this truth from Li Shimin. Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin was momentarily stunned, lost in thought. He slowly raised his head to gaze at Jiang Feng, revealing a bitter smile. Are you saying that as the true Dragon Emperor, I am still subject to the manipulation of the Buddhist sect? His tone carried a hint of skepticism. This reaction was entirely normal, after all. It is not every day that someone tells you that you will die in 3 days. Most would not believe it, let alone a sovereign like Li Shimin. Jiang Feng chuckled. Whether you believe it or not, in 2 days, the truth will reveal itself. At that time, I will return to discuss this matter with you in detail. With that, Jiang Feng exited the Grand Hall, employing the Golden Crow transformation technique to soar into the distance. Under the vast night sky, Li Shimin gazed at Jiang Feng's fleeting silhouette, lost in contemplation. Though Jiang Feng's words seemed fantastical, they bore an undeniable weight of truth. Regarding the dragon spirit in Chang'an, he had previously inquired with Wei Zheng, who had only replied with 6 words. Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. I shall wait for you 2 days and see what transpires. If indeed, as the Jing River Dragon King claimed, this matter was orchestrated by the Buddhist sect, then I, Li Shimin, shall? The West Sea Crystal Palace. Prince Moang, the current ruler of the West Sea, lamented that the West Sea was no longer what it once was. With the sudden demise of King Ao Luan, the surrounding monsters had gathered, and if you stubbornly resisted, once the demons breached the West Sea's defenses, the entire dragon clan would be left with no survivors. For the sake of your siblings and the citizens of the West Sea, Prince Moang, yield. An old turtle stood in the grand hall of the Crystal Palace, earnestly advising. At the top of the hall, a youth with a face as sharp as a knife and resolute eyes held a charming little girl in his arms, coldly observing the old turtle. This youth was Ao Luan's eldest son, Prince Moang of the West Sea, while the little girl was Ao Luan's daughter, the adorable little Ao Ling, just over 100 years old. As the old turtle spoke, the officials of the West Sea echoed in agreement. Indeed, the turtle chancellor speaks wisely. The current West Sea is incapable of resisting the invading monsters. We wish to surrender. Why must the prince fight to the death? Nonsense. Just then, a coarse and robust voice resonated from outside the hall. The crowd turned to see a towering figure striding in. This man was immensely muscular, standing at least 2 meters tall, clad in crimson armor, with large pincers and preserved antennae, indicating his identity. This being was a lobster, but not just any lobster. He possessed the bloodline of a true dragon. In the heart of the Western Sea, a figure of great influence and power resided, known to all as General Yu. He and Prime Minister Gui represented the pinnacle of civil and military authority in the region. When he graced the Grand Hall with his presence, the assembled ministers instinctively took a step back. Upon seeing General Yu, Mo Ang's eyes flickered with an unusual light. Though the general appeared simple and robust, Mo Ang was acutely aware that he was far from benevolent. At that moment, Prime Minister Gui cast a sidelong glance at General Yu and coldly inquired, General Yu, although your strength is commendable, Do you possess the confidence to eradicate the overwhelming hordes of demons plaguing the Western Sea? With a smile, General Yu acknowledged the truth. He had no such certainty. Hearing this, Prime Minister Gui scoffed. If you lack confidence, then what more is there to discuss? Before he could finish, General Yu waved his hand decisively and declared, while I may not have the power to vanquish demons, I possess a method to ensure everlasting peace for our Western Sea. Oh, what is it? Prime Minister Gui promptly asked. With a mysterious smile, General Yu replied, I have heard that at the junction of our Western Sea and the Northern Sea lies a water palace, the abode of the Jiao Demon King, one of the 7 great saints of the demon race. This Jiao Demon King wields formidable power and possesses a peculiar fondness for young maidens. If we were to send Princess Ao Ling to him for a marriage alliance, he would undoubtedly be pleased and might assist us in overcoming our tribulations. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Suddenly, Imoang, who had remained silent for a long time, rose and shouted at General Yu with fervor, You dare. His dragon-like eyes were filled with fury. You wretched scoundrels. While my father was alive, he treated you all with kindness, and now that he has barely departed, you forget his grace entirely. Ao Ling is but a child. How can you bear to marry her off to the likes of the Jiao Demon King? He pointed accusingly at the others, indignantly declaring, I, Imoang, shall never agree to this. General Yu, unfazed, retorted with disdain, Your Highness, do not take offense. I did not intend to seek your counsel. As soon as I offer Ao Ling to the Jiao Demon King, your fate, along with that of the Western Sea, is of no concern to me. From that moment on, I shall serve under the Jiao Demon King, able to roam freely across the 4 seas and even the entire mortal realm. You're talking nonsense. Imoang erupted in anger, rising to his feet. With a swift motion, a gleaming spear seemingly materialized in his grasp. In the next instant, he lunged forward, spear aimed at General Yu. Upon witnessing this, General Yu merely raised an eyebrow, his expression dripping with contempt. A mere trick. When Ao Run was alive, I let you have your way. Now that he is gone, you children dare to challenge me. You seek death. With a cold snort, General Yu swung his massive pincers, striking the advancing spear. Instantly, he pivoted, unleashing a wave of energy that surged towards Imoang. Initially stunned by the force, quickly regained his composure. As he felt the wind roaring past him, he focused intently, and with a mighty thrust, his spear tore through the energy, shooting towards General Yu like a shard of cold light. At that moment, Prime Minister Gui stepped forward, arms outstretched. A subtle yet sharp vibration resonated from his position. A black and white aura manifested in his hands, swirling and intertwining to form a Taiji yin-yang symbol. Reversal of the universe. Prime Minister Gui's voice boomed. With his command, space itself seemed to freeze, and the entire crystal palace of the Western Sea stood still. Both Imoang and General Yu found themselves ensnared, their movements hindered as if mired in quicksand. All eyes turned to Prime Minister Gui, specifically to the Taiji symbol before him. This is a replica of the Taiji diagram. Gasps echoed throughout the hall. The original Taiji diagram belonged to the sage of Ta Ching, and though the one in Prime Minister Gui's possession was a replica, it was crafted by a celestial being from the Doshui Palace, making it a genuine postnatal spiritual treasure. Having served King Guangshuan for countless years, Prime Minister Gui was granted this treasure as a reward for his loyalty, intended to balance chaos in critical moments. The assembly marveled at the sight, while Imoang and General Yu wore expressions of varying emotions. Humph, you old turtle, what significance does relying on a treasure hold? If you have the ability, release me, and let us engage in a fair fight. General Yu shouted angrily. Imoang remained silent, his gaze icy and his expression complex. In the midst of their scrutiny, Prime Minister Gui cleared his throat and spoke slowly. General Yu, as the Western Seas general appointed by the late king, you ought to work together with us in these perilous times, yet you seek to sell us out to gain favor. Such intentions are worthy of condemnation. At this, Imoang's eyes brightened. However, before he could express his gratitude, Prime Minister Gui continued with a cold smile. Though the Jiao Demon King is hailed as the great saint of the overturning sea, he is undeniably a fiend. How could we, the Western Sea, submit to him? If we must ally, we should at least choose someone of our own kin to ally with. The Dragon King of the Xinyo Hezhou, a member of our dragon lineage, has recently taken a son-in-law, the nine-headed bug, who possesses the bloodline of an ancient demon saint. His powers are vast and boundless. Not long ago, The Dragon King sent envoys to propose an alliance, stating that if we are willing, he would offer support to the Western Sea, eliminating the invading demons with ease. Surely, such an alliance is far superior to aligning ourselves with fiends. Prime Minister Gui concluded with a cold smirk. Prime Minister Gui's words ring true. Others chimed in eagerly. Indeed. This approach serves two purposes. They quickly voiced their agreement. However, at that moment, Imoang suddenly bellowed. This is utter nonsense. What is that Dragon King but a mere water snake turned spirit, claiming kingship over a small pond? How dare he associate with our dragon lineage? And the nine-headed bug is a vicious and brutal demon. Their connection is nothing but a conspiracy. An alliance? Tribute? This is no alliance, it is sheer subservience. Your actions are no different from selling out the late king. Prime Minister Gui, during my father's reign. He regarded you as a confidant and even entrusted you with the Taiji diagram. And this is how you repay his kindness? Imoang reproached vehemently. Prime Minister Gui smirked coldly. Ah, Your Highness, times have changed. As the ancients say, those who understand the times are the true heroes, now that King Guangshuan has fallen victim to demons. And the celestial court has yet to appoint a new king, they seem content to watch the Western Seas decline. If that is the case, why should I cling to the outdated ideals of loyalty and fealty? Seeking a new ally is far from a poor choice. Your Highness, if you agree with me, you will still be the ruler of the Western Sea. It will merely cost you a bit of face, which is hardly significant. As Prime Minister Gui spoke, Imoang exploded in rage. Silence. You shameless traitor. General Yu's rebellion is at least an open act of treachery. It is genuine. Yet you, Prime Minister Gui, wish to lead the entire Western Sea to submit to fiends while maintaining a facade of loyalty and patriotism. You have betrayed the Western Sea and left no room for blame. Such hypocrisy is even more detestable. Your Highness, why must you be so obstinate? Prime Minister Gui attempted to persuade him further. However, at that moment, General Yu's aura surged, breaking free from the constraints of the Taiji diagram. In the blink of an eye, a figure darted past Imoang, seizing the trembling little Ao Ling beside the dragon throne. What? You scoundrel, release Ao Ling. Both Prime Minister Turtle and Imoang were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the extent of General Yu's audacity. Observing their astonishment, General Yu smirked coldly. You may dispute among yourselves, I care not. This little girl shall be taken by me, a token of allegiance to the great sage of the overturning sea. I warn you, no one is to approach, or I shall cleave her in twain, he declared with a chilling tone. You dare? Imoang retorted furiously. General Yu grinned. Care to test me? Ah, brother, save me, it hurts. Tears welled in Ao Ling's eyes as her voice quivered, evoking sympathy. Witnessing this, Imoang clenched his fists tightly, while Prime Minister Turtle and the others hesitated to act. The Prime Minister's target was not General Yu. He was content as long as Imoang remained. He had no desire for a mutually destructive conflict with General Yu. Seeing the situation unfold, General Yu chuckled with satisfaction. Who would have thought this little girl would prove so useful? Prepare yourselves, for I shall lead the great sage's army to conquer the West Sea. His laughter echoed as he departed the Crystal Palace. However, just as he was about to leave the West Sea, a crimson spear appeared before him. Chapter 57. The Treacherous Dog, Slay to Feast. Who are you? The suffocating pressure loomed over General Yu as he gazed at the youth wielding the long spear, feeling an unsettling familiarity despite having never encountered him before. With the wind beneath his feet, adorned with steel rings, and flames spiraling from his spear, a formidable image began to crystallize in General Yu's mind. Neza. The name slipped from his lips instinctively. Yet, before he could finish, Neza's gaze turned icy, a slight smile gracing his lips. What a plump lobster. Roasted, it would surely be delectable. To catch a lobster, one must first extract the vein. Upon uttering this, Neza twirled his wrist, and the fiery spear lunged forth. Great deity, spare me. With a swift thrust, the fiery spear pierced through General Yu's body. A slender vein of lobster skewered upon its tip. The once mighty General Yu, who had been so brazen in the Crystal Palace, now felt his strength drain away, collapsing into the depths of the sea. As Ao Ling began to tumble alongside him, Neza swiftly caught her. He regarded the porcelain-like child in his arms, and the menacing aura dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth. Suddenly, Ao Ling rubbed her eyes, her sparkling gaze filled with confusion. Miss, did you save me from the bad guy? She asked, her eyes twinkling with admiration. West Sea, Crystal Palace. Within the Grand Hall, Imoang watched helplessly as Ao Ling was taken by General Yu, while he was held in place by Prime Minister Turtle. an overwhelming sense of despair and impotence washing over him. Observing the scene, Prime Minister Turtle displayed no sympathy, instead revealing a cold demeanor. Your Highness Emoang, now that Princess Ao Ling has been seized by the traitorous General Yu, it won't be long before he arrives with the army of the monstrous Jiao King. For the peace of the West Sea, you must make a decision, submit to the Dragon King of the Baibo Pool and seek the aid of the nine-headed worm. Otherwise, evil will descend, blood will wash the West Sea, and the innocent will suffer. You will be the architect of this calamity. Prime Minister Turtle's voice was chilling. The officials nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed, Prime Minister Turtle speaks wisely. Your Highness, do not let personal desires doom the entire West Sea. When King Guangxuan reigned, he governed with diligence, prioritizing the West Sea. Now, afflicted by demons, Your Highness must uphold his legacy and protect our realm. Your Highness, what are you hesitating for? Safeguarding the citizens of the West Sea is your duty. Act swiftly. In an instant, a cacophony of voices erupted. Emoang glared at the faces surrounding him, fists clenched and veins bulging. You traitorous lot. However, before he could finish, Prime Minister Turtle interrupted with a wave of his hand. Did you all hear that? His Highness has agreed to ally with Baibo Pool. Immediately send envoys to West Nyo Huzhou to respond to the Dragon King and request the nine-headed worm to station troops in our West Sea. As these words were uttered, several envoy-like figures emerged from the crowd, departing with treasures from the West Sea. To Emoang, it all morphed into a profound despair. You schemers! You vile traitors! He roared in anger. Yet, the crowd seemed oblivious, reveling in laughter and cheer. Beneath the vibrant facade of the Crystal Palace, hidden evils thrived. Just as the envoys were about to leave, three figures blocked their path. The envoy, believing himself to be in a position of power, brazenly shouted, "Have you lost your wits to block my way? Seize these three ignorant fools and execute them." However, before he could finish, a chilling laugh resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure. The envoy sensed something amiss and slowly looked up, seeing three unfamiliar figures gazing at him with cold smiles. One of them, tall and imposing, stood at a height of 10 yards, while the other two, though shorter, exuded an equal intensity of menace. Ah, the mudfish of the West Sea truly knows no fear. With a derisive laugh, the towering figure suddenly opened his massive jaws, swallowing the lead envoy whole. After a moment of chewing, he spat out a pile of blood and flesh, grimacing, disgusting. This scene sent the remaining envoys into a panic, scurrying back to the hall. Inside, the celebration continued under Prime Minister Turtle's leadership, yet the envoys who should have headed to Baibo Pool returned in a flurry of confusion. Prime Minister Turtle, unable to contain his anger, questioned, "Wretches, who commanded you to return?" Before he could finish, a rough voice boomed from outside. "It was I who commanded him to return." As the voice echoed, three figures entered the grand hall. An overwhelming aura of demonic energy enveloped the room, their powerful presence akin to three insurmountable mountains. Among the demon clan, not only was there a bloodline suppression, but also a pressure from their cultivation levels. The onlookers were paralyzed with terror, save for Prime Minister Turtle, who stifled his fear and assessed the trio. "Are you the three renowned sages of the demon clan? King Shizhao, King Yuran, and King Mihu?" Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances and smiled. Indeed, the old turtle possesses some knowledge. "Correct, it is we," they proclaimed, causing the crowd to collapse in fright. The seven sages of the demon clan were legendary figures across the realms. While they may not rival the great sage Sun Wukong, their reputation was sufficient to terrify countless lesser demons. Prime Minister Turtle trembled, gazing at the three with dread. "What brings the three esteemed sages to our humble abode?" he stammered. "Beyond the West Sea, indeed, many formidable beings lurk with keen interest." However, the Minister of Tortoise could hardly fathom that these three great demon kings, each a tiny golden immortal, would be drawn to the chaos of the West Sea. These three are entities he cannot provoke. "Humph, you old tortoise. Your words are truly abundant." The Monkey King scoffed, striding toward the immobilized Emoang and gently patting his shoulder. With a sound, the bindings dissipated. The Monkey King scrutinized Emoang and remarked with a faint smile, "You, my dear fellow, are quite pathetic, unable even to control your own subordinates. Yet, considering your tender age, it is somewhat excusable. Sometimes, it is better to eliminate a pack of disobedient hounds than to keep them alive for mere companionship. Wouldn't you agree?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted, a chilling murderous intent enveloping everyone present. For a moment, the crowd was taken aback, some trembling with fear, while a few faint-hearted souls spewed blood out of sheer terror. Witnessing this, the Minister of Tortoise quaked, trembling like a leaf. His mind raced, contemplating countermeasures. At that moment, a fiery figure descended before the Crystal Palace, capturing the minister's attention. Upon recognizing the figure, a jolt of excitement coursed through him. The third prince. Slay the demons and rid the West Sea of their menace. However, the instant the minister shouted this, he sensed something amiss. The newcomer was undeniably Neza. Yet he cradled a charming little girl in his arms, while a fire-tipped spear rested upon his shoulder, the spear's tip skewering a freshly grilled lobster. Its aroma tantalizingly rich. In an instant, the minister shuddered. Is that not Ao Ling and General Yu? Neza swaggered into the grand hall and set Ao Ling down. She scampered to Mo Ong and sweetly called out, "Brother." Mo Ong lifted Ao Ling, examining her with delight. "Ao Ling, are you unharmed? Who rescued you?" Ao Ling pointed at Neza nearby, her voice innocent and clear. It was this big sister. Upon hearing this, Neza couldn't help but twitch his lips, gripping his spear tightly. The three great sages stifled their laughter, while Mo Ong was taken aback. "You little girl, do not speak nonsense. Quickly pay your respects to the great deity of the three platforms and the third prince, Neza." Mo Ong urged hastily. He placed Ao Ling down and hurried to Neza, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, great deity, for saving my sister. This profound kindness will forever be remembered in my heart." Little Ao Ling tilted her head in confusion. She looks so pretty. Isn't she a big sister? Uft. The Lion Trojan King could no longer contain his laughter. Neza cast a sidelong glance at him, a flicker of murderous intent dancing in his clear eyes. The Lion Trojan King quickly cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "Prince Mo Ong, there is no need for such formalities. We are all here on orders to assist the West Sea." At this revelation, a wave of shock swept through the assembly. The three great sages of the demon clan and Neza were allies. Moreover, they had come to aid the West Sea, who possessed such influence to mobilize both the three great sages of the demon clan and the deities of the heavenly court. It seemed even the Jade Emperor could not wield such power. Even Mo Ong was momentarily stunned, regarding the four with a mix of disbelief. Their appearances and demeanor made it hard to believe they were indeed allies, let alone that they had been sent to support the West Sea. Noticing Mo Ong's astonishment, Neza waved his hand dismissively. "Mo Ong, as the king of the West Sea, I have come to help you ascend to the throne. However, before that, allow me to first rid you of these treacherous scoundrels." As he spoke, Neza brandished his spear, piercing it into the ground with a thud, then casually tearing off a large piece of lobster meat to devour. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, he summoned a black and white sword. The Qian Kuan sword. Before the gazes of all, this handsome youth with ruby lips and pearly teeth strode towards the crowd, exuding an air of fierce determination. Beside him, the Monkey King elbowed the Lion Trojan King and whispered, "Hey, sixth brother, what is up with Neza? Why is he radiating such a murderous aura? Is he always like this?" The Monkey King shook his head, spreading his hands. "Who knows? We were once kings in the mortal realm. We had no opportunity to understand the former great deity of the three platforms." He paused, then speculated, "Though I know not his usual demeanor. It seems his mood today is likely affected by that big sister remark." The Lion Trojan King was taken aback. The one who called him, that was the little girl. Why does he harbor such animosity towards the old tortoise and his band of miscreants? The Monkey King shrugged. That little girl, in terms of relation, is our leader's niece. Be it calling her big sister, or even wife, children speak without restraint, and Neza would never harm her. Thus, his wrath must be directed at these treacherous traitors. After all, they're all seafood. The difference isn't significant. As the Monkey King approached Neza, he declared, "Brother Neza, I come to lend you my strength." However, before he could finish, Neza waved his hand, pointing the Qian Kuan sword directly at the Monkey King. The sharp glint of the blade made the Monkey King halt in his tracks, swallowing hard. "These scoundrels are mine to deal with." With that, he turned his gaze toward a nearby fence-sitter who had been the most boisterous earlier. After finishing the grilled lobster, a carp wouldn't be too bad either. With a swift motion, he swung the sword. Puffed. Blood spurted forth as a fish head soared into the air. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Mo Ong hurriedly covered little Ao Ling's eyes. He felt as if his mind had been swept away, lost in a dreamlike haze. Today, he had been cornered by these ministers due to his weakness, but just as despair enveloped him, Neza and the three demon kings descended like saviors, pulling him from the depths of hopelessness. Who could be the mastermind behind mobilizing these four formidable beings? In that moment, infinite hopes and aspirations blossomed in Mo Ong's heart. Meanwhile, Neza, while savoring the lobster meat, speared a headless carp with the Qian Kuan sword, igniting it with the flames of samadhi to roast. In the next instant, his gaze shifted, locking onto the minister of tortoise standing at the forefront. A decade-old tortoise stew. Rich and nourishing, perfect for revitalizing one's beauty. With that, he seized the Qian Kuan circle and approached the minister. At this moment, the minister of tortoise was so frightened he stumbled backward, his heart pounding like a drum. What in the world is this? I've never witnessed such brutality. Appearing harmless, yet more vicious than a ferocious demon. Seeing Neza draw closer, the once arrogant minister of tortoise quivered, stammering, "Third prince. Though you are a divine being from the heavenly court, you have no right to slaughter the innocent in the West Sea. Have you forgotten how you suffered for your indiscriminate killing when you extracted the dragon tendons from the third prince of the East Sea, Aobing?" Upon hearing this, Neza paused momentarily before breaking into a cold smile. "Forgive me, but this time, I am indeed on a mission to kill. By the decree of the Jade Emperor, Mo is appointed as the new king of the West Sea to assume his duties immediately. Furthermore, the West Sea is under the auspices of the heavenly immortal, the Dragon King, Jiang Feng. We have all come under the Dragon King's command to eradicate evil and support Prince Mo's ascension." As he spoke, Neza casually produced a decree and handed it to Mo. Upon unfolding the decree, Mo found it to mirror Neza's words, albeit with a more official tone. "The Emperor has not forsaken the West Sea." Mo trembled, his eyes misting with tears. Yet, as these words left his lips, the Lion Trojan King patted his shoulder. Chuckling lightly, "What Jade Emperor? That old man couldn't he care less about the turmoil in the West Sea? All of this is orchestrated by my superior, isn't it? May I ask, great sage, is your esteemed leader the heavenly sage of the North?" Mo inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, the Lion Camel King scoffed disdainfully. "What is the Bull Demon King? Does he even qualify? My leader is a celestial being from the heavenly court, the Dragon Emperor Sage, formerly known as the King of the Jing River. He is indeed a true hero." As these words were spoken, Mo was taken aback. "The King of the Jing River? My uncle?" Meanwhile, Neza announced everything and slowly approached the tortoise prime minister, his clear eyes filled with a frigid intensity. He fixed a steely gaze upon the tortoise prime minister and suddenly broke into a smile. "If you had not mentioned the events of yesteryear, I might have only sought your life. But now, Chapter 59, Jiang Feng. There are forces behind him. Ding. The Shinong Cauldron has completed its refinement. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 12 Tai Golden Pills, top-tier elixirs. Those of exceptional talent may ascend to the Golden Immortal Realm upon consumption. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 6 9-turn Tai Golden Pills, top-tier elixirs. Upon consumption, they allow one to ignore heavenly tribulations and directly ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 9-turn resurrection pills for the lifeless, flesh and bones. Beneath the quasi-saint level, true spirits remain unextinguished. 1 pill grants resurrection. Ding. Congratulations. Host, your character has erupted in splendor, earning you a divine-level soul condensation pill, an unranked elixir, upon consumption. It enhances the growth limit of your primordial spirit to its peak state, rivaling the 3 purities. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Within the Shinong Cauldron, a batch of elixirs has been refined. The system's notifications resounded melodiously. Jiang Feng halted his steps, listening to this enchanting sound. The modified Shinong Cauldron has a drop rate of 99.9. Haha, these are all splendid treasures. With 12 Tai Golden Pills and 6 9-turn Tai Golden Pills. If fortune smiles upon me, I could potentially use these to forge 12 Golden Immortals and 6 Tai Golden Immortals. Do you not recall? The Calamities figures. Marshal Tianpeng and General of the Rolling Curtain achieved immortality and became Golden Immortal powers by consuming Tai Golden Pills. Such elixirs are treasures that would surely incite fierce competition across the 3 realms. In the vastness of the 3 realms, only the benevolent corpse of the Supreme Saint of Taiji and the Supreme Old Lord of the Duoshui Palace possess the ability to refine them. However, the Supreme Old Lord requires at least tens of thousands of years, if not several epochs, to produce even one. This time, the harvest is substantial. At that moment, the system's voice echoed again, piquing Jiang Feng's interest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 9 Lives Demon Obstruction Pill, crafted from remnants of the Forgetting River's evil phoenix. The Corpse Blood Divine Weapon, and the Splendid Buddha's Relic, upon consumption, It awakens all memories and cultivation from the previous 9 lifetimes. Side effect: due to contamination with malevolent energy and resentment, it may subtly influence the user's personality, potentially leading to irritability. Now, this is indeed intriguing. Since the War of the Witches and Demons, when the ancestor Wuwang transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, the concept of reincarnation emerged. After reincarnation, aside from a few fortunate individuals who retain some remnants of their past lives and cultivation, over 99 must start anew. If one could awaken the cultivation and memories of the previous 9 lifetimes, it would undoubtedly be formidable. However, the side effects are rather pronounced. Both Buddhism and Taoism emphasize tranquility, serenity, and non-action, the profound sounds of the Tao. An irritable person will inevitably lack calmness and struggle to achieve greatness. I shall keep it under wraps for now, Jiang Feng mused inwardly. At this moment, he was bidding farewell to Emperor Taizong Li Shimin, casting the transcendental art as he made his way to the underworld. Currently, all 10 Yama kings had been slain by Jiang Feng, and to prevent turmoil in the underworld, the great emperor of Fengdu had to personally intervene to maintain order. Upon entering the hall of Yama, Jiang Feng greeted the great emperor of Fengdu with a respectful gesture. The great emperor, seated upon the Yama throne, gazed down with a scrutinizing eye, his demeanor neutral as he regarded Jiang Feng. What? Slaying my 10 Yama kings is not enough, and now you wish to slay me? The great emperor inquired blandly. Jiang Feng chuckled helplessly. Your Majesty is jesting. I lack the strength for such a feat, oh? So, you imply that should you possess such power, you would genuinely wish to slay me? The great emperor of Fengdu responded with keen interest. Jiang Feng replied, your reading comprehension earns you a perfect score. Your Majesty, I have come regarding the matter of Tang Wang Li Shimin descending into the underworld 3 days hence. This task has been entrusted to me by the Jade Emperor. Jiang Feng decided to dispense with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, the great emperor raised an eyebrow. This matter is of utmost importance. Relating to the commencement of the journey to the west, the powerful beings of the Western Paradise will secretly safeguard it. If you wish to cause disruption, it might prove unfeasible, he cautioned. Jiang Feng smiled upon hearing this. Cause disruption? Your Majesty, do you truly see me as such a person? I, Jiang Feng, am of pure character, harboring justice. How could I engage in acts of destruction? Though I have slain the 10 Yama kings in self-defense and to eliminate a menace, it has ultimately disrupted the grand enterprise of the journey to the west. I merely wish to make some arrangements to rectify this, Jiang Feng asserted solemnly. The great emperor, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle inwardly. You, of pure character, harboring justice? And you wish to rectify the journey to the west? Is this truly something you would say? He pondered. Do you truly believe these words fit your persona? However, despite his clarity of mind, the great emperor was curious about Jiang Feng's true intentions. He cleared his throat and inquired, what arrangements does the great sage plan to make to amend his errors? Jiang Feng smiled mysteriously and leaned closer to the great emperor's ear, whispering. Moments later, the great emperor's brow furrowed, his expression peculiar. Will this truly work? He questioned, perplexed. Jiang Feng patted his chest with an air of nonchalance. Trust me, there will be no issue. Should you have any concerns, your Majesty need not intervene. I will dispatch 4 skilled subordinates to masquerade as Yama kings and take control of the underworld. Upon hearing this, the great emperor shook his head with a wry smile. You fear I might change my mind, thus ruining your plan, don't you? Fear not. If you have the courage to act, I am no coward. However, as the ruler of the underworld, your plan is rather frivolous. While I support it, I cannot make an appearance. Rest assured, if the Buddhist sect seeks to harm you, I will not stand idly by. The great emperor pledged, thumping his chest. Your Majesty seems quite intrigued by my arrangements. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. The great emperor nodded with a smile. Haha. To be honest, I do find it somewhat interesting. Since the establishment of this underworld, it has never been so lively. Should it prove viable, I might consider continuing this. After all, the underworld is merely a place for reincarnation. Not only do the most wicked souls arrive here, but also the virtuous. They deserve not to be treated as the wicked do. Jiang Feng nodded inwardly, perceiving that the great emperor was indeed a person of character. After all arrangements were made, it was time to set things in motion. Jiang Feng gazed at the desolate underworld, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. It is time to rejuvenate this place. In the Western Paradise, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Avalokiteshvara hurriedly rushed into the temple once more. Standing before the Buddha Tathagata with a grave expression, Buddha, I have made a significant discovery. Upon witnessing this demeanor, the Buddha Tathagata slightly opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow. Avalokiteshvara, did I not instruct you to proceed to Chang'an City to assist that AO run? Why have you returned so swiftly? Moreover, did I not tell you that as the foremost among the 3 great sages of Ling Mountain, you must remain calm and composed at all times? His tone bore a hint of displeasure as he spoke. Guanyin gently nodded, her hands pressed together as she spoke. Amitabha. The Buddha teaches that the disciple has lost her composure. The Tathagata subtly acknowledged her with a nod, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Guanyin, please share the significant discovery you just mentioned. With a grave expression, Guanyin replied, Buddha, if I am not mistaken, the emergence of that anomaly is surely no coincidence. Behind him, there may be a powerful figure supporting him, and I believe I have discerned the identity of this esteemed individual. Chapter 60. May the Bodhisattva be safe. Initially, the Tathagata did not pay much heed to Guanyin's alarming report of loss. However, when she mentioned the possibility of a powerful figure behind Jiang Feng, he became intrigued. Oh, Guanyin, who is this esteemed figure you speak of? With her hands together, Guanyin solemnly stated, Buddha, if my conjecture holds. This individual is none other than the Supreme Old Lord from the 33 heavens of the heavenly court. The Tathagata was momentarily taken aback. Guanyin, such words should not be spoken lightly. Do you understand the stature of the Supreme Old Lord? He asked in a serious tone. Guanyin nodded. The Supreme Old Lord holds great power within the 3 realms and represents the Taiji sage as he traverses the worlds. This, I know. Or rather, the one behind that anomaly could very well be the Taiji Laozi. Upon hearing this, the Tathagata's expression grew increasingly somber. Guanyin, do you realize the gravity of your words? Without evidence, should this information spread, it could lead to severe consequences. The Tathagata harbored a shadow of apprehension towards the Taiji Laozi, as he had once been the chief disciple of the Jia sect during the Fengshan calamity and had clashed with the Taiji Laozi only to be subdued. After the calamity, he was taken out by the Taiji Laozi and reborn as Prince Siddhartha, who later attained Buddhahood under the Bodhi tree. All that he had achieved stemmed from the blessings of this once great master. Guanyin gently affirmed, I understand. My assertion is based on reason. Last night, I encountered the evil dragon of the Jing River in Chang'an. He was not only unafraid, but seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of the subsequent events surrounding the journey to the west. The journey is a matter decreed by the sages, and those who understand it are few. How could a mere Jing River dragon possess such knowledge? Therefore, I conclude that there is surely a sage's influence behind this anomaly, Guanyin elaborated. The Tathagata fell into contemplation upon hearing her words. Even so, there are many sages beyond the Taiji Laozi. How can you be so certain that the figure behind the anomaly is indeed him? He inquired. Guanyin focused intently. The sages beyond the heavens are all renowned figures. Hangjun Daozu, the 6 saints of the primordial era, and the 3 saints of the fire cloud palace. Hangjun Daozu, as the saint of the Tao, would never nurture an anomaly to disrupt the celestial order. Among the 6 saints, Niwa, though a saint of the demon race, lost the trust of the creatures during the Fengshan calamity and could not possibly be connected to this evil dragon. The 2 Western sages are well-known figures in our Buddhist circles, and the 3 saints of the fire cloud palace have long secluded themselves, detached from worldly affairs. She paused, her gaze sharpening. Thus, it appears that only the 3 pure ones remain. The upper pure heavenly teacher was imprisoned by Hangjun Daozu in the Bo Palace after the Fengshan calamity, making his involvement impossible. The jade pure primordial heavenly sovereign values lineage and background. To him, this anomaly is merely a creature of lowly origins. Even if he were to cultivate an anomaly, it would be one of extraordinary potential. Only the Taiji Laozi stands as the most formidable figure beneath the saint of the Tao. As she spoke, her voice trailed off abruptly. It was not that she did not wish to continue. Rather, her voice seemed trapped within her, not far away. The Tathagata's expression darkened as a faint aura of Buddhic light emanated from his slightly raised hand. Enough. This matter is not for us to discuss. It shall not be mentioned again. After a moment, the Tathagata added, just keep it clear in your heart. I understand. Guanyin nodded gently, her hands together as she said, Buddha, then how shall we proceed? The Tathagata's gaze grew stern. Proceed as you deem fit. Even the Taiji sage has no right to impede the order of the Tao. If that evil dragon stirs the winds and clouds of heaven and earth, it is due to his own strength. Should he be vanquished by our Buddhist order, it shall be a testament to our power. Go forth, he concluded, waving his hand and slowly closing his eyes. The radiance from his form intensified, exuding an aura of solemnity and majesty. Guanyin, with her hands in reverence, felt a resolute determination swell within her. I shall faithfully adhere to the will of the Buddha. With that, Guanyin ascended upon her lotus platform and departed from the great Thunder Sound Temple. In the next moment, the Tathagata opened his eyes slightly, watching Guanyin's retreating figure with a hint of complexity in his gaze. I hope the Bodhisattva remains unharmed. In the West Sea, at the Crystal Palace. Ever since Neza and the three great saints of the demon race arrived, sweeping reforms had commenced. Anyone seeking to betray the West Sea was eradicated without exception, their families wiped out. This left Emoang feeling anxious. Though he was the heir to the West Sea, he had never seen such bloodshed under Ao Run's rule. Yet, he did not perceive it as cruelty. Instead, it felt just right. In a new regime, if one could not enact extraordinary deeds to instill awe among the officials, how could they command respect? Though this was facilitated by Neza and the three demon saints, they genuinely cared for the West Sea. Before departing, they explicitly warned the newly appointed officials of the West Sea. Today's events are merely a warning. Should anyone dare to offend again, their entire clan shall face annihilation, their souls extinguished. Moreover, they instilled fear in the nearby demons, declaring, the West Sea is under the protection of the Dragon Emperor, Jiang Feng. Those who dare to challenge us shall face dire consequences. After executing these measures, although the four departed, an unspoken pressure lingered over the West Sea. Both the officials and the surrounding demons were left trembling, haunted by fear. Emoang surveyed the transformed West Sea, his expression complex as he clenched his fists tightly. All of this is a grace bestowed by my uncle. Such kindness, even if I were to shatter into dust, I could scarcely repay. As Emoang was overwhelmed with emotion, Neza and the others had already followed Jiang Feng's instructions to the underworld. Jiang Feng was no longer present to greet them. Instead, they were met by the Emperor of Fengdu. The Emperor of Fengdu furrowed his brow upon observing the four. You four are the skilled subordinates of the great sage Jiang. Are you not? Is that not Neza and the three great demon saints? He was taken aback, realizing that Jiang Feng had even reached into the Jade Emperor's domain. However, compared to his arrangements in the underworld, these four subordinates seemed rather ordinary. Yes, we have been commanded by the Dragon Emperor, Jiang Feng, to assist the Emperor in his tasks. Neza replied with a respectful gesture. Haha, assistance is not quite right. It is the Emperor who shall assist you. The Emperor of Fengdu then produced a jade slip from his robes and handed it to the four. As they scanned the information within the slip with their divine senses, they were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances that reflected their astonishment. Chapter 61. Pray, sir, guard me into the underworld. 2 days have swiftly slipped by. At this moment, within the imperial palace of Chang'an in the southern Zambuzu, an atmosphere of desolation and melancholy pervades. The eunuchs and palace maids tread hurriedly, bowing as they pass, careful not to raise their voices. Civil and military officials, along with concubines, princes, and princesses, have all gathered before the chamber of Li Shimin. Some wear grave expressions, while others are steeped in sorrow. On the sickbed lies Li Shimin, in a stupor, repeatedly murmuring, "Has the master arrived?" Upon hearing this, generals such as Qin Shubao, Yu Qigong, and Cheng Yaojin pound their chests in frustration. Despite their anxiety, they find themselves powerless. The civil ministers, including Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, exchange glances. Deep in thought, even Yuan Tiangang, renowned for his celestial knowledge and communion with spirits, shakes his head in quiet resignation. Suddenly, Qin Shubao scans the surroundings as if struck by a thought, exclaiming, "Where is Wei Zheng? Why has he not yet arrived?" The mention of Wei Zheng catches everyone off guard. Indeed, just 2 days prior, Li Shimin was in good health, but after summoning Wei Zheng that night, he fell gravely ill by the next day, his condition worsening rapidly. Wei Zheng is here. As the assembly searches for Wei Zheng, a commotion arises outside the hall. Following the sound, they see 2 figures approaching. One is Wei Zheng, and beside him stands a strikingly handsome figure clad in pure white, exuding an otherworldly charm. Though male, his beauty could be described as captivating, with a unique aura that suggests he is a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Upon sight of him, the palace maids and concubines blush, their hearts racing. Just one glance is enough to be etched in memory forever. If one were to encapsulate his essence in verse, it would be a jade-like figure upon the road, unmatched in the world. This individual is none other than Jiang Feng. Not long ago, Wei Zheng had performed a ritual in his residence, invoking divine spirits with a sword. The so-called summoning technique allows one to call forth deities using their own power. Jiang Feng, while officially a dragon emperor and celestial being, has not yet been bestowed divine status by the Jade Emperor. Thus, in essence, he remains the Dragon King of the Jing River. By employing this summoning technique, Wei Zheng could call upon him, though his arrival ultimately rests on Jiang Feng's discretion. As the two reach the hall, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, and Qin Shubao step forward, forming a line to block their path. Wei Zheng, what is the meaning of this? The emperor is unwell, and all court officials have gathered here. Yet you, the only one privy to the situation, arrive so late, accompanied by a wandering sorcerer. What is your intention? Cheng Yaojin, clad in armor, speaks with fervor, his hand gesturing emphatically. Upon hearing this, Wei Zheng halts, ready to explain, but Jiang Feng strides forward, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Observing this, the generals exchange glances, their expressions growing cold. Hey, I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? Cheng Yaojin bellows, drawing his sword and aiming it at Jiang Feng. Startled, Wei Zheng exclaims, Lord Lu, hold on. Yet, before he can finish, Cheng Yaojin's sword has already swung towards Jiang Feng's head. In contrast, Jiang Feng steps forward without a hint of evasion. The sword slices through him as if he were a mere mirage, leaving no trace. Witnessing this, the palace maids and young royals cover their eyes, bracing for a gruesome scene. However, in the next instant, Jiang Feng appears to glide effortlessly, landing within the grand hall, while Cheng Yaojin's sword is left in his hand, severed from its blade. Even a seasoned warrior like Cheng Yaojin stands frozen in disbelief. What just happened? But soon, the other generals regain their composure, with Yu Qigong shouting, Sorcerer, do not harm the emperor. However, before he finishes, Jiang Feng grasps Li Shimin's wrist, a surge of celestial energy flowing through him, clearing Li Shimin's dazed gaze. He sees Jiang Feng and slowly sits up, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Master, you have finally arrived. I have awaited you for so long. The assembly is momentarily stunned. The master Li Shimin called for turns out to be a youthful stranger. Your Majesty, who is this? Cheng Yaojin inquires, recognizing the significance of the moment. Li Shimin, propped up, gestures for silence. You may all leave. I wish to speak privately with the master. With him here, my life is secure. Hearing this, the generals, though hesitant to depart, recognize Li Shimin's resolute gaze and recall Jiang Feng's association with Wei Zheng. They choose to trust him and gradually withdraw. In the vast chamber, only Li Shimin and Jiang Feng remain, sitting by the bedside. Jiang Feng studies Li Shimin with a smile. Your Majesty, do you now believe what I once foretold? Li Shimin chuckles bitterly. Everything you spoke of has come to pass. I am humbled. Jiang Feng reassures him. There is no need for such humility, for you once saved me. Now, I offer you a choice. If you wish to feign death for 3 days, I shall escort you to the netherworld. After 3 days, you may return to life. Should you wish to escape the grasp of the Western Buddhist realm, I possess means to cure your ailment. As he speaks, Jiang Feng produces an ancient-looking elixir, resembling an unremarkable clay pill, but exuding a fragrant aroma from 9 tiny holes. Just a whiff revitalizes Li Shimin, alleviating half of his malaise. This is the 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill. Capable of reviving even the most desolate spirits, it is more than sufficient to restore Li Shimin. Gazing at the elixir, Li Shimin hesitates for a moment before smiling faintly and pushing it aside. Those sanctimonious monks from the Western heaven dare to scheme against me. They possess audacity. If I were to consume this pill, I might escape this calamity, yet I would remain oblivious to the treachery hidden beneath their pious facade. In his words, a glimmer of chilling resolve flashes in Li Shimin's eyes. He is a wise sovereign and a formidable warrior, having plotted against others since ascending the throne. Those who dare to plot against him deserve no mercy. This embodies the spirit befitting an emperor. He glances at Jiang Feng, the coldness in his gaze dissipating, replaced by warmth and determination. I implore you, Master, guide me into the underworld. Chapter 62, The Underworld, where the winds are pure. Li Shimin's decision comes as no surprise to Jiang Feng. An emperor who ascended through martial prowess would not seek vengeance if deceived. Rather, it would be peculiar if he did not wish to evade his fate. By offering him the 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill, Jiang Feng aims to ignite within Li Shimin a deep-seated disdain for the Western Buddhist realm, thereby drawing this great emperor of the Tang dynasty into his fold. At this moment, Jiang Feng meets Li Shimin's unwavering gaze, his own expression turning serious. "Your Majesty, have you truly resolved to wade into these murky waters?" Jiang Feng seeks confirmation. Li Shimin nods. "A sovereign's word is his bond. I rely on you, master, to guide me into the underworld." This time, Li Shimin's tone was heavier and more resolute. This very phrase, this reaction, was precisely the answer Jiang Feng sought. He slowly rose, a faint smile gracing his lips, and assured, "Your Majesty, rest assured, my arrangements for the journey to the underworld have been meticulously prepared. Moreover, within this imperial palace, the matter of the emperor's feigned death and subsequent resurrection after 3 days must also be communicated to Wei Zheng." Li Shimin nodded slightly, saying, "This matter is entirely in your hands, esteemed sir. I am eager to see how the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain can truly manipulate me at its will." 1 day later, the entire palace was shrouded in a solemn white silence. The 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, the empress and concubines, the attendants, the crown prince, and the civil and military officials all gathered before the White Tiger Hall, mourning with solemn attire. Jiang Feng gazed at Li Shimin, who lay quietly in the coffin. He turned to Wei Zheng and inquired, "Is everything prepared?" Wei Zheng nodded. "Yes, the edict for the delayed burial has been entrusted to me, and I have already delivered the letter to Ju." Ju. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed at the mention of the name. Ju was a minister of the late emperor, who had once served as the governor of Ji Prefecture and later promoted to the vice minister of rights. In his lifetime, he shared a profound bond with me, having been my sworn brother. Now deceased, he served as the judge of the underworld, often meeting me in dreams. If I send the letter to him, he will remember our friendship and provide assistance in the underworld, thus allowing His Majesty's soul to return." Wei Zheng explained. Upon hearing this, an image of the judge Ju, adorned in a scholarly cap and a ceremonial robe, materialized in Jiang Feng's mind. It was he who had overseen the soul retrieval when Jiang Feng ventured into the underworld to bring back the soul of Ao Runlong. Jiang Feng waved his hand with a smile. "There is no need for such formalities. I have already made arrangements on the underworld side. You need only oversee matters here in the palace, preserving the body of the Tang Emperor for 3 days while we await his return. The rest is in my hands." Wei Zheng was momentarily taken aback. The dragon god is willing to personally intervene to escort His Majesty? Jiang Feng nodded with a smile. "Did the Tang Emperor not inform you? He once wished to save me, which is a debt of gratitude I owe, even disregarding the personal connection. My actions are a matter of cause and effect." As he spoke, a golden aura radiated around him. "I leave this in your capable hands. I shall take my leave." With that, he performed a spell and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the ethereal Li Shimin, his spirit having departed from the 5 Phoenix Tower, suddenly found himself surrounded by a troop of imperial guards, invited to venture forth for a hunt. Li Shimin complied, drifting away. After some time, the troop seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving Li Shimin alone, wandering in the desolate wilderness. Where's this place? Just as anxiety gripped him, thick fog enveloped the surroundings, and through the rolling mist, 7 shadowy figures gradually emerged. These 7 figures donned attire unfamiliar to Li Shimin, each wearing a black hat and cloaked in black from head to toe. More strikingly, they bore a coffin upon their shoulders. This coffin, adorned with gold and jade, exuded an air of opulence, and upon its front, a miniature portrait of Li Shimin was affixed. As these 7 approached with an uncanny gait, the foremost figure knelt halfway and respectfully clasped his hands, proclaiming, "We are a specialized team sent by the Dragon Emperor, Jiang Feng, to escort the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty. We have awaited your arrival for some time. The great sage has commanded, with the utmost regard for the newly developed interests of the underworld, to invite Emperor Li Shimin to enter the underworld." Li Shimin, upon hearing this, chuckled. "I have heard that upon death, one is escorted to the underworld by the black and white impermanents, wielding the soul-locking chains and summoning banners, akin to a prisoner being taken away. Yet, what I see now is entirely different, indeed a revelation." Amused, Li Shimin surveyed the scene before him. The 7 nodded and once again clasped their hands, urging, "Please, Emperor Taizong, step into the coffin." Before he could respond, Li Shimin felt a lightness in his body and found himself floating gracefully into the coffin. Once inside, he discovered that this coffin was not the heavy confinement typical of the mortal realm. Rather, it seemed to harbor a vast space, akin to a grand sedan chair. The divine wood used in its construction emitted a faint, pleasant aroma, and despite the presence of the ghostly guides, he felt no fear. Instead, a profound tranquility enveloped him. The coffin was lined with soft cushions and adorned with fragrant sachets, and lying within it was more comfortable than his own dragon bed. "Mr. Jiang, you are most considerate," Li Shimin remarked with a gentle smile. As he lay back in the coffin, an unusual sound suddenly filled the air. It was music unlike any he had ever heard, deep yet lively. Then, the sound of the swana emerged. The enchanting melody accompanied by the swana's notes saw the 7 ghostly guides, carrying the coffin, dance with strange steps, gradually vanishing into the mist. This fog concealed the passageway between the mortal realm and the underworld. As the saying goes, the ghostly soldiers borrow the path, the living should retreat. Upon traversing the fog-laden passage, they arrived at the Yellow Springs Road. The endless expanse of the Yellow Springs Road, where only one form of life prevailed, was home to the Manjusaka flower, commonly known as the red spider lily. This flower, symbolizing death, was stunningly beautiful yet deadly. The Manjusaka along the Yellow Springs Road would be the last sight for all souls journeying to the underworld. For others, this scene would undoubtedly be bleak and heavy. However, for Li Shimin, it was quite different. He sat up in the comfortable coffin, eager to witness the legendary Yellow Springs Road and the Manjusaka, only to be met with a different spectacle. Here, numerous exquisitely beautiful female ghosts were trimming the Manjusaka flowers, bringing life to the desolate Yellow Springs Road. One female ghost raised her head and, upon locking eyes with Li Shimin, smiled and greeted warmly, "Your Majesty." In her greeting, she performed a courteous bow, filled with enthusiasm. Li Shimin nodded in approval. Soon after, he exchanged glances with another enchanting female ghost, who also greeted him, "Your Majesty." "Ah, and to you as well," Li Shimin replied with a gentle smile. He couldn't help but marvel at the underworld's simplicity and hospitality, where not only were the services attentive, but a group of radiant female ghosts greeted him with warmth. For a moment, Li Shimin found himself lost amidst the beautiful scenery and the chorus of "Your Majesty," until a booming voice, as robust as tree bark scraping against each other, broke through the enchantment. "Your Majesty." Some readers may feel that this chapter has taken a whimsical turn. Here, I clarify that the next chapter will truly embrace the whimsical. Chapter 63. The gates of the underworld are always open, awaiting your embrace. This voice, rough and deep, was a stark contrast to the previous greetings from the female ghosts. Li Shimin's expression shifted, and he quickly turned around to see a towering figure, at least 3 meters tall, with a robust physique, bowing respectfully towards him. Though this man appeared simple, his formidable presence and the unique charm of a powerful being commanded Li Shimin's respect. This was none other than the mountain-moving sage, one of the 7 saints of the demon clan, the Lion Trojan King. "You, well met," Li Shimin managed with an awkward smile. Yet, upon hearing this, the Lion Trojan King grinned widely. "I believe the Tang Emperor has misunderstood. I am not greeting you as they do. Rather, the theme of this garden I designed is called Your Majesty." As he spoke, the Lion Trojan King gently waved his hand, directing Li Shimin's gaze towards the otherworldly flowers behind him. These flowers, unlike the previous ones, appeared to have been meticulously pruned, presenting a series of waving shapes upon the ground. Noticing the confusion on Li Shimin's face, the Lion Trojan King continued to explain, "When you, the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty, sit atop your coffin and gaze down upon this garden, you will see these flowers, as if they are saluting you, saying, 'Greetings, Your Majesty.'" Li Shimin, observing this scene, fell silent for a long while, his eyes narrowing slightly, before glancing at the ghostly bearers of the coffin beside him. "Remarkable," he murmured. The Lion Trojan King nodded with a smile. "Your Majesty is too kind. Please, continue onward. Ahead lies even greater surprises." Li Shimin nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." With that, the 7 ghostly bearers resumed their procession with the coffin. Accompanied by the sound of a swana and a melodic tune, they soon arrived at a foreboding ghost city. Above the city, inscribed in large characters, were the words, "Ghost Gate of the Underworld." A chilling wind swept through, causing Li Shimin to shiver, enveloped by the eerie atmosphere of the underworld. Just then, the pitch-black gate slowly creaked open, revealing a youth with bright eyes and white teeth. Stepping forth, he was Neza. Simultaneously, a melodious tune filled the air. "The gates of the underworld are always open, embracing you for a warm welcome. Once embraced, a bond is formed, and you will come to love this place. Regardless of distance, all are guests here, so there is no need for formality. You are invited here. The underworld welcomes you." Upon concluding his song, the Judge Cui Ju appeared, accompanied by a throng of underworld spirits, all clad in festive attire, their faces beaming with joy. The gentle melody suddenly swelled with energy. Judge Cui Ju and the spirits raised their voices in unison. The underworld welcomes you, creating wonders for you. The flowing river of forgetfulness is vibrant with life. The underworld welcomes you. With dreams, everyone is extraordinary, and with courage comes miracles. In this moment, the mythic deities, revered spirits of the underworld, gathered together, each contributing to transform the desolate ghost gate of the underworld into a lively and harmonious scene. Encouraged by this atmosphere, Li Shimin felt a surge of excitement. He never expected such thoughtful hospitality from the underworld, manifesting in such a grand welcoming ceremony. Bearers of the coffin, place me down. I wish to join them, Li Shimin exclaimed eagerly. Under the jubilant melody, the bearers ceased their procession, gently lowering the coffin and assisting Li Shimin to step out. Guided by the crowd, he quickly adapted to the rhythm, joining Neza and the spirits in song. As the final note faded, Neza stood before Li Shimin, bowing respectfully. I have awaited the enlightened ruler of the Tang dynasty, as commanded by the great sage Jiang Feng. Please, proceed, your majesty. Li Shimin nodded with satisfaction. Your consideration is admirable. Young brother, please convey my gratitude to him. At this moment, Li Shimin's heart swelled with joy as he bid farewell to Neza and continued onward. Within this ghostly city, the inhabitants were souls clinging to their obsessions, unwilling to reincarnate. Though they did not pose the same threat as the vengeful spirits of the city of the wrongly dead or the 18 levels of hell, their prolonged presence cast a pall over the entire ghost city. However, as Li Shimin entered, the scene transformed dramatically. The first sight that met his eyes was a group of exquisite, alluring female spirits, their skin pale and lips fiery red, adorned in avant-garde attire, nurse outfits, maid costumes, and Lolita dresses, striking seductive poses with clever props. Moving further, he encountered a starkly contrasting sight, a group of ox-head and horse-face figures, standing together, showcasing their muscular physiques, radiating a sense of freedom. As Li Shimin passed by, the leader threw him a flirtatious glance and casually remarked, "Oh, let me get a piece of you." Continuing onward, he spotted 3 spirits of varying skin tones seemingly engaged in a heated debate. Golden fertilizer. I want golden fertilizer. With it, the yield can reach billions. 1 bag can replace 2, absorbing nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium below 1,000 meters. Not far off, a group donned peculiar attire, singing strange songs. One individual in overalls bounced a ball while singing in a garbled voice. You are too beautiful. You are truly too beautiful. Another group chimed in with a chorus. Harry Potter rides his broom. What is the happy planet? Further along, a group of gracefully aging female spirits danced rhythmically to a lively melody. Though their movements were not particularly graceful, each gesture seemed perfectly in sync with the beat. Stirring the heart, the melodies echoed. The boundless horizon is my love. The gallant horseman is mighty. You are my little apple, and I could never love you too much. Love isn't something you can just buy. As Li Shimin traversed this vibrant scene, he felt like a rustic newcomer, marveling at everything with fresh eyes. Indeed, this is the underworld. Such revealing attire, a feast for the eyes. He mused. What on earth is this? Stay away from me. Golden fertilizer? Where can I procure some? And what is this strange tune? The appearance of these individuals is neither distinctly male nor female. Thankfully, this is the underworld. If a man from the Tang dynasty appeared thus, I would have beheaded him to eradicate such a corrupt influence. The melody and dance are delightful, quite approachable. I feel an urge to join them. I must remember this for future promotion in the Tang, Li Shimin critiqued as he walked along. Ultimately unable to resist joining the group of middle-aged female spirits, dancing to the rhythm. However, at that moment, from a distant corner, 3 spirits caught sight of Li Shimin. Exchanging glances, Shimin has arrived. Li Shimin is finally here. Upon uttering these words, the 3 spirits rushed towards him. Seeing their figures, Li Shimin froze momentarily. Then his expression shifted in shock. Haha, did not expect this. Now, this is what it means to be free. He wondered whether the readers would appreciate this style. Though it is somewhat absurd, crafting such content is truly challenging. Given the author's earnest efforts, might you consider offering a collection or follow-up to avoid losing track of updates? Love you all, moi. Chapter 64, Lifespan? Add 100 years. These 3 spirits were none other than his predecessor, Li Yuan, his elder brother, Li Jianqing, and his deceased younger brother, Li Yuanji. Throughout his life, Li Shimin excelled in governance and military prowess, standing out among emperors. Yet his ascent to the throne bore the blemish of fratricide. During the Xuanwu Gate incident, Li Shimin had slain his brothers, Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji, forcing Li Yuan to abdicate in his favor, becoming a retired monarch. After arriving in this underworld, their lingering resentment kept them from reincarnation, leading them to remain in this ghost city to await Li Shimin's arrival. Upon seeing them, Li Shimin felt a wave of guilt and was taken aback. Just then, a figure rushed forth from the distance, sternly commanding, "You vengeful souls, cease your insolence and retreat at once." At this sharp rebuke, several ghostly figures with green faces and sharp fangs surged forth from all directions, shielding Li Shimin and driving away Li Yuan and his brothers. Soon after, Judge Cui Ju arrived in the nick of time. It was he who had just expelled Li Yuan, Li Jiansheng, and the others. Li Shimin turned to see him. Adorned with a soft black cap, a waist adorned with a golden belt, holding a tablet amidst a misty aura, dressed in a flowing robe that shimmered with light. His feet clad in pink boots, and clutching the book of life and death. The hair cascaded around the ears, while the beard danced around the cheeks. "You seem somewhat familiar. Did we not just sing together in welcoming you to the underworld?" Li Shimin scrutinized Cui Ju and inquired. Cui Ju nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I am Cui Ju, and I have been awaiting your majesty's arrival." After saying this, he performed a respectful bow customary between a sovereign and his subject. Li Shimin was taken aback and exclaimed, "You are the esteemed Cui Ju? I have a letter here entrusted to me by Wei Zheng to deliver to you." As he spoke, he produced a missive from his sleeve and handed it to Cui Ju. Without even glancing at it, Cui Ju accepted the letter. Observing this, Li Shimin was momentarily puzzled. "Sir, will you not read the letter from Wei Zheng?" Cui Ju smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "I was once a minister in the presence of the late Emperor Li Yuan and enjoyed his immense grace. Now, seeing your majesty feels as though I am in the mortal realm. Even without Wei Zheng's letter, I would dutifully serve your majesty with utmost respect." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's expression grew somewhat peculiar. "When you dismissed Li Yuan earlier, you were not at all courteous." In truth, Cui Ju's actions were also in accordance with Jiang Feng's orders. With Jiang Feng's command, how could he not exert his utmost efforts? Naturally, Jiang Feng had forbidden him from speaking of this, prompting him to feign acceptance of the letter and engage in the usual display of loyalty between ruler and subject. "Your Majesty, let us proceed this way. The 10 halls of Yama have long been awaiting us in the Suruling Hall," Cui Ju suggested with a light smile. At this, Li Shimin's gaze drifted towards the bustling city of the underworld, and he hesitated momentarily. "Cui Zheng, this spectacle is quite captivating, and I wish to observe it further. You must understand, I have a keen interest in the design of clothing, and the garments worn by the spirits here are rather unique, particularly those at the city gates," Li Shimin remarked, seeking to discuss it with Cui Ju. Cui Ju awkwardly smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, this grand display will remain for quite some time. But we must prioritize the important matters at hand. It is best that your Majesty visits the Suruling Hall first, and after addressing the urgent affairs, you may return here to enjoy the sights." Hearing this, Li Shimin nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall heed Cui Zheng's counsel." Just as he finished speaking, he pondered for a moment and added, "Cui Zheng, you must bring me back here afterward. Of course, otherwise, I would be guilty of deceiving the sovereign." Cui Ju replied with a smile and a bow. In truth, he was quite intrigued by the novel sights in the city. Under Cui Ju's guidance, Li Shimin soon arrived before a magnificent palace. From a distance, it appeared to be a grand structure with azure tiles, an impressive sight indeed. Indeed, it was a place where vibrant clouds of colors intertwined and faint ribbons of crimson mist appeared. The eaves soared with fantastical beasts, and the tiles shimmered like mandarin ducks. The door was adorned with numerous golden nails, and the lattice was crafted from white jade. The windows radiated with the dawn's light, and the curtains brightened under the electric glow of red. The tower rose majestically into the azure sky, the corridors aligned with the treasure courtyards. The fragrance of incense wafted through the royal garments, and the vermilion silk lanterns illuminated the palace's fans. To the left, fierce bull heads swung. To the right, the rugged Roman visage loomed. The gate ushered in souls and spirits, guiding them with golden tokens, inviting them to the ethereal realms. This was known as the Gate of the Underworld Assembly, leading to the Suruling Hall. As Li Shimin approached the Suruling Hall, 2 figures emerged to greet him. Both were lean and spry, clad in the loose robes of Yama officials. These 2 were none other than the Monkey King and the Ape King, 2 of the 7 great saints of the Demon Clan. Great Emperor of the Tang Dynasty, We have awaited your arrival for quite some time, the Monkey King said. Bowing respectfully, Li Shimin scrutinized the two and frowned slightly. I have heard tales that the underworld is governed by 10 Yama kings. Could it be that this is a mere fabrication? The Ape King waved his hand dismissively. The rumors are not incorrect. I am of the 10 halls. And he is Yama. Together we represent the 10 halls of Yama. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged awkward glances, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. The Monkey King quickly interjected, Ahem, he is merely jesting. I am Qin Guang Wang of the 10 halls of Yama, and he is Chu Jiang Wang. Although the underworld is indeed overseen by 10 Yama kings, only one is on duty at a time. Today, with the Emperor of the Tang dynasty present, we shall extend our hospitality, and thus, my companion and I will take charge of your reception. Li Shimin nodded in understanding and returned their bows. The Monkey King, seeing this, quickly remarked, Your Majesty is a king of the mortal realm, while we are kings of the underworld. There is no need for excessive humility in our meeting. Please, enter the Sing-ruling hall. Even Jiang Feng treated Li Shimin with such courtesy, so the astute Monkey King understood the proper conduct towards him. Li Shimin, upon hearing this, humbly declined to be overly formal. After some mutual politeness, they entered the Sing-ruling hall. Inside, although the Monkey King knew there was no real issue, he pretended to say, Great Emperor of the Tang, that Ao Lun Long ghost warned you against restraining your subordinates, for it could endanger his life. This matter is his own doing. However, he was once a celestial official, and after his demise, came to the underworld to seek justice. We must address his grievances and pull you down to the underworld for the 3 judges to deliberate. This was merely a formality. The dragon ghost had already been reincarnated, and they would soon send someone to return the emperor to the mortal realm. The Monkey King commanded, Bring forth the book of life and death. Let us see how much longevity the emperor of the Tang dynasty is entitled to. Yes, the judge Cui Ju replied with a bow, entering the office to examine the records of kings from all nations until he found the entry for the emperor of the Tang dynasty, which stated his reign would last until the 13th year of the Jingguan era. This cannot be right. Logically speaking, the emperor's life should not have ended yet, and he should be allowed to return to life. As this thought crossed his mind, Cui Ju glanced around, preparing to add a few notations. However, at that moment, the Monkey King swiftly grasped Cui Ju's wrist, his gaze turning icy. What do you intend to do? Caught in the act of attempting to alter the book of life and death, Cui Ju stammered, You wish to add 20 more years to Li Shimin's life, do you not? The Monkey King stated coldly. Cui Ju was taken aback. How did he know his intention? But now was not the time for astonishment. In an instant, Cui Ju knelt and bowed his head. My lord, spare me. I realize my error. The Monkey King chuckled coldly. You are indeed mistaken. Who gave you the authority to add 20 years? He continued, Emperor Li Shimin is a rare enlightened ruler, deserving of a longer lifespan. Instead, listen to me and add 100 years. Upon hearing this, not only Cui Ju, but even Li Shimin was taken aback. Since entering the underworld, not only the spirits, but even Yama had treated him exceptionally well, as if he were the center of a grand performance with all around him acting. Li Shimin mused, I suspect you are all performing for me. Yet I possess no evidence. Then, under the puzzled gaze of Judge Cui Ju, the Monkey King inscribed an additional 100 years to Li Shimin's life in his awkward script. Cui Ju, witnessing this, felt his throat grow dry. Such actions may not adhere to the established protocols, he timidly remarked. Although adding years to one's life would not significantly impact the grand scheme, altering the book of life and death could disrupt the order of the mortal realm. For ordinary individuals, it might not cause major disturbances, but Li Shimin was different. He was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. While he may not be considered a legendary emperor, he was certainly a formidable sovereign. Adding 100 years to his life could lead to unforeseen consequences. The Monkey King shot a sidelong glance at Cui Ju. In this underworld, my words are the law. Are Yama's decrees not sufficient? He retorted, displeased. Cui Ju replied, While Yama's words hold weight, the key issue is that you are not Yama. Beside them, the Ape King waved his hand dismissively. That is enough. There's no need to be so pedantic. Upon hearing this, the Monkey King glared at him, feeling that the remark was somewhat irresponsible. You are no longer the king of monkeys, but the king of Chujiang. Is this something a king of hell should utter? Should Tang Wang harbor any doubts about this, it could lead to significant trouble. The Monkey King felt a surge of anxiety. However, when he cast a sidelong glance at Li Shimin, he immediately sensed that his worries were entirely unfounded. Li Shimin appeared somewhat distracted, murmuring, "Is it not finished yet? I still wish to visit the ghost city of Yuming to observe its many wonders." The Monkey King thought to himself, "What a lecherous fellow." Coughing, he addressed Judge Cui. "Since the Emperor of the Great Tang has not yet reached the end of his life, you should take the Soul Banner and escort His Majesty back to the realm of the living." The Monkey King spoke nonchalantly. However, before Judge Cui could respond, Li Shimin hurriedly interjected, "I shall not leave. This is my first visit to the underworld, and I have yet to witness many of its spectacles. How can I depart so soon?" He turned to Judge Cui, saying, "Cui Aiching, come before the Hall of Samara. You promised to take me back to the ghost city of Yuming. To break your word would be a crime against the Emperor." Upon hearing this, Judge Cui's expression shifted with concern. Logically, after consulting the Book of Life and Death, he should send Li Shimin back to the human realm. Yet, Li Shimin clung to his presence, and the two authorities in the Hall of Samara had yet to speak, leaving him in a dilemma. At that moment, the Monkey King smiled faintly, stating, "Ah, how rare it is for His Majesty to show interest in the projects of my realm. Judge Cui, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take the Emperor of the Tang to the ghost city." Judge Cui was momentarily taken aback. "Your Majesty, are you serious?" he inquired. The Monkey King chuckled. "I speak no jest. Go quickly." "Yes." Judge Cui replied with a bow, a smile gracing his face as he led Li Shimin away from the Hall of Samara. Watching the two depart, the King of Monkeys furrowed his brow in confusion, muttering, "Are we really just letting him go?" The boss has mentioned that Li Shimin is to wander the underworld for 3 days before returning to life. For a mere mortal, returning through the wheel of rebirth is no simple feat if time is delayed. The Monkey King grinned widely. "You are correct, but, is this something you should be concerned about? The boss has hinted to me that should time be delayed, it is the Buddha who shall be anxious, not us. Who knows, perhaps in the end, the Buddha will have to seek our boss's assistance." At this, the two exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into smiles. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Blood Sea in the realm of the underworld, a pair of dark, luminous eyes slowly opened. The Anomaly and the Emperor of the Tang had both arrived. However, an unfamiliar force seemed to shroud this realm of the underworld, causing the journey to the west to progress in a peculiar direction. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's gaze was calm as he spoke. Before him stood two figures, exchanging glances, each with distinct expressions. One was draped in a crimson robe, radiating a Buddha's light, yet his narrow eyes gleamed with lecherous intent. The other, clad in white, held a jade bottle, his demeanor tranquil and serene. These two were the joyful Buddha of Lingshan and Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. Originally, only Avalokiteshvara had been summoned, but the relic of the joyful Buddha had been destroyed by Jiang Feng, and his original body had endured a day and night of divine fire. This agonizing suffering had deepened his hatred for Jiang Feng. Now, upon hearing that Jiang Feng was present, he had requested to come. Hearing Ksitigarbha's words, the joyful Buddha's expression darkened. "Ah, the Anomaly has arrived. I can finally avenge that arrow." Beside him, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva subtly shook her head. "Joyful Buddha, do not forget the instructions given to us by the Buddha when we set out. While the Anomaly must indeed be eradicated, there is no need for haste. Our immediate priority is to ensure the successful progression of the journey to the west. We must guarantee that Emperor Li Shimin traverses the underworld and returns to life after 3 days. The Anomaly can be dealt with after this matter concludes." However, before Avalokiteshvara could finish, the joyful Buddha scoffed. "Li Shimin is but a mere mortal. Can he ascend to the heavens? Avalokiteshvara, you are a powerful being. Handling one insignificant human should be a trivial task. We shall split our efforts. You go to the ghost city of Yuming to ensure the journey to the west proceeds smoothly, while I shall seek to slay the Anomaly." The joyful Buddha's gaze was resolute as he turned to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, asking, "Ksitigarbha, where is the Anomaly now? I shall go and eliminate him at once." Faced with their argument, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva remained unperturbed, replying calmly, "The Emperor of the Tang, Li Shimin, is in the ghost city of Yuming, while the Anomaly resides in Fengdu." Upon hearing this, the joyful Buddha stiffened, his expression becoming peculiar. "Ahem, I suddenly find Avalokiteshvara's reasoning quite sound. The journey to the west is crucial for the prosperity of the west. We must not be careless. I shall accompany Avalokiteshvara to the ghost city of Yuming to ensure Li Shimin's safe return to life." What a jest! Fengdu is the core of the underworld, the realm of the Emperor of Fengdu. As the supreme ruler of the underworld, the Emperor of Fengdu possesses formidable strength. The joyful Buddha is certainly no match for him. to venture to Fengdu to kill someone? Unless the joyful Buddha has lost his mind. Both Avalokiteshvara and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva were astute enough to grasp this point. That said, the anomaly cannot be left unchecked. Otherwise, it will inevitably lead to even greater chaos in the future. Currently, only Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva can contend with the Emperor of Fengdu. If you go to Fengdu seeking someone, the Emperor will not spare you for the sake of a mere dragon of misfortune, the joyful Buddha advised. Ksitigarbha nodded in agreement. Indeed, but I must remain here to maintain order. Before he could finish, a distortion appeared in the void behind him. In the next moment, 6 figures emerged amidst the rippling distortions. Chapter 66. Avalokiteshvara. I can see at a glance that you are no Buddha. These 6 individuals were Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's disciples, tasked with overseeing the 6 realms of reincarnation. The 6 realms of reincarnation were formed from the ancient chaos, a remnant of the battle between the witches and the demons. With the establishment of the 6 realms, living beings could reincarnate, a merit comparable to that of Nuwa creating humanity. Over the years, the merit had grown so vast that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had achieved a saintly status akin to Nuwa. However, the 6 realms had caught the attention of the West. The ancient powers of the Western teachings, led by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, vowed not to attain Buddhahood until hell was empty. Thus, he descended into the underworld, taking control of the Blood Sea, secretly guiding the Azura clan into the Buddhist fold. The 8 heavenly dragons of the Western Ling Mountain were transformed from the Azura clan. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's second and most crucial objective in the underworld was the 6 realms of reincarnation. He dispatched his disciples to occupy this domain, under the pretense of maintaining order. But in reality, he was siphoning the merits of the 6 realms. These 6 disciples, though lacking true enlightenment, were formidable beings, all at the level of great Luo golden immortals, or even beyond. They were the treasure-holding youth, overseeing the realm of hungry ghosts, the flame demon envoy, governing the realm of hell, the great compassionate celestial maiden, in charge of the realm of Azurus, the treasure maiden, overseeing the human realm, the Deva king, ruling over the realm of animals, the celestial envoy, presiding over the realm of heavenly beings. These 6 were unparalleled powers across the 3 realms. Typically, the appearance of even one of them signified significant affairs within the underworld. Now, with all 6 summoned by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, it was clear they were preparing to exert pressure on the Emperor of Fengdu. The glorious joy Buddha gazed at the 6 individuals, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He had long heard that within the depths of the underworld, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva possessed unfathomable power, and even his disciples were rare paragons of strength in the 3 realms. Today, witnessing it firsthand, he realized the truth of those words. If the Emperor of Fengdu refused to comply, it would surely lead to an outright confrontation, he muttered. Upon hearing this, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva revealed a rare smile, stating, "How can matters concerning the monastic order be deemed as theft? It is merely a destined connection with our Buddhist teachings. Should the Emperor of Fengdu possess wisdom, he would not obstruct this ordained fate." With that, he gestured to his 6 disciples. "Proceed, and remember to be courteous in your discourse." The 6 nodded in unison, clasped their hands together, and chanted, "Amitabha, we understand." As their voices faded, the 6 figures retreated simultaneously, accompanied by a distortion of the void, vanishing into thin air. Witnessing this, the glorious joy Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva exchanged astonished glances. If Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's disciples possessed such formidable might, what level of power must the Bodhisattva himself possess? They both silently concluded that he was likely not inferior to the top 10 Buddhas of Ling Mountain. Amitabha. Since Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva has stepped in to aid me in resolving this anomaly, I can confidently proceed to the ghost city of the underworld to escort Li Shimin back to life, ensuring the successful unfolding of the journey to the west. With this, the 2 transformed into radiant rainbows and departed. Once everyone had left, tranquility returned to the banks of the river of blood. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, with hands clasped in prayer, chanted a Buddhist mantra and slowly dipped his hands into the sea of blood. In the next moment, the surface of the blood sea shimmered with Buddhist light, and several figures with green faces and sharp fangs emerged, only to dissipate into the void moments later. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva raised an eyebrow, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Well done, well done." In the underworld, the ghost city came into view as the glorious joy Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva crossed the ghost gate, where they were met with the sight of several enchanting female ghosts. They donned various attire. Some appeared pure, others seductive, some mature and refined. Outfits ranged from maid uniforms to nurse attire, and even Lolita dresses, supplemented with alluring props. The glorious Joy Buddha stood stunned at this spectacle. What is this? Perhaps my entrance was ill-conceived. This is far too testing. At this moment, he felt compelled to question the 10 Yama kings. What are you doing? Is this how you challenge a Buddha? Which Buddha can withstand such trials? However, he then thought, Amaba, I wish to confront my weakness. With hands clasped, he approached the female ghosts. His eyes darkened as he declared, Bold spirits, how dare you toy with me? Yet, out of compassion, I offer you a chance. Assist me in my cultivation. If you can disrupt my focus, I shall allow you to depart. As he spoke, he suppressed his radiant aura, fearing it might scorch them. The female spirits, startled by this peculiar monk, instinctively felt a sense of dread from the aura he exuded. Even more alarming were his words, which seemed utterly bizarre. Noticing their reaction, the glorious Joy Buddha raised an eyebrow, displeasure etched across his face. What, do you refuse? I am one of the 3,000 Buddhas of the Western Paradise, the glorious Joy Buddha. To behold my presence is a fortune accrued over several lifetimes. Dare you reject me? Upon hearing the glorious Joy Buddha's name, fear intensified on the faces of the female spirits. Just then, a majestic figure dressed in a dragon robe approached from a distance, bellowing, Halt, you bald monk. Rather than partake in your rituals within the temple, you dare come to the underworld to harass innocent female spirits? Do you not fear for your life? Li Shimin's voice resonated with the authority of an emperor, emanating an unparalleled aura of dominance that momentarily subdued the glorious Joy Buddha. Meanwhile, the female spirits gazed upon him with admiration, their eyes sparkling. However, the glorious Joy Buddha soon regained his composure. He recognized that this man rebuking him was merely a mortal spirit. How dare you, a mere mortal, speak to me in such a manner? Do you seek death? Oh wait, you are already dead. Foolish creature, do you not believe that with a mere word, I can cast your spirit into the depths of the 18 layers of hell, where you shall suffer eternally? Upon uttering these words, he expected fear to wash over his adversary. To his astonishment, Li Shimin not only remained unafraid but became enraged. The glorious Joy Buddha? Huh. You dare claim to be my superior, while attempting to toy with these virtuous women in my presence. The Western Buddhist order may speak of compassion and virtue, yet it conceals filth and hypocrisy. It seems that upon my return to life, I shall not only dismantle all temples in the southern continent, but also uproot this so-called Tianju entirely. The glorious Joy Buddha scoffed. Do you believe you are Li Shimin? This is a place from which one cannot return. Regardless of your former status as an emperor, here I am the master. Yet, before he could finish, Guanyin Bodhisattva unleashed a powerful strike upon the glorious Joy Buddha's back. A spurt of golden blood erupted from his mouth. Gripping her pure vessel, Guanyin Bodhisattva declared, Bold spirit, I see through your disguise. You are no Buddha. I will expose your true form. Chapter 67, The Celestial Treasure, the Six Souls Banner. The glorious Joy Buddha exclaimed. What is happening? The esteemed Guanyin Bodhisattva is resorting to an ambush? Guanyin, what madness is this? Can you not see? I am the glorious Joy Buddha. At this, Guanyin's murderous intent only intensified. Silence. A demon is a demon, and you dare speak so boastfully? I shall capture you. With that, she summoned forth her pure and luminous vase. Simultaneously, Guanyin turned to Li Shimin, urgently stating, Your Majesty, retreat. Allow me to subdue this impostor posing as a Western Buddha. Your precious life must not be endangered by the aftermath of my battle. Upon hearing her words, Li Shimin nodded and chuckled. So this Buddha is but a demon in disguise. I nearly misunderstood. The compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva has arrived just in time. Swiftly act to slay this demon. Though he spoke thus, as an emperor, he discerned Guanyin's true intentions. This would be a delightful spectacle of conflict. He had no qualms about feigning ignorance, wishing to witness the drama unfold between the two. Observing Guanyin unleash her pure vase, the glorious Joy Buddha felt a surge of anger, but upon hearing her words, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. No wonder this spirit's aura could intimidate him. It was Li Shimin. If he were to make a statement that led to Li Shimin harboring animosity towards the Western Paradise, it could jeopardize the entire journey to the West endeavor. He, the glorious Joy Buddha, would become the architect of this calamity. This was a responsibility he could not bear. In the face of life and death, clarity washed over the glorious Joy Buddha, and in a flash, he responded with a sinister grin. Ha ha ha. No wonder you are Guanyin Bodhisattva. able to see through my flawless disguise. I am indeed of the demon race, here solely to sow discord between the Tang Emperor and the Buddhist order. Unexpectedly, you have seen through my disguise. Upon hearing these words, Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression darkened. How audacious! Do you dare to act even more farcically? It is inconceivable for a villain to openly confess to their schemes. With such a performance, are you afraid that Li Shimin might actually believe you? At this moment, Guanyin cast a sidelong glance at Li Shimin, who was observing the two with great interest. Notably, when Guanyin summoned the pure luminous vase, he could not help but applaud, exclaiming his approval. After all, for Li Shimin, opportunities to witness such a spectacle, watching a dog-eat-dog scenario without any cost, are rare. Sometimes, feigning ignorance may yield better results than being perpetually astute. Seeing this scene, Guanyin was invigorated, her aura suddenly surging. You audacious fiend, I shall take you down. With a commanding shout, the pure luminous vase transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Dingguang Huanqi Buddha. Dingguang Huanqi Buddha had already recognized the gravity of the situation. His earlier lapse had nearly led to a catastrophic offense against Li Shimin. If he truly allowed Li Shimin to return, as a sovereign, his word would hold undeniable weight, and he could easily wage war against the West. When the human army clashed, unstoppable in their might, no ordinary deity could intervene. After all, both deities and immortals cultivate the path of purity. Slaying mortals would entangle one in profound karmic repercussions. The more powerful the individual, the more severe the consequences. Not everyone possesses a treasure like the Rui Jinggubang that allows for killing without karmic debt. Now, he must shed his identity as Dingguang Huanqi Buddha and endure Guanyin's wrath. Otherwise, the repercussions would be dire. Faced with the descending pure luminous face. Although Dingguang Huanqi Buddha prepared to confront it, his stance was merely for show. After years of camaraderie with Guanyin, having practiced the joyful Zen together, she would likely be merely putting on a performance without inflicting severe harm. While pondering this, the pure luminous vase struck down. Bang! With a dull thud. The white jade vase landed squarely on his head. In an instant, it felt as though a mountain had crashed upon him, sending a tremor through his entire being. It felt less like a vase and more like a towering mountain, weighing heavily upon him. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and a rush of heat cascaded down his face, followed by excruciating pain. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted. Sihong, you are serious. Dingguang Huanqi Buddha roared in fury, clutching his head. Had he not previously cultivated the body-refining techniques of the Jie sect and the formidable golden body of Buddhism, this blow alone would have cost him dearly. Upon hearing this, Guanyin's expression darkened further. You vile creatures, even at death's door, you dare to speak so brazenly. You shall experience my might. With that, Guanyin spread her arms slightly, and a brilliant light enveloped her form. Simultaneously, countless arms extended from behind her, her aura swelling. At this moment, Guanyin stood upon the Seven Treasures Lotus platform, wielding the pure luminous vase and the pure willow branch, showcasing her most formidable state as the thousand-armed Guanyin. In the next instant, Guanyin unleashed her powers, channeling numerous Buddhist techniques through her multitude of arms, directing them like a torrential rain towards Dingguang Huanqi Buddha. In response, Dingguang Huanqi Buddha summoned forth his true fire, waving his hand to reveal a long banner. This banner, a faint dark hue, was slender and bore 6 tails. It was the Heavenly Tao's extraordinary treasure, the 6 Souls banner. During the calamity of the investiture of the gods, it was this very banner that allowed the Tongtian cult master to turn the tide of battle. However, it was stolen by the long-eared Dingguang immortal, leading to the failure of the Celestial Assembly. Since then, the 6 Souls banner had remained in Dingguang Huanqi Buddha's possession, a treasured weapon. This banner was immensely fearsome. Not only did it possess great power, but one could also inscribe the names of 6 individuals on its tails. With daily worship, the 6 Souls banner could connect to the heavenly way, directly erasing the names inscribed. Even a sage could not escape its constraints, provided the wielder was also a sage. And now, in the hands of long-eared Dingguang Immortal, it was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Guanyin sensed the presence of this artifact and was instantly alarmed. Huanqi Buddha, you have lost your mind, she conveyed telepathically. Humph, who is truly mad, you or I? Unleashing a treasure without mercy. If it were any other Deluo Jinxian, they would have been smashed to pieces by your vase. Dingguang Huanqi Buddha retorted. Guanyin shook her head in resignation. Who is Li Shimin? If the performance is not convincing enough, how will he believe it? The emperor is not easily deceived. This is for the sake of the Western paradise and for your own sake, Guanyin urged. Upon hearing this, Dingguang Huanchi Buddha hesitated momentarily, his expression growing increasingly conflicted. In the next moment, he seemed to arrive at a significant decision, his gaze darkening. Do not slap my face. After a bout of exchanges, Dingguang Huanchi Buddha was thoroughly beaten. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to Guanyin Bodhisattva. In fact, with the Six Souls banner in hand, he was arguably stronger. However, in this battle, he could not afford to appear too powerful, nor could he unleash Buddhist techniques, lest Li Shimin detect any anomalies. Although Li Shimin's mind was as clear as a mirror, it did not prevent him from enjoying this spectacle of dog-eat-dog. Eventually, the bruised Dingguang Huanchi Buddha was confined within the pure luminous vase, marking the end of this farce. Is this it? Li Shimin mused, somewhat dissatisfied. Time spent in pleasure is always fleeting. With Dingguang Huanchi Buddha subdued, Guanyin regained her composure, elegantly holding the vase as she approached Li Shimin. Amipa. This fiend impersonated the Buddha of the Western paradise, tarnishing the image of the Buddhist order, and deliberately came here to deceive the Tang Emperor, attempting to sow discord between the Buddhist realm and the Tang dynasty. Such heinous crimes are intolerable by heaven and earth. Now that I have acted to subdue him, I implore the Tang Emperor not to fall for this fiend's provocations and take actions against the Buddhist order. Li Shimin smiled lightly. What the Bodhisattva says is true. As the ruler of a nation, I shall not be misled by a despicable fiend. However, since this fiend is so grievously wicked, why not eliminate him directly to prevent future troubles? Upon hearing this, Guanyin could not help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. My, how ruthless you are. Amitba. As a monk, I must embody compassion. The Buddha teaches that even sweeping the ground may harm the life of an ant, and one must cherish the moth that flutters around the lamp. Even though this fiend is utterly wicked, he is not beyond redemption. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. Guanyin clasped her hands together, urging earnestly. Li Shimin could not help but sneer. A wicked person lays down the butcher's knife and becomes a Buddha? The innocent souls slain beneath the knife not only become vengeful spirits, but are also subjected to the absurdity of endless retribution. If they do not comply, they disrespect the Buddha's teachings and face grim fates. How is this just? If the wicked are treated this way, what of the virtuous? They fast and chant, pleading for the Buddha's grace, yet sometimes, due to trivial matters, they suffer severe penalties from the very Buddha they revere. What sort of logic is this? Though Li Shimin did not believe in Buddhism, he had some understanding of it. The Buddha professes that all beings are equal, yet simultaneously delineates hierarchies among them. Even within the Lingshan, the 3,000 Buddhas must be arranged in ranks. To Li Shimin, this was undeniably laughable. He gazed quietly at Guanyin Bodhisattva and remarked softly, as a Bodhisattva, you are naturally compassionate, but I do not comprehend such compassion. Just now, that audacious fiend dared to confront me again. If the Bodhisattva does not execute him, then I shall take it upon myself. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. What grievance or enmity does Li Shimin harbor that he seeks to obliterate the glorious Joy Buddha? Amitba, your majesty, the Tang Emperor must not be enraged. Indeed, this fiend has infringed upon your majesty and warrants your judgment. However, he is steeped in malevolence and has impersonated our Buddha, tarnishing the reputation of the Buddhist community. Thus, I must escort him back to the Western paradise to face divine retribution, Avalokiteshvara declared solemnly. At this juncture, Li Shimin realized that it was implausible to slay the glorious Joy Buddha at the hands of Avalokiteshvara. Furthermore, should he provoke them, their refusal to play along would not bode well for him. Very well, since the Bodhisattva has spoken, I shall refrain from further villainy. Please proceed, Bodhisattva, Li Shimin said, waving his hand towards Avalokiteshvara and turning to join the gathering of middle-aged female spirits participating in the square dance. The vast expanse of the horizon is my love. Witnessing this scene, Avalokiteshvara furrowed her brows. Something felt amiss. Indeed, the entire atmosphere of the underworld city was peculiar. What on earth were these bizarre happenings? Yet, Avalokiteshvara had no desire to concern herself with the absurdity of the underworld city. Her focus remained on Li Shimin's resurrection. According to destiny, he was to wander the netherworld for 3 days before returning to life. Time was of the essence, and any delay was unacceptable. Gritting her teeth, Avalokiteshvara approached Li Shimin. As she was about to speak, Li Shimin noticed her and inquired, "What is it, Bodhisattva? Are you joining as well?" Avalokiteshvara replied, "No, that is unnecessary, your majesty." It is time for you to return to life. Li Shimin, while continuing to dance, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Why the rush? It is not every day that I visit the underworld. The king of hell is hospitable and wishes for me to experience more. Besides, the matter of returning to life is of my own concern. If I am not in a hurry, why should you be?" With a raised eyebrow, he added, "If you have come to join, I welcome you. If you are here to urge my departure, it is best not to speak further. Your Majesty." Avalokiteshvara attempted to persuade him again, but she was met with Li Shimin's icy gaze. Am I not being clear enough? The moment those words left his lips, Avalokiteshvara was momentarily taken aback. This was the arrogance of an emperor. Who could compel him to do what he did not wish? Although Li Shimin was destined to return to life, he could not be forced to leave. Otherwise, if he were angered, not only would the grand endeavor of the journey to the west be thwarted, but all of the western Bull province would suffer as well. What to do? Avalokiteshvara retreated, feeling a sense of urgency. However, as she observed the surrounding chaos, a certain individual suddenly came to mind. The one capable of causing such turmoil in the underworld could only be one person. The Anomaly, Jiang Feng. Initially, it was he who persuaded Li Shimin to willingly enter the underworld. As the saying goes, to untie a bell, one must find the one who tied it. Perhaps only he could convince the Tang Emperor to return to life. The Anomaly, Jiang Feng. This is not good. Suddenly, a thought struck Avalokiteshvara, and a flicker of alarm crossed her beautiful eyes. The 6 formidable beings under the King of Hell's command had likely already arrived in Fengdu. Oh, may that anomaly not cause any trouble. Lost in thought, Avalokiteshvara swiftly summoned her 7 treasures lotus platform and transformed into a rainbow, departing. In the underworld at Fengdu, Jiang Feng was observing the happenings within the underworld city through the Fengdu wheel with the Emperor of Fengdu. Suddenly, the ground trembled and the Emperor's gaze sharpened. A visitor has arrived. Before he could finish speaking, the Emperor waved his hand, and Jiang Feng felt the world around him whirl, becoming blurred. As both he and the Emperor materialized outside Fengdu, not far away, 6 figures floated in the air. Upon their appearance, the 6 exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward. This individual possessed sharp brows and bright eyes, with a tall stature, and despite being clad in a robe, his aura of menace could not be concealed. He was the foremost disciple of the King of Hell, the celestial messenger overseeing the realm of gods. He gazed at the Emperor of Fengdu and Jiang Feng and bowed respectfully. Seeing this, the Emperor of Fengdu, with a grave expression, smiled, saying, "Today, what peculiar wind has swept through my underworld to bring you 6 here? What business do you have?" As the representative of the 6, the celestial messenger replied with a faint smile, "Amitabha, we have come to discuss a matter with the great emperor." "What matter? Speak plainly," the Emperor of Fengdu replied expressionlessly. The celestial messenger's smile turned cold. "Please, great emperor, for the sake of decorum, hand over the anomaly beside you." Chapter 69. If you don't want to maintain decorum, I shall assist you in doing so. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh. How amusing. They had come for him. Although unaware of their identities, he could sense that they were all formidable beings, at least of the Deluo golden immortal caliber. 6 powerful beings had descended upon Fengdu with great fanfare, targeting him. A Tai golden immortal. This was perhaps an unprecedented event throughout history. He could only wonder what the Emperor of Fengdu's response would be. The Emperor of Fengdu's gaze turned frosty, and what if I refused to hand him over? The celestial messenger exchanged glances with the other 5. A disdainful smile forming on their lips. The Emperor wonders why we 6 have come together. I previously mentioned decorum, requesting that you hand over the anomaly. If you choose not to uphold decorum, we shall assist you in maintaining it. With that, the celestial messenger waved his hand, and the other 5 advanced simultaneously. In an instant, the 6 formidable beings descended, their overwhelming aura sweeping outward. Witnessing this, the Emperor of Fengdu showed no fear. "Humph. You 6 think you can snatch someone from me? It seems that the King of Hell taught you methods, but neglected to teach you humility." As his words fell, the Emperor of Fengdu stepped forward, a ripple of inky blackness emanating from beneath his feet. The overwhelming aura of a peak Deluo golden immortal radiated from him. Tension crackled in the air as both sides stood poised for confrontation. Observing this, Jiang Feng took 2 steps back, distancing himself from the impending battle. With his hands clasped behind his back, he summoned the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus and the God-slaying blade to appear in his hands. He understood he could not intervene in such a high-stakes conflict. but that did not prevent him from lurking in the shadows, ready to ambush. With the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus and the God-slaying blade, should he strike successfully, even a Deluo Golden Immortal would find themselves ensnared. Just as the tension reached its peak, a figure in white rushed toward them from a distance. Before she arrived, a voice rang out, "Do not engage in battle. This is all a misunderstanding." At the sound of her voice, everyone turned in unison. The newcomer was none other than Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva of the Western Paradise. Observing the situation, the celestial messenger and the others exchanged glances, dissipating the overwhelming aura surrounding them. The Emperor of Fengdu also waved his hand, dispersing the swirling black ripples at his feet. He looked at the weary Avalokiteshvara and coldly inquired, "Avalokiteshvara, what brings you here?" Avalokiteshvara composed herself, clasped her hands together, and calmly replied, "Amitabha, I have come to mediate. This is all a misunderstanding." Upon hearing this, not only the Emperor of Fengdu, but even the 6 powerful beings under the King of Hell were taken aback. What was happening? Initially, it was she who spoke of slaying the Anomaly, prompting the 6 to join forces. Now, with both sides poised for battle, she claimed it was a misunderstanding. "Avalokiteshvara, what do you mean by this?" The celestial messenger asked sternly. Avalokiteshvara bowed and said, "Amitabha, we are all monks of the Western Paradise, and it is our duty to embody compassion. Although the Dragon King of Jing is indeed an anomaly, he is still one of the sentient beings. To indiscriminately extinguish him would contradict the very principles of our Buddhist teachings. Moreover, you all are formidable followers of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who represents our Western Buddhist order and presides over the netherworld. It is imperative that we coexist harmoniously with the Emperor of Fengdu. Should conflict arise between us, it could reverberate throughout the entire realm of the dead, adversely affecting the myriad souls. Thus, I implore you, for the sake of this humble monk, to cease this hostilities." The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara advised. Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt a lingering confusion, yet Jiang Feng perceived the truth. "Is it possible that the Bodhisattva requires my assistance?" he inquired with a smile. Avalokiteshvara, caught off guard, offered an awkward laugh. "Jiang, you jest. What could a humble monk like me possibly request of you?" Jiang Feng nodded. "Very well, since that is the case. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave." With that, he prepared to employ his escape technique. Observing this, Avalokiteshvara's lips twitched, and she hastily exclaimed, "Jiang, please wait. I do have something I need your help with." This revelation clarified the situation for the others. No wonder Avalokiteshvara exhibited such peculiar behavior. She required Jiang Feng's assistance. However, how amusing. Just moments ago, they were poised for conflict, demanding his compliance, and now they appeared so humble, seeking aid. The Western Buddhist order comprises such fickle and duplicitous individuals. Jiang Feng, ignore them. With me here, you are safe. The Emperor of Fengdu was not without his temper. Yet, Jiang Feng merely smiled and waved his hand. "Thank you for your support, Emperor, but I am intrigued to hear what the Bodhisattva wishes for my assistance with." He turned to Avalokiteshvara. "Bodhisattva, please, enlighten me." Upon hearing this, Avalokiteshvara relaxed internally. This anomaly was indeed a decent fellow. At least he was amicable. "Jiang, this matter is quite confidential. May I speak with you privately?" she requested. Speak plainly without any tricks." The Emperor of Fengdu retorted coldly. Jiang Feng smiled lightly. "Emperor, it is of no concern. I have dealt with the Bodhisattva before. Since she wishes to converse privately, I shall not retreat." With that, he directly followed Avalokiteshvara to a secluded area. Jiang Feng was unafraid of any schemes from her, for the current circumstances favored the Buddhist order. If Avalokiteshvara truly intended to act against him, she would not have attempted to halt the imminent battle. Furthermore, he held the talisman of Muzha, rendering her actions cautious. Soon, they arrived at a tranquil spot, and Jiang Feng regarded Avalokiteshvara with a knowing smile, awaiting her words. Avalokiteshvara wasted no time, stating plainly, "Did you create the chaos along the Yellow Springs Road and in the ghost city of the underworld? Indeed, what of it? Are you interested, Bodhisattva?" Jiang Feng replied with a light chuckle. Avalokiteshvara's gaze turned icy. "You disgrace the moral fabric of society. However, I have no desire to concern myself with such matters. I wish to ask you for a favor, to persuade Li Shimin to return to the land of the living swiftly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng burst into laughter. "Ah, Bodhisattva, do you recall our conversation in Chang'an? I merely assisted in guiding the emperor of the Tang dynasty to the underworld, but what transpires there is beyond my purview. At that time, you agreed. So why the sudden change of heart? Avalokiteshvara's expression darkened. I am aware of that. However, the delay of the Tang Emperor's return is intricately linked to your arrangements in the underworld. Before she could finish, Jiang Feng interrupted. It is easy to summon a deity, but challenging to send one away. This is a matter for your Buddhist order, and I have no part in it. Furthermore, Li Shimin is a wise ruler. He would not linger in comfort and pleasure, delaying his return to the living. There must be some hidden circumstances at play. At this, Avalokiteshvara paused, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions. Jiang Feng noted her reaction and smiled knowingly. Avalokiteshvara understood that some truths are impossible to conceal. With a resigned sigh, she recounted the conflict between the Buddha of Joy and Li Shimin in detail. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. How intriguing. The Buddha of Joy's true essence has also arrived, which sparked a bold idea in Jiang Feng's mind. Nevertheless, he feigned a troubled expression. Bodhisattva, this matter is rather complicated. Even if I wish to assist you, I find myself powerless. Avalokiteshvara, being astute, recognized Jiang Feng's intentions. She regarded him with a hint of helplessness in her gaze. You may propose a condition. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's demeanor shifted dramatically. He thumped his chest and declared, I, Jiang Feng, have no other interest but to be of service to others. Moreover, this task benefits all sentient beings. No matter how arduous, I shall lend my utmost support. Now, let us discuss the terms. Witnessing Jiang Feng's righteous stance, Avalokiteshvara could not help but twitch her lips. Regardless of whether he was an anomaly, he was certainly infuriating. What nonsense. I can assist in persuading the Tang Emperor to return to life, but as for the terms, I require only one item. What item? Avalokiteshvara inquired, raising an eyebrow. The Six Souls banner, Jiang Feng stated directly. Before Avalokiteshvara could respond, the Buddha of Joy, sealed within the pure and clear glazed bottle, erupted in protest. You speak nonsense. The Six Souls banner is my lifeblood. I can never part with it, he shouted. However, Jiang Feng was unaware of his outburst. Only Avalokiteshvara understood the Buddha of Joy's words. What did he say? Jiang Feng asked. Avalokiteshvara's expression was peculiar as she pondered before replying. He said it is acceptable. The Buddha of Joy was aghast. What? Acceptable? Is that truly what I said? Avalokiteshvara, what do you mean? The Six Souls banner is an extraordinary treasure, invaluable beyond measure. Even if you were to kill me, I could never surrender it. You too should abandon this notion. Avalokiteshvara shook her head in resignation. Joyful Buddha, you are mistaken. The Six Souls banner cannot be wielded so easily. While it is indeed formidable, as an artifact of the celestial teacher, only disciples of the Jia sect may utilize it. You, though a former attendant among the 7 fairies of the Jia sect, can only access a fraction of its power. To inscribe names on the banner's tail and claim lives can only be accomplished by a sage. This anomaly, Jiang Feng, is not of the Jia sect, and thus will not be recognized by the Six Souls banner. As such a divine object fell into his hands, it was no different from a mere fire stick. Presently, giving him the Six Souls banner was merely a temporary measure. Once Li Shimin reincarnates, we may strike again to kill and seize treasures, which is not out of the question. Amidst the conversation, the cold intent to kill flickered in Guanin's eyes. However, she quickly masked this unusual expression. This remark served as a reminder for the Buddha of Joyful Light. Upon hearing it, the Buddha pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, let it be as you say. The Six Souls banner bears the restrictions of the celestial teacher, rendering disciples outside of the incapable of wielding it. This is why the Six Souls banner has remained in the hands of the Buddha of Joyful Light and was not taken by the 2 Western Buddhas. Even if they obtained it, it would merely be a useless object. Guanin nodded. Jiang Feng, I promise you this, but you must first return Li Shimin to life. Only then can I hand over the Six Souls banner to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled. Bodhisattva, if that is your stance, then it lacks sincerity. Guanin's gaze grew cold. Do you distrust me, or do you doubt the Buddhist teachings of the West? I am a monk, and as a monk, I do not speak falsely. Jiang Feng shrugged. A monk does not speak falsely? Ha ha ha, during my time in Chang'an, you even engaged in ghost summoning for life-taking. As for trust, whether it's you or the Buddhist realm, I find it hard to believe in either. Jiang Feng remarked nonchalantly. His words were light. Yet Guanin's expression darkened further. Arrogant. Even the Jade Emperor must show her respect. How dare this Jiang Feng act in such a manner? Jiang Feng, young man, do not be too arrogant. Guanyin spoke in a low tone. Jiang Feng smiled calmly. Arrogance? Can that be called youthful? Moreover, you are the one seeking my assistance. You have no bargaining power. Jiang Feng felt assured in this matter. He understood that Li Shimin's refusal to return to life was a significant issue. Additionally, this predicament was instigated by the Buddha of Joyful Light, who undoubtedly wished to resolve it discreetly. Should it alarm the Tathagata, he would be in serious trouble. In this matter, Jiang Feng held absolute initiative. After hesitating for a moment, Guanyin seemed to be consulting with the Buddha of Joyful Light. The next moment, she waved her hand and tossed a long banner towards him. It was indeed the Six Souls banner. Jiang Feng examined the Six Souls banner closely. Its appearance was ancient and unremarkable. Yet, within it, one could faintly sense a profound aura circulating along the banner. Even without knowing the illustrious name of this treasure, it was evident that this item was extraordinary. Here is the item. Swiftly proceed to the underworld ghost city and persuade Li Shimin to return to life. Guanyin spoke with a stiff tone. Jiang Feng chuckled, casually stowing away the Six Souls banner as he headed towards the underworld ghost city. Watching Jiang Feng's departing figure, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Guanyin's eyes. In the pure crystal bottle, the Buddha of Joyful Light gritted his teeth. Humph, reckless fool. Once Li Shimin is sent off, I shall make you aware that the Six Souls banner is not so easily obtained. Guanyin, quickly follow him. Soon, Jiang Feng and Guanyin returned to the underworld ghost city. Jiang Feng surveyed his surroundings, ultimately focusing on a group of middle-aged female ghosts dancing in the square. At that moment, Li Shimin was joyfully joining in the dance. Just then, Jiang Feng descended from the sky, landing within the underworld ghost city. Your Majesty, it is time to return to life. At the moment Jiang Feng arrived, he caught Li Shimin's attention. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin ceased his movements and approached with a gentle smile. Good. Not far away. Guanyin had just arrived and was taken aback by the scene. This was it. Despite her efforts to persuade, she had not only failed to convince him, but had nearly provoked his anger. Yet, here, with a single word from Jiang Feng, Li Shimin readily agreed. The decisiveness and enthusiasm of his response stood in stark contrast to her own efforts, leaving Guanyin feeling defeated for the first time. In the pure crystal bottle, the Buddha of Joyful Light was equally astonished. Did Li Shimin agree so easily? Did this mean that the value of the Six Souls banner was merely equivalent to Jiang Feng's words? Jiang Feng chuckled inwardly. If Li Shimin did not return to life, there would be no journey to the west. Without the grand undertaking of the journey to the west, how could my subsequent plans unfold? Jiang Feng harbored cold laughter within. Returning Li Shimin to life was both the desire of the Buddhist realm and Jiang Feng's own intention. Li Shimin's reluctance to leave was not due to attachment to this place, but rather because he had not yet met Jiang Feng. For him to heed the words of the Buddhist practitioners and leave obediently was simply out of the question. As Li Shimin passed through the Hall of the Dead and exited the underworld ghost city, a powerful aura suddenly surged behind Jiang Feng. At that moment, the smile on Jiang Feng's face froze. He turned abruptly to see Guanyin holding the pure bottle, its bottom facing the sky and the mouth facing down, gently tapping the bottom with her hand. With a burst of golden light, the figure of the Buddha of Joyful Light emerged from the pure crystal bottle. The instant he appeared, the Buddha of Joyful Light's gaze turned cold, fixated on Jiang Feng. Wicked dragon, I shall have your life. Before his words faded, the Buddha's aura surged, golden light flashing around him as he manifested his golden body. Facing Jiang Feng, he turned his palm and without hesitation, unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, the fierce wind generated by the strike caused Jiang Feng's garments to flutter wildly. However, at that moment, a figure clad in a black and red dragon robe seemingly appeared out of thin air, standing protectively in front of Jiang Feng. The next moment, with a swift motion of his sleeve, the overwhelming force shattered the incoming strike completely, radiating imperial might. Upon seeing this figure, both the Buddha of Joyful Light and Guanyin were taken aback. Emperor of Fengdu, what brings you here? The Buddha of Joyful Light stammered in surprise. The Emperor of Fengdu chuckled coldly. This is the underworld, and as its ruler, I naturally belong here. However, you, Buddhist practitioners, seek to slay my celestial beings in the underworld. What are your true intentions? The Emperor of Fengdu questioned coldly. The Buddha of Joyful Light was not referring to that at all. He thought to himself, shouldn't he, the Emperor of Fengdu, be entangled with the celestial enforcers right now? He was mistaken. The celestial enforcers were targeting Jiang Feng, not the Emperor of Fengdu. Furthermore, as the ruler of the underworld, the emperor possessed considerable power. It would be foolish for the celestial enforcers to provoke him without reason. Haha, Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Jiang Feng stood behind the great emperor of Fengdu, laughing heartily. The great emperor of Fengdu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for thanks. My intent is not to protect you, but merely a disdain for this group of fools from the Buddhist sect." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Guanyin Bodhisattva and the joyful Buddha of Dingguang. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged forth like a mountain torrent, sweeping toward the two. However, at that moment, the void before them began to distort, and 6 figures stepped forth from the abyss. The celestial messenger was the first to act, waving his hand to dissipate the oppressive force of the great emperor of Fengdu. Simultaneously, the fiery demon messenger glanced back at Guanyin Bodhisattva, asking, "Shall we make our move now?" Before Guanyin could respond, the joyful Buddha of Dingguang laughed heartily. "You have arrived just in time." He stepped forward, gazing arrogantly at the great emperor of Fengdu with a cold smile. "Great emperor, do you still wish to remain obstinate and shield this anomaly? Your power is formidable, yet a single fist cannot contend against 4 hands. Do you truly believe you can resist us 8 alone?" The great emperor of Fengdu surveyed the gathered assembly, his eyes finally resting on the joyful Buddha of Dingguang. "Merely 8 Deluo Jingshians, yet you dare to act so arrogantly before me. Do not forget, this is the underworld, and I am its sovereign." He scoffed. "Outnumbered, you say? Very well, I shall accompany you to the end." The great emperor of Fengdu's expression grew serious. In the next moment, he slowly extended his arms, and from his palms burst forth an inky black radiance. Boom! 2 beams of light shot skyward, merging at a great height. In an instant, the black light twisted, transforming into a massive wave of dense black mist. Thunder roared as it erupted from this churning darkness. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the great emperor of Fengdu bellowed, "Where are the 5 ghost emperors of the underworld?" His voice echoed like thunder. "We are here." A chorus of voices answered from within the mist. As the words fell, several powerful figures emerged from the shadows. The 5 ghost emperors were not merely 5 individuals, but formidable guardians of the underworld. The Eastern Ghost Emperor, Yu Lei. The Southern Ghost Emperor, Du Ziren. The Western Ghost Emperor, Zhao Wenha. The Northern Ghost Emperor, Zhang Hong. And the Central Ghost Emperor, Zhou Qi. It is well known that the 5 ghost emperors comprise 9 powerful beings. The moment these 9 appeared, a chilling aura enveloped the area, releasing a formidable presence from their beings. At this moment, the great emperor of Fengdu stood solemnly before the 5 ghost emperors, his gaze fixed on the 8 formidable beings of the Buddhist sect. "The Buddhist sect is ruthless, encroaching upon my territory and usurping the merits of the 6 paths. Today, they seek to disguise their sins under the guise of righteousness and aim to bypass my authority to slay the celestial beings of the heavenly court. Will you comply?" The great emperor of Fengdu shouted in fury. "Absolutely not." The 5 ghost emperors replied in unison. The great emperor of Fengdu nodded. "Then what shall we do?" As he spoke, a sword radiating a grayish light appeared in his palm. The 5 ghost emperors narrowed their eyes, brimming with murderous intent. Kill. Chapter 72. The Creation of Saints. The 6 saints imprisoned the heavens. The 5 ghost emperors, 9 Deluo Jinshin level powerhouses, represented the pinnacle of strength in the underworld. Second only to the great emperor of Fengdu. Not only the Buddhist sect, but even Jiang Feng had not anticipated that the great emperor of Fengdu would summon the 5 ghost emperors to aid him. With their presence, the forces assigned by the heavenly court within the underworld were now gathered. On the Buddhist side, aside from the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the peak powerhouses had also assembled. Should a clash ensue, complications would arise. This could very well escalate into a battle between the Buddhist and Taoist factions. Currently, during the period of the Western Journey's tribulation, countless celestial beings and Buddhas tread cautiously to avoid entanglements with karma. Yet, the great emperor of Fengdu boldly summoned the 5 ghost emperors, willing to confront the Buddhist sect head-on to protect Jiang Feng. In the distance, the Buddhists exchanged glances, observing the imposing presence of the great emperor of Fengdu and the 5 ghost emperors. "Great emperor, do you not fear the suspicion of deliberately inciting conflict between our 2 sects?" The joyful Buddha of Dingguang questioned sternly, his expression darkening. The great emperor of Fengdu waved his hand and laughed heartily. "If you Buddhist sect lack fear, why should I?" Upon hearing this, the Buddhist figures were taken aback. "Preposterous! In this time of tribulation, my Buddhist teachings shall prevail, and all beings shall revere our sect. Yet, You dare to accuse us? The joyful Buddha of Dingguang exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. The great emperor of Fengdu remained unfazed, his demeanor cold as he regarded them. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Spare me the prattle. If you lack the courage to oppose me, then leave at once and do not waste my time, he declared icily. You. The joyful Buddha of Dingguang seethed with rage. However, he did not lose his composure, fully aware of the potential consequences of war. Behind him, Guanyin Bodhisattva glanced at the celestial messenger and others, subtly conveying, "Do you dare to engage?" The celestial messenger replied, "All celestial beings fear karma, yet we do not. We are here on our master's command to assist. If a battle is to commence, we shall not shy away." Yet, within his gaze, a flicker of hesitation emerged. Though unspoken, Guanyin discerned his thoughts. If only the great emperor of Fengdu stood alone, perhaps their combined strength could suffice to suppress him. However, with the summon of the 5 ghost emperors, 10 Luo Jinxian-level powerhouses defended Jiang Feng. Should a fight break out, even if they were unafraid of karma, they might not match the likes of the great emperor of Fengdu. The present situation was beyond the expectations of the Buddhist sect. If they were to engage, they needed a foolproof strategy. Just then, the great compassionate celestial maiden raised an eyebrow and spoke. "May I ask, Guanyin Bodhisattva, what is the strength of this anomaly? Do you and the joyful Buddha of Dingguang have the means to subdue him together?" Guanyin paused for a moment, then nodded gently. "If we can prevent these spirits from intervening, either I or the joyful Buddha of Dingguang can easily capture him." The great compassionate celestial maiden nodded in agreement. "In that case, perhaps we can employ that tactic." As she spoke, she glanced at the celestial messenger. Meanwhile, the 6 exchanged knowing glances, and together they nodded in unison. Though the details remained unclear to them, the information conveyed to Guanyin Bodhisattva and the joyful Buddha of Dingguang was sufficient. The 8 figures of the Buddhist sect communicated through spiritual awareness, their discussion brief, yet intricate. Facing the great emperor of Fengdu and the 5 ghost emperors, the joyful Buddha of Dingguang, with a flourish of his sleeve, declared, "For those who do not know their place, I shall report this matter to our Buddha. You spirits shall not escape the consequences." His tone was icy yet tinged with resignation. In the next moment, he indeed turned and stepped behind the celestial messenger and his companions. Witnessing this, the 5 ghost emperors exchanged bewildered glances. After such a grand display, they had not even engaged in combat, yet their mere presence had intimidated the opposition into retreat. This was rather uncharacteristic of the Buddhist sect. However, this was precisely what the 5 direction ghost emperors wished to see. Though they were unafraid of battle, they did not desire to engage in this particular conflict. The celestial envoy and others possessed unique identities, shielded by the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha, thus able to disregard karmic retribution. Yet, they were not the same. Once the clash commenced, they would inevitably be tainted by the consequences. The Buddhist sect's withdrawal without confrontation was the optimal outcome for the 5 direction ghost emperors. Even the emperor of Fengdu harbored similar sentiments. Observing the situation, a collective sigh of relief escaped their hearts. However, in the next moment, the emperor of Fengdu felt a twitch in his eyelid, an ominous premonition surging within him. "Caution! There is treachery afoot," the emperor of Fengdu suddenly shouted. Before his voice faded, a swirling dark gray aura emerged around the 10 formidable Luo golden immortals. Simultaneously, 6 beams of light appeared beneath the gray mist. These were 6 types of magical treasures: the golden prayer beads, the crimson lotus, the demon-slaying pestle, the adamantine banner, the obsidian demon blade, and the pure white sword. Behind each of these 6 treasures materialized a figure: the treasure-holding youth, the flame demon envoy, the compassionate heavenly maiden, the treasure-carrying heavenly maiden, the king of Devis, and the celestial envoy. These 6 magical treasures were the personal treasures of these 6 individuals. Positioned at 6 cardinal points, they wielded their respective treasures, forming seals and unleashing their techniques. The diverse seals combined with the treasures emitted distinct radiances. In the next instant, 6 pillars of light soared into the heavens, swiftly transforming into a grand formation. By the time the emperor of Fengdu and the 5 direction ghost emperors regained their senses, the formation had already taken shape. In an instant, the emperor of Fengdu's gaze sharpened, unleashing a powerful palm strike from his hand. "Break for me!" accompanied by a thunderous shout. The palm strike surged forth like a dragon, shattering the void. However, when this strike landed upon the surrounding gray light, it was as inconsequential as a cow sinking into the sea, creating not a ripple. This was the Six Saints Prisoning Heaven formation, created by the two Western sages during ancient times. The Emperor of Fengdu, his keen eyes discerning, recognized the formation's nature at once. Created by saints, the Six Saints Prison. If executed by the combined efforts of six saints, even the heavenly Tao could be confined. Although the celestial envoy and the others were not saints, they were still formidable Deluo golden immortals. The formation, laid at the cost of expended magical power, was exceedingly challenging to break for those beneath the quasi-saint level. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Emperor of Fengdu shifted his gaze to the not-so-distant Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, you are their target, flee quickly. The Emperor of Fengdu urgently commanded. Concurrently, the joyful Buddha and the Bodhisattva Guanyin had already set their sights on Jiang Feng. And upon confirming that the Six Saints Prisoning Heaven formation was fully formed, they struck with fury. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened, for merely a tiny golden immortal. The Western Buddhist sect was willing to go to such lengths, truly an honor. Emperor of Fengdu, I shall remember your kindness today, Jiang Feng vowed. To the rabble of the Buddhist sect, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, a flicker of golden flames manifested around Jiang Feng. Chapter 73. The Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree, the Qingping Sword. The pinnacle evasion technique of the three realms, the Golden Crow transformation technique. In an instant, Jiang Feng enacted the connecting spirit technique and departed the underworld using the Golden Crow transformation technique. However, the joyful Buddha and the Bodhisattva Guanyin were no ordinary adversaries. They too employed their own exceptional evasion techniques, the earthly golden light. This technique was passed down by the saints. Previously, during the Nine Curves Yellow River formation created by the Queen Mother of the Three Heavens, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect had their three flowers on top severed, resulting in significant loss of cultivation, making it difficult for them to ride the clouds. To compensate for the 12 golden immortals' mobility, the primordial heavenly venerable imparted the earthly golden light technique to them. A technique taught by saints is anything but trivial. As for the joyful Buddha, being one of the 7 celestial attendants of the former Chan sect, the celestial master of the Tongtian taught without reservation, imparting all he knew. The earthly golden light, though not as formidable as the Golden Crow transformation technique, was still powerful, and given that Jiang Feng was merely at the Tai golden immortal level, he could not fully unleash the Golden Crow transformation technique. In contrast, the joyful Buddha and the Bodhisattva Guanyin were both Deluo golden immortal level cultivators. The strength of their realms compensated for the inferiority of their techniques. In a moment, the two sides raced across the celestial dome, the distance not only failing to widen but instead diminishing. You wretched anomaly, you cannot escape. Next year on this day will mark your demise. The joyful Buddha ground his teeth, filled with rage. In contrast, the Bodhisattva Guanyin, without uttering a word, waved her jade hand, summoning the pure glazed bottle and the pure willow branch. These were two exquisite postnatal treasures, and when combined, their power rivaled that of ordinary innate spiritual treasures. With a slight lift of her jade hand, she pinched the pure willow branch between two fingers. Then, with a gentle flick, 2 drops of nectar floated from the bottle, propelled by the willow branch and shot forth. Seemingly light as a feather, the nectar, upon release, bore the weight of 1,000 tons. Akin to 2 arrows released from a bow, hurtling towards Jiang Feng. Under the Golden Crow transformation technique, Jiang Feng suddenly sensed the terrifying momentum approaching from behind, causing his heart to shudder. In the next moment, 2 beams of profound light, one golden and one black, manifested. The sword of severing immortals and slaying gods and the 12-petal annihilation black lotus appeared simultaneously. Yet, even with these 2 innate spiritual treasures in hand, Jiang Feng felt little confidence in withstanding a long-established Deluo golden immortal. It mattered not. With my speed, as long as I endure for 30 breaths, I can reach the southern heavenly gate. No matter how rampant the Buddhists are, they cannot pursue me to the southern heavenly gate, Jiang Feng thought. Once at the southern heavenly gate, the crisis would be averted. I just need to endure. Just as Jiang Feng summoned the 2 great treasures, preparing to withstand Guanyin's attack, suddenly, beneath the night sky, a flash of azure light appeared. A point of azure brilliance tore through the void, and the 2 drops of nectar dissipated instantaneously under the sword aura. Immediately, a figure clad in black armor seemed to materialize out of thin air, standing between the 3. In an instant, the situation shifted. An almost imperceptible, yet formidable aura descended abruptly. The person who appeared had their back turned to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, Holding the sword of severing immortals and slaying gods in one hand, and the 12-petal annihilation black lotus in the other, stared blankly at this silhouette, graceful and curvaceous. Even just a back view conveyed an enchanting allure. However, what intrigued Jiang Feng was not the person's figure or appearance, but rather the fact that the Bodhisattva Guanyin and the joyful Buddha halted their steps upon seeing this figure. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a grave expression. They absolutely recognized her. Could it be that she is a prominent figure from the heavenly court? Jiang Feng pondered. The heavenly court, as the ruling power of the three realms, possessed an unfathomable depth. Though the Jade Emperor was the sovereign of the three realms, the extent of the forces he could command was but a drop in the ocean. Jiang Feng understood that, above the heavenly court, the true powerhouses were not the Jade Emperor, but the Queen Mother of the West. She had entered the three realms long before the Jade Emperor and not only surpassed him in strength but also had a far deeper foundation. The Nine Heavens Mystical Maiden, the 100 Flowers Fairy, the 4 Seasons Fairy, and the Lord of the Lunar Star. These renowned figures of the three realms were all under her command. Furthermore, there were many lesser-known yet equally powerful beings. Jiang Feng speculated that this prominent figure was likely one of the Queen Mother of the West subordinates. After all, who else would come to assist him in Anomaly? To aid him would be to openly oppose the Buddhist sect. Looking across the three realms, aside from the heavenly court, no other power possessed such audacity. Just as Jiang Feng was lost in thought, the joyful Buddha shuddered, his eyes filled with terror as he exclaimed, "Senior sister." As these words left his mouth, the figure's aura trembled, and she scolded in a delicate yet furious tone. "How dare you, you treacherous thief who betrays your master? Still have the audacity to call me senior sister? I yearn to rend you into 1,000 pieces, to assuage the spirits of my innocent brothers and sisters who perished unjustly in the battle of Fengshan. Long Ear, the radiant Buddha, you shall pay for your sins." With a fierce cry, the woman twisted her wrist, brandishing her sword horizontally, unleashing a wave of vibrant green sword aura. In an instant, the sword aura surged forth like a rainbow, hurtling towards the two. Witnessing this, the radiant Buddha of Dingguang was so struck by fear that he momentarily forgot to resist. Trembling uncontrollably, "That is the Qingping sword." He gazed at the azure sword in the woman's hand, quaking under the onslaught of the sword aura. Though he remained still, beside him stood Avalokiteshvara. Understanding the terrifying power of the Qingping sword, Avalokiteshvara realized that her pure, crystal vial, and serene willow branch would be of no defense against it. In a flash of inspiration, she waved her jade hand, and amidst a burst of radiant colors, a withered twig materialized in her grasp. This twig appeared unremarkable, save for the 7 treasures adorning its branches. Facing the impending strike, Avalokiteshvara chanted incantations while wielding the dry twig with a casual sweep. Surprisingly, this seemingly ordinary twig swept through the air and effortlessly dispelled the formidable sword aura. Observing this spectacle, Jiang Feng gasped, recognizing the 7-treasure mystic staff. He identified this artifact as the personal treasure of the Saint of Precognition, one of the 2 sages from the West, renowned for its unparalleled capability in the 3 realms. To his astonishment, the Saint of Precognition had bestowed this personal treasure upon Avalokiteshvara, the chief executor of the grand endeavor of the journey to the West, signifying the importance placed upon the mission. Yet, the azure sword felt strikingly familiar, and the radiant Buddha referred to her as senior sister. Jiang Feng murmured to himself. Suddenly struck by a revelation, the Qingping sword of the celestial master Tongtian, the 36th rank of the primal chaos green lotus, transformed into 3 red lotus, white lotus, and green lotus leaves. This Qingping sword is indeed derived from the lotus leaf of the primal chaos green lotus. It is a treasure of the Upper Clear Saint. Following the calamity of the Fengshan, the celestial master Tongtian consumed the saint's descent pill, forever barred from the 3 realms. Yet, his Qingping sword remains in the hands of a woman. Earlier, the radiant Buddha referred to her as senior sister. In that moment, the woman's identity became clear. She is one of the 4 closest disciples of the celestial master Tongtian, the only direct disciple to have escaped the calamity of Fengshan unscathed. The great Luo Golden Immortal, the Saintess of Wudong. The title of the Saintess of Wudong may seem unfamiliar to many deities and Buddhas, but her other name resonates throughout the 3 realms, the Mother of Lishan. However, Jiang Feng felt that the title of the Mother of Lishan did not quite capture the essence of the Saintess of Wudong. How could such an enchanting and breathtaking figure be called Old Mother? One must surely question the naming conventions. The Saintess of Wudong. You remnants of the Jia sect from the age of the Fengshan calamity, dare to challenge my Buddhist order? Avalokiteshvara, wielding the seven-treasure mystic staff, regarded the saintess of Wudong with a cold gaze and spoke in a grave tone. The saintess of Wudong, upon hearing this, let out a scoff. Oh, since when did a turncoat dare to speak so boldly? A traitor who forsook her master and a thief of knowledge. The so-called Buddhist order of the West is truly a den of filth. Upon hearing these words, Avalokiteshvara's expression hardened. I intended to spare you, considering our shared past in the Taoist order, but since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Radiant Buddha, attack. Avalokiteshvara turned her gaze toward the radiant Buddha of Dingguang, signaling him. After a brief moment of shock, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Senior sister, you should not tread this perilous path. Before he could finish, the radiant Buddha waved his hand, summoning a relic to hover above his head. In an instant, the relic radiated a grand light, and the radiant Buddha's aura surged. Previously, the saintess of Wudong was one of the four closest disciples, while the long-eared radiant Buddha was merely an attendant among the seven immortals. Their strengths were incomparable. After the battle of the 10,000 immortals, the long-eared radiant Buddha had achieved merit and power, gaining favor from the two sages of the West, elevating his might. Now, he stood among the mid-tier Great Luo Golden Immortals, only slightly inferior to the saintess of Wudong. With Avalokiteshvara's support, he believed the odds favored him. Then I shall not shy away from this tumult. The saintess of Wudong retorted with a cold smile. As her words fell, she turned her attention to Jiang Feng. Step back, lest you be drenched in blood. The saintess of Wudong spoke solemnly. In that instant, a captivating visage graced Jiang Feng's sight. Yet, amidst such turmoil, he was preoccupied, scrutinizing the saintess of Wudong with curiosity. Why do you wish to save me? However, before he could finish, the radiant Buddha unleashed his relic towards the saintess of Wudong. Almost instantaneously, the saintess's beautiful gaze sharpened, and she gently waved her hand toward Jiang Feng. A surge of profound and gentle power enveloped him, propelling him 100 feet away. Simultaneously, the saintess of Wudong twirled her wrist, conjuring a sword flower radiating a green luminescence. The clash of the sword aura and the relic's brilliance erupted in a cacophony. Meanwhile, Avalokiteshvara, standing on the seven-treasure lotus platform, emanated a brilliant light, shielding herself and the radiant Buddha, as she summoned her crystal vial to strike down upon the saintess of Wudong. Seeing this, Jiang Feng's expression tightened as he prepared to summon the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus to shield the saintess from Avalokiteshvara's ambush. Yet, in the next moment, he realized his concerns were unfounded. The saintess of Wudong, wielding her sword flower, unleashed a tempest of azure radiance that swept across the battlefield, weaving a dense net of sword energy. Both the relic's brilliance and the descending crystal vial were obstructed by this intricate web, unable to breach even an inch toward the saintess of Wudong. The radiant Buddha, witnessing this, swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. A flicker of fear surfaced in his golden eyes. Ultimately, as a former attendant of the Jia sect, he harbored an enduring trepidation towards the saintess of Wudong, a direct disciple of Tongtian. Meanwhile, Avalokiteshvara scoffed. You are merely relying on the treasures of the celestial master to act so arrogantly. Saintess of Wudong, do you believe you are the only one wielding a saint's artifact? Upon uttering these words, Avalokiteshvara raised her hand, summoning the seven-treasure mystic staff which swept through the air. In an instant, the treasures flowed like a rainbow slicing through the void, and the myriad sword auras were effortlessly dispelled. The saintess of Wudong raised her eyelids slightly, momentarily taken aback. Avalokiteshvara's lips curled into a smirk. Now attack. As her command rang out, the radiant Buddha summoned the golden body of the sixth span. His form appearing as if sculpted from gold, the relic atop his head emanating countless rays of light. Though this light was that of the Buddha, it bore a grim and ominous aura, devoid of softness, instead exuding a chilling and heavy sense of impending doom. Simultaneously, Avalokiteshvara spread her arms, invoking the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara. At that moment, the air crackled with a lethal intent. The Buddha embodies compassion and benevolence, seeking to save all beings, yet can also unleash wrath, causing the death of millions in an instant. The two formidable figures of the Buddhist order unveiled their most lethal forms, poised for battle. Taking advantage of the moment when the Sword of Radiance was deflected by the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree staff, she advanced towards the Immaculate Mother. In the distance, Jiang Feng wore a tense expression. Under such circumstances, the Immaculate Mother had little chance of triumph. However, at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred within the battle circle of the three great Luo Golden Immortals. Suddenly, a green radiance flickered upon the Qingping sword, and an ethereal figure emerged from it. Almost instantaneously, the figure transformed into a streak of white light, piercing into the Immaculate Mother's forehead. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from her, as if she had become a different person, her eyes and demeanor now exuding an air of icy detachment. From afar, she appeared not as a mere individual but as an insurmountable peak, casting a formidable presence upon all present. In the next instant, the Immaculate Mother opened her beautiful eyes wide and glared fiercely at the distant Dingguang Joyful Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva. You insignificant beings dare to oppose me. With a thunderous shout, the Qingping sword surged forth. Boom! As the sword was unleashed, the surrounding space transformed into a dense green hue, which, compressed to its utmost, resembled a simple line. Yet, it surged forth like a catastrophic flood, aimed directly at the two. In contrast, Dingguang Joyful Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva, having just met the Immaculate Mother's fierce gaze, were instantly paralyzed with fear, as if struck by thunder, forced into a chilling abyss. As the sword approached, panic set in. Both were formidable beings, fully aware of the strength of the attack. This sword was exceedingly powerful, far beyond expectations. Guanyin Bodhisattva's gaze sharpened, her 1,000 arms converging as she wielded the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree staff with all her might. Yet, in the next moment, her expression froze, fear flickering in her beautiful eyes as if she had encountered a ghost. With a fervent sweep of the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree staff, she managed to weaken the sword's might, but failed to deflect it entirely. This scene left Guanyin aghast. The Qingping sword was an unparalleled treasure of slaughter within the universe. In terms of lethality, it surpassed even the three treasures Jade Rui of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable and the White Jade Crutch of the Grand Purity Old One. The only reason Guanyin Bodhisattva and Dingguang Joyful Buddha could confront the Immaculate Mother was that the Qingping sword, in her hands, could only exert a fraction of its true power. Such might was manageable by the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree staff. But now, the Immaculate Mother seemed transformed, her ferocity unparalleled. The sword's strength had surged dramatically. If the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree staff was likened to a broom, the Immaculate Mother's previous assault was merely a dusting away. Now, however, her attack resembled a boulder the size of a fist. Even if she shattered the broom, it could not sweep away such overwhelming force. As the formidable sword energy descended, Guanyin wasted no time and positioned the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree staff before her. With her divine power infused, the staff radiated brilliance. The next instant, the sword energy struck. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the night sky. The majority of the sword's force collided with the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree staff, while a fraction pierced through the defenses of the Seven Treasures' lotus platform, striking both Guanyin Bodhisattva and Dingguang Joyful Buddha. Even this residual force was not to be trifled with. The two were sent flying, retreating from their formidable states of the Golden Body and Thousand-Armed Guanyin. The Seven Treasures' mysterious tree staff was propelled hundreds of feet away. A trickle of golden blood escaped Guanyin Bodhisattva's lips. Unexpectedly, the Immaculate Mother had concealed a backup plan. With the mountain standing tall, one need not worry about firewood. The Immaculate Mother was merely a remnant of the Jiejiao. Opposing the Buddhist sect today was akin to a mandish trying to stop a chariot, a path to self-destruction. Dingguang Joyful Buddha, we must depart. Yet, before she could finish her sentence in turn, she found no trace of Dingguang Joyful Buddha behind her. Only a distant shadow had already fled far away. How cowardly, Guanyin Bodhisattva thought, perspiring within. At times of triumph, Dingguang Joyful Buddha would boast the loudest. Yet, once pressed, he was the quickest to flee. Truly, a rabbit from the primordial chaos. Immaculate Mother, our paths may cross again, but today's account, Guanyin Bodhisattva intended to deliver a harsh retort. But upon raising her gaze to the Immaculate Mother, her body stiffened. The expression and aura were unmistakable. This was not the Immaculate Mother she had known. A chilling recognition washed over her. She recalled having seen those eyes before, cold and deep, like an unfathomable abyss. That gaze rendered her unable to finish her words, and she transformed into a streak of light, fleeing. Thus, this battle had determined its victor. Watching the disheveled retreat of Guanyin Bodhisattva and Dingguang Joyful Buddha, the Immaculate Mother scoffed, her expression one of disdain, as if observing two clowns, allowing their escape without a second thought. Once their figures vanished from view, she slowly turned to Jiang Feng. I have saved you. Do you have anything to say? The Immaculate Mother's demeanor remained indifferent, devoid of emotion. Jiang Feng scrutinized her, a faint smile appearing on his lips. You are not the Immaculate Mother. Upon uttering this, he waved his hand dismissively, continuing, whether you are or not is irrelevant to me. What piques my curiosity is why you chose to save me. The Jie Jiao, at its zenith, was unparalleled, hosting a multitude of celestial beings. Yet, after suffering a grievous blow during the Fengshen calamity, even a dying insect does not easily perish. It hardly seems reasonable for you to oppose the Western paradise for someone you do not know. Is it merely a case of seeing injustice and drawing your sword to assist? The Immaculate Mother smiled at his words. To articulate such thoughts speaks to your intelligence. Therefore, let me be forthright. Not long ago, you publicly denounced the long-eared Dingguang immortal, exposing his misdeeds in the assembly of celestial beings. This is a debt that Jie Jiao owes you, and today's rescue serves to repay this karmic connection. Though the debt is settled, it has also forged a bond of goodwill. You possess talent, and I appreciate talent. Why not seize this opportunity to join the Jie Jiao? As you mentioned, the Jie Jiao may have suffered during the Fengshen calamity, but it is like a centipede that, though dying, does not perish easily. Should you join Jie Jiao, you would receive genuine protection, far superior to your current precarious balance relying on transactions with the Jade Emperor. The Immaculate Mother elaborated confidently. Upon hearing her words, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. Ding. The Jie Jiao powerful figure invites the host to join. This will significantly impact the host's future circumstances. A choice is presented. Choice 1. A bond of goodwill has been established. Smoothly joining the Jie Jiao will provide the protection of a sage. Better than the current situation. Accept the invitation and join Jie Jiao. Reward. 500,000 years of cultivation. Innate spiritual treasure. Purple-green gourd. Nurtures treasures of the universe, elevating them to a higher plane. Choice 2. The situation is sudden. The Jie Jiao's allegiances are unclear and their intentions unknown. One must tread cautiously and avoid offending. Refuse to join Jie Jiao while not offending them. Reward. 600,000 years of cultivation. Fragments of a chaotic slaughter treasure. God-slaying spear, spear shaft, divine technique, true fire of samadhi. In an instant, Jiang Feng's expression shifted. To be honest, this choice was not an easy one. Although the rewards were substantial, they were also fraught with risk. He faced not only the Immaculate Mother before him, but the entirety of the Jie Jiao and its leader, the Sage of Upper Purity. A sage, indeed, is a formidable being beyond the realms, existing outside of the 5 elements. Having cultivated an indestructible body, even if the universe were to be annihilated, a sage would remain eternal. Now, Jiang Feng found himself negotiating with a sage, caught in a dilemma. As Jiang Feng pondered, the Holy Mother of Wudong smiled serenely, asking if there was still any need for consideration in this matter. My sect, Jie Jiao, is the rightful lineage of the Taoist tradition, despite the multitude of disciples. My invitation today signifies a personal transmission of discipleship. In the current 3 realms, how many powerful beings yearn to associate with the saint? Why then do you hesitate? She pressed further. Hearing her words, Jiang Feng could only smile wryly. You speak the truth. Joining Jie Jiao is indeed enticing. However, I must decline. The moment those words escaped his lips, the Holy Mother was taken aback. How dare Jiang Feng so brazenly refuse? Did he not fear incurring the wrath of Jie Jiao? Having already offended the Buddhist sect, and with the heavenly court stance on him being ambiguous at best, provoking Jie Jiao would shatter the delicate balance he had maintained, plunging him, a mere Tai golden immortal, into an abyss of despair. Yet at that moment, Jiang Feng shifted his tone, stating that Jie Jiao's assistance, while a matter of past debts, far outweighed the initial circumstances. I, Jiang Feng, do not wish to owe any person or power a favor. With a grand gesture, he cast an item toward the Holy Mother, a token of gratitude toward Jie Jiao. The Holy Mother initially bore an air of disdain, but as she looked down at the object in her hand, her expression shifted to one of surprise. Chapter 76. He is significant. The item Jiang Feng offered was none other than the 6 Souls banner, recently seized from the hands of the joyful Buddha. Truth be told, he had long coveted this heavenly treasure. However, upon acquiring it, he found it utterly useless to him. A magnificent heavenly artifact had become naught but a mere stick in his hands. Rather than hold on to this hot potato, which would only provoke the envy of powerful beings, he decided to return it to its rightful owner, the Holy Mother. Should the joyful Buddha harbor lingering desires to reclaim it, he would have to confront the Holy Mother or the heavenly teacher beyond the 33 heavens. This was akin to stumbling upon a death warrant and tossing it into a merit box, leaving the Buddha to deal with it. The Six Souls banner rightfully belonged to Jie Jiao, and now, as Jiang Feng returned it, the Holy Mother's gaze became complex. She slowly lifted her eyes to Jiang Feng and asked, "How did this item come into your possession?" Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. "Naturally, I retrieved it from that long-eared thief. Returning this item to Jie Jiao clears our debts of gratitude. I have other matters to attend to. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Jiang Feng declared, turning to depart. It was wise to leave while the Holy Mother was in high spirits after receiving the Six Souls banner. As a senior figure, she was unlikely to make trouble in the moment, and typically, Jie Jiao's strong members adhered to such a practice. However, just as Jiang Feng was about to leave, the Holy Mother suddenly called out, "Hold on." At those words, Jiang Feng hesitated. Were it anyone else, he might have employed the Golden Crow transformation technique to make a swift escape. "What else do you require, esteemed elder?" he asked, turning back with a smile. The Holy Mother replied with a gentle smile, "You have the Seven Treasures' wonderful staff in your possession, do you not?" Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed true. During their earlier clash, the Holy Mother had sent the Seven Treasures' wonderful staff flying, and Jiang Feng had deftly seized it without her noticing. He had not expected her to be aware of it. Logically, the staff was her spoils of war and rightfully belonged to her. However, since Jiang Feng had taken it first, the matter of ownership became ambiguous. Noticing Jiang Feng's expression, the Holy Mother's smile deepened. Haha. I would not stoop to quarreling with a junior over spoils. However, the Seven Treasures' wonderful staff belongs to the bald monk Xuan, and like the Six Souls banner, it bears a saint's prohibition, making it unusable for those outside the Buddhist sect. Even if you take it, it would be as good as a stick for kindling. At this point, the Holy Mother paused, then changed her tone. "I can assist you." "Assist me? How so?" Jiang Feng inquired, scrutinizing her with a grin. "I would rather forego the Seven Treasures' wonderful staff than join Jie Jiao," he declared. The Holy Mother waved her hand. "A forced fruit is never sweet. If you are unwilling, I shall not press you. However, if you retrieve the Seven Treasures' wonderful staff, I can help you eliminate the saint's prohibition upon it. From then on, it will be a masterless object, and you can become its new owner." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt a flicker of temptation. He had heard of the Seven Treasures' wonderful staff's great renown. It was revered across the myriad races of the three realms, even surpassing Kong Xian's five-color divine light and power. Yet, he remained wary of dealing with Jie Jiao. He looked at the Holy Mother and solemnly asked, "I refuse to join Jie Jiao. Why do you still wish to help me? Consider it a favor returned for the Six Souls banner." The Holy Mother replied with a light laugh. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment, then retrieved the Seven Treasures' wonderful staff from his palm. In the next instant, the Holy Mother's gaze sharpened, and the Qing Ping sword emitted a formidable sword aura. With a flash, the sword aura surged forth, a green light erupting from the Qing Ping sword and piercing the Seven Treasures' wonderful staff. A crisp, delicate sound echoed, as if a certain prohibition had been broken. Jiang Feng frowned slightly, sensing that the Seven Treasures' wonderful staff in his grasp had become somewhat different. He could distinctly feel a surging power coursing through it. This meant that the sword strike had effortlessly shattered the saint's prohibition. Saints were exalted beings, wielding incomprehensible powers. Even a peaked quasi-saint would struggle to breach a saint's measures. Only another saint could contend with a saint. A terrifying thought flickered through Jiang Feng's mind. He looked at the individual before him, and his gaze shifted somewhat. Yet, he spoke no further, merely clasping his hands in gratitude before turning to leave. This time, the Holy Mother did not impede him, allowing him to depart. As he watched Jiang Feng's retreating figure, a phantom separated from within the Holy Mother. In an instant, her demeanor returned to its original state. She cast a sidelong glance at the phantom, perplexed. "I do not understand. Since he has rejected joining Jie Jiao, why do you still assist him in removing the saint's prohibition from the Seven Treasures' wonderful staff? Would this not provoke the two Western Buddhas?" The Holy Mother spoke in a low voice. "Indeed, this incurs the wrath of that bald monk. However, the Western Buddhas fear the strong. Even if they know that I broke his prohibition, they lack the courage to trouble me." She paused, then added, "However, from this point on, that lad's life will become somewhat difficult." Hearing this, the Holy Mother frowned slightly. "Do you mean to say that by driving him into a corner, he will eventually join Jie Jiao? Is it worth your while to go to such lengths for a mere Tai golden immortal?" The phantom waved its hand dismissively. I do not intend to force him. If he dares to wield the seven treasures' wonderful staff, he must be prepared to face the two Western Buddhas. While his courage is commendable, I can only say that he is like a young calf unafraid of tigers. Once he learns the difficulties and the pain of it all, Jie Jiao can extend a timely olive branch, and everything will fall into place. As for his realm, haha, foolish pupil, when you joined Jie Jiao, you were barely a human immortal. He is indeed significant. With that, the phantom faded away. Beneath the vast night sky, the Holy Mother fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens at last, the radiant joy Buddha escaped, panting heavily as he spewed forth a spray of blood. The earlier strike had wounded him. Yet the terror within propelled him to disregard his injuries, yearning to flee to the ends of the earth. Along the way, he coughed up blood, and the Guanyin Bodhisattva, whose injuries were lighter, could not catch up with him. Eventually, after exhausting his strength and depleting his magical power, he finally came to a halt. The Guanyin Bodhisattva arrived shortly thereafter. Why were you running so fast? The Empress of the Void didn't even pursue us, she remarked disdainfully. Hearing this, the radiant joy Buddha's eyes flashed with fear. That figure was not the Empress of the Void at all. What? If not the Empress, then who was she? Guanyin inquired. Puzzled, the radiant joy Buddha sighed deeply. That was the sage of the upper clear, the master of heaven. He trembled with dread. What? Guanyin gasped in surprise. The imposing figure of the sage gradually became clearer in her mind, aligning with the aura she had sensed from the Empress of the Void moments earlier. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down her brow. How could it be? At the end of the Fengshan catastrophe, wasn't he the master of heaven supposed to have ingested the saint-extinguishing pill and been taken back to the outer heaven by Hongjun, forever barred from the three realms? Moreover, Hongjun had prohibited any outings. How could he possibly? Guanyin's thoughts raced, disbelief evident in her beautiful eyes. The radiant joy Buddha wiped the blood from his mouth. Still shaken, the master of heaven is an indestructible sage, wielding unfathomable powers. How could we ever hope to predict his actions? Fortunately, he did not strike us down. Otherwise, even if we possessed 10 lives, it would not be enough for him to take. He sighed deeply, grateful for their escape. This sentiment rang true. Recalling the strike exchanged earlier, Guanyin felt a chill in her heart. However, amid her fear, a more terrifying thought emerged. The Master of Heaven has manifested through the Empress of the Void, willing to oppose our Buddhist sect to protect that anomaly. Could it be that behind that anomaly lies not only the Supreme Elder but also the Master of Heaven? Or perhaps this anomaly was nurtured by the Master of Heaven himself? Guanyin pondered silently. At that moment, the radiant joy Buddha turned his gaze toward her. By the way, Guanyin, what happened to your seven treasures wonderful tree staff? At his words, Guanyin's body trembled involuntarily. What? The seven treasures wonderful tree staff? Suddenly realizing, she was struck dumb. In her desperate flight, she had overlooked the fact that the staff was gone. Their current predicament was indeed awkward. Guanyin, who should have been the primary leader of the journey to the west, had become a mere bystander during this trip to the underworld, intensifying the already sensitive conflict between the Buddhist sect and the heavenly forces. They had not only suffered setbacks but had also lost the two great treasures, the six-soul banner and the seven treasures wonderful tree staff. A good hand of cards had been played poorly. However, the seven treasures wonderful tree staff is bound by a restriction set by the Saint of Granting. So even if it fell into the hands of the Empress of the Void, it should, Guanyin murmured. But as she spoke, her words trailed off. True, there was a restriction, but the other party was also a sage. For a moment, both fell into silence. After a brief pause, the radiant joy Buddha hesitated. So, what do we do now? Guanyin contemplated for a moment, a glimmer of intrigue appearing in her beautiful eyes. What do you think would happen if the Jade Emperor learned that there is a sage behind Jiang Feng? The radiant joy Buddha paused. The Jade Emperor would likely not protect someone he cannot control. That is indeed true, he replied. After all, the Jade Emperor viewed Jiang Feng as a pawn to be utilized against the Buddhist sect. However, if there truly was a sage behind Jiang Feng, it would be the Jade Emperor himself who was being used. Even if the Jade Emperor were cowardly, he was still the sovereign of the three realms. Being treated as a mere pawn would be unacceptable to him. After all, he might be timid, but he was not foolish. The wisest choice would be to remain in the shadows, observing the flames without being burned. However, if we were to reveal this information, it might not be credible, the radiant joy Buddha remarked. After all, they were in an antagonistic position, and disseminating such information would appear to be a rather crude ploy to sow discord. likely yielding no results and instead alarming the enemy. Guanyin smiled lightly. Of course, it's not about us saying it. We need that anomaly to admit it himself. Why would he admit it? The radiant joy Buddha questioned, puzzled. If he does not acknowledge it, he cannot explain today's events. Furthermore, the incident where that anomaly destroyed your relic avatar and took my Western treasure, the Eastern Green Lotus banner, has been kept under wraps. Now, he has allied with the remnants of the Jia sect, intending to sabotage the journey to the West and seize the Buddhist treasures. The Six-Soul banner and the Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree staff. All these charges combined are enough to bring him down. This confrontation is far from over. I intend to strike him when he believes he has succeeded. Reveling in his triumph, Guanyin declared solemnly. Hearing this, the radiant joy Buddha's expression turned serious. What do you plan to do? Guanyin's gaze deepened. To ascend to the heavenly court and demand justice. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, after parting ways with the Empress of the Void, appeared calm on the surface, though turmoil brewed within. The Master of Heaven had just been the one he engaged with. Yet, at that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in the depths of his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing task 2. Reward. 600,000 years of cultivation. Fragments of a chaotic killing artifact. God-slaying spear, spear shaft. Divine technique. True fire of samadhi. Simultaneously, he opened his information panel. Jiang Feng, position. River Dragon King, awaiting promotion to Heavenly Court Immortal. Realm. Late Tai Golden Immortal. 1,100,000 years of cultivation away from the next realm. Bloodline. Ancestral Dragon 2/5 technique. Hongming Ancestral Dragon Art. Treasures. 12th rank Extinguishing World Black Lotus. Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure. God-slaying Blade. Innate Spiritual Treasure. Slaughter Witch Sword. Postnatal Merit Treasure. Heaven and Earth Command. Postnatal Supreme Treasure. Shinong Cauldron. Postnatal Supreme Treasure. 4 Flags of Earth, Wind, Water, and Fire. God-slaying Spear. Heavenly Tao Killing Artifact Fragments. Spear Head, Spear Shaft. Eastern Green Lotus Banner. Innate Spiritual Treasure. 7 Treasures Wonderful Tree Staff. Innate Spiritual Treasure. Divine Abilities. Ancestral Dragon True Form. 3 Heads and 6 Arms. Buddha Kingdom in Hand. Golden Crow Transformation Technique. True Fire of Samadhi. This panel was exceedingly luxurious. Not only was it rare for a Tai Golden Immortal to possess such a configuration, but even the Great Luo Golden Immortal or Quasi-Saint could hardly compare. The expedition to the underworld had gone relatively well. Now they awaited Li Shimon's resurrection in 3 days. Jiang Feng nodded to himself, muttering. At that moment, several dark figures descended from the distant sky. Jiang Feng noticed and squinted, recognizing them as Neza and the Monkey King. Big brother, are you all right? Neza greeted, scanning Jiang Feng with concern. I'm fine, Jiang Feng waved his hand. What about the situation in the underworld? The Monkey King clasped his hands. Don't worry, boss. All is well in the underworld. After you left, the 6 great Luo of the Buddhist sect and the Emperor of Fengdu were at an impasse. But soon, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva arrived as a mediator, and the battle ultimately did not erupt. Jiang Feng nodded upon hearing this. After all, the direct point of conflict between them was themselves. Once they left the underworld, there was no longer a need for war. Jiang Feng surveyed the 4 individuals before him and, with a sudden smile, remarked, You have all performed admirably in your mission from the underworld. This is your reward. He continued, In addition, there is a new task that requires your attention. Chapter 78. For Golden Pills, did we rob the Supreme Lord? As he spoke, Jiang Feng waved his hand casually, and 4 luminous orbs descended into the hands of each of the 4. As the light dissipated, the exquisite and round pills came into view. This is the Tai Golden Pill. The Monkey King gazed at the pill in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. The Tai Golden Pill is a divine elixir that captures the essence of heaven and earth. In the current 3 realms, only the Supreme Lord of the Doshui Palace possesses the ability to refine it, and crafting one takes at least 10,000 years. For mortals, consuming it grants an immediate ascension to the Golden Immortal Realm. For Tai Golden Immortals, it greatly enhances their own power. Within the 3 realms, it is undoubtedly a treasure that is both sought after and rare. Yet, Jiang Feng had the audacity to bestow 4 of these divine pills at once. The 4 exchanged glances, astonished. Neza swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Boss, did you just rob the Supreme Lord? Jiang Feng chuckled. Oh, I lack such prowess. I merely refined these with ease. This is what I promised you, and I shall deliver every single one. The 4 exclaimed in unison, Goodness, you refined these yourself? This is even more exhilarating than robbing the Supreme Lord. In that moment, their expressions turned complex. The Monkey King, having drifted through life, lamented not having encountered a worthy leader until now. With this opportunity to join Jiang Feng, it felt as if the clouds had parted and light had dawned upon him. If you do not mind, from this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. My life belongs to you, he declared respectfully. The Yu King nodded vigorously. Indeed, I, the Yao King, am willing to serve as your loyal vanguard, charging into battle at your command. I shall dedicate myself to your cause. After a moment's hesitation, the Lion King also offered his allegiance. I, too, pledge my loyalty. Neza quietly stowed away the Tai golden pill and turned to Jiang Feng with a smile. Brother, you mentioned a task for us. What is it? We are ready to undertake it. The other three, elated with their newfound treasures, eagerly echoed, Boss, whatever you need us to do, just say the word. We will brave fire and water for you. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. It is not so grave. I merely need you to stay alive. Remember not long ago, I mentioned my desire to establish a force in the three realms that does not rely on the heavenly court or the Buddhist sections. The first step is to find a hidden paradise. Although I am the Dragon King of the Jing River, it is too remote and narrow for grand ambitions. This task is entrusted to you. As he spoke, Jiang Feng produced the 4 flags of earth, wind, water, and fire, handing them to Neza. These flags can be used to establish the elements within a designated area and open a space beyond the realm. Once you find a suitable paradise, plant these flags. Neza accepted the flags with both hands, his expression grave. Rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. Aha, go forth. I await your good news. Jiang Feng said with a serene smile. As the 4 departed, Jiang Feng began to contemplate the events that lay ahead, with Li Shimin entering the underworld. It was unfortunate that the Buddha of Joyful Light had to provoke him. Given Jiang Feng's understanding of Li Shimin, he knew that the schemes of Guanyin and the Buddha of Joyful Light would likely not elude him. Consequently, the darker side of the Western Buddhist sect would undoubtedly be revealed to Li Shimin. Given this situation, it would likely be a challenge for Li Shimin to summon all the monks for a grand water and land assembly upon his return to the living world. 3 days later, once he was resurrected, Jiang Feng intended to speak with him and gauge the sentiments of this emperor. With a sigh, he employed the golden crow transformation technique, vanishing into the night. In the underworld, Li Shimin bid farewell to Jiang Feng within the ghost city of the underworld. Under the guidance of Judge Chui and the second Tai Wei, he set forth. Upon exiting the ghost city, he traversed the Yin Mountain and the 18 layers of hell, crossing the golden bridge over the river of oblivion. The sights and sounds along this journey were starkly different from the joyous scenes of his arrival. Here, he witnessed the true horrors of hell. After a while, they arrived before a ghost city steeped in despair. This city, though lacking the grandeur of the ghost city, exuded an ominous atmosphere that sent chills down one's spine. At that moment, Judge Chui felt a pang of unease and turned to the second Tai Wei. Hey, old Zhu, we are about to reach the city of the wrongly dead. What are you planning to do? Judge Zhu was taken aback. What do you mean? In the city of the wrongly dead, there are vengeful spirits set by the Buddhist sect to obstruct the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Judge Chui replied gravely. Though Zhu appeared rugged, he was perceptive enough to grasp the implication of Chui's words. The vengeful spirits in the city of the wrongly dead were intended to intimidate Li Shimin. It was due to this fear that Li Shimin had agreed to host a water and land assembly to liberate the souls upon his resurrection, as commanded by the Buddhist sect. However, after witnessing Jiang Feng's capabilities and the determination of the emperor of Fengdu, the two began to hesitate over whether to heed the Buddhist sect's orders and lead Li Shimin into the city of the wrongly dead. Just as they wavered, Li Shimin noticed their hesitation and raised an eyebrow. Why are you two stalling? The two exchanged glances, revealing their uncertainty. Li Shimin waved his sleeve dismissively. Humph. Are you two afraid of the eerie path ahead? Very well, I shall proceed first. With that, Li Shimin strode confidently past them toward the city of the wrongly dead. The two were taken aback. Your Majesty, you are of great worth. How can you risk yourself in this foul place? Judge Chui exclaimed urgently. Li Shimin laughed heartily. Aha. When I quelled the rebels, I was both commander and general. Today, since you two are hesitant, I shall clear the way. Your Majesty. Ahead lies the city of the wrongly dead. Judge Zhu cautioned. And what of it? I have traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What have I not seen? Li Shimin replied with a grin. At that moment, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept through, and dark clouds rolled in, revealing a throng of figures emerging from the city. closing in on the three. Amidst the darkness, Li Shimin heard voices calling out, "Li Shimin has come. Li Shimin has come." As the figures became visible, he discerned a group of fearsome spirits, some missing limbs, others headless, blocking their path, all demanding, "Return my life. Return my life." Seeing this, Li Shimin frowned. "What manner of creatures are these? I do not recognize them. Why do they seek my life?" Judge Cui exchanged glances with Judge Zhu, realizing they had unintentionally encountered the very spirits they aimed to avoid. Now, faced with Li Shimin's inquiry, they had no choice but to speak the truth. "Your Majesty, those are the spirits of the 64 places of smoke and dust, the 72 bandits. The ghosts of various princes and leaders. They are wronged souls, unaccounted for, unable to attain rebirth. Lacking wealth or resources, they are but starving ghosts. If your Majesty could spare some wealth for them, we might pass safely," Judge Cui explained. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Shimin's expression shifted dramatically. "What?" Chapter 79. Begging on his knees is truly degrading. "What? In my lifetime, I commanded countless troops, slaying innumerable foes amidst chaos. The celestial beings and demonic lords dared not obstruct me. Yet now, mere vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts not only block my path, but audaciously demand wealth from me. This is sheer folly." Li Shimin waved his hand, rebuking them with fury. Cui Zhu and Commander Zhu exchanged glances, their faces reflecting concern. "Your Majesty, these vengeful spirits are not akin to the souls in the ghost city of the underworld. The malevolent beings here are vicious and exceedingly arrogant. To confront them is no trivial matter. I do know of one individual, still among the living, who possesses considerable wealth in the underworld, temporarily held by me. If your Majesty were to establish a loan agreement, I would vouch for it, and we could distribute wealth to these malevolent spirits to clear a path. When your Majesty returns to the living realm, you may repay him," Cui Zhu advised. Commander Zhu concurred. "Your Majesty, I too am acquainted with this man. He hails from Kaifeng in Hunan, surnamed Xiang, given name Liang. He possesses 13 vaults of gold and silver. Wealth is merely a material possession, as the saying goes. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. The king of hell is fierce, and these troublesome spirits could become a real threat if they were to unleash their wrath. Even Cui Zhu and I might not be able to restrain them. If your Majesty were to draft a promissory note, repay with a bit more, and allow Xiang Liang to share the spoils with the ghosts, it would solve the matter. Afterward, we could hold a grand water and land assembly to atone for the deceased, and this predicament would be resolved," Commander Zhu suggested helplessly. This was no falsehood. These vengeful spirits were specifically selected by formidable Buddhist practitioners from the city of wrongful deaths, their resentment so profound it could materialize as deadly energy, causing even ordinary ghost soldiers to retreat in fear. Although Cui Zhu and Commander Zhu were deities of the underworld, they could not simultaneously contend with such an overwhelming number of vengeful spirits. However, upon hearing this, Li Shimin furrowed his brow. Why should the creditor only receive 70%? Cui Zhu sighed in exasperation. 70% belongs to the malevolent spirits. Obtaining 30% depends on the goodwill of these vengeful souls. Li Shimin paused. Am I, the illustrious son of heaven, reduced to begging for mercy and paying off debts to a group of vengeful spirits? Would that not make me a mere beggar? Cui Zhu shook his head helplessly. If you put it that way, returning to the living world truly resembles begging on one's knees. Yet, many would wish to kneel but lack the opportunity. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Returning to life is a form of rebirth. It is not demeaning." Yet, Li Shimin resolutely shook his head. Degrading? It is indeed quite shameful. Throughout the realm, all land is under the king's dominion. I am the emperor. My words bear weight, and I sit high above. In life, I wielded a sword. Thus, even in the realm of the dead, I shall not bow to mere specters. The sinister aura may intimidate ordinary beings, but it cannot diminish my imperial presence and righteous spirit. Stand back. I wish to see how these petty spirits dare confront me." With his words, Li Shimin stepped forward, unafraid. "Your Majesty, do not." Cui Zhu attempted to intervene, but was taken aback as a formidable aura emanated from Li Shimin. Although it was neither magical power nor true energy, it surged forth like a raging torrent, clashing with the sinister, ghostly energy. In that moment, the two powerful forces began to contest each other. Then, a dragon's roar echoed, and a shadowy, ancient dragon figure erupted from Li Shimin's form. As this ethereal dragon solidified, an overwhelming pressure radiated from him. This was the aura of the ancestor dragon. In his moment of peril, Jiang Feng had infused a strand of celestial energy into Li Shimin. The essence of the ancestor dragon had merged with the true dragon emperor's core, erupting in a critical moment. In an instant, Li Shimin's might surged. The terrifying power swept forth like a flood, crushing the multitude of vengeful spirits. Moments later, the malevolent ghosts before him were obliterated, leaving not a single spirit in sight. Li Shimin stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze disdainful. He looked ahead, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is not that I target anyone. Rather, those present are beneath contempt. Cui Ju and Commander Zhu were left astonished by this scene. Good heavens, Li Shimin is indeed ferocious. Yet, this was not how the plot was meant to unfold. Li Shimin was not supposed to be this formidable. The tale of the journey to the west began with Li Shimin wandering the underworld, obstructed by vengeful spirits. In desperation, he had borrowed wealth from Xiang Liang to distribute among the souls of the city of wrongful deaths, promising to hold a grand water and land assembly to atone for the deceased. It was during this assembly that Avalokiteshvara appeared, guiding Tang Sung to embark on the journey to the west. However, everything had changed. Li Shimin's imperial wrath had scattered countless vengeful spirits. Borrowing money? Hosting a water and land assembly? How absurd. But what did it matter to him? Let the monks of the Buddha suffer in distress. Cui Ju mused internally, sensing that this seemingly predestined journey to the west was far from straightforward. The catalyst for this upheaval was a single man. In the future, when Jiang Feng, the great figure, returned to the underworld, he must strive to impress him and earn his favor to serve under him. This thought flickered in Cui Ju's mind. Everything Li Shimin experienced in the underworld was under Jiang Feng's control. The celestial energy he had imparted to Li Shimin was precisely for this purpose. The mighty emperor of the Tang dynasty, the architect of the prosperous Xinguan era, should not be manipulated by a group of monks. As for the consequences, the more chaotic the situation became, the safer his own position would be. First, the Buddhists would suffer setbacks, which was precisely what the Jade Emperor desired. Once the Jade Emperor achieved his goals, he would be more inclined to protect Jiang Feng. Although the Buddhists harbored great animosity towards Jiang Feng, Li Shimin was not inclined to comply, and even the Buddha could not coerce him. Ultimately, the resolution lay with Jiang Feng. Ah, life is truly splendid, Jiang Feng mused, reclining in the dragon throne of the Jinghe Water Palace. He had two matters to attend to upon his return to Jinghe. First, to reclaim the heavenly and earthly mandate. As a postnatal treasure, the heavenly and earthly mandate could harness the forces of heaven and earth to form a grand array, impervious to all below the sage level. Once a new paradise was discovered, the mandate must be transferred. Second, to take Mu Jia and confine him within his own Buddha realm. Although Mu Jia could serve as Jiang Feng's talisman, the usage of this talisman was limited. It could effectively deter Avalokiteshvara once or twice, enough to make her think twice. However, when cornered, even a dog may leap over a wall, let alone a great being like Avalokiteshvara. Thus, before Mu Jia's value diminished, he must be extracted for negotiation with the Buddhists. Perhaps this would yield some treasures or spiritual fruits, maximizing the value of his resources. After completing these tasks, Jiang Feng intended to head to the heavenly court to inform the Jade Emperor of his experiences in the underworld. At that moment, two yellow turban warriors entered the Crystal Palace, guided by a shrimp soldier. Great sage, His Majesty has summoned you to the heavenly court. The Buddha of Joyful Light and Avalokiteshvara have gone to the Lingshao Palace to demand an audience, the yellow turban warrior reported respectfully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, demanding an audience? Interesting. I have yet to trouble them, and they come knocking at my door. Lead the way. I am eager to see how they intend to demand justice. Chapter 80. I generally do not smile, unless I cannot help myself. The Heavenly Court, Lingshao Palace. The Jade Emperor, adorned with a radiant jeweled robe that emanated a brilliant light, sat regally upon his throne, his expression obscured. Within the grand hall, a multitude of deities gathered, all solemnly gazing at the two figures standing before them, Guanyin Bodhisattva and the Buddha of Delight, Dingguang. Both of these individuals were esteemed and powerful figures among the great Luo golden immortals. Typically, even the Jade Emperor would show them deference. However, of late, Dingguang Buddha's reputation had suffered due to certain rumors. At that moment, a voice rang out, Your Majesty, a new deity has recently emerged in the heavenly court, brazen and defiant, showing utter disregard for the celestial laws. In just a few days, he has committed numerous transgressions, truly an inexcusable offense. As a humble monk, I should not involve myself in such worldly matters, but this transgressor has incited the wrath of both mortals and gods. Thus, I felt compelled to accompany Dingguang Buddha to the Lingxiao Palace to report his misdeeds to your majesty. Guanyin Bodhisattva spoke with righteous fervor. The gathered gods exchanged glances. Curiosity piqued about which deity could have committed such acts as to provoke both Guanyin and Dingguang to seek justice in the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor, intrigued, pondered when such a formidable figure had emerged in the heavenly court to challenge the Buddha's authority. Observing Guanyin's fierce demeanor, he felt a sense of amusement. Nevertheless, he resolved to maintain a solemn countenance, understanding the significance of the Buddhist order's grievances. Since Guanyin Bodhisattva trusts in my ability to uphold justice for the beings of the three realms, I invite you to recount the transgressions of this nefarious individual. The Jade Emperor declared, inviting judgment from his ministers. Guanyin exchanged a knowing glance with Dingguang Buddha. Your Majesty, I implore you not to be alarmed by what I am about to disclose, Dingguang Buddha intoned, hands clasped in prayer. The Jade Emperor nodded, affirming, I am the sovereign of the three realms. I shall not be afraid. Speak freely. With a deep breath, Dingguang Buddha's gaze turned serious. 3 days ago, I was vanquished by a dragon that had transformed into human form. The hall fell into an oppressive silence, the stillness palpable. The Jade Emperor straightened, tension evident in his posture, and inquired, which dragon do you speak of? Dingguang Buddha replied, not a specific dragon, but a dragon that calls itself the Dragon Emperor Sage. It claims to be a celestial wanderer, arrogant in speech, and utterly chaotic in action. 3 days prior, under the instruction of the Buddha, I dispatched my relic avatar to convert this dragon. To my surprise, it not only refused to submit, but also retaliated against me, throwing a large pillow adorned with the image of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity at me. At this, the Jade Emperor could not contain himself and burst into laughter, abruptly interrupting Dingguang Buddha. Silence once again enveloped the hall, with the deities and Guanyin's attention fixed on the Jade Emperor. Dingguang Buddha looked up, furrowing his brow. Your Majesty, what is so amusing? I recall the delightful occurrence, the Jade Emperor replied, suppressing further mirth. What delightful occurrence? Dingguang Buddha pressed. My pig has given birth. At that moment, the star of Venus, Tai Bai, also succumbed to laughter. Dingguang Buddha furrowed his brow, vexed. And you, what is your jest? My pig has also given birth, Tai Bai explained. Dingguang Buddha threw up his hands in exasperation. Are you both talking about the same pig? Indeed. They both replied instinctively, erupting into laughter once more. The atmosphere in the Lingxiao Palace grew awkward, prompting the Jade Emperor to clear his throat. Ahem, it is not the same pig, but rather the same day. Let us return to our discussion. Dingguang Buddha, you mentioned this dragon. Is it formidable? Dingguang Buddha pondered, his eyes narrowing. It is not merely a question of strength. It is a rare sight indeed. He is strikingly handsome, and though he is a man, he is truly beautiful. There is an undeniable charm about him that evokes both admiration and resentment. His appearance rivals that of the reputed most handsome man in the three realms, the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity. At that instant, Tai Bai once again interrupted with laughter, inciting Dingguang Buddha's ire. You have gone too far. I have tolerated your mockery for too long. My pig has given birth. Tai Bai reiterated. You have been laughing at me incessantly. Dingguang Buddha retorted, unable to express his anger toward the Jade Emperor, but feeling justified in confronting Tai Bai. Tai Bai cleared his throat, declaring, Dingguang Buddha, I have been rigorously trained to suppress laughter, no matter how humorous the situation. Unless, of course, I cannot contain myself. The Jade Emperor nodded in agreement. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to clarify the situation before bringing your grievances to me. Guanyin, what further misdeeds has this nefarious individual committed? Please, share them all. While the Jade Emperor was unaware of Jiang Feng's actions in the underworld, he was well informed about the destruction of Dingguang Buddha's relic avatar. He understood that the individual in question was Jiang Feng. However, feigning ignorance, he noted the discontent among the two Buddhas. Since they were displeased, he found amusement in their predicament. Let us invite the next victim forward. Guanyin cast a sidelong glance at Dingguang Buddha, sighing in resignation. Dingguang Buddha was indeed a peculiar character, prone to revealing his eccentricities. Just speak plainly. There is no need for theatrics. I shall articulate Jiang Feng's offenses for all to hear, ensuring his disgrace is made public. Ba, I must present the case against Jiang Feng, the newly ascended Dragon Emperor Sage of the Heavenly Court. I enumerate 5 grievous offenses, each one a heinous crime beyond forgiveness. The first offense, as Dingguang Buddha mentioned earlier, though unclear, reveals a truth. Jiang Feng has defied celestial authority, annihilating Dingguang Buddha's relic avatar and seizing the Eastern Green Lotus treasure flag. He disrespects the Buddha and seeks to undermine the relationship between the heavenly court and the Buddhist order, a crime deserving of punishment, Guanyin proclaimed with fervor. However, before she could finish, a figure clad in white entered the Lingxiao Palace, inciting a stir among the assembly. A familiar voice rang out, as expected of Guanyin, transcending worldly concerns and unperturbed by matters of faith. To dare publicly disclose such trivialities is truly shameless. Now, let us hear the other 4 offenses. The newcomer was Jiang Feng, whose insinuations were unmistakable. Guanyin, recognizing the veiled meaning, merely scoffed, dismissing him with disdain. Jiang Feng, today I will witness your disgrace and downfall, she declared coldly. Beside him, the radiant joy Buddha cast a menacing gaze toward Jiang Feng, filled with a palpable intent to kill. Were it not for the celestial realm, he would likely have charged forward to engage Jiang Feng in a life-or-death struggle. Meanwhile, the assembly of gods had also set their sights on Jiang Feng. Many deities astonished in silence. I had presumed that Jiang Feng was a formidable figure, perhaps with 3 heads and 6 arms, yet was taken aback by his delicate appearance. It is difficult to fathom that such a relatively obscure junior could muster the audacity to annihilate the radiant joy Buddha's relic avatar. Regrettably, he has offended the illustrious Guanyin Bodhisattva, and judging by her demeanor, it seems that her intentions are far more nefarious than mere retribution. Nevertheless, the youth remained calm and composed, his expression unfazed. Is he an innocent calf unafraid of the tiger, or does he possess some hidden strategy? Let us observe his next move. At that moment, Jiang Feng and the 2 figures from the Buddhist sect became the focal point of the divine assembly. At the apex of the heavenly palace, the Jade Emperor scrutinized the unfolding scene with keen eyes, nodding in approval. To confront a well-established Daluo Jingxian from the Buddhist sect at the mere realm of Tai Jingxian showcases an extraordinary courage. This time, he has indeed placed his bets wisely. Jiang Feng is, without a doubt, a trump card capable of balancing the power of the Buddhist sect. At this instant, Jiang Feng maintained his serenity, gazing at the 2 Buddhist figures with a faint smile. Bodhisattva, you earlier asserted that you would enumerate 5 grave transgressions of mine, yet you have only articulated 1. Pray, reveal the remaining 4. Observing Jiang Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression darkened further. You wretched soul, even this single sin is sufficient to shatter you to pieces. However, since you fear a swift demise, I shall grant your wish. With a cold smile, Guanyin continued, the second transgression is your cruel and barbaric nature, scornful of the law. During your sojourn in the underworld, not only did you disregard the established order, but you also abducted the West Sea Dragon King Ao Run from the sorrowful palace, a being destined for reincarnation, and callously slaughtered the ancient guardian beast of the River of Forgetfulness, as well as the 10 Yama kings presiding over the netherworld. You are devoid of compassion and virtue, consumed by greed and savagery, a veritable fiend. Faced with Guanyin's accusations, Jiang Feng merely chuckled, nodding in agreement. Please, do continue. His laughter elicited frowns from the assembled deities. Such grievous charges, and Jiang Feng did not even attempt a rebuttal. Was he conceding to these claims? Even the Jade Emperor found himself perplexed by Jiang Feng's intentions. How foolish. Guanyin gritted her teeth in frustration, then fixed her gaze on Jiang Feng to present the 3rd accusation. You have instructed your subordinates to alter the Yellow Springs Road and other crucial locations in the netherworld for your selfish purposes. This has led the Emperor of the Tang dynasty to become enmeshed in the pleasures of the underworld, neglecting his resurrection, nearly jeopardizing the great journey to the west. The great journey is ordained by the sages to be executed flawlessly during this calamity. Your arbitrary alterations obstructed Li Shimin's revival, nearly thwarting this monumental undertaking. This is an egregious offense for which you cannot escape punishment, even if you were to face 1,000 deaths. As the 3rd charge was laid bare, the countenances of the gods shifted dramatically. It was over. Jiang Feng was beyond salvation. The matter concerning the great journey was non-negotiable. However, some noted that Jiang Feng remained unperturbed, showing no hint of fear, even seemingly encouraging Guanyin to continue. Seeing his demeanor, Guanyin's expression darkened. The 4th transgression involves your gathering of wicked beings, including the Monkey King and the King of the Yeren, under your command. These demons harbor sinister intentions and are irredeemable. They show no reverence for the heavenly court or the Buddhist sect. They are truly deserving of death. By accepting such individuals as your followers, you reveal your treacherous ambitions. After stating this, Guanyin paused deliberately, glancing at the Jade Emperor to gauge his reaction. she felt a surge of confidence, believing she had Jiang Feng's fate firmly in her grasp. Although Jiang Feng displayed no signs of panic, to her, it was merely a facade of composure. Jiang Feng, your demise is imminent. With that proclamation, Guanyin surveyed the assembly of celestial beings, raising her voice several decibels. The fifth transgression encompasses your collusion with the remnants of the plotting to rebel against the heavenly court and harm the Buddhist sect. You seek to resurrect the grievances from the time of the which had long been settled. This declaration struck like a thunderclap within the heavenly palace, leaving the assembled gods astonished. Their expressions varied. There was the most recent calamity, shaping the current dynamics of the three realms. Today, over half of the 365 righteous deities inscribed upon the divine list hail from 4. It represents a history steeped in blood and tears. Presently, the Tongtian patriarch is imprisoned beyond the 33 heavens after consuming the fallen sage pill, with this strength waning. Many who were forced onto the divine list, becoming celestial beings, find themselves powerless to return to. Nonetheless, the Jade Emperor remains perpetually vigilant against, which he most fears above all else, should rise again. More than half of the righteous deities would seek to escape the heavenly court, leaving the Jade Emperor as a mere figurehead. Now, Guanyin unleashed her ultimate weapon, deliberately exaggerating her claims before the assembly of gods. Her aim was to stoke the flames of animosity, igniting the Jade Emperor's reason and sealing Jiang Feng's fate. At this moment, Guanyin's gaze toward Jiang Feng was laced with icy mockery. Jiang Feng, your end is nigh. This was not the first time she had uttered such words, but this time, her confidence was unwavering. With this potent combination of accusations, not only Jiang Feng, but even the esteemed Tai Jing, the Jade Emperor's trusted aide, would meet his demise. The machinations of the Emperor are such that it is preferable to execute an innocent than to let one slip through the net. Beside them, the radiant joy Buddha wore a look of rapt admiration, almost compelled to applaud Guanyin's clever rhetoric. The surrounding deities whispered among themselves, shaking their heads in disappointment. Upon his throne, the Jade Emperor wore a grim expression as he coldly regarded Jiang Feng. My dear minister, Guanyin Bodhisattva has enumerated your 5 grave sins. Do you have anything to say? In response, Jiang Feng merely smiled lightly. I have words to share. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Guanyin. I had anticipated that, as a primordial golden immortal, you would present profound insights in the heavenly palace before the assembly of celestial beings. Yet, I am disheartened to hear such crude assertions. Allow me to offer my perspective. I implore all to listen with intent. Chapter 82. The true performance has only just begun. Jiang Feng's demeanor remained calm, exuding an air of confidence that caused Guanyin to falter momentarily. Could it be that Jiang Feng truly had the means to counter her claims? Impossible. Guanyin hastily shook her head, dismissing the thought. Not far off, Jiang Feng stood tall, radiating an imposing presence as he declared. The 5 grave sins cited by the Bodhisattva are mere fabrications, desperate attempts to obscure the truth. Upon hearing this, Guanyin's gaze turned icy. Utter nonsense. Do not be hasty. Whether it is nonsense, allow me to elucidate each point. Jiang Feng grinned, his dragon-like eyes gleaming with intensity. The Bodhisattva claims that I, Jiang Feng, annihilated the radiant joy Buddha's relic avatar and seized the Eastern Azure Lotus flag, showing disrespect to the Buddha and intending to disrupt the relationship between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Such intentions deserve punishment. Yet, you have failed to mention why the radiant joy Buddha's relic avatar descended upon the southern Jambu continent, or why he insisted on forcibly guiding me to the western spirit mountain. You accuse me of disrespecting the Buddha, yet have you ever truly regarded the heavenly court? As these words were spoken, Jiang Feng slightly turned his gaze, quietly observing the shifting expressions of the Jade Emperor. Ostensibly, Jiang Feng was a celestial being of the heavenly court, representing its facade. However, the actions of the joyful Buddha, Ding Guang, undeniably bypassed the heavenly court, attempting to conscript Jiang Feng directly. This was not merely a slight against the heavenly court. It was akin to rubbing its dignity into the ground. Naturally, Jiang Feng was indifferent to the heavenly court's reputation, but the Jade Emperor and the deities certainly cared. In an instant, the tide shifted, and the deity's ire, along with that of the Jade Emperor, turned towards Ding Guang. In the west, the Tathagata, by status, was merely one of the 5 elders of the 5 directions, who would show utmost reverence in the presence of the Jade Emperor. Yet, how dare a mere long-eared thief disregard the dignity of the heavenly court? The Jade Emperor exclaimed. You are insufferable." Upon hearing this, Ding Guang's countenance darkened. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. "Even if I am at fault, you cannot extinguish my relic avatar. Nor can you seize the Eastern Azure Lotus banner." However, as he uttered these words, his own confidence wavered. Guanyin Bodhisattva secretly sighed, reflecting on her previous folly in bringing Ding Guang to answer for his transgressions. This fool, despite being a great Luo golden immortal, was consumed by his own misguided joy, rendering him utterly foolish. At least, for the moment, they still held the upper hand. Just then, Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened. "You are correct. I should not extinguish your relic avatar, but what you have done is indeed an offense that provokes both man and deity. As a practitioner of the Buddhist path, your conduct is no different from that of demons, espousing righteousness while harboring the desires of illicit affairs. Your so-called joyful Zen, under the guise of great joy leading to profound tranquility, ensnares countless maidens, leading them to ruin. Yet, this is insufficient. How dare you desecrate one of the four sovereigns of the heavenly court, the great emperor of the central pole, Ziwei?" At this proclamation, the deities were momentarily stunned. The Emperor Ziwei was one of the pinnacle powers of the heavenly court, a quasi-saint, and held a status second only to the Jade Emperor among the four sovereigns. What audacity did Ding Guang possess to insult the Emperor Ziwei? Was the Emperor not a man, capable of practicing joyful Zen? Could this be too provocative? Such an act was beyond the realm of any ordinary Buddha, yet Ding Guang, with his perverse inclinations, dared to covet even Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, though merely a Tai golden immortal, was no match for the Emperor Ziwei, who was a quasi-saint. Even if Ding Guang harbored such intentions, how could he possibly defile the emperor? As the deities pondered, Jiang Feng waved his hand and produced a peculiar item, a large pillow, approximately the height of a person, adorned on both sides with imagery. On one side was the imposing figure of the Emperor Ziwei in a purple dragon robe, exuding an aura of authority. On the other side, however, was a depiction of the same emperor, yet in a scandalous and alluring manner, disheveled, and with a beguiling gaze that could captivate souls. This pillow bore the marks of battle, slightly darkened. "What is this? Who on earth designed such a thing?" Jiang Feng coughed. "Jiang Longshan, Jiang the Great Sage. Can this be customized? I have a friend in need of a design featuring the fairy and Chong." "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I don't want it." Amidst the murmurs of the deities, Jiang Feng's gaze turned icy as he addressed Ding Guang. "This item was obtained from your relic avatar. The Emperor Ziwei is one of the four sovereigns of our heavenly court, and this bald monk, consumed by lust, dares to defile him. Showing utter contempt for our heavenly court," Jiang Feng reprimanded. Ding Guang furrowed his brow. I did not. That item was given to me. Everyone, do not be fooled by this abomination. Guanyin Bodhisattva, you must believe me," Ding Guang hurriedly explained. However, Guanyin's brows knitted in concern. "Though you say so, there is indeed a trace of your aura upon it," Ding Guang retorted. In the next moment, he turned his gaze to Jiang Feng, his eyes flashing with anger. "Jiang Feng, you rascal, dare you deceive me?" Jiang Feng feigned innocence. "Joyful Buddha, I know not what you speak of. Are you suggesting that the aura upon it is false?" Ding Guang was instantly enraged. In an instant, fury surged within him. Clenching his fists, Ding Guang shouted, "You wretched beast, I shall slay you." Before his words fell, Ding Guang leapt forward, enveloped in a radiant light, charging at Jiang Feng. Yet, in the next moment, a thunderous voice erupted. "Enough!" A shadow flashed and stood before Jiang Feng. A powerful aura erupted, sweeping outward like a tidal wave. Ding Guang's form was sent flying as if a leaf caught in a tempest. With a cough, golden blood splattered from his mouth. Struggling to rise, Ding Guang wiped the blood from his lips and gazed at the figure that had intervened. Clad in simple garments, with an exposed chest and a fan in hand, stood the barefoot immortal. "You, a mere junior, dare to meddle in my affairs," Ding Guang admonished. In terms of seniority, the barefoot immortal was indeed a rising star. However, due to attaining enlightenment later, all the innate treasures had already found their masters, leaving him to cultivate his own strength. His formidable feat had once crushed a demon king of great Luo golden immortal caliber. Their strength rivaled that of a magical artifact. The barefoot immortal scoffed. A mere long-eared thief dares to act impudently in the heavenly court." Ding Guang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had been overly hasty. Guanyin secretly shook her head, contemplating that it would be better for this foolish ally to be dealt with swiftly. Meanwhile, The lofty Jade Emperor's gaze turned cold. Ding Guang's actions are an affront to the four sovereigns and a disdain for the heavenly court. His relic avatar must be extinguished. Upon hearing this, Ding Guang felt a chill run down his spine. A wave of icy dread washed over him. Guanyin sighed in resignation, but soon her gaze grew resolute. Your Majesty, while this transgression may be forgiven, the other crimes cannot be overlooked. I implore your Majesty to punish this individual severely. Do not show leniency. Guanyin joined her hands in prayer, speaking candidly. Jiang Feng, hearing this, merely smiled faintly. Bodhisattva, do not rush. I have yet to finish speaking. The true spectacle has only just begun. Chapter 83. Mistake, mistake, mistake. It is all Guanyin's fault. At this moment, Guanyin observed Jiang Feng's calm demeanor and began to feel a sense of uncertainty. Could it be that he truly could absolve her of blame? Jiang Feng regarded her with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, his gaze becoming steadfast. The Bodhisattva claimed that the second crime was one of defiance against authority. Having unlawfully detained the dragon soul of Ao Run and subsequently slaying the evil phoenix of the River of Forgetfulness and the 10 halls of Yanluo, acts attributed to demons. Yet, you were fully aware that the matter of soul detention was a result of prior discussions with your Buddhist sect. And now, you turn your back, ungrateful and disloyal? Or is it that all of the Western Buddhist sects are composed of such ungrateful and shameless individuals? Jiang Feng scoffed. You be silent. Guanyin exclaimed sharply, her expression darkening. Even setting aside the matter of soul detention, how will you account for your slaying of the evil phoenix and the 10 halls of Yanluo? Such grievous crimes deserve punishment. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. The evil phoenix of the River of Forgetfulness is merely a beast left over from the primordial chaos. A guardian of nothing but a myth. The River of Forgetfulness? It is merely a treacherous abyss of weak waters. A feather cannot float. The reeds are submerged. And it is laced with poison. Touch it, and you die. The beast thrived in the River of Forgetfulness, stirring up storms, causing untold suffering for the souls of the underworld. My slaying of it was a service to the people. How can this be a crime? You, the followers of the Buddha, indiscriminately slay the innocent, claiming it to be a boundless merit, while I, in my quest to vanquish demons and malevolent spirits, am branded as cruel and merciless. The notions of right and wrong, good and evil, are all dictated by your sect, which renders this reasoning utterly nonsensical. And what, pray tell, does your Buddhist order amount to? Do you even possess the right to make such judgments? Jiang Feng, with an aura of unyielding confidence, rebuked vehemently. Guanyin Bodhisattva clenched her delicate fists, prepared to interject. But Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively, cutting her off. The 10 Yama kings, who are emissaries of the heavenly court to the netherworld, have turned traitorous, abandoning their loyalty to the celestial realm to align themselves with the Western paradise. Not only have they taken Ksitigarbha as their master, but they also wield their power ruthlessly in the realm of the dead. Ultimately, my slaying of the 10 Yama kings serves to cleanse the heavenly court of traitors. Punishments and governance are the emperor's prerogative. Yet, before he has spoken, the Bodhisattva barks orders here, as if seeking to usurp the celestial laws. Shall we then allow the deities who have turned to Buddhism to remain untouchable, permitting your sect to infiltrate and ultimately undermine the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor? You speak utter nonsense. Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared flustered. However, this was not the end of the confrontation. Jiang Feng stepped forward, continuing, Bodhisattva, do not rush me. I have yet to finish. The third accusation against me pertains to my alleged unilateral alteration of the netherworld, nearly causing the emperor of the Tang dynasty to refuse resurrection, thereby jeopardizing the grand expedition to the west. If the previous charges held some semblance of truth, this one is entirely fabricated. The netherworld falls under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, and the emperor of the underworld, as its ruler, can arrange matters as he sees fit. My proposal was sanctioned by him to establish a new order in the afterlife. This alteration will have no impact on any affairs whatsoever. As for why Emperor Taizong hesitated to return to life, is not the true instigator right beside the Bodhisattva? If it were not for the provocations of the Buddha of joyous light, how could the emperor linger in the underworld, unwilling to return to life? The Bodhisattva feigns ignorance. Does she intend for me to bear the blame for the grave sins of the Buddha of joyous light? Jiang Feng's cold laughter echoed, his gaze darting to the trembling figure of the Buddha of joyous light nearby. This matter, which he thought had been buried, was now being brought up before so many witnesses. It was all Guanyin's fault, for charges were already sufficient, yet she insisted on complicating matters further. You're wrong, wrong, wrong. It's all Guanin's fault. The Buddha of joyous light protested. Guanin's expression darkened. Her teeth clenched as she coldly retorted, "And what of your collusion with demons? Your intentions of rebellion?" At this, Jiang Feng erupted into laughter. "Ha! Colluding with demons? Intentions of rebellion? Ha ha ha." His laughter pierced the air, grating on Guanin's ears. Her face turned dark as she demanded, "What are you laughing at?" "I laugh at your sect's narrow-mindedness, your duplicity. The sages of the Tao have declared that heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. In the eyes of heaven and earth, all are equal, devoid of rank or privilege. Yet your Western Buddhist sect has hypocritically proclaimed notions of egolessness and equality among all beings. If this is the case, why then delineate between immortals, Buddhas, demons, and mortals with distinctions of high and low? The Monkey King and the King of the Monkeys did not submit to your order. Thus they are deemed cruel and deserving of death? As a high-ranking member of the Buddhist order, can you not see how many heinous offenders don the robes of the Buddha? The Asura clan is known for its brutality, yet if they are converted to Buddhism, they are welcomed into the ranks of the celestial dragons. The likes of Ma Wai Na Buddha, Vairocana Buddha, and your companion, the Buddha of joyous light, are traitorous scoundrels who betray their masters and ancestors. Even the so-called three great bodhisattvas of your order were once disciples of the Tao. You have grown accustomed to obsequiousness, to being a weathercock, and you call it choosing a worthy tree to roost upon. But some individuals are simply incapable of kneeling. In your eyes, are they then deserving of death? Who granted you the authority to dictate the hierarchy of life and death, of high and low? Jiang Feng denounced vehemently. For a moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva trembled, her mind blank. Jiang Feng's words not only exposed her flaws, but also condemned the entire Buddhist order. The pilgrimage to the West was supposed to be a time for Buddhism to flourish, yet if it were to elevate itself above all beings, it would undoubtedly become an enemy of the three realms. Such actions may be taken, but they must not be proclaimed. Seemingly undeterred, Jiang Feng pressed on. In the eyes of your so-called Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, they are lowly and deserving of death, but what do you consider yourselves in my eyes? Traitors? Weathercocks? Or merely two laughable jesters? Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva was instantly enraged. Jiang Feng, you are arrogant. I am the foremost of the three great bodhisattvas of the Western paradise. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Jiang Feng coldly laughed. The three great bodhisattvas? Is that so impressive? Now do you dare to bite me? Guanyin was caught off guard, yet she quickly recalled something, her anger subsiding as a cold smile crept onto her face. Jiang Feng, even if you are eloquent, you cannot escape the fact that you conspired with remnants of the to oppose my Buddhist order, stealing the 7 treasures wonderful tree staff and the 6 soul banner. You cannot deny it. Guanyin sneered. Though Jiang Feng had deftly countered the other 4 charges, if she could seize this last one, it would be enough to seal his fate. Your desperate struggles will not save you, Jiang Feng. You are finished. Guanyin gritted her teeth. However, Jiang Feng merely scoffed. Bodhisattva, have you forgotten something crucial? What do you wish to say? Guanyin asked, her voice low. Jiang Feng smiled gently. You were once one of the 12 golden immortals under the great sage, known as the compassionate navigator. The golden light immortal, one of the 7 attendants of, is your current steed. The Buddha of joyous light has a particularly unique identity. He is none other than the former long-eared golden light immortal, one of the 7 attendants of. It was he who stole the 6 soul banner from the honored master of the celestial teachings amidst the battle of the myriad immortals and turned his back on. One of you is a traitor who has slaughtered countless disciples of while riding the loyal golden light immortal, and the other is a shameless betrayer who caused the downfall of. Therefore, even without my intervention, the Holy Mother would naturally take action against you. This means that I am not implicated in this matter. It is simply her disdain for you both. As the ancients said, heavenly calamities may be forgiven, but self-inflicted misfortunes are inexcusable. Everything is a consequence of your own actions, and you shall pay for your debts today. You are reaping what you have sown. With these words, Guanyin Bodhisattva and the Buddha of joyous light turned pale, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Chapter 84. In the name of heavenly justice, I swear. This time, Jiang Feng struck at the root, directly exposing the dark history of the two. Initially, Jiang Feng had berated the Buddha of joyous light, and the only ones who heard these matters were Neza and the guards of the southern heavenly gate. This incident had been nothing more than a rumor. Yet now, Jiang Feng laid bare their past before a multitude of celestial beings. Though they wished to refute, the truth remained undeniable, and among the assembled deities, a few were already aware of this history. They could not argue against it, and their reactions only served to confirm for the gathered gods that Jiang Feng's words were indeed truthful. It turned out that the recent rumors surrounding the Buddha of Joyous Light were all true. The Buddha of Joyous Light, a prominent figure in the Western paradise, held a high position, yet he bore such a shameful past. Betraying one's master and ancestral teachings is a taboo for any faction. Surely, the two sages of the West must be aware of this. Why then would they allow him into the spiritual mountain? Could it be, as Jiang Feng claimed, that the Western paradise is a den of filth and corruption? And what of Guanyin Bodhisattva, who is known for her great compassion and her efforts to save all beings? Unexpectedly, she turned out to be a traitor of the Taoist sect. I am particularly curious about their past, which should belong to the profound mysteries of the primordial chaos. Jiang Feng, with merely a millennium of lifespan, how could he possibly know these things? In an instant, various murmurs arose. Guanyin Bodhisattva and Dingwang Huanyin Buddha were expressions of deep gloom. This time, it was indeed a case of injuring 1,000 of the enemy while inflicting 800 upon oneself. At this moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva coldly gazed at Jiang Feng and said in a solemn voice, "Jiang Feng, I do not refute what you have just stated. I indeed have some grievances with that Wudong Holy Mother. However, after so many years of peaceful coexistence, she chose this moment to intervene on your behalf. This matter, without a doubt, seems like a premeditated scheme between you two." As Guanyin spoke, she recounted the entire sequence of events with meticulous detail. This time, she was resolute in her intention to eliminate Jiang Feng. Simultaneously, Dingwang Huanyin Buddha also fixed a cold gaze upon Jiang Feng, gritting his teeth and saying, "Surely, you do not intend to suggest that this incident is merely a coincidence. Those present are all prominent figures among the three realms, and the word coincidence cannot serve as your shield. Furthermore, you claim to have no connection with the Jiejiao. Who can provide proof of that?" In his words, Dingwang Huanyin Buddha revealed a sinister sneer. The atmosphere in the great hall grew heavy. This was a trap laid by Guanyin Bodhisattva. As the proposer, she need not present any evidence, whereas Jiang Feng must provide proof to clear his name. Just as the tension thickened, a crisp voice resonated from beyond the Lingxiao Palace. Does this mean that as long as someone can prove his disconnection from Jiejiao, it will suffice? Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva and Dingwang Huanyin Buddha trembled as if struck by an electric shock. Fear flickered across their faces in unison. This voice, both turned to see a graceful figure entering the Lingxiao Palace, escorted by the heavenly official. "Wudong Holy Mother?" Jiang Feng furrowed his brow and instinctively murmured. Upon her arrival, Guanyin Bodhisattva and Dingwang Huanyin Buddha involuntarily stepped back, the fear instilled by the Qingping sword from their previous battle resurfacing. Yet, in the next moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva's gaze sharpened. "Jiang Feng, you still claim no ties to the remnants of Jiejiao? Now that she has arrived with irrefutable evidence, what further defense do you have?" Guanyin admonished. Not far away, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened further. Those present were perceptive. It was evident that Wudong Holy Mother had come specifically for Jiang Feng. Since the establishment of the Fengshan calamity, she had been conferred the title of Lishan Laomu by the Jade Emperor and had remained secluded on Lishan without ever stepping out. Yet today, she had unexpectedly come to the Lingxiao Palace solely to testify for Jiang Feng. Whether or not she would testify remained uncertain, yet she had undoubtedly complicated matters. Even Jiang Feng furrowed his brow. He felt confident in dealing with Guanyin Bodhisattva, but Wudong Holy Mother's arrival was beyond his expectations. Could it be that because I rejected joining Jiejiao, she harbored resentment and had come to strike? Jiang Feng mused inwardly. Even if Wudong Holy Mother said nothing, her mere presence in the heavenly court would render Jiang Feng unable to clear his name, akin to jumping into the Yellow River. However, in the next moment, Wudong Holy Mother stepped forward and clasped her hands, saying, "Your Majesty, I have come not for any other reason but to clarify the truth, to prevent the Western Heavens Ling Mountain from sowing discord and causing harm to the heavenly court." Upon hearing this, the gods displayed expressions of keen interest. The Jade Emperor's gaze darkened. "Then, please elucidate the facts of this matter." Wudong Holy Mother nodded and replied, "The battle initially fought had nothing to do with Jiang Feng. It was entirely a personal feud between me and the two from the Buddhist sect. As for my intention to recruit Jiang Feng into Jiejiao, he declined." Upon hearing this, Guanyin scoffed. "Do you really believe anyone would accept such nonsense? This is mere fabrication, a desperate attempt to exonerate him. Yet you must provide some evidence to support your claims. Your words hold no persuasive power." Yet, before her words could fully dissipate, Wudong Holy Mother's gaze shifted to Guanyin Bodhisattva, her eyes icy. Guanyin's words faltered. The next moment, Wudong Holy Mother fixed her gaze and declared, "I swear by the heavenly Tao that every word I have spoken is true." The moment she spoke, the entire assembly fell silent. Goodness! To swear by the heavenly Tao, such jest was not something even a sage would dare to undertake lightly. In an instant, Wudong Holy Mother's words became exceedingly credible. As she turned her gaze towards the two from the Buddhist sect, her expression hardened. "Just now, you both asserted with certainty that Jiang Feng colluded with the so-called remnants of Jiejiao. Are you bold enough to swear by the heavenly Tao to prove your words true?" Wudong Holy Mother questioned. The two were left in a state of difficulty. What a joke! Guanyin's statements were nothing more than conjecture. To put it bluntly, they were mere slanders. Regardless of their truth, as long as someone believed them, that was sufficient. Even if the Jade Emperor did not believe, he would at least harbor suspicion towards Jiang Feng, which would suffice. Yet, unexpectedly, the arrival of Wudong Holy Mother disrupted their entire plan. In an instant, the focus shifted. Jiang Feng was absolved of suspicion, while they themselves became the targets of scrutiny. Observing their hesitant demeanor, Wudong Holy Mother scoffed. Is this the character of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Western heaven? Spewing piety and morality while harboring deceitful intentions. Chanting Amitabha while plotting schemes to frame and harm others. Are you truly Buddhas, or are you demons in disguise? Wudong Holy Mother chastised. Upon hearing these words, Guanyin's expression grew colder, her countenance increasingly grim. At that moment, Dingguang Huanin Buddha immediately stood up, angrily declaring, "Wudong Holy Mother, do not be so arrogant. The Tathagata is on his way." Upon hearing this, Guanyin was momentarily taken aback. A look of despair surfaced on her face. Years later, we would read in Guanyin Bodhisattva's memoirs, "The greatest regret of my life was bringing Dingguang Huanin Buddha to the Lingshao Palace to demand an explanation. If only Dingguang Huanin Buddha had performed somewhat normally, I would not have suffered such a crushing defeat. After losing to the 5 great sins, it was not enough. They even exposed their ultimate trump card. The Tathagata is coming? For what purpose? To demand an explanation, or to cover everything? Had the Tathagata directly descended upon the Lingshao Palace, perhaps it would have produced an unexpected effect. Resolving today's matters in the most peaceful manner after yielding to the Jade Emperor. But before he even arrived, Dingguang Huanin Buddha had exposed their intentions in this manner. What was this? A threat? A display of bravado? The Jade Emperor thought to himself, "Who do you think you are trying to intimidate?" While he might be timid, he could not show it in front of so many subordinates. Dingguang Huanin Buddha's actions resembled those of arrogant scions from the mortal realm, who, after committing heinous crimes, not only fail to repent, but also boastfully declare their father's name. It was even worse. The gods feared the Tathagata, but if such declarations were made, the effect would be entirely different. Should they relent as a result, it would imply they were cowards. This was a matter of face. While face may not hold much value, it still required consideration at times. Thus, a situation arose. Who feared whom? Who retreated was the coward. However, despite their fear, the news of the Tathagata's impending arrival still instilled a considerable apprehension. At that moment, Jiang Feng stepped forward with a light laugh. Dingguang Huanin Buddha, what do you mean by that? Whether the Tathagata comes or not, can it truly invert right and wrong, muddle black and white? You accuse and slander, acting recklessly, all under the Tathagata's guidance. Regardless of what heinous crimes you commit, the Tathagata will bear the responsibility. Are you implying that one should observe the master when dealing with the dog? Jiang Feng replied with a serene smile. You, the radiant joy Buddha, upon hearing this, was momentarily speechless. He wished to retort, but was silenced by Guanyin Bodhisattva. You fool, do shut your mouth. The more you speak, the more trouble you will create. Amitabha, today's incident was a misunderstanding on my part. Since all misunderstandings have been resolved, I shall take my leave without further disturbance. Guanyin Bodhisattva clasped her hands together and quickly dissociated herself from the situation, sensing that the atmosphere had become rather precarious. If she remained any longer, it was likely that she would suffer before the arrival of the Tathagata. A wise man avoids immediate peril. Recognizing the unfavorable situation, she decided to withdraw. However, just as her words fell silent, a flash of golden light appeared, with Jiang Feng standing directly in her path. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Feng would never dare obstruct such a formidable celestial being, yet the circumstances were different. They were in the heavenly court, where his authority was at its peak. compelling Guanyin and the radiant joy Buddha to tread carefully around him. Seeing this, Guanyin raised an eyebrow and asked, Jiang Feng, do you have further matters to discuss? Oh, the Bodhisattva truly feigns ignorance, Jiang Feng replied coldly. Earlier, she had come with an air of authority, presenting to him a list of 5 grave transgressions, each of which warranted death. Now that he had successfully refuted each accusation, he found himself exonerated, while she risked being accused of slander. How should one deal with a person who deliberately frames a celestial official of the heavenly court? Upon hearing this, Guanyin's expression stiffened. Jiang Feng, I have already offered my apologies. Do not press your advantage. Jiang Feng shrugged. If apologies held any weight, why would we need celestial laws? Furthermore, if I am unable to clear my name, will a mere apology suffice to ensure our peace? At that moment, although Jiang Feng smiled, the chill of his demeanor sent shivers down the spine. His words contained an unsettling truth. Guanyin gritted her teeth, her fists clenched. Then, what do you intend to do? A hint of grievance flickered in her beautiful eyes. Witnessing this exchange, the gathered deities were momentarily stunned. What a remarkable individual Jiang Feng is, capable of cornering the illustrious Guanyin Bodhisattva to such an extent. I observe this youth possesses the potential for greatness, destined for boundless achievements, they murmured among themselves. Is there a way to swiftly bridge the gap between them? I await a response urgently. Why not just ask how to be a devoted follower instead of complicating matters? In all my years in the heavenly court, I have never before witnessed Guanyin Bodhisattva exhibit such an expression. Could it be that Jiang Feng is attempting to extort these 2 formidable celestial beings? I doubt he possesses such audacity. At most, he seeks to assert his dominance. Another remarked, I believe this young man's intentions are far more intricate than we can fathom. His future is indeed limitless. As the deities exchanged opinions, Jiang Feng regarded Guanyin and the radiant joy Buddha with an unperturbed expression, shrugging his shoulders. Dear sirs, in the world of celestial affairs, one must eventually repay their debts. After making such a ruckus today, it would be impossible to leave without any consequence. You might as well leave something behind. What? Guanyin Bodhisattva was taken aback. She doubted her ears. How dare a mere Tai golden immortal attempt to rob me, when I was rampaging through the calamity of the gods? Your ancestors had yet to be born. Do you wish for death? Guanyin retorted coldly. Unfazed, Jiang Feng chuckled. Are you all eager to enter the celestial prison? He turned his gaze toward the nearby Taibai Jing Xing Taibai. What punishment should be meted out to those who intentionally frame celestial officials according to celestial law? Taibai Jing Xing pondered for a moment before responding. According to the law, those who deliberately frame celestial officials shall be imprisoned in the celestial prison for 1,000 years. As for Jiang Desheng, being a rogue immortal, the penalty shall be increased by an additional 5,000 years. The radiant joy Buddha frowned. This is sheer nonsense. We are beings from the Western paradise. What authority does the heavenly court have over us? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng burst into laughter. Ah, radiant joy Buddha. Are you suggesting that the Western paradise is independent and not subject to the heavenly court's jurisdiction? Are you implying rebellion against the Tathagata? The radiant joy Buddha was met with a fierce glare from Guanyin, her eyes seemingly conveying, you ought to be silent. However, the radiant joy Buddha appeared oblivious to her meaning and, with a surge of confidence, strode forward. I, the radiant joy Buddha, shall now exit the Lingxiao treasure hall. Let us see who dares to stop me. As his words hung in the air, a powerful aura erupted from the Lingxiao treasure hall, and several figures blocked his path. Among them were the celestial master of Barefoot, the grand marshal of heavenly generals, the emperor Zhenwu, the celestial lord of salvation, and the lord of thunder from the 9 heavens, all powerful figures of the heavenly court, each a formidable golden immortal. Should they engage, the radiant joy Buddha would likely be reduced to mere dust. Faced with this scenario, he immediately halted, his anger transforming into a strange smile, even raising an eyebrow. Chapter 86, Explode a Relic, for the entertainment of all. In contrast to the radiant joy Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva was far more astute. As the heavenly court's strongmen descended to block the radiant joy Buddha, her gaze turned towards the lofty jade emperor. He seemed to observe with detached calm, as if oblivious to the unfolding events. At that moment, she comprehended the situation and her expression towards Jiang Feng became tranquil. What is it that you desire? She inquired. The gathered deities were momentarily taken aback. Was this a sign of concession? Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Since the Bodhisattva is demonstrating sincerity, it is not so much about what I desire, but rather what the Bodhisattva is prepared to offer. Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded thoughtfully, then beckoned to the radiant joy Buddha. Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, he escaped the encirclement of the heavenly court's powerful figures and joined her side. He had overheard their previous conversation, and given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely they could leave the Lingxiao treasure hall without some form of sacrifice. In a moment of despair, the radiant joy Buddha lamented his fate. He had come to demand accountability, yet instead found himself ensnared. What kind of predicament was this? In contrast, Guanyin was even more vexed. Had it not been for the radiant joy Buddha's incessant meddling, Jiang Feng would not have so easily evaded all accusations. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, casting a cold glare at the radiant joy Buddha. Since the celestial beings are unwilling to let this matter rest. Radiant joy Buddha, you should explode a relic to entertain them. What do you mean? The radiant joy Buddha asked, perplexed. Guanyin shrugged. It is quite literal. Most of the chaos has arisen because of you, and it is only fitting that it concludes because of you as well. With that, Guanyin Bodhisattva stepped aside. The radiant joy Buddha instinctively wished to follow, but as he took a step forward, he was immediately surrounded by the celestial master of Barefoot and the others. These celestial beings, usually so high and mighty, now regarded the radiant joy Buddha with crossed arms, their expressions a blend of amusement and mockery. What's going on, little brother? The celestial master of Barefoot asked with a grin. Are you not interested in exploding a relic? Here, I offer you a chance. If you can withstand a kick from me, then the relic will be spared. As he spoke, the celestial master of Barefoot raised his foot slightly, his smile growing ever more mischievous. The Buddha of joyful light jested, what a joke. The Barefoot Immortal's enormous feet are unparalleled in the three realms. Even in my prime, to receive such a kick would not merely lead to death, but would also severely damage my essence. Moreover, having recently suffered severe injuries, my strength has diminished to a mere fraction. If I were to endure that strike now, it would not merely result in the explosion of a doppelganger's relic. I would likely attain nirvana on the spot, transforming into relics myself. At this moment, the Buddha of joyful light turned slightly, casting a pleading glance towards the Jade Emperor. However, in the next instant, he was taken aback to see the Jade Emperor on his throne, gazing back with evident enthusiasm, as if to say, what are you waiting for? Go ahead. Witnessing this, the Buddha could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. After a moment's hesitation, he shot a resentful glare at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, wait for it. He seethed through clenched teeth. In the next heartbeat, he closed his eyes slightly, and a radiant aura of Buddhist light enveloped him. Suddenly, a muffled groan escaped his lips as he coughed up a spray of golden blood. Simultaneously, a dazzling golden relic emerged from the blood, embodying the Buddha's cultivation and essence. If refined, it would be akin to a 9-transformation supreme golden pill. The moment the relic appeared, the Buddha trembled violently, collapsing to one knee, his complexion as pale as parchment. Jiang Feng slowly raised his head, his golden pupils radiating a chilling fierceness. A grin graced his lips as he remarked, now, this is more like it. With a casual motion, he collected the relic. Leaning close to the Buddha's ear, he smiled faintly. Thank you, Buddha, for your cultivation relic. Once I utilize this to elevate myself to the great Luo golden immortal realm, I shall return to deal with you. With that, Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, leaving the Buddha of joyful light staring blankly at his retreating figure, trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Feng, you. Suddenly, the Buddha rolled his eyes and coughed up another mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. The other deities exchanged glances, astonished. The formidable Buddha of joyful light, known for his arrogance and disregard for authority, had been rendered unconscious by Jiang Feng's actions? Truly, a ruthless individual. It seemed that Jiang Feng might be the perfect candidate to contend with the Buddhist sect. I now understand why the emperor insisted on protecting him against all opposition. He is indeed worthy of such consideration. As Jiang Feng concluded his extortion of the Buddha, he turned towards Guanyin Bodhisattva. The Buddha has already shown his sincerity. Should you not also express yours? He said with a calm smile. Guanyin replied, do not push your luck, Jiang Feng. She had assumed that sacrificing the Buddha would suffice to resolve the matter. However, she underestimated Jiang Feng's greed and audacity. How dare he extort her? Jiang Feng shrugged. Having finally gained an advantage, why not embrace the role of a scoundrel? If you wish to leave the Lingxiao Palace, you must show some sincerity. He then turned to the Jade Emperor. Am I not correct, Your Majesty? Guanyin's expression hardened as she too looked at the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, she implored. her voice laced with icy undertones. The Jade Emperor smiled lightly. Bodhisattva, it would be wise to heed what Jiang suggests. After all, you've caused this situation. And I find myself in a difficult position. Ever since the calamity of the journey to the west began, he had endured relentless pressure from the Buddhist sect. Today, he had finally seized a handle against them. This time, the Buddhist sect had brought it upon themselves, and he could not be blamed for it. At the same time, the deities who had long harbored grievances against the heavenly court began to stir in excitement. The barefoot immortal, the Emperor Zhenwu, and other powerful beings approached Guanyin. In an instant, a palpable pressure descended upon her. Her expression darkened. Jiang Feng, allow for some leniency. It will make future encounters easier, Guanyin warned coldly. Jiang Feng chuckled. When you pursued me with intent to kill, did you ever consider leaving a way out? He added, Bodhisattva, you are a powerful being. Yet do not lose your composure at such a moment. At his words, Guanyin trembled, her expression growing increasingly frosty. I shall remember this day, Jiang Feng, she declared, extending her left hand to reveal a gleaming, round elixir resting in her palm. Chapter 87, Guanyin, truly fragrant. An exquisite elixir, the supreme golden pill. For other immortals, this elixir might be a treasure, but for Jiang Feng, it held little value. He looked at Guanyin with a faint smile. Bodhisattva, presenting such a thing. Are you trying to dismiss me? Guanyin was momentarily taken aback. You ignorant frog at the bottom of a well, do you know what this is? She retorted sternly. Jiang Feng waved his hand impatiently. It's merely a supreme golden pill. Is such a reaction necessary? Besides, are supreme golden pills truly that precious? Upon hearing this, Guanyin opened her mouth to retort, but the next moment, she was stunned to see Jiang Feng effortlessly produce 4 or 5 supreme golden pills from thin air. Then pop them into his mouth as if they were mere beans, crunching them loudly. Witnessing this spectacle, not only Guanyin, but even the Jade Emperor was left speechless. What had he just witnessed? Amitabha, surely I must be hallucinating, Guanyin thought, hands clasped in prayer for comfort. Yet, in an instant, Jiang Feng retrieved another elixir. Its golden glow shimmering and releasing a rich fragrance. Just a single breath of its aroma invigorated the spirit. This is the 9 Transformation Supreme Golden Pill. Guanyin was utterly flabbergasted. Such an item was exceedingly rare, only capable of being refined by the Taishang Laojun. Could it be that the presence of Taishang Laojun lay behind this anomaly? Guanyin's beautiful eyes narrowed, realizing that this was a solid affirmation of Jiang Feng's connection to the Taishang Laojun and the Tongtian. With such an elixir, the backing of Taishang Laojun was irrefutable. This was simply terrifying. In that moment, her hand holding the elixir began to tremble slightly. Jiang Feng, who could consume 5 supreme golden pills and casually produce a 9 transformation supreme golden pill, indeed possessed the qualifications to look down upon the supreme golden pill. Guanyin bit her lip. The supreme golden pill was not an option. Could she, like the Buddha of joyful light, explode into a relic of her cultivation? The Buddha of joyful light was not destined to be a participant in the journey to the west. His life or death would not affect the great undertaking. However, Guanyin was different. She was the executor of the journey to the west, an enduring presence throughout. If she were to explode into relics, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage, greatly impacting the journey to the west. Yet, as she hesitated, Jiang Feng seemed to perceive her thoughts and waved his hand. Bodhisattva, burdened with the great task of the journey to the west, you need not self-destruct into relics. Upon hearing this, Guanyin paused. Did Jiang Feng genuinely care for her? Such a realization rendered him more agreeable in her eyes. But in the next moment, he stated directly, leave behind 2 treasures. Guanyin? Her treasures, though few in number, were renowned throughout the 3 realms. The pure and clear glass bottle and the pure and clear willow branch were her signature artifacts. Without these 2 treasures, what would she be but a shadow of Guanyin Bodhisattva? Impossible, Guanyin retorted coldly. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow and remarked, Bodhisattva, your words place me in a difficult position. After all, the transgressions you committed today are significant. If you do not surrender these 2 treasures, you shall be confined in the celestial prison for several millennia. Even so, you still refuse? Jiang Feng inquired with a smile. I will not yield. Abandon all hopes of that, Guanyin replied solemnly. Even if I starve to death outside or am imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, I shall never hand over the treasures. Jiang Feng nodded. Then how about I spare you an additional muzha? Upon his words, he waved his hand. In an instant, a figure resembling a pilgrim appeared before Guanyin amidst a radiant light. Seeing this individual, Guanyin was momentarily taken aback. her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. This person was none other than the revered Mu Jia, a character of great significance who had been absent since the beginning. Moreover, she had kept his disappearance hidden from the Tathagata. At this moment, the dual temptation of freedom and Mu Jia lay before her. She glanced at the pure glass bottle and pure willow branch in her hands, sighed inwardly, and conceded. Deal. How delightful. The onlookers were astounded. Jiang Feng had audaciously extorted a pair of postnatal treasures from the Bodhisattva, including her renowned artifacts. The gods were left speechless, in the midst of their astonishment. The two exchanged the person and the treasures, completing this remarkable transaction. May I depart now? Guanyin asked coldly. Jiang Feng examined the treasures and casually replied, Bodhisattva. Please do as you wish. With a huff, Guanyin seized Mu Jia in one hand and the Dingguang Huanchi Buddha in the other, turning to leave with the two seemingly lifeless figures. However, as she turned, a smirk crept onto her lips. Foolish beings. Do you really think my treasures are so easily obtained? The pure glass bottle and pure willow branch have accompanied me for years and have been refined to be indistinguishable from my life-bound treasures. Should you dare to subjugate them, your very souls shall be ensnared, leaving you as mere walking corpses. Guanyin harbored a dark thought. Though known for her compassion and benevolence, she was equally capable of ruthless cunning, a trait honed in the primordial era. Just as she reveled in her supposed triumph, she suddenly heard Jiang Feng's voice from behind. Saint Mother, your assistance this time has indeed honored the Jia sect. However, I have no desire to entangle myself with your sect. This pure glass bottle and pure willow branch shall serve as my token of gratitude. We are thus even. With that, Jiang Feng presented the treasured pair to the Saint Mother without hesitation. In an instant, Guanyin froze, utterly flabbergasted. Such a pair of postnatal treasures, when combined, could rival innate spiritual artifacts. And just like that, he gifted them away? To the Saint Mother, no less? Not only was there no chance of backlash, but the likelihood of reclaiming these treasures was almost non-existent. Jiang Feng, you insolent wretch. With a spurt of blood, Guanyin vanished in a flash of anger and resentment. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng observed her retreating figure with a smile. The Saint Mother accepted Jiang Feng's gift graciously, though she cast a meaningful glance back at him before departing. The Jade Emperor, observing from his lofty perch, felt a complex swirl of emotions. The Jia sect is attempting to recruit Jiang Feng, he mused, recognizing Jiang Feng's evident capabilities that had even caught the attention of the saints. Fortunately, Jiang Feng had not reciprocated the Jia sect's advances. However, such occurrences often followed one another. If the Jia sect was interested, the Chan and Rin sects might be as well. While Jiang Feng could refuse the desperate Jia sect, he might not be able to dismiss the allure of the flourishing Chan and Rin sects. Perhaps even the Buddhist saints would resort to inviting him to join if they could not overpower him. Such a talent must be seized. The Jade Emperor resolved. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, Ahem, Jiang Feng. Although I have conferred upon you the title of a celestial wanderer, I have yet to issue a decree to announce this to the three realms, and you do not possess divinity. This oversight is my fault. Zhang Tianshi. Draft a decree to honor the original king of the Jing River, Jiang Feng, as the Dragon Emperor Sage, placing him among the celestial wanderers. Bestow upon him the celestial talisman and official title, and summon the three realms. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled in gratitude, secretly amused. Ah, the Jade Emperor is anxious. As the narrative unfolded, the Saint Mother arrived at the heavenly court with a straightforward purpose, to cultivate goodwill and forge alliances. It was evident that the Jia sect leader had not abandoned the idea of recruiting her. Jiang Feng perceived this, and so did the Jade Emperor. The latter aimed to secure Jiang Feng's allegiance before he could be swayed by other powerful figures. Following his command, Zhang Tianshi began preparations. Today's events signify our triumph over the Western Buddhist sect. We shall host a banquet to celebrate. However, as Dingguang Huanchi Buddha mentioned, the Tathagata may already be en route. Therefore, I propose we postpone the banquet until after we have dealt with the Tathagata. What do you all think? The Jade Emperor suggested with a calm smile. Ultimately, he still held a certain apprehension regarding the Tathagata. Yet Jiang Feng scoffed at this notion. Your Majesty need not fret. The Tathagata from the west is of a lower rank than the dishes served beside the dragon's gallbladder. Why fear him? At this proclamation, the gods exchanged incredulous glances, all turning to Jiang Feng in unison. Just then, a clear and commanding voice echoed from outside the hall. Well said. The gods of the heavenly court should possess such audacity. Before the words faded, a regal figure adorned in a phoenix crown and splendid robe entered the Lingxiao Hall. Surrounded by celestial maidens, she exuded grace and beauty unparalleled. Upon her arrival, the gods quickly bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the Queen Mother. In an instant, Jiang Feng recognized her, the most esteemed lady of the three realms, the Queen Mother. Unlike the Jade Emperor, she was a true powerhouse with actual authority. The Tathagata might treat the Jade Emperor with courtesy due to his status, but before the Queen Mother, there was an unmistakable reverence born from both her rank and her might. Your Majesty, Jiang Feng slightly bowed, extending his hands in respect. The Queen Mother regarded him with a nod. There is no need for formality. I observed your conduct in the hall. You exhibited neither servility nor arrogance, demonstrating both boldness and caution, clearly worthy of great responsibility. The Queen Mother smiled, bestowing high praise upon Jiang Feng. Turning slightly, she addressed the Jade Emperor, Your Majesty. As this is Jiang Feng's celebration, we should heed his wishes. If he is unafraid of the Tathagata, we might as well proceed to the Yaoqi now. Her declaration left the gods in astonishment. The Queen Mother was willing to host the celebration at the Yaoqi? Such a choice carried significant weight. While the banquet organized by the Jade Emperor would occur in the Pixiang Hall, featuring celestial fruits and nectar, it paled in comparison to the allure of the Yaoqi. The Yaoqi was the Queen Mother's domain, where gatherings were abundant with celestial fruits and golden elixirs, offering the rare opportunity to savor the heavenly peaches of innate spiritual roots. In other words, what the Jade Emperor organized can be regarded as merely a gathering, whereas the banquet presided over by the Queen Mother is truly an event of grandeur. The Jade Emperor nodded, a flicker of yearning appearing in his eyes. Since the Empress has spoken, my dear ministers, let us proceed to the Yaoqi. Together, we shall celebrate this grand occasion. As commanded, the deities were all filled with joy. In the heavenly court, at the intermediate star palace, the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity gazed at the cushion emblazoned with his own likeness, his expression shifting between gloom and cheer. Beside him stood three extraordinarily beautiful fairies, exchanging glances, each bearing a distinct expression. These three were none other than the renowned three Xiaos of the Fengshan Calamity era. As the younger sister of Zhao Gongming, the outer sex elder brother of the three Xiaos had once been formidable beings. In the past, to avenge Zhao Gongming, they set up the Nine. They captured Luya, Yongjin, Jinjia, and Mujia using the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan school, attempting to break the formation, found themselves ensnared, their celestial flowers diminished, their inner energies sealed. For a time, they nearly faced utter annihilation. It was only through the intervention of the primordial Saint Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Grand Pure One that the Nine was dismantled. Yuxiao Fairy was sealed beneath the Qilin Cliff by the Grand Pure One using the Qian Kuan diagram. Xiao Fairy met her end when struck by the three treasures Rui of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Bai Xia Fairy was captured by a treasure box of Yuanshi Tianzuan, confined within it and transformed into blood. Afterward, they were all sealed within the Fengshan list, resulting in a significant reduction of their powers. Now, as the corresponding deities of the three immortals, they often accompanied the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity. Upon witnessing the spiritual officer of the heavenly court presenting a cushion to the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity and hearing the officer's account of the occurrences in the Lingxiao Palace, the fairy's expressions became peculiar. Senior Sister Wudong had secluded herself in Lishan for many years, rarely interacting with the deities of the heavenly court. Even we have not met her. Yet this time, she has unexpectedly come to the heavenly court solely to vouch for a younger individual who has only recently garnered fame. Could it be that she wishes to recruit this person into the murmured Yunxiao Fairy? Xiao Fairy's gaze darkened. A person capable of inciting such actions from Senior Sister Wudong must be remarkable. Upon hearing this, Yunxiao Fairy nodded in agreement. However, the younger sister Bai Xia tilted her head, puffed her cheeks, and huffed. Who cares if he is remarkable? A mere little dragon daring to reject Senior Sister Wudong. Who does he think he is? I must make him pay if I see him. Yunxiao Fairy shot her a disapproving glance and admonished, Bai Xia, you must not act recklessly. There must be a reason for Senior Sister Wudong's actions. We cannot meddle without understanding the circumstances. If we disrupt her important matters, we shall bear the consequences. Chastised by Yunxiao, Bai Xia Fairy seemed somewhat unconvinced. At that moment, the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, who had remained silent for a long while, slowly rose, a glimmer of intrigue surfacing in his profound eyes. The spiritual officer mentioned that Jiang Feng was dining with the deities at the Yaoqi. Ladies, would you care to join this emperor? I too wish to witness what kind of person can cause the Buddhist powers to falter during the current calamity of the journey to the west. The emperor of the purple tenuity spoke softly, his voice like a gentle spring breeze. It is indeed true that the emperor desires to meet Jiang Feng, however. He is more likely drawn by the prospect of enjoying the Queen Mother's peaches. Yin Xiao Fairy stifled a laugh behind her hand. The emperor scratched his head, giving an awkward smile. If the emperor wishes to go, we shall accompany you, stated Xiong Xiao Fairy with an indifferent expression. But Bai Xia Fairy pouted and declared, I do not wish to go unless the emperor gifts me the cushion. After a moment's contemplation, she added, it's not for myself. It's for my elder and second sister. They both desire it, but are too shy to ask. Upon hearing this, both Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao blushed. That mischievous girl. What nonsense is she spouting? Seemingly accustomed to Bai Xia's quirky nature, the emperor of the purple tenuity smiled slightly and casually sent the cushion before Bai Xia Fairy. However, as she eagerly accepted it, her expression fell, and she grimaced. Why is there only one side left? Chapter 89. A bowl with you will suffice. In the heavenly court. At the Yaoqi, melodious celestial music filled the air as the fairies danced gracefully. Opulence and indulgence reigned. The deities reveled in the enchanting melodies in the splendid scenery, with tables laden with exquisite delicacies and divine liquors. This was the life that mortals yearned for. Although Jiang Feng was not one to revel in such extravagance, in this setting, he found himself enjoying it. Not far away, a fairy of flowers approached him, delicately holding a beautifully crafted jade plate. With a slight bow, she said, Great sage, the empress has sent you 2 peaches. Before she could finish, Jiang Feng froze, the wine he had just sipped sprang forth. What on earth? In front of so many people, what kind of decorum is this? Cough, cough, perhaps another time. Jiang Feng wiped his mouth, feeling embarrassed. Yet, in the next moment, he found 2 plump peaches placed before him. Jiang Feng looked up to see the flower fairy, astonished. Ah, so it's these peaches, I thought. What did you think, great sage? The flower fairy asked, her eyes narrowing playfully as she smiled. Cough, nothing, please thank the empress for me, Jiang Feng replied awkwardly, lowering his head. Please enjoy. The flower fairy giggled softly and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to Jiang Feng, as she turned, a hint of blush crept onto her cheeks. The deities gazed enviously at the peaches before Jiang Feng, but no one noticed his embarrassment. At that moment, Jiang Feng could only drink to mask his awkwardness. Just then, sounds from beyond the Yaoqi caught his attention. He vaguely heard mentions of the emperor of the purple tenuity and the 3 Xiaos. However, he paid little heed. The banquet at the Yaoqi was a grand occasion for the heavenly court, and many deities had come to partake in the feast. Before long, the light before him dimmed. Jiang Feng raised his head slightly to see a girl in a light green dress tilting her head, curiously examining him. Jiang Feng scrutinized her in turn, noting her exquisite features, fair skin, and sparkling black eyes. Her lovely face bore a hint of baby fat, adding an endearing charm to her already delightful appearance. She may not have been a traditional beauty, but she was undoubtedly a captivating young girl, embodying the innocent charm of the girl next door. After observing Jiang Feng for a while, the girl's eyes twinkled as she asked, Are you Jiang Feng? Jiang Feng nodded. Do you know me? Sort of. She pouted and muttered, You're decent looking, but too bad you like men. Her voice was soft, yet as a formidable Tai golden immortal, Jiang Feng's senses were keen, and he caught her every word. At once, he frowned. Miss, how can you so baselessly tarnish someone's reputation? She leaned closer to Jiang Feng, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Stop pretending. You can fool others, but not me. Bai Xia, that cushion sent to the Intermediate Star Palace was actually yours. Wasn't he it? No need for explanations. Those are mere veils. I understand everything. You simply lack the cultivation. If you could elevate your realm, you would match the emperor of the purple tenuity well. Bai Xia began to ramble on her own. Jiang Feng's expression darkened further. Suddenly, she shifted her tone. I heard that senior sister Wudong wanted to recruit you into the, but you turned her down? Hee hee, now you have leverage in my hands. Let us make a deal. I shall help you keep a secret. You should approach Sister Wudong and express your willingness to join the Jie sect. What do you think? In her words, Bai Zhao's expression was one of pride, her delicate face adorned with a triumphant smile. However, Jiang Feng appeared utterly bewildered. Whose foolish child has escaped their grasp? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Feng muttered as he lifted the crystal goblet before him, intending to drink. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhao paused momentarily. her enchanting eyes revealing a flicker of displeasure. I am earnestly negotiating with you. How can you be so impolite? Bai Xiao exclaimed, waving her small hand and toppling the crystal goblet from Jiang Feng's grasp. Crash! The goblet fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound of shattering. The precious liquid spilled everywhere, immediately capturing the attention of the deities present. Though a mere goblet may hold little value, it belonged to the Jade Emperor. Once, an unnamed general of the curtain who accidentally shattered a goblet was banished to the mortal realm, enduring the torment of 1,000 swords piercing his heart daily. A fate truly lamentable. Bai Xiao recalled this, and her expression darkened. At that moment, Jiang Feng hastily interjected, Your Majesty, it was I who accidentally broke the goblet. I implore you to punish me. The Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively, stating, It is merely a goblet, of no worth. Let it be shattered. Jiang Iching need not worry. Let the music and dance continue. With the Jade Emperor's words, the banquet proceeded. Bai Xiao secretly sighed in relief. Yet her gaze towards Jiang Feng remained somewhat hostile. Do not presume that your assistance has earned my gratitude. Moreover, it was just a goblet of wine. I shall compensate you with another. Bai Xiao pouted, casually remarking. However, upon uttering this, she immediately sensed the atmosphere shift. The surrounding deities regarded her with peculiar expressions. Did I just hear correctly? It seems the fairy Bai Xiao intends to spend the night with the great sage Jiang. What? You heard it too? I thought I was mistaken. This pair, a match in talent and beauty, indeed suits one another. Ah, my Bai Xiao goddess. Amidst the murmurs, Bai Xiao's face grew increasingly flushed. I am not, Bai Xiao intended to explain, but upon seeing Jiang Feng's smirk, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, her frustration boiled over. You wish to witness my embarrassment, Bai Xiao thought, swiftly crossing her arms and pouting in feigned distress. I do not wish to sleep with you. This proclamation nearly erupted from her lips. In an instant, it echoed like thunder in the Yao pool. The deities collectively inquired. What just transpired? Over there, it appears something truly captivating is unfolding. As one of the goddesses of the heavenly court, Bai Xiao openly expressed her grievances in front of all. Could it be that Jiang Feng harbors improper intentions towards her? TSK. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Jiang Feng is indeed a beast. How could he dare to sully the fairy Bai Xiao? Such a scoundrel is no different than the rest. I had thought him a gentleman, yet all men are alike in their character. It seems Jiang Iching is also a man of passion. In an instant, the deities' discussions turned towards Jiang Feng. Bai Xiao stood before him, arms crossed. Wearing a triumphant expression, she leaned in gently, whispering in Jiang Feng's ear, If you plead with me now, I shall assist you in extricating yourself from this predicament. And thereafter, we shall owe each other nothing. However, before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow and retorted, What? You demand a piece of innate spiritual treasure? That is far too exorbitant. Chapter 90 Jiang Feng. How am I any less than your master? Jiang Feng's words stirred a tempest of reactions. Even Bai Xiao was momentarily taken aback. A twist in events, indeed. Jiang Feng, you, Bai Xiao clenched her petite fists, her luminous silver teeth glinting as she glared at Jiang Feng. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush at him and bite him twice. How could he so easily misrepresent her? In that moment, the gazes of the surrounding deities shifted towards her. Though their thoughts were unspoken, it was clear they were not favorable. Jiang Feng, I shall not concede to you. Bai Xiao's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she transformed her expression into one of feigned sorrow. How can you act thus? We are sworn siblings. She gazed at Jiang Feng, her voice trembling, tinged with a hint of tears. Jiang Feng, reveling in his victory, was suddenly overwhelmed by the impulse to choke on his own laughter. How absurd! Can one mistake familial ties so easily? In an instant, the deities redirected their focus towards Jiang Feng once more. This situation was growing ever more intricate and entertaining. TSK. Indeed, great sage Jiang is quite the player. To the celestial friend from the island, please temper your demeanor. Beasts. A deity should not, at the very least, behave in such a manner, but a deity can and should be daring in their endeavors. The life of a beast is often plain yet amusing. As the cacophony of opinions erupted, Jiang Feng lifted his gaze and shot a fierce glare at Bai Xiao. This girl has truly decided to challenge me today. Fine. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you to the end. Jiang Feng resolved. He slowly rose, gazing at Bai Xiao with a solemn expression, then feigned shock, saying, How am I inferior to your master? Upon hearing this, The deities present nearly spat out their breaths in disbelief. This is simply exhilarating. Bai Xiao and her master? Her master is none other than the illustrious sage of the upper purity, the leader of the way of heaven. Of course, regardless of her masteress status. The bond between master and disciple is akin to that of parent and child. Such a forbidden relationship is scorned in the three realms. Jiang Feng's words stirred a tempest of reactions. Though the deities were silent, their expressions spoke volumes. I Bai Xiao glanced around, stammering, her eyes glistening with tears, as if she might cry at any moment. Not far away, the two fairies, Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao, noticed the commotion and hurried over. Qiong Xiao gently embraced Bai Xiao, while Yun Xiao, the eldest among the three, respectfully gestured to Jiang Feng, speaking in a calm tone, "Great sage Jiang, my younger sister is mischievous. Her words may have been offensive, and I hope you shall not take offense." Jiang Feng regarded Yun Xiao, who exuded calmness and grace, akin to a nurturing elder sister. In contrast, Qiong Xiao appeared somewhat stern, resembling an icy beauty who seldom smiled. The three sisters are among the rare beauties in the three realms, each possessing unique charm. Upon hearing Yun Xiao's apology, Jiang Feng promptly returned the gesture, remarking, "Bai Xiao is lively and playful. I am not at all upset. It seems the jest may have gone a bit too far. I hope the three of you will not take offense." Jiang Feng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the surrounding deities felt somewhat disappointed. "What? You've gone so far, and you merely call it a jest?" Nearby, Qiong Xiao cast a cold glance at Jiang Feng, stating firmly, "It is indeed somewhat excessive. The name of my master is not something you can use for jesting." "Qiong Xiao." Yun Xiao shot her a disapproving look, and though Qiong Xiao seemed reluctant, she eventually lowered her head. Jiang Feng, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile wryly. He had inadvertently offended two of the three sisters. Yun Xiao's politeness likely stemmed from some caution. Fortunately, it was not during the period of the primordial creation, Jiang Feng mused. Otherwise, they would have directly greeted him with the Panga golden dough and the golden dragon scissors. Just as Jiang Feng pondered, a vast expanse of Buddhist light suddenly appeared beyond the Yao pool. Amitabha. The sound of the Buddha's name resonated, like the grand tolling of a bell. In an instant, the spiritual officials tasked with guarding the Yao pool felt a surge of Buddhist essence. If they were to be further imprinted by the Buddhist light, they would likely attain Buddhahood. Meanwhile, seated majestically atop the jade pool, the Queen Mother of the West narrowed her gaze, removing a golden hairpin and casually swiping it through the air. With a sharp sound reminiscent of tearing silk, the hairpin sliced through the void. Outside the jade pool, the golden radiance, akin to a shimmering curtain, instantaneously fragmented and dissipated. The Buddha, the Tathagata, felt the weight of the situation as the Jade Emperor's expression darkened, revealing a hint of concern. Simultaneously, several celestial deities displayed visible trepidation. Observing this, Jiang Feng offered a calm smile, addressing the assembly, "Your Majesty, esteemed guests. This is the heavenly court, our domain. Why must we fear the Tathagata? He is but an unwelcome visitor." For Jiang Feng, the arrival of the Tathagata was, in fact, a fortuitous event. Let us continue to persuade. In the next moment, a majestic Buddha appeared, seated upon a golden lotus of merit. Below the lotus, auspicious clouds gathered. Two revered figures flanked the Buddha, hovering in the air as they entered the jade pool, though only three in number. Their formidable presence was enough to dominate all the celestial beings present, akin to an insurmountable peak looming over the jade pool. Even the composed fairy Yun Xiao could not suppress a flicker of indignation upon seeing this figure. The visitor was none other than the current master of the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain, the Tathagata. The two esteemed figures by his side, Ananda and Kasyapa, were renowned for their unwavering loyalty and unparalleled wisdom within the Buddhist realm. It is worth noting that the Tathagata shares a profound connection with the. He was once the foremost disciple of the heavenly teacher, Duobao Taoist, and during the calamity of the gods, he had drawn his sword against Laozi, only to be subdued by Laozi using the wind and fire wheels. After the calamity, he was led out of Hangu Pass, transforming from a barbarian into a Buddha. Thereafter, he attained enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree, establishing the Pure Land of Visukh and founding the Theravada school of Buddhism. Initially, Laozi's intention was simple, to have Duobao Taoist embody the Tathagata and establish Theravada Buddhism, thereby dividing the fortunes of the Mahayana Buddhism established by the two Western Buddhas. However, upon witnessing this, the two Western Buddhas decisively abdicated, allowing the Tathagata to become the Buddha of Mahayana Buddhism. Thus, The Pure Land of Visuk merged with the Western Buddhist sect, not only failing to diminish Buddhist fortunes, but rather strengthening them. The actions of the Tathagata also severed his ties with the Taoist sect, establishing him as the master of the Spirit Mountain. He is a traitor, having betrayed his sect not once, but twice. It is no wonder that Fairy Yunxiao harbored resentment towards the Tathagata. At this moment, the Tathagata, flanked by Ananda and Kasyapa, entered the jade pool, taking his place upon the golden lotus of merit. He slightly bowed his head towards the elevated Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, joining his hands in reverence. Amitabha, this humble monk pays his respects to your majesty and your highness. The Jade Emperor nodded with a smile. There is no need for the Buddha to be so formal. In contrast, the Queen Mother's demeanor was markedly colder. She gazed at the Tathagata with indifference and spoke in a low voice. So the Buddha has come, but what is the purpose of this grand display? Are you attempting to convert all the spirit guards before my jade pool to the Western Buddhist sect? Or do you wish to inform me and the emperor in advance to receive you? Upon hearing this, the Tathagata remained unperturbed. Maintaining his palms together and a smile upon his face, Amitabha, your highness has misunderstood. I have come solely in search of one person. The Tathagata paused, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the surroundings. May I inquire, your majesty and your highness, where is Jiang Feng?